Prologue. Where in Malik's name is he going? I hurry through the tunnels beneath the quadrant, trying to follow, but night is the ultimate shadow, and Xaden blends seamlessly into the darkness. If it wasn't for our dragon's bond leading me in his general direction and the sporadic disappearance of mage lights, I'd never think that he's masked somewhere ahead of me. Fear holds me with an icy fist, and my footing grows unsteady. He kept his head down this evening, guarded by Bodhi and Garrick, while we waited for news about Sawyer's injury after the battle that nearly cost us Basgiath. But there's no telling what he's doing now. If anyone spots the faint, strawberry-red circles around his irises, he'll be arrested and likely executed. According to the texts I've read, they'll fade at this phase. But until they do, what could possibly be important enough for him to risk being seen? The only logical answer sends a chill up my spine that has nothing to do with the cold stone of the corridor seeping in through my socks. There hadn't been time for boots or even my armor after the click of the closing door woke me from a restless sleep. "Neither of them will answer," Andarna says, and I yank open the door to the enclosed bridge as its counterpart on the far end snicks shut. Was that him? Sigale is still incensed, and Tairn smells of both rage and sorrow. Understandable, for all the reasons I can't allow myself to dwell on yet. But inconvenient. "Do you want me to ask Cure or Crod?" she starts. No, the four of them need their sleep. No doubt we'll find ourselves on patrols for any remaining venin come morning. I cross the freezing expanse of the bridge with increasingly uncertain steps and jolt at the view outside the windows. It had been warm enough for thunderstorms earlier, but now snow falls in a thick curtain, concealing the ravine that separates the quadrant from Basgiath's main campus. My chest clenches, and a fresh wave of seemingly endless tears threatens to prickle my painfully swollen eyes. "It began about an hour ago," Andarna says gently. "The temperature has fallen steadily in the hours since—" Don't go there. My next breath shakes, and I force everything I can't handle into a neat, mentally fireproof box and stash it somewhere deep inside me. It's too late to save Mom, but I'll be damned if I let Xaden get himself killed. "You can grieve," Andarna reminds me as I pull open the door to the healer quadrant and enter the crowded hall. Wounded in every color of uniform line the sides of the stone tunnel, and healers dart in and out of the infirmary doors. If I wallow in every loss, that's all I'll ever have time for. I've learned that lesson well over the past 18 months. Passing a set of clearly intoxicated infantry cadets, I cut through what's become an expanded sick bay, searching for a blur of darkness. This part of the quadrant didn't sustain any damage, but it still reeks of sulfur and ash. "May your mother be remembered! To General Sorengale, the flame of Basgiath!" one of the third years calls out, and my stomach twists tighter as I forge ahead without reply. When I approach the corner, then turn it, I see a patch of darkness enveloping the right side of the wall for a stuttering heartbeat. And then the stairwell to the interrogation chamber appears, flanked by two groggy guards. Shadows slip down the steps. Fuck. Usually I love being right, but in this instance I was hoping otherwise. I reach for Xaden mentally, but there's only a thick wall of chilled onyx. I have to get past these guards. What would Mira do? "She would have already slain your lieutenant and been confident in her choice," Andarna answers. "Your sister is an act first, ask questions later kind of writer." Not helpful. What little I'd eaten for dinner threatens to reappear. Andarna's right. Mira will kill Xaden if she finds out he's channeled from the earth, regardless of the circumstances. But confidence? That's not a bad idea. I muster every ounce of arrogance I can scrounge up or fake, straighten my shoulders, lift my chin, and stride toward the guards, praying I look steadier than I feel. I need an audience with the prisoner. The two men glance at each other, and then the taller one on the left clears his throat. We're under orders from Melgren not to allow anyone down these steps. Tell me. I tilt my head and fold my arms like I'm strapped with every dagger I own, or am at least wearing footwear. If the man directly responsible for your mother's death was a flight of stairs away, what would you do? The shorter one looks down, revealing a cut beneath his ear. Orders, the taller one starts, glancing at the ends of my sleep-loosened braid. He's behind a locked door, I interrupt. I'm asking you to look the other way for 5 minutes, not give me the key. My gaze darts poignantly to the keyring hanging on his blood-stained belt. If it had been your mother and she'd secured the kingdom's entire defense system with her life, I promise I'd afford you the same courtesy. The tall one blanches. Goverson, the short one whispers. She's the lightning wielder. Goverson grunts, and his hands flex at his sides. 10 minutes, he says. 5 for your mother, and 5 for you. We know who saved us today. He motions toward the stairwell with his head. But he doesn't know. None of them realize the sacrifice Xaden made to kill the sage, their general. Thank you. I start down the stairs with wobbling knees, ignoring the pungent scent of wet earth that claws at the outer edges of my composure. I can't believe he came down here. He probably seeks information, Andarna notes. I cannot blame him for wanting to know what he is. The longing in her voice startles me on multiple levels. He isn't a soulless Venin. He's still Xaden. My Xaden, I snap, holding tight to the one thing I'm certain of as I make my way silently down the stairs. You know what channeling from the earth does, she warns. No? Yes. Except? Absolutely not. If he'd completely lost himself, he would have drained me at any number of points tonight, especially while I slept. Instead, he ensured our safety and risked exposure to sit at my side for hours. He channeled from the earth once. Surely we can repair wherever his soul may have cracked. It's the most I'm willing to admit. I already know what Tairn thinks, and the possibility of fighting both of you is exhausting, so please, for the love of Amari, be on my side. The bond directly between us shimmers. All right. Really? I pause on the stair, splaying my hand on the wall to catch my balance. I am as unknown as he is, and you still trust me, she says. I will not be another battle you have to fight. Oh, thank gods. Her words seep into the marrow of my bones, and I hang my head in relief. I hadn't realized how badly I needed to hear that until she said it. Thank you. And you have every right to know about where you come from, but I have no doubts about who you are. I start down the remaining steps, sure of my footing. You alone should make the choice to find your family. And I'm worried that Melgren... I scorched the Venin during the battle, she interrupts in a rush of words that run together. You... did. My brow puckers as I spiral downward toward the interrogation cells. I'd been too shocked at her appearance, the way her scales had shifted, to think about the burning dark wielder. As far as I know, we've never caught one on fire. Tairn hadn't said anything either. I've been thinking about it all night. Magic feels different when I change color. Maybe my use of power in that moment altered the Venin, weakened her enough to blister. And Darna slows enough to enunciate her words, but not by much. That could alter everything. Muffled voices sound beneath me, and I quicken my pace. It's definitely worth investigating later. Not that I'm willing to risk Andarna by shouting that she might be our newest weapon, especially not when the rumor has already circulated that we'll seek an alliance with Poromil. What could be worse than leadership endangering Andarna? The whole continent's leadership seeking to do the same. You can fight it all you want, but that power streaming through her veins? Jack taunts, his words growing clearer as I near the final few turns. There's a reason the higher-ups want her. A little brotherly advice. Fall in line and find someone else to fuck. That infamous control of yours so much as flickers in her direction. I would never, Xaden retorts, his voice lethally icy. My heart rate doubles, and I halt just before the last curve in the stairwell, keeping out of sight. Jack's talking about me. Even you don't get a say in which parts of us are taken first, Ryerson. Jack laughs. But speaking from personal experience, control goes quickly. Just look at you, freshly fed from the source and already down here desperate for a cure. You will slip, and afterward, well, let's just say that silver hair that has you so besotted will be gray like the rest of her. And those weak-ass initiate rings in your eyes won't just last a few days. They'll be permanent. Not going to happen. Xaden bites out every word. You could deliver her yourself, chains rattle. Or you could let me out and we'll do it together. Who knows? They might let her live just to keep you on a leash until you turn ASIM and forget all about her. Fuck you. My hands ball into fists. Jack knows Xaden's channeled. He'll tell the first person who questions him, and Xaden will be arrested. My mind spins as the two start to argue only yards away, their words blurring in the whirlwind of my thoughts. Gods, I could lose Xaden just like... I can't. I won't. I refuse to lose him. For him to lose himself. Fear fights to rise, and I snuff it out, denying it air to breathe or grow. The only thing stronger than the power prowling within me is the resolve stiffening my spine. Xaden is mine. My heart, my soul, my everything. He channeled from the earth to save me, and I'll scour the world until I find a way to save him right back. Even if it takes bargaining with Takaris for access to every book on the damned continent, or capturing Darkwielders one by one to question, I'll find a cure. We'll find a cure, Andarna promises. We will exhaust every closer resource first. But if I'm right, and I somehow altered that venin inadvertently while changing my scales, then the rest of my kind should know how to master the tactic. How to change him. Cure him. My breath stutters at the possibility. The cost. Even if you're right, I'm not using you. I want to find my family. We both know the order to locate my kind is inevitable now that your leadership knows what I am. Let us do so on our terms and for our own purposes. Her tone sharpens. Let us follow every possible path to a cure. She's right. Every possible path may require breaking a few laws. Dragons do not answer to the laws of humans, she counters in a tone that reminds me of Tern. And as my bonded, as Tern's rider, you no longer answer to them either. Rebellious adolescent, I mutter, forming half a dozen plans, half of which might work. Even as their rider, there are still some crimes that would demand my execution. And that of whomever I trust to involve. I nod to myself, accepting the risk, at least for myself. You'll have to keep secrets again, Andarna warns. Only the ones that protect Xaden. which currently means preventing Jack from revealing this conversation without killing him, since we can't afford the manhunt the death of our only prisoner would cause. You sure I shouldn't ask Cure or Crod? No. I start down the stairs. There's only one other person besides Bodhi and Garrick I can trust to prioritize Zayden's best interests. Only one other person who can know the truth in its entirety. Tell Glane I need Imogen. An excerpt from Violet Sorengale's personal addendum to the Book of Brennan. I will not die today. Strike through. I will save him. Chapter 1. 2 weeks later. Flying in January should be a violation of the Codex. Between the howling storm and the incessant fog in my goggles, I can't see shit as we cut through the blustering snow squall above the mountains near Basgayath. Hoping we're almost through the worst of it, I grip the pommels of my saddle with gloved hands and hold tight. Dying today would be inconvenient, I say down the mental pathway connecting me to Tiernan and Darna. Unless you're trying to keep me away from the scenarium this afternoon. I've waited more than a week for the invitation-disguised order to come from the King's Council. But the delay is understandable given they're on the 4th day of unprecedented peace talks happening on campus. Poromil has publicly declared they'll walk after the 7th day if terms can't be reached. And it isn't looking good. I only hope that they'll be in an agreeable mood when I arrive. Want to make your meeting? Don't fall off this time, Taryn retorts. For the last time, I didn't fall off, I argue. I jumped off to help Sawyer. Don't remind me. You can't keep leaving me off patrols, Andarna interrupts from the warmth and protection of the veil. It isn't safe, Taryn reminds her for what has to be the 100th time. Weather aside, we're hunting dark wielders, not out for a pleasure flight. You shouldn't fly in this, I agree, looking for any sign of Riddick and Atrum. But there's only walls of white. My chest tightens. How are any of us supposed to see topography or our squad mates, let alone spot a dark wielder hundreds of feet below in this mess? I can't remember a more brutal series of storms than the ones that have battered the War College in the last 2 weeks. But without Mom. Grief sinks the tips of her razor-sharp claws into my chest, and I lift my face to feel the stinging bite of snow against the tops of my cheeks, focusing on anything else to keep breathing, keep moving. I'll mourn later. Always later. It's just a quick patrol, Andarna whines, jarring me from my thoughts. I need the practice. Who knows what weather we'll encounter on the search for my kind? Quick patrols have proven deadly, and I'm not looking for reasons to test Andarna's fire theory. Dark wielders may have limited power within the wards, but they're still lethal fighters. The ones who didn't escape post-battle have used the element of surprise to add multiple names to the death roll. First Wing, Third Wing, and our own Claw section have suffered losses. Then practice evenly dispersing enough magic to keep all your extremities warm during flight, because your wings won't hold the weight of this ice. Taryn growls into the falling snow. Your wings won't hold the weight of this ice, Andarna blatantly mocks him. And yet yours miraculously carry the burden of your ego. Go find a sheep and let the adults work. Taryn's muscles shift slightly beneath me in a familiar pattern, and I lean forward as far as the saddle will allow, preparing for a dive. My stomach lurches into my throat as his wings snap closed and we pitch downward, slicing through the storm. Wind tears at my winter flight hood, and the leather strap of my saddle bites into my frozen thighs as I pray to Zinal there isn't a mountain peak directly beneath us. Taryn levels out, and my stomach settles as I tug my goggles up to my forehead and blink quickly, looking right. The drop in altitude has lessened the intensity of the storm, improving visibility enough to see the rocky ridgeline just above the flight field. Looks clear. My eyes tear up, assaulted by both wind and snow that feels more like tiny projectiles of ice than flakes. I clean my lenses using the suede tips of my gloves before snapping them over my eyes again. Agreed. Once we hear the same from Fierg and Kruth, we'll end today's endeavors, he grumbles. You sound like making it 3 straight days without encountering the enemy is a bad thing. Maybe we've really caught and killed them all. As cadets, we've slain 31 Venin in the area surrounding Bezgaeth while our professors work to clear the rest of the province. It would be 32 if anyone suspected one of them was living among us, though. Even if he's credited with 17 of the kills. I am not comforted by the quiet. Wind whips overhead with a crack, and Tern's head jerks upward. Mine immediately follows suit. Oh no, not wind. Wings. Atrum's claws consume my vision and my heart seizes with panic. He's dropping out of the storm directly on top of us. Tern! I shout, but he's already rolling left, hurling us from our course. The world rotates, sky and land exchanging places twice in a nauseating dance before Tern flares his wings in a jarring snap. The movement cracks the inch-thick layer of ice along the front ridges of his wings, and chunks fall away. I draw a full but shaky breath as Tern pumps his wings with maximum effort, gaining 100 feet of altitude in a matter of seconds, and barreling straight toward the brown swordtail bonded to Riddick. Wrath scalds the air in my lungs, Tern's emotions flooding my system for a heartbeat before I can slam my mental shields down to muffle the worst of what streams in through the bond. Don't! I shout into the wind as we come up on Atrum's left. But as always, Tern does whatever he wants and full-on crunches his jaws within what looks like inches of Atrum's head. It was clearly an accident. One that would usually be avoided by dragons communicating. The smaller brown swordtail squawks as Tern repeats the warning. Then Atrum exposes his throat in a gesture of submission. Riddick looks my way through the band of snow and throws up his hands, but I doubt he sees my shrug of apology before Atrum falls away, heading south to the flight field. Guess Fierg and Ree reported in. Was that really necessary? I drop my shields and Tern's and Endarna's bonds come flooding back at full strength. But the shimmering pathway that leads to Xaden is still blocked, dimmed to an echo of its usual presence. The loss of constant connection sucks, but he doesn't trust himself, or what he thinks he'll become, to keep it open yet. Yes, Tern answers, declaring the single word sufficient. You're almost twice his size, and it was obviously an accident, I repeat as we descend rapidly to the flight field. The snow on the ground of the box canyon has been trampled into a muddy series of paths from the constant patrols second and third years are flying. It was negligent, and a 22-year-old dragon should know better than to close himself off from his riot simply because he's arguing with his rider. Tern grumbles, his anger lowering to a simmer as Atrum lands beside Ree's green dagger tail Fierg. Tern's claws impact the frozen ground to Atrum's left, and the sudden landing vibrates every bone in my body like a rung bell. Pain explodes along my spine, my lower back taking the brunt of the insult. I breathe through the worst of it, then accept the rest and move on. Well, that was graceful. I jerk my goggles to my forehead. You fly next time. He shakes like a wet hound, and I block my face with my hands as ice and snow fly off his scales. I tug at the leather strap of my saddle when he stills, but the buckle catches along the jagged, shitty line of stitches I put in after the battle, and one of them pops. Damn it. That wouldn't have happened if you'd let Xaden fix it. I force my body out of the saddle, ignoring the aching protest of my cold, cramped joints as I make my way across the icy pattern of spikes and scales I know as well as my own hand. The Dark One didn't cut it in the first place, Tern responds. Stop calling him that. My knee collapses, and I throw my arms out to steady my balance, cursing my joints as I reach Taryn's shoulder. After an hour in the saddle at these temperatures, a pissed-off knee is nothing. I'm lucky my hips still rotate. Stop denying the truth. Taryn enunciates every word of the damning order as I avoid a patch of ice and prepare to dismount. His soul is no longer his own. That's a little dramatic. I'm not getting into this argument again. His eyes are back to normal. That kind of power is addictive. You know it, or you wouldn't be pretending to sleep at night. He twists his neck in a way that reminds me of a snake and levels a golden glare on me. I'm sleeping. It's not entirely a lie, but definitely time to change the subject. Did you make me repair my saddle to teach me a lesson? My ass protests every scale on Taryn's leg as I slide, then land in a fresh foot of snow. Or because you don't trust Zayden with my gear anymore. Yes. Taryn lifts his head far over mine and blasts a torrent of fire along his wing, melting off the residual ice, and I turn away from the surge of heat that painfully contrasts my body temperature. Taryn, I struggle for words and look up at him. I need to know where you stand before this meeting. With or without Empyrean approval, I can't do any of this without you. Meaning, will I support the myriad of ways you plan to court death in the name of curing one who is beyond redemption? He swivels his head in my direction again. Tension crackles along Andarna's bond. He's not... I cut off that particular argument since the rest is sound. Basically, yes. He grumbles deep within his chest. I fly without warming my wings in preparation for carrying heavier weight for longer distances. Does that not answer your question? Meaning Andarna. Relief gusts through my lips on a swift exhale. Thank you. Steam rolls in billowing clouds from his nostrils. But do not mistake my unflinching support of you, my mate, and Andarna for any form of faith in him. Taryn lifts his head, cueing the end of the conversation. Heard. On that note, I trudge toward the trampled path where Ree and Quinn wait. Riddick gives Taryn a wide berth as he does the same to my right. My nearly numb, gloved fingers fumble with the 3 buttons on the side of my winter flight hood, and the fur-lined fabric falls away from my nose and mouth as I reach them. Everything good on your route? Ree and Quinn look cold but uninjured, thank gods. Still alarmingly routine. We didn't see anything of concern. Wyvern Burn Pit is still just ash and bone, too. Ree picks a clump of snow from the lining of her hood, then pulls it back up over her shoulder-length black braids. We didn't see shit for those last 10 minutes, period. Riddick shoves his gloved hands into his hair, snowflakes slipping off his brown cheeks without melting. At least you're an ice wielder, I gesture to his annoyingly flake-free face. Quinn pulls her blonde curls into a quick bun. Wielding can help keep you warm, too. I'm not chancing it when I can't see what I might strike, especially having lost my only conduit in the battle. I glance at Riddick as a line of our tail section's dragons launch for their patrol behind him. What were you arguing with Atrim about anyway? Sorry about that. Riddick cringes and lowers his voice. He wants to go home, back to Eratia. Says we can launch the search for the 7th breed from there. Ree nods, and Quinn presses her lips in a firm line. Yeah, I get that, I say. It's a common sentiment among the riot. We're not exactly welcome here. The unity between Navarian and Eratian riders crumbled within hours of the battle's end. But the only path for an alliance that can save Peromish civilians requires us to be here. At least for now. Not to mention Zayden insists we stay. He remains because Navarre's wards protect you from him. Taryn blasts another stream of fire when I ignore him, heating his left wing. then crouches before launching skyward with the others. The courtyard is nearly empty when we enter through the tunnel that runs under the ridgeline separating it from the training grounds. In front of us, snow tops the dormitory wing, the centered rotunda that links the quadrant's structures, and all but the southernmost roofline of the academic wing ahead to our left, where Malik's fire burns bright in the highest turret, consuming the belongings of our dead as he requires. Maybe the god of death will curse me for keeping my mother's personal journals, but it's not like I wouldn't have a few choice words for him should we meet anyway. Report. Aura Beinhaben orders from the dais at our left where she stands with Ewan Faber, the stocky, sour-faced wing leader of what little remains of Navarre's fourth wing. Oh good, you all made it back. Ewan's voice drips with sarcasm as he folds his arms, snow falling on his broad shoulders. We were so worried. Prick was barely a squad leader in Claw when we left, Riddick mutters. Nothing this morning, Rhiannon replies, and Ara nods but doesn't deign to say anything. Any news from the front? My stomach knots. The lack of information is agonizing. Nothing I'd be willing to share with a bunch of deserters, Ara answers. Oh, screw her. A bunch of deserters who saved your ass. Quinn offers a middle finger as we continue past, our boots crunching on the snow-covered gravel. Navarian riders, Aration riders? We can't function like this, she says to the group quietly. If they won't accept us, the Flyers don't have a prayer. I nod in agreement. Mira's working on that particular issue, not that leadership knows or will allow the use of whatever she's learned, even if it saves the negotiations. Pompous assholes. Devera and Kaori will be back any day. They'll sort out command structure as soon as the Royals ink a treaty that hopefully pardons us for leaving in the first place. Rhi cocks her head as Imogen walks out of the rotunda in front of us, her pink hair skimming her cheekbone as she descends the stone steps. Cardulo, you missed patrol. I was assigned elsewhere by Lieutenant Tavis, Imogen explains, not missing a beat as she comes our way. Her gaze jumps toward me. Sorengale, I need a word. I nod. She was on Zayden duty. See that you're present tomorrow. Rhi walks past Imogen with the other two, then pauses halfway up the steps and glances over her shoulder as the others head inside. Wait, is Mira due back today? Tomorrow. Anxiety ties a pretty little bow around my throat and tugs. It's one thing to form a plan, and quite another to carry it out, especially when the consequences could involve the people I love becoming traitors. Again. Every possible path, Andarna reminds me. Every possible path, I repeat like a mantra and straighten my shoulders. Good. A slow smile spreads across Rhi's face. We'll be in the infirmary when you're done, she promises, then walks up the remaining steps to the rotunda. You told the second years what Mira's up to? Imogen whispers with a sharp bite of accusation. Only the riders, I retort just as quietly. If we get caught, it's treason. But if the Flyers do, it's war, Imogen finishes. Riddick, did you freeze this door shut? Rhi shouts from the top of the steps, yanking on the door handle of the rotunda with her full body weight before marching through its counterpart to her left. Get back here and fix it now! Right, telling them was a solid choice. Imogen rubs the bridge of her nose as Riddick laughs hysterically from inside the rotunda. The four of you are a fucking nuisance. It's going to be a miracle if we can pull this off without getting ourselves executed. You don't have to be involved. I stare her down in a way I never would have dreamed of 18 months ago. I'll do it with or without your help. Feeling snarky, are we? A corner of her mouth tugs upward. Relax. As long as Mira figures out a plan, of course I'm in. She doesn't know how to fail. I can see that. Snow blows across our faces as Imogen's eyes harden. But please say you didn't tell your fearsome foursome everything about why we're doing this. Of course not. I shove my gloves into my pocket. He's still pissed at me for burdening you with the knowledge. Then he should stop doing stupid shit that needs to be covered up. She rubs her hands together in the cold and follows me up the steps. Look, I needed you alone because Garrick, Bodhi, and I talked. Without me? My spine stiffens. About you, she clarifies unapologetically. Even better. I reach for the door. We've decided you need to rethink your sleeping arrangements. My grip tightens on the handle as I contemplate slamming the door in her face. I've decided you can all go fuck yourselves. I'm not running from him. Even in the moments he's lost control, he's never hurt me. He never will. That's what I told them you'd say, but don't be surprised if they keep asking. Good to know you're still predictable, even if Ryerson isn't. How was he this morning? Heat rushes over my face as we walk into the empty rotunda and I push back my hood. Without classes, formation, or any sense of order, the academic wing might sit abandoned, but Commons and the gathering hall are congested with aimless, worried, agitated cadets hoping to survive the next patrol and looking to take their frustrations out on someone else. Every single one of us would kill for a battle brief. Surly and stubborn as always, Imogen answers when we cross into the dormitory, quieting as we pass a group of glaring second years from First Wing, including Caroline Ashton, which means the truth-sayers cleared her. Lucky for us, the steps leading down to the healer quadrant are blessedly empty. You consider telling him what we're up to? He's aware we'll be sent to find Andarna's kind. As for the rest, he doesn't want to know. I nod at a pair of approaching Oration riders out of Third Wing when we reach the tunnels, but wait to speak until we're out of earshot. He's worried about being an unintentional leak, which is ridiculous, but I'm respecting his wishes. I can't wait for him to discover you're leading your own rebellion. She grins as we walk across the enclosed bridge to the healer quadrant. It's not a rebellion, and I'm not leading. Zayden, Dane, Ree, they're leaders. They inspire and command for the good of the unit. I'm just doing whatever it takes to save Zayden. Including the mission to find Andarna's kind? She throws open the door to the healer quadrant and I follow her in. That's different. And I'm not leading as much as I am selecting a leader, hopefully. I glance down the cluttered tunnel, past the quietly sleeping patients dressed mostly in infantry blue, and spot a group of hooded scribes moving among them, no doubt still working to get accurate accounts of the battle. Sounds the same, but it's not. Right. The word drips with sarcasm. Well, message delivered, so I'm done with this conversation. Let me know when Mira gets back. She walks off toward main campus. Give Sawyer my best. And good luck this afternoon. Thanks, I call after her, then turn toward the infirmary. The scent of herbs and metal hits my lungs as I enter through the double doors. I wave at Traeger on my right, who's among the healing-trained flyers doing their best to help where they can. He nods back from a patient's bedside, then reaches for a needle and thread. I continue quickly to the nearest corner, moving from the healers' paths as they scurry in and out of the curtain-lined bays where rows of the injured rest. Riddick's laugh sounds from the last bay as I approach. The pale blue curtains are tied back, revealing a pile of discarded winter flight jackets in the corner and every other second year in our squad crammed around Sawyer's bed. Stop exaggerating, Rhiannon says from the wooden chair near Sawyer's head, shaking her finger at Riddick, who's sitting on the bed right where our squad mate's lower leg used to be. I simply told them that it was our squad's table and they needed to take their cowardly asses back to the First Wing section where they belonged. Riddick finishes for her with another laugh. You didn't really say that. A corner of Sawyer's mouth quirks upward, but it's far from a true smile. She did. I'm careful not to step on Kat's outstretched legs on the floor beside Marin as I move into the cramped space, unbuttoning my flight jacket and tossing it onto the pile. Riders get offended by the weirdest things. Kat arches a dark brow and flips through Markham's history textbook. We have far bigger issues than tables. True, Marin nods, plaiting her dark brown hair into a 4-strand braid. How is patrol, anyway? Sawyer scoots to a more upright position without any help. Quiet, Riddick answers. I'm starting to think we've gotten them all. Or they've managed to flee, Sawyer muses, the light fading from his eyes. You'll be chasing them down soon. Not until we graduate, Ree crosses her legs. They're not sending cadets beyond the borders. Except Violet, of course, who will be off seeking the 7th breed so we can win this war. Riddick glances my way with a shit-eating grin. Don't worry, I'll keep her safe. I can't quite tell if he's teasing or serious. Kat snorts and flips another page. Like they're going to let you go. Guarantee it'll be officers only. No way, Riddick shakes his head. It's her dragon, her rules. Right, Vi? Every head turns in my direction. Assuming they put us on orders, I'll provide a list of people I trust to go. A list that's been through so many drafts, I'm not even sure I'm carrying the right one. You should take the squad, Sawyer suggests. We work best as a team. He scoffs. Who am I kidding? You'll work best as a team. I'm barely climbing stairs. He nods to the crutches beside his bed. You're still on the team. Hydrate. Ree reaches across the bedside table and over a note that looks to be in Jasinia's handwriting to grab a pewter mug. Water's not going to grow my leg back. Sawyer takes it, and the metal handle hisses, forming to his grip. He looks up at me. I know that's a shitty thing to say after you lost your mother. Pain isn't a competition, I assure him. There's always enough to go around. He sighs. I got a visit from Colonel Chandler. My stomach hollows. The commander of the retired riders? Sawyer nods. What? Riddick folds his arms. Second years don't retire. Die, yes. Retire? No. I get that. Sawyer starts. A shrill scream echoes throughout the infirmary in a knee-wavering pitch that's reserved for something far worse than pain. Terror. The silence that follows chills me to the bone, apprehension lifting the hair on the back of my neck as I unsheathe 2 of my daggers and turn to face the threat. What was that? Riddick slides off Sawyer's bed and the others move behind me as I step outside the bay and pivot toward the open infirmary doors. She's dead! A cadet in infantry blue stumbles in and falls to his hands and knees. They're all dead! There's no mistaking the gray handprint marking the side of his neck. Venom. My heart seizes. We haven't found them out on patrol. Because they're already inside. An excerpt from A Study on Signets by Major Dalton Cisneros. The rarest of signets, those that rise once in a generation or century, have manifested concurrently with an equal twice in our records, both critical times in our history, but only once have the 6 most powerful walked the continent simultaneously. As fascinating as that spectacle must have been, I would rather not live to see it happen again. Chapter 2. They're within the walls, Tern bellows. Already figured that out. I swap my daggers for 2 alloy-hilted ones at my thighs and move quickly to hand one to Sawyer. None of us die today. He nods, taking the blade by the hilt. Marin, protect Sawyer, Rhiannon orders. Kat, help whoever you can. Let's go. Guess I'll just stay here, Sawyer calls after us, muttering a swear word as we take off sprinting between the rows of infirmary beds. We're the first to make it to the doors where Winifred holds the wailing infantry cadet by his upper arms. "Violet, don't go out there," she starts. "Lock the doors," I shout as we run through. "Like that's going to stop them?" Riddick challenges as we enter the tunnel. Then all three of us skid to a halt at the sight before us. The blankets on every overflow bed down the hallway have been thrown back, revealing desiccated bodies. My stomach plummets. How did this happen so fast? "Oh, shit." Riddick draws another dagger at my right as two more riders sprint through the infirmary doors behind us. Both from second wing. I reach for Zayden and find his shields not only up, but impenetrable. Frustrating, but fine. I'm perfectly capable of fighting on my own, and I have Riddick and Ree with me. "You do not have a conduit," Taryn reminds me, which means I can't pinpoint my lightning strikes, especially not indoors. I've always been far more accurate with daggers than my own power. Warn whoever's riders guard the wardstone. "Already done," he replies. "Check the bridge," Rhiannon commands the two from second wing, and they take off toward the riders' quadrant. "Bring their bodies outside once you're done killing them so we can roast them for fun," Andarna suggests. "Not right now." I calm my breath and concentrate. "Eyes open," Rhiannon says, her voice as steady as her hand as she pulls an alloy-hilted dagger and moves to my left. "Let's go." Then we move as one. Quiet and quick as we make our way down the hall. I keep my eyes forward as Ree and Riddick check left and right respectively, and their silence tells me all I need to know. There are no survivors. We follow the curve of the tunnel, passing the last cot, and a scribe flies out of the stairwell ahead, his robes billowing behind him as he runs toward us at full speed. I flip the dagger in my hand and pinch it by the tip, my heart starting to beat double time. "Which way did they go?" Ree asks the cadet. The scribe's hood falls back, revealing red-rimmed eyes with spider-webbed veins at his temples. Nope, definitely not a cadet. He reaches beneath his robes, but I've already flicked my wrist by the time he grabs the pommel of a sword. My dagger lodges in the left side of his chest, and his eyes bulge in shock as he falls gracelessly to the tunnel floor. His body shrivels in the span of a heartbeat. "Damn, sometimes I forget how good you are at that," Ree whispers, scanning our surroundings as we move forward. "How did you know?" Riddick asks in the same hushed tone, quickly kicking the husk of a body over and retrieving my blade. A scribe would have run toward the archives. I take the blade back and wrap my hand around the hilt. Thanks. The alloy's hum of power is a little dimmer, but still there, hopefully capable of another killing blow. How many of them had Imogen and I seen on our walk to the infirmary without even realizing? That's how they fed without notice. They're dressed as scribes. Two figures in cream robes approach from the opposite side of the tunnel, mage light shining on their first-year rank, and I prepare to throw again. "Drop the hoods," Ree orders. They both startle, and the cadet on the right lowers her hood quickly, but there's a slight tremble in her counterpart's hands as she complies, her wide blue eyes locked on the body at my feet. "Is that—" she whispers, and her friend wraps an arm around her swaying frame. "Yes." I lower my blade, noting that neither of them carry red in their eyes or at their temples. "Get back to the archives and warn the others." The women turn and run. "Up or down?" Riddick asks, facing the steps. Someone shouts beneath us. "Down," Ree and I say simultaneously. "Great," Riddick rolls his neck. "Down the stairwell to the torture chamber where an untold number of freshly fed dark wielders wait. Good times." He takes the lead, switching his dagger to his left hand and lifting his right in preparation to wield as Rhiannon steps in behind me. We edge down the stairs rapidly, keeping our backs to the stone wall, and I send up a silent thanks to Aaron Norris for building Vesgaiath with stone stairs instead of wooden ones with the potential to creak or burn. "Pay attention to the present, not the past," Taryn lectures. Metal clangs beneath us, the pitch varying from the ting of colliding blades to the ear-grating rasp of steel scraping against stone. But it's the maniacal laughter mixed with grunts of pain that has me hurrying faster, has power rising, crackling along my skin. "Control it," Taryn orders. "Quiet time," I remind him, throwing my shields up to block him, knowing he can still push through if he wants. "Stop playing with your kill and help us get this door open," someone demands from below. If they want a cell door open, they're definitely not on our side. They've come for Jack. "How many guards are on Barlow?" Riddick whispers as we near the turn in the staircase that will expose us to whomever waits beneath. "2." Rhiannon's answer is quickly muffled by the sound of a low and painful scream. "Make that 1, I reply, readying my right hand to throw. The antechamber of the brig comes into view, and my gaze flies over the all-too-familiar space, taking quick stock of our situation. 2 dark wielders dressed in scribe robes yank at the unmoving door handle to Jack's cell, while a female pulls her ruby-hilted sword across the neck of a second lieutenant who's been pinned to the thick table with daggers through his hands, and a 4th stands at the edge of the shadows. Her long silver braid swings free of her hood as her attention whips in our direction, and her eerie red gaze jumps to mine and widens slightly under a faded tattoo on her forehead. My blood chills when a smirk tilts her mouth, distorting the red veins at her temples, and then she disappears. I blink against the sudden breeze that rustles a loosened strand of my braid, then stare at the empty space she'd occupied. At least I think she had. Am I seeing things now? Ree gasps behind me, and my focus jolts to the imprisoned guard. Blood floods the table from the rider's wound, and I swallow back the burn of acid in my throat, catching sight of 2 corpses to the left, one in cream, the other in black. The female with the jeweled sword at the table pivots, her short blonde hair smacking her sharp cheekbones as she turns in our direction, revealing branches of red veins at her temples. I flick my wrist just in case this one disappears too. "Riders!" Her alarm dies with my blade lodged in the middle of her throat. Riddick rushes the 2 at the door, but they're ready, one drawing a sword that Riddick blocks with a thick band of ice. I throw my remaining dagger at the other as I jump the last 2 steps, but the dark-haired Venin moves unnaturally fast, dodging the strike. My blade bounces off the stone wall behind him as I run toward the rider bleeding out on the table. Fuck! Ree leaps over the female's body, headed for Riddick, and I continue on, keeping an eye on the one I missed. The Venin swings his arm, and a shape flies toward me. "Drop Vi!" Riddick shouts, throwing his hand out, palm down, and a chill sweeps over the front of my legs as spikes rush at my face. I hit my knees and slide along a small sheet of ice as the mace whips over my head, slicing through the air with a whistle. "Not the silver hair!" the dark wielder with the sword bellows, and I scramble to my feet, slipping on the blood-covered stone. "We need her!" To control Zayden? Fuck that. I'll never be used against him again. "Mine now!" Ree shouts, and when I glance left, she's swinging the mace at its previous owner, giving me time to get to the twitching rider on the table. "Hold on!" I tell him, reaching for his throat to staunch the bleeding, but I pause as his last breath rattles his chest and he falls limp. He's gone. My heart clenches for all of a beat before I draw 2 more daggers and turn toward my friends. The black-haired Venin moves in a blur, ducking beneath the mace Rhiannon swings, then appears before me like he'd been standing there all along. Fast. They're too damned fast. My heart jolts as I jerk my dagger to his throat, and he studies me with sickening excitement in his red eyes. Power floods my veins, heating my skin and lifting the hair along my arms. "Ah, the lightning wielder. You're a long way from the sky, and we both know you can't kill me with that knife," he taunts, and the veins along his temples pulse as Reese sneaks up behind him, her alloy-hilted dagger poised to strike. Shadows quake at the edges of the chamber, and a corner of my mouth rises. I won't have to. His eyes flare in confusion for all of a millisecond before shadows explode around us, immediately devouring every speck of light in a sea of endless black I instantly recognize as home. A band of darkness wraps around my hips and yanks me backward, then brushes my cheek gently, steadying my galloping heartbeat and quieting my power. Screams fill the chamber, followed by a pair of thuds, and I know without a doubt any threat to my life's been extinguished. A heartbeat later, the shadows retreat, revealing the shriveled bodies of the dark wielders on the floor, alloy-hilted daggers embedded in their chests. I lower my weapons as Zayden strides toward me from the center of the room, the hilts of the 2 swords he keeps strapped to his back peeking above his shoulders. He's in thick winter flight leathers, devoid of any markings but his second lieutenant rank, and speckled with tiny dots of water that tell me he's been out in the snow. Second lieutenant, the same rank as Barlow's guards had been. The same as Garrick, who's standing at the base of the steps behind Xaden and almost every other officer temporarily stationed here to protect Bazgayeth. My heart stutters and my gaze rakes over Xaden's tall, muscled frame, searching for any sign of injury. Gold-flecked onyx eyes meet mine, and my breath stabilizes only when I realize he's unharmed and there isn't a single trace of red to be found anywhere near his irises. He may technically be an initiate, but he's nothing like the Venin we just fought. Gods, I love this man. Tell me something, Violence. A muscle in his square jaw ticks as he stares down at me, rippling the tawny brown skin of his stubbled cheek. Why is it always you? An hour later, we're dismissed from the debrief with the commandant of the Riders' Quadrant, Colonel Panchek, and sent on our way. He doesn't even seem fazed that they were working to rescue Barlow instead of going for the Wardstone. Garrick shoves his hand through his short, dark hair as he descends the staircase of the academic wing ahead of Xaden and me. Maybe it's not the first attempt. Ree glances back over her shoulder at Garrick. It's not like we're getting briefed every day. We aren't safe here. Not that we ever really were. Panchek'll notify the other leadership, right? Riddick asks as we pass the third floor. Melgren already knows. There were only 2 of us down there. Xaden glances pointedly at Garrick's hand, where his rebellion relic peeks out from the sleeve of his uniform. I'm just grateful for the wards Sorengale put in place before she left. Garrick doesn't bother to clarify that he's talking about my sister. Barlow can't hear or see a thing outside that chamber unless someone opens the door, so it's not like he's gathering new intel. From the look of the stones he's drained within the cell, he'll be dead within the week. Xaden tenses at my side and I reach for him mentally, but his shields are thicker than the walls of this fortress. It's not always me, I whisper to Xaden, brushing my hand against his as we continue down the wide spiral staircase, approaching the 2nd floor. Xaden scoffs, then laces his fingers with mine and brings the back of my hand to his perfectly sculpted mouth. It is, he replies just as quietly, punctuating the remark with a kiss. My pulse jumps just like it does every time he puts his lips on my skin, which hasn't happened much in the last couple of weeks. You know, that whole slay them in the darkness thing was badass, Riddick lifts his finger. But I totally had him. You didn't. Xaden strokes his thumb over mine, and Garrick's shoulders shake with a quiet laugh as we descend the final flight of steps to the main entrance. I was about to have him, Riddick argues, shaking that finger. You weren't, Xaden assures him. How could you possibly know that? Riddick drops his hand. Garrick and Xaden exchange a look of sheer exasperation, and I fight a smile. Because you were on one side of the room, Garrick says, but your blade was on the other. A problem I was in the middle of solving, Riddick shrugs, reaching the ground floor with Ree. Xaden pauses, tugging my hand in wordless request that I stay with him, which I do. We should check on the others. Ree glances up at me. You headed to the Great Hall? I nod, and nerves jumble in my stomach. You're ready. You've got this, she says with a flash of a smile. Want us to walk you over? No, go check on the squad, I reply, and Garrick stills a step beneath us. I'll find you afterward. We'll be waiting, Riddick promises over his shoulder as he heads to the left with Ree, disappearing around the corner. Everything all right? Garrick turns our way and studies Xaden's eyes. It will be if you give us 5 minutes alone, Xaden answers. Concern knits Garrick's brow as he glances at me, but he quickly smooths his expression when I nod. For fuck's sake, you trust her to babysit me at night, don't you? Zayden narrows his eyes on his best friend. Don't act like I'm the reason you need to be supervised, Garrick fires back. Shadows creep across the step at our feet. It's fine, I quickly assure Garrick, keeping my hand entwined with Zayden's much larger one. I'm fine, he's fine, all fine. Garrick glances between us, then pivots and moves down the steps. I'll be close by, he warns, turning the corner to the right toward the sparring gym. Damn it. Zayden pulls his hand from mine, then leans back against the wall, his swords clinking against the masonry. His jacket falls open as he rests his head on the stone window frame. I never realized how much I like alone time until I didn't have any. His throat works, and his hands clench at his sides. I'm sorry. I cross the foot of space between us, stepping between his feet and lifting my hand to the side of his neck, right over the magically inked lines of his mark. Don't be. He has every right to worry about leaving me alone with you. He covers my hand with his own and lowers his head, slowly opening those eyes I can never get enough of. I trust you. Not a trace of red to be seen. You shouldn't. He wraps his arm around my waist and tugs me against his body. The contact instantly heats my skin and makes my stomach flip in the best possible way. I'm pretty fucking sure the only reason he and Bodhi aren't sleeping at the foot of our bed is that they know I would have killed them for it before, let alone now. Not that we're doing anything in that bed besides sleeping. I might trust him, but he sure as Dune doesn't trust himself, at least not enough to let go of control in any form. In the spirit of transparency, I should tell you they'd like me to reconsider our sleeping arrangements. I splay my other hand over his warm chest. His eyes flare and his arm tightens around me. Maybe you should. That's not happening. I told Imogen to get fucked. A smile ghosts his mouth. I'm sure you did. They'll stop hovering as soon as you're cured. My gaze skims the carved line of his jaw, then along the rise of his cheekbones to the locks of his black hair that have fallen over his forehead. He's still him. Still mine. His muscles tense beneath my fingers. You ready to meet with the scenarium? Yes, I nod. And don't change the subject. I will find a way to cure you. I put every ounce of my determination into the words and lift my eyebrows at him. Let me in. It isn't a request. To my surprise, he lowers his shields, and the shimmering onyx bond between us solidifies. You wielded your signet today, behind the wards. He nods, dropping his hand from mine and fully wrapping his arms around me. I channeled from Sigale. I savor the feel of his body against mine, but don't push my luck for a kiss. Did she tell you we were in trouble? His gaze falls away, and he shakes his head. She's still not speaking to me. Flying is awkward as fuck. My chest threatens to crack under the weight of the sadness in his tone. I'm so sorry. I slide my hands around the small of his back and hug him, turning my head so his heart beats beneath my ear. She'll come around. Don't count on it, Taryn warns with a growl down the mental pathway that only belongs to us, and I blatantly ignore him. Zayden lowers his chin to the top of my head. She knows I'm not whole. She senses it. I startle and pull back, lifting my hands to hold his face. You're whole, I whisper. I don't know what you paid to access that power, but it didn't change you. It did, he counters, sidestepping down a stair and out of my arms. I can only think of one way to prove it didn't. Do you still love me? I hurl the inquiry at him like a weapon. His gaze snaps to mine. What kind of question is that? Do you still love me? I enunciate every word and lean right into his space just to prove that I'm not intimidated by him. He cups the back of my neck and pulls me within inches of his face, close enough to kiss. I could reach the rank of Maven, lead armies of dark wielders against everyone we care for, and watch every vein in my body turn red as I channel all the power in the continent, and I would still love you. What I did doesn't change that. I'm not sure anything can. See? You're still you. My gaze drops to his mouth. Telling me you're capable of horrible things while still loving me is pretty much your idea of foreplay. His eyes darken, and he hauls me closer until only his own obstinance separates our lips. That should scare the shit out of you, Violet. It doesn't. I rise on my toes and brush my lips over his. Nothing about you scares me. I won't run, Xaden. Damn it. He drops his hand and retreats a step, putting space between us again. With my shields up, I didn't know you were in the interrogation chamber until I was halfway down the stairs. What? I blink. Then how did you know to come help? Silence stretches between us, and a prickle of apprehension makes me shift my weight, aggravating my lower back. I sensed them, he finally answers. The same way they sense me. My stomach pitches, and I reach for the wall, splaying my palm over the rough-hewn stone to keep my balance. That's not possible. It is. He nods slowly, watching me. That's how I know I've changed. How Garrick and I have managed to slay more than a dozen of them this week. I can feel them calling to me. Just like I can feel the source pulsing beneath my feet with its incomparable power. Because I'm one of them. His eyes narrow. Scared yet? An excerpt from Recovered Unsent Correspondence of General Lilith Sorengale. Sometimes I worry about Violet. She has your sharp wit, quick mind, and steadfast heart, paired with my bull-headed tenacity. When she finally and truly gives that heart, I fear it will overrule the other gifts you've given her, and logic will cede its voice to love. And if her first 2 liaisons are any indication of what we might expect, God's help her, my love. I'm afraid our daughter has atrocious taste in men. Chapter 3. Xaden can sense them. My fingernails bend slightly when my hand flexes along the grout line, holding on for dear life as my mind spins. But just because he can sense them doesn't mean he gave up part of his soul, right? It's there in his eyes watching me, waiting for me to reject him or worse, push him away like I did after Resin. Maybe it's more dire than I thought, but he's still whole, still him, just with heightened senses. I shove my stomach right back where it belongs and hold his stare. Scared of you? I shake my head. Never. You will be, he whispers, looking over my features like he needs to memorize them. Your 5 minutes are up, Garrick says from the base of the steps, and Violet has a meeting to get to. Xaden's expression shifts into something dangerous as he glares at his best friend and leans away from me. She told you we think you should sleep somewhere else, didn't she? Garrick rolls his neck like he's preparing for a fight. She did. Xaden starts down the steps and I follow. And I'll tell you the same thing she said to Imogen. Get fucked. Figured. Garrick turns a pleading look on me and I smile back as we walk out of the academic wing and into the surprisingly empty rotunda, crossing between 2 dragon pillars. Thought you'd at least be logical, Violet. Me? You're the ones acting based on feelings and with no evidence whatsoever. My decision to trust him is based purely on the facts of our proven history. As much as I appreciate the concern, Zayden drawls, his voice edging on icy. You try to dictate the occupants of Violet's bed again, and we're going to have problems. Garrick shakes his head at his best friend but drops the subject as we make our way to main campus, passing through the chaotic cleanup near the infirmary. The death roll in the infantry quadrant will be painfully long tomorrow. For someone who's about to face the highest-ranking aristocracy in the kingdom, you seem pretty calm, Sorengale, Garrick remarks as we cross onto the thick red carpet of the administration building. The hallway is cramped with people in tunics of various colors waiting for talks to resume, identified only by the heraldry embroidered on cross-body sashes that remind me of our dress uniforms. Our own provinces are easy to recognize, and I even spot Breivik's as heads begin to turn in our direction. I've known this was coming, and I have a plan. 2 weeks is a lot of time to overthink every possible scenario. I reply as the crowd slowly parts to the side of the hall in what I've come to think of as the Zayden effect. I can't blame them for staring. He's gorgeous. I can't blame them for backing up either. He's not only terrifyingly powerful, he's known to be responsible for splitting Navarre's riot and providing weapons to poor O'Meal. Safe to say not every gaze trained on him, on any of the three of us, is friendly. You're sure this is what you want? Zayden asks as we approach the massive double doors of the Great Hall. It's what she wants, I tell him, and one of the guards adorned with the crest of Caldeer slips into the hall, no doubt to announce our arrival. And it's what we need. You still up for coming with? I glance at him. Even beyond the wards? The magical barrier is doing more than protecting us from him. It's protecting him from himself. His jaw flexes. Even beyond the wards, he confirms as we reach the doors and the remaining stone-faced guard in infantry blue. I assume you're expecting me? I ask the guard. You will wait to be escorted, Cadet Sorengale, she replies without looking my way. Pleasant. I'm starting to think twice about this meeting, Garrick says from Zayden's other side, his gaze scanning the heavily armed crowd in the hallway. She's been invited to appear before the Cenarium alone, and we haven't exactly been pardoned for leaving Bezgaeth and taking a large portion of the riot. Brennan might be sitting in on the treaty negotiations on behalf of Erasia, but we don't have a seat on the council. Anything could happen to Violet in there. Already thought about that, I assure him. They need me alive for Andarna's sake, if not Tairn's. I'll be fine. She has Llewellyn in there representing Tyrrendor and can set the whole damn place on fire with a wave of her hand. Zayden adds, folding his arms and glowering at the guard. I'm more concerned for their safety than hers. The door on the right opens, and the other guard walks through. My stomach twists when General Melgren appears in the doorway, his beady eyes narrowing as he looks down his beak of a nose at me. Cadet Sorengale, the Cenarium is ready to receive you. His gaze darts to Garrick, then Zayden. Alone. I'll be right out here. Zayden's tone slips into menace, deterred by these wooden doors that hang an inch off the ground. Subtle. I fight the tug at the corner of my mouth. Melgren gestures me inside, but doesn't take his eyes off Zayden. Never going to be, he replies as I walk into the hall. I have every faith in your ability to protect yourself, but say the word and I'll rip the doors off their hinges. You're such a romantic. I quickly take in the new furniture arrangement of the familiar room, finding a long trestle table running the length of the hall with dozens of chairs, no doubt to accommodate the negotiations. 6 nobles dressed in lushly embroidered tunics and gowns sit facing me at the closest end, representing each of Navarre's 6 provinces. I know them all thanks to my mother, but only the one on the far left offers me a tired smile as I approach the center of their grouping and place my hands on the back of the chair. Llewellyn. Any last-minute additions? I ask Andarna as Melgren walks around the table and sits to the right of the Duchess of Moraine. Nothing that comes to mind, she responds. Here we go. Let's make this quick, the Duchess of Moraine snaps in a high-pitched voice from the right, a giant ruby jostling along her collarbone when she heaves a sigh. We have 3 days to save these negotiations and need every hour of it. I couldn't agree more, I start. We've been briefed by General Melgren and conferred with the king. The Duke of Chaldeer interrupts directly across from me, stroking his short blonde beard. As of this moment, you will be assigned to a... He glances at Melgren. What did you call it? A task force, Melgren supplies, sitting eerily still as he studies me. Task force, the Duke repeats, which will embark on a quest to find and recruit the 7th dragon breed with an aim to increase our numbers and hopefully provide insight into killing the venin. I reach into the pocket of my uniform and pull out 2 folded pieces of parchment. I hold up the first. Should we agree to participate, this is a list of Andarna's demands. The Duchess of Elsum raises her dark brows, and the Duke of Lucerys recoils. You are not in a place to make demands, the Duchess of Moraine admonishes. While we owe your mother a debt of gratitude, you are still considered a deserter. A deserter who saved this college, our wards, and our kingdom. Not to mention took on multiple venin within these walls a few hours ago, all of which I've done without falling under Navarian chain of command. I tilt my head. Makes it hard to assign me to anything, as none of you commands the Aratian riot. And they're not my demands, they're hers. The return of our riot is a matter still in negotiation. Melgren glances down the table at Llewellyn. This assignment is being made in good faith, with the understanding that the riot will remain at Basgiath. Llewellyn, seeing as you've secretly represented Aratia for years, which is a separate issue this council has yet to address, perhaps you'd be willing to read her demands? The rebuke has most of the aristocrats shifting in their seats. Llewellyn holds out his hand, and I give him the folded list. Step 1, complete. A smile tugs at the corner of his lined mouth as he reads. Some of these are quite unique. As is she, I reply, launching into step 2. I will take 6 riders. You will take no one, Melgren interrupts. You are a second-year cadet who will only be allowed to participate because we need your dragon. It has already been decided that Captain Grady will lead the task force, due largely to his experience behind enemy lines. My stomach sinks. My RSC professor? No, this is not how this was supposed to go. I grasp the list that has Mira's name inked at the top. The same, Melgren nods. He's been made aware, and you can expect to hear from him once we've settled the Peromish alliance and its requirements, and he's configured the squad of his choosing. His choosing. Power rises within me, simmering in my blood. Which will at least include Lieutenant Ryerson, correct? The aristocrats all look to Melgren. Ryerson's involvement will be at Grady's discretion. Melgren stares back at me unflinching. Tern and Sigale can't be separated, I argue. Which would suggest Ryerson will be among his selections, Melgren states, with about as much emotion as a tree. No wonder Mom liked him so much. But again, it's at the captain's discretion. Captain's discretion. My blood hums. Determining the members of the squad is one of Andarna's demands. In every scenario I'd thought through, Andarna's compliance had always been the card I'd mentally played. Then it's one that won't be met. Melgren folds his hands in his lap. It's a non-negotiable military operation, not a class field trip. We won't go, Tern states. We have to go, Andarna argues, her voice rising. The parchment crumbles in my hand. She's right. We have to go. Andarna deserves this first and foremost. But if there's any chance they know how to defeat the venin or how to cure Xaden, then we truly have no choice. Every possible path. which means we have to give.
Shall we consider the matter settled? The Duke of Chaldeer asks.
Absolutely the fuck not.
It is, Melgren states.
Only if you meet the rest of Endarna's demands. I lift my chin. I think both she and Tern have shown they're more than willing to walk, if not fly, away from Basgaeth. Melgren's nostrils flare, and I bite back a crow of victory.
We will consider approving her other requests.
Then it's settled, the Duke of Chaldeer announces.
Excellent. This development should help smooth negotiations.
At least letting the flyers enter the quadrant would help, I add, frustration burning in my chest.
When they can't even wield to protect themselves, Melgren scoffs. The riders will eat them alive.
Isn't that one of
Poromil's arguments against leaving those additional forces with us?
The Duchess of Moraine asks, and Melgren nods. They aren't forces. They're cadets in need of the protection of the wards. The Duke scratches his neck.
We'll think on it. The flyers handling themselves in the quadrant would go a long way towards smoothing that negotiation point.
My thoughts exactly.
You're dismissed, cadet, Melgren orders.
I'll walk you out, Llewellyn says, pushing away from the table and rising to his feet. I slip the mangled list into my pocket and cross the cobblestones to the door, trying to pick up the pieces of my shattered expectations. There's no telling if we'll be able to trust whoever Grady selects for the squad.
I'll work on these,
Llewellyn says quietly, raising the list of Endarna's demands.
And in the meantime, he reaches into his tunic and retrieves a palm-size missive. I was asked to give you this privately.
Thank you, I respond out of habit, taking the parchment. He knocks twice on the door, and I depart through the one the guard gestures me through on the left. Opening the missive, I walk into the hall, recognizing Takaris's sprawling handwriting.
You have 3 days to hold up your end of our bargain.
Fuck. That's not an option. I look up and find every member of my squad waiting, a wall of black and brown holding back a sea of colorful tunics and gowns.
How did it go? Imogen asks.
Give her a second, re-lectures. My gaze sweeps over them as the door shuts behind me, and then I lock eyes with Xaden, who is crossing the distance between us. The plan went to shit. Which means the one I'm holding in my hand can't fail. Morning light pours in through my window, and I slowly blink awake to the sound of the campus bells chiming 8 times. Snow sits stacked on the sill, but the skies beyond are blue for the first time since solstice. Holy shit, I didn't just sleep, I slept in. Maybe it was hitting the gym last night with Imogen, or the emotional letdown after I'd vented with Ree and Tara about why Grady was the worst possible choice to lead Endarna's mission, but I didn't wake once, thank gods. I must have drifted off after settling into bed with the book on Navarian imports predating the trade agreement of Ressin that Jacinia had tossed at me when I'd shown up to visit Sawyer, still seething. Lifting my head from the pillow, I spot the closed book on my nightstand, my page marked by one of Xaden's daggers. A slow smile curves my mouth at his thoughtfulness. Guess I'd been asleep by the time he made it to bed after his daily meeting with Brennan, Llewellyn, and, as of yesterday afternoon, Duke Lindell, who fostered Xaden and Liam. I turn under the warmth of the blankets, fully expecting to find Xaden wide awake given the hour. But he's fast asleep, with one arm curled around his pillow, and the other with its freshly pink scar lying on the blanket between us. My heart clenches, and staring seems the only logical action, if only for just a few moments. Gods, is he beautiful. His face is softened in sleep, and all the tension he usually carries in his jaw, his shoulders, is strikingly absent. The last week has been hard on him, being constantly torn between his duties as a rider and navigating the responsibility he carries for Erasure in a space that doesn't recognize it. I fight the urge to touch him. He's slept like shit since the battle, too, and if he can get even just another few minutes, he should have it. As slowly and silently as possible, I scoot toward my side of the bed and sit up, letting my feet dangle just above the floor. My hair is still partly damp from braiding it right after my bath last night, and I make quick, quiet work of running my brush through it so it has a prayer of drying before it's time to head out into the cold. Once I set the brush back on the nightstand, I stretch with a speed a sloth would be proud of. A band of shadow wraps around my waist a second before my hair is swept to the side, and Xaden sets his lips to the juncture of my neck and shoulder in an open-mouthed kiss. Yes. I gasp as an immediate flare of heat races down my spine at the lash of his tongue, the scrape of his teeth, and my head falls back against his shoulder. He moves straight to the hypersensitive spot at the side of my neck like my body is a map only he has the key to. And I spear my fingers into his hair as my back arches. Damn, he knows exactly how to take me from the ground to sky fucking high in less than a handful of heartbeats. Mine, he growls against my skin, and his hand skims the hemline of my nightdress before dragging it up my thigh. Mine, I counter, tightening my grip in his hair. He laughs into my neck, the sound low and intoxicating as his hand crosses over the juncture of my thighs, then grabs hold of my hip and tugs. My fingers slip from his hair, and the room spins before my back hits the center of the bed. Then, he's all I see, rising above me with a wicked smile in nothing but loose sleeping pants, sliding his hard thigh between mine. Yours, he says like a promise, and my breath catches at the intensity in his eyes. Gods, it feels like my chest is going to crack open when he looks at me like that. I love you so much it hurts. I slide my hands down the warm, bare skin of his chest, my fingertips ghosting the scar over his heart and down to the rigid lines of his stomach. He draws a sharp breath through his teeth. Good, because that's exactly how I love you too. His thigh moves between mine with exquisite friction, and then he's all over me, erasing every one of my thoughts except how I can get him closer. His hands stroke every curve, his mouth caresses every inch of skin down to my neckline. Need races through my veins like flame, igniting every nerve ending, then flaring bright as his teeth graze the tip of my breast through the fabric of my nightdress. I whimper and lace my fingers behind his neck. Holy shit, do I need this man? That's one of my favorite sounds. His words wrap around my mind as his hand glides up my thigh, slipping under my nightdress to toy with the line of my underwear, and I fucking melt. Second only to those little gasps you make in the moments before you come. His knuckles brush over my clit through the infuriating layer of fabric between us, and my hips rock as his mouth moves to my other breast. There are too many damned clothes between us. He lifts his head to watch me as his fingers dip beneath the barrier of my underwear. Then, he's right there, stroking and teasing, slipping over my clit, and finally, thank fucking gods, giving me the exact pressure I need. Xaden, I moan, and my head thrashes on the pillow as power whips through me, racing down every bone, every vein, every inch of my skin. Changed my mind. He slides 2 fingers inside me. That's my favorite sound. His fingers stroke deep, then curl upward as he withdraws just enough. My breath hitches, and a corner of his mouth rises into a smirk that has my walls clenching around his talented fingers. Power hums, spiraling into a tight coil within me, and my hands slip to clutch his shoulders, pressing into his rebellion relic. How do you want me to take you, Violet? His brow furrows as he adds his thumb against my clit, and the energy gathering within me vibrates. Here on your back with me above you?
before me on your hands and knees with your ass in the air, against the wall so I can drive harder, astride so you can control the pace? Tell me. Control? That's only illusion when it comes to being with him. The second he touches me, I'm his to do with however he wants. All of it. I'm on fire in the sweetest way possible, and his words fan the flames. I don't care how he gets inside me. I only care that it's right fucking now. His eyes flare. I can feel it. I can feel you. He stares for a second longer, then lowers his head to mine, hovering an inch or two above my lips, and quickens the pace of his fingers, winding me so tight I know the only way I'll survive is to shatter. Bright and hot and fucking perfect. And I want all of him. His cock, not just his fingers. I can feel just how hard he is against my thigh, and I need him, moving within me, with me, unraveling wild and unhinged. I just can't find those words, not when he's set on making me speechless. I grasp for the shimmering onyx that connects our minds and pour my pure, acute need into it as my breath comes faster and faster. Violet, he groans, and lines etch between his brow as his jaw flexes, as if he's holding himself back. Why would he be fighting this? Fighting us? I'm his, but he's mine too. Doesn't he remember how good we are together? Holding the bond with a vice-like grip, I recall the armoire cracking against my back, the sublime feel of him pounding into me, hard and so damn deep, both of us lost in the other, breathing the same heated air, living for nothing but the peak of the next thrust. The power coiled within me starts to burn, flushing my skin and threatening to incinerate everything I am if I don't let it go. Gods, how it would feel to have that soft brush of his shadows all over my skin, enveloping me with 1,000 caresses as His forehead falls against mine and he trembles, sweat beading on his forehead. Fuck. Love. There's something about hearing that guttural groan, all rasp and desperation, that hurtles me over the edge with the next stroke of his fingers. I try to hold it close, but power snaps, and light flashes to my left as I shatter. Shadow floods the space for a stuttered heartbeat as pleasure crests and waves, pulling me under and dragging me to the surface again and again. I catch the scent of burned wood, and Xaden whips both his hands to the headboard above me. The torture twisting his face sobers me up in less than a second. He looks like he's in unbearable pain. Xaden? I whisper, reaching for him. Don't. It comes out half demand and all plea. My hands fall to my chest, and when I trip down our bond, it's faded and sealed by a wall of chilled onyx. What's happening? I need space. He bites out the words. All right. I get out from under him and scurry off the bed, immediately spotting the scorched crack in the nightstand. At least I'm getting better at not setting the trees on fire. Is this far enough? Not sure the Isle Kingdoms would be far enough, he mutters, slowing his breath. What the fuck? I'm sorry? I watch in utter confusion as he gathers his control, then nods like he's certain of himself again. I forgot. He slowly lets go of the headboard and sits back on his heels, gripping his thighs, then letting his hands fall at his sides. I woke up and saw you sitting there, and it was the most natural thing in the world to reach for you, but I'm not natural anymore. Fuck, I'm so sorry, Violet. Oh, I forgot too. The second he put his mouth on me. You have nothing to apologize for, and don't say you're not natural. Wait, my mouth curves. This is a totally solvable problem. In fact, I think you just did us a favor. I take a single step toward the bed, and his head snaps in my direction. Nothing bad happened, Xaden. You just had your hands all over me, inside me, and I'm perfectly fine. Give me 2 seconds to crawl across this bed, and you'll be gloriously fine, too. His eyes slide shut, and he gestures to the headboard. Not fine. My gaze narrows on the dark wood, and I have to lean in a little to finally see 2 faint marks of discoloration, barely a shade lighter than the original stain, right where his thumbs had been. I cover my stomach with my hand, like that can keep it from sinking. Did he just channel?
An excerpt from Sharpen the Talon, A Professor's Guide by Colonel Tispany Calthea. There are 2 reasons rider cadets are not given the same summer and winter leave as others. Firstly, civilians do not react well to dragons casually roaming their villages. Secondly, raising tigers for war requires locking their cages, lest they turn on each other. Or you.
Chapter 4. I shake my head at the 2 subtle marks. That's nothing, it's barely there. And his eyes look exactly the same from this distance. Whatever he did wasn't even close to what had happened during the battle. Because I stopped. He climbs off the far side of the bed and retreats until the back of his thighs hit my desk. The second your power rose, I felt it and remembered why I'd promised myself I wasn't going to touch you. And I thought if I could at least take care of you, that would be enough for me. But then, I was so fucking close. He white-knuckles the edge of my desk and brings his gaze to mine. I can't afford to lose control around you. Not even the edge of it. He glances toward the headboard. Not like that. Not at all. My chest aches and I breathe deeply to slow my racing heart. If he truly channeled... Can I come over there? I won't touch you. He nods. I'm all right now. Firmly under control. I cross the cold floor in my bare feet and put myself directly in front of him, sighing with relief when I don't find a trace of red in his eyes. No red. His shoulders dip. Good. I locked it down pretty quick and didn't even feel myself taking anything, but I obviously did. Sandpaper takes more than you did. I look back at the headboard just to be sure I wasn't imagining things. I can barely see it, and only because I'm looking. I took it without thinking, without choice. And if it had been you? He tucks my hair behind my ear. I would never have forgiven myself. He heaves a heavy sigh. The ache in my chest only sharpens. Are you going to go all broody and try to pull away from me? Because fair warning, I'm not going to let that happen. No. The corners of his mouth rise. I just think we've been right to steer clear of activities where I can't be trusted to keep control. It's the only way you're safe, and as much as I want you to run, I'm too selfish to give you up. I nod slowly, since it's not like I'm going to argue with what's obviously his line. And just so you know, that memory of yours was really fucking hot. I loved every second of it. He swallows and grips both sides of the desk again, like he already regrets his decision. My brow knits. I'm not quite sure how I even did it. Is the thought sharing an intrinsic thing or a bond thing? It's happened more than once with us. A corner of his mouth rises and his grip relaxes. No fucking clue. I've never tried it with anyone else. His smirk shifts to a full smile, and I breathe a little easier. The first time I was sitting in tactics and couldn't get you out of my damned head. Then you reached out, struggling to wield, when you'd all but set the whole campus on fire the night before. And I just let the memory play, partly to help you, but mostly so you'd be in the same hell I was in. There's zero guilt in the admission. Now let's get dressed. We probably slept through breakfast. We get ready in relative normalcy, considering what just happened. I wrap my knee quickly, going above and below my kneecap to hold it in place, then finish dressing. By the time I slip my armor on over my undershirt, Zayden is there, lacing it on just as efficiently as when he takes it off, though one takes considerably longer than the other. You were out late last night, I say as he works his way to the tie. Anything to do with Duke Lindell being here? Yeah, he tugs gently, and my shoulders straighten. Makes me glad you're sleeping here, I note, and his fingers still. All 3 of the highest houses of Tyrrendor are here, 2 of whom are known to hold allegiance only to the province, and the 3rd is suspected. I glance over my shoulder at him. Was it not Lindell who made sure you and Liam were trained to enter the quadrant? Zayden nods. It was, though Llewellyn had a hand in it too. My brows rise. I'm sure it's crossed Melgren's mind that he could wipe the slate clean. There's a lot of chaos in these halls and almost no one of rank to notice. Be careful. I say those 2 words with my eyes. He nods again and goes back to situating the corset, and I face forward. Killing me isn't required to annihilate the Tyrish aristocracy. Officially, I'm just a lieutenant who has no place in any of the negotiations, and yet I'm supposed to speak for Horatia according to your brother. All done. He ties the corset strings, then shocks the shit out of me by placing a kiss beneath my ear before he walks to the weapons rack by the door. Thanks. Do you want to? I ask, tugging my uniform top on and buttoning it. Sit in on the negotiations? He asks, shrugging on his back sheaths. Speak for Horatia, all of it. I cross the room, starting to braid my hair into its usual coronet on my way to the desk, and he looks at me with an expression I can't read. You said you were happy with the way things were running, but I don't know if anyone ever asked you. His brow furrows. The assembly runs Horatia. I just own the house, which is probably a good thing since I'm, well, Venin. Great on the battlefield, but not a good governing quality. I lock every muscle to keep from flinching, then continue braiding. Anyway, we're trying to work out the terms of the riot staying, and Llewellyn seems to think he can at least get my father's sword back from Tari. But it all feels tangled. If we don't stay, poor Emil walks. If Navarre can't protect the flyers here at Bezgaeth, poor Emil walks. If anyone murders anyone, which happens a lot around here, poor Emil walks, I guess, reaching for the pins on my desk to secure the braid in place, and most definitely noticing that he used the term we. It's on the tip of my tongue to tell him I'll be actively working on one of those things in the next 48 hours. But he doesn't want to know, and losing control a few minutes ago isn't going to help that stance. Exactly. And 2 of the third-year flyers had a run-in with First Wing last night near the Great Hall that left everyone bloody. He starts sheathing his daggers along his thighs. If Tari isn't willing to take civilians, then poor Emil has nothing to gain by promising not to attack our outposts. The only incentives are weapons and keeping the flyers safe. Both of which can be achieved by an alliance with only Horatia, I note, as Zayden begins putting my daggers in place, slipping them into the sheaths at my thighs and the ones sewn into my uniform along my ribs. Now who sounds like the separatist? His mouth quirks. If we had stable wards, maybe. But we know they're faltering. And even if they weren't, the last time Tyrandor attempted to secede, it didn't go... He cocks his head to the side like he's listening, then storms toward the door, whipping it open. Are you fucking kidding me? Neither of us has even used a bathing chamber yet. Ah, there's the hard ass everyone else gets. I don't fight the urge to smile. There's a huge part of me that likes that I'm the only one who gets his softer edges. Who is it? I ask, grabbing my flight jacket off the back of the chair. You're in there with my little sister and you're asking me if I'm kidding you? Brennan snaps back. Usually, I consider myself pretty understanding about the fact that you sleep in her bed, and I look the other way when you 2 attach yourselves at the face. But we have a meeting in 30 minutes, and I need to talk to you before then. Good morning, Brennan, I call out, slipping my arms into my flight jacket. Hey, Violet, he answers. I have a patrol, Zayden says. He does, Garrick adds from somewhere behind Brennan. How many people are out here? I duck under Zayden's arm and my brows rise. The hallway is packed. Brennan, Garrick, Llewellyn, Bodhi, and Imogen are all waiting. The days of negotiation have worn on both Llewellyn and Brennan, darkening the circles under Brennan's eyes and thickening the salt and pepper stubble on Llewellyn's strong jaw, as though he's been too tired or too busy to shave. Did someone die? Why didn't any of you knock? Because she's mean. Garrick nods toward Imogen, who's leaned up against the wall to my right. She needs to fucking sleep. She cocks her head to the side at him. Given how rested you look, I'm guessing you got plenty of that in Nina Schrensauer's bed last night. How disappointing for her. Damn, Bodhi fights to smother a laugh. A slow smile spreads across Garrick's face and a dimple pops in his left cheek. Careful, Imogen, you sound a little jealous. Who the hell would be jealous of a flyer? Her pointed glare promises a quick death. Right. Brennan rubs the bridge of his nose and Llewellyn walks away, shaking his head. Look, we just need Ryerson. Seriously, figure your shit out, kids. We're in the middle of a war, Mira says from the end of the short hallway, her cheeks red and goggle lines still fresh in her skin. I instantly grin. You made it! Thank you, Amari. We have 48 hours and a shot. I thought you were due back tonight at the earliest. Brennan raises his reddish eyebrows. Tiny was feeling spry. Mira's smile could cut glass, but at least she's trying. It took her months to let him back in after she found him alive. Who knows how long she'll need to get over losing our mother on what she considers to be Brennan's watch. I bring news and a few missives. I need everyone to leave now so I can know exactly what the news is. Thank you, Brennan says to Mira, then turns to Xaden. This is more important than patrol. Xaden's hand skims my lower back as he walks into the hall, then follows Brennan to the main hallway where Llewellyn waits, Garrick close on his heels. Anything I should know about? Bodhi asks, two lines appearing between his brows as Mira slings her pack from her shoulder. We're good, Brennan assures him as the foursome turns the corner and disappears. Good to feel needed, Bodhi mutters, stepping closer as Mira completes our own huddle. Guess we'll be taking the patrol, Imogen. Did you figure it out? I ask Mira, unable to take another second. First, Felix sent a gift. She retrieves a conduit from her bag and hands it to me with a smile. Oh, thank the gods. I sigh with relief as my fingers curl around the metal-rimmed glass orb that gives me a semblance of control over my signet. And then there's this. That little spark of hope behind my ribs fans straight into a flame when Mira pulls a wooden, runed practice disc from her satchel. Trissa's a genius. My jaw drops. There are 3 runes tempered into the disc, 1 for levitation in the middle, then 2 in overlapping layers for what appear to be sound shielding and warmth. The outermost line, warmth, is broken by a small green shoot of new growth. How did you do it? It's almost impossible to keep my tone down. After being nearly blown up and hurled like a projectile, a smile lifts the corners of her mouth. We altered the material the rune is tempered into without destroying it, truly changing its form. Turns out, Kylan is an agrarian, Mira says. Battle Axe is a plant wielder? I whisper. You don't have to whisper, Vi, Mira grins. The sound shield is still active even though we nullified the warmth rune. It should cover us to almost the edge of the hall. Are you sure? I ask. I'm sure. It's cool to the touch, and Mira places a gold coin over the center of the levitation rune, and it floats. Nullifying a rune is mind-blowing. Figuring out how to do it without affecting the others? Incredible. We've got it. It's not without risk, but we can do it. My heart starts to pound. We can save the negotiations. The flyers will stay, and I can keep my deal with Takaris. If they agree, Imogen says slowly, which, you know they won't. Incoming, Bodhi announces, tilting his chin toward the hallway. Brennan slowly makes his way toward us, his gaze focused on the floor like he's deep in thought. We're heading out. Don't tell the others yet. Mira rushes, shoving the disc in her pack at her feet. We have to give the Cenarium a chance to do the right thing, and the fewer people who know, the fewer people who are executed for treason. Bodhi and Imogen both nod, and I blink as they start walking away. Hey, what did you need? Why were you waiting? I ask Imogen. Bodhi crams his hands in his pockets and continues walking, and Imogen glances sideways at Brennan as they pass. Just wanted to make sure you were getting some sleep, she calls back as they turn the corner and disappear. Bodhi, Garrick, Imogen. My stomach tightens. They were checking to make sure Xaden hadn't killed me. You look like shit, Mira says as Brennan reaches us. I feel like shit. He rubs a hand over his face. Paromish politics are nothing like ours. I only have a few minutes before I need to get back in there and beg Signeson to stay at the table. Neither side speaks the language of middle ground. I would think not wanting to be killed by Venin would encourage them to learn quickly, Mira states, tilting her head just like our mother, which tightens my throat. You would think, he shakes his head. The only thing everyone can agree on is that the Flyers will be allowed to tour the quadrant today with their squad's first-year riders. Apparently they're not as threatening. And the task force going with you, he says to me. Where exactly is she going? Mira snaps, moving to my side. We're being sent to find the rest of Endarna's kind, I answer for Brennan. You what? Her eyes widen to impossible proportions. Endarna wants to. I should have told you before you left, but the Empyrean hadn't approved it yet. Guilt thickens my throat at her stricken expression. She was always going to go. At least Endarna was able to make some demands this way. You let this happen? She glares at Brennan. Mira, I start. Quiet, cadet. The officers are speaking, she snaps. Rude. Beyond our needs, Queen Mariah hopes the 7th breed might know how to defeat the Venin, given the age of Endarna's egg. He's not far off from our own train of thought. Mira, that hope is all that's keeping poor O'Meal at the table, and we're still negotiating for Flyer safety and conferencing with Navarre for the Eurasian cadets to stay. You know, behind the functioning wards. This is more complicated than it looks. Mira bristles. Simple question. Did you tell them over your dead body is our sister flying through what's likely enemy-controlled, wyvern-filled territory on a fool's errand? They should worry more about what will happen when we do find them, Taryn growls. If a den of our kind chose to leave, chose to hide, they will not welcome our intrusion. You don't know that, Hurt laces Endarna's argument. You are naive to assume otherwise. His tone sharpens and Endarna slams our pathways shut. She needs to prepare herself, he says, and so do you. There's every chance this mission will kill us. Or it could save us all, freaking pessimist. He couldn't say no. My grip tightens on the conduit. Aracia needs another of Endarna's kind to fire their wardstone. Mira whips her face toward mine, horror widening her eyes before they quickly narrow back on our brother. Is that why you sent me off to evaluate the status of the wards? So you'd know how long you have before using our sister like a gaming chip? That is not how it happened, his jaw ticks. I'm trying to support what she wants. It's not happening. We have 6 months, Brennan. She digs into her pack and retrieves a bundle of missives, then shoves them at his chest, hitting him right next to his Aeserai name tag. Given the rate they're diminishing, I calculate 6 months before total collapse, if we're lucky. Finding Endarna's kind could take decades. By the time she finds them, if she finds them, Aracia's gone. You'd be risking Violet's life for nothing. My stomach hits the floor. 6 months? I figured we'd at least have a year or two before the wards gave out. That path's timeline just got complicated, but I'll be damned if Xaden loses his home twice. 6 months? Brennan's gaze darts between Riddick's and Rhee's doors as if he's performing calculations in his head. No. This is the kind of mission riders don't return from. Mira draws back, studying our brother like he's a stranger. Well, that's comforting. This is bigger than the 3 of us. Hundreds of thousands of civilians are under attack in Poromil. He shoves the missives into his chest pocket and sighs. Of course I don't want her in danger, and they won't let me go with her. I already asked.
Find another way. Mira shakes her head. You can't trade Violet's life for strangers.
Now you sound like Mom. The words fly from his mouth, and to his credit, he immediately winces when both Mira and I gasp. Shit. He hangs his head. You dare mention our mother when you won't even wear it. She grabs the ruined disc from her pack and throws it at our brother, smacking him square in the chest. He fumbles to catch it.
Look at what I've been doing this week, Lieutenant Colonel Asarai.
Not sure Mom would approve. Crap. This is not the cool, calm plan we discussed presenting to our brother. His brows knit as he studies the disc. I don't understand.
We found a way to keep the flyers at Bezgaeth safely, she says.
He keeps looking at it, and I see the moment the truth hits him. The blood drains from his face and his mouth slackens.
You want to? Yes. And you should find a mirror, Mira interrupts, earning his attention. Sacrificing members of our family for what's considered the greater good is a weapon straight out of Mom's arsenal.
She walks away without another word. I pat his shoulder. Take it to the Cenarium. They'll never agree. You and I both know it's the only way to forge this alliance. He nods. That's what I'm afraid of.
An excerpt from Chapter 1, The Tactical Guide to Defeating Dragons, by Colonel Elijah Jobin. Never forget that dragon riders have been selected, trained, and even bred for cruelty. Expecting mercy from a rider is a mistake, for none will be given. Chapter 5. A few hours later, I'm pretty sure this has been the longest day of my entire life. The gathering hall is less than a quarter full and the perfect place to wait for news. So that's what the three of us do while Sawyer naps in the first year's tour with the Flyers. Sit, with our backs to the wall in case some Navarian rider decides that they want to make a point, and wait for Brennan and Mira to bring news. Xaden hasn't returned either. Not knowing if more Venin could be running around campus is terrifying, but at least if there are, Xaden will sense them. The thought is oddly comforting. That Venin by Jack's cell had silver hair, I mutter, setting my dagger to an apple and peeling it in one long ribbon. That's weird, right? Everyone's hair eventually turns gray. That's the least weird thing about yesterday's attack. How long are we supposed to wait to see if they charge us with treason? Riddick drums his fingers on the thick oak table. Let's just go with Plan B already before another group of scarily coordinated Dark Wielders tries to break Barlow out again. It's called Plan A for a reason. Be patient. Re-lectures from Riddick's right, skimming through the book of Tirish knotwork Xaden gave me back before I knew it was meant to prepare me for runes. I highly doubt the Treaty of Eratia was written in a matter of hours. The initial phase was 13 days of negotiation. I finish peeling the apple as a first year comes running through the arched double doors. Then set my blade down as the gangly guy makes a beeline to a full table in first wing section, immediately spreading what appears to be a tasty bit of gossip. When are the first years going to be done? I ask. Whatever rumor First Wing has caught wind of spreads quickly, rippling outward from the center table down the line in a fascinating display of turning heads and scrambling cadets. No clue, Rhys says, turning a page. I'm just hoping it's a peaceful bonding experience, since I'm fairly certain there's some kind of love triangle going on between Evelyn, Baylor, and Kai, which I normally wouldn't stress about. It's not like Atos cared who any of us were fucking last year. So not true. Riddick snorts and shoulder bumps me. I glance over at the next table to make sure Dane didn't hear, but he's clearly engrossed in conversation with a group of third years, including Imogen and Quinn. But they keep, wrinkles her nose, squabbling. It isn't helping integrate the Flyers in this hostile environment, and it's screwing with their interpersonal dynamics. Riddick's fingers pause, and he takes note of the pattern I've been watching. News spreads from person to person, and riders start scurrying out of the hall. You seeing this? I nod and sheathe my dagger, leaving my apple uneaten. Ree? She closes the book and looks up. You think they'll win? A brunette in third wing asks excitedly, slamming her pewter mug down on the table across from us. No fucking way. It'll be a bloodbath, the guy next to her replies, catching my gaze and quickly averting his as he gets up from the table, grabbing his flight jacket and abandoning his drink. Something's happening. A quick glance down the tables makes my skin crawl. The only riders left in the gathering hall are Oration. All three of us rise as a stocky cadet barrels through the double doors, and I spot first-year rank and his name tag, Norris, a second before he throws his hood back, revealing his familiar face. Baylor? Apprehension slithers between my shoulder blades at the panic in our squad mate's brown eyes, the worry creasing the dark brown skin of his forehead. They're here, he shouts over his shoulder, and Sloane races in behind him. I grab my jacket and slip out from behind the table to meet the first years in the middle of the gathering hall. What's wrong? You have to do something. Sloane stares past me to Rhiannon. She hasn't been able to look me in the eyes since she siphoned the life out of my mother. First Wing grabbed one of the tail section's flyers in the courtyard, and they're forcing a challenge. My stomach hurtles to the ground. If so much as a drop of flyer blood is shed, it could end the peace talks. Vinehaven's insisting at knife point, Baylor all but growls. A wing leader is orchestrating this? There aren't enough four-letter words in the world. Article 4, Section 4. We need another wing leader. Let's move, Rhiannon orders, and they sprint toward the door, Riddick sliding past me as I turn back to the third years. Dane! I shout, and his head jerks up, his familiar brown eyes finding me instantly. We need you! Without waiting for his response, I take off after my squad, shoving my arms into my coat. Dane catches up before we hit the far side of Commons, and the rest of the Oration riders aren't far behind him. We burst through the doorway of the rotunda into the courtyard, and my gaze sweeps over the crowd, taking stock of the situation. There's a clear division in the mass gathered in front of the dais, with most Navarian riders standing to the left, and at least half of them wearing sickening smirks, while Caroline Ashton appears to take bets near the far staircase. The rest hold back the angry crowd of Oration riders and flyers arguing directly in front of... My heart lurches into my throat. Aura Vinehaven stands centered in front of the crowd, holding one of the daggers she usually keeps strapped to her upper arms against the tan neck of a terrified first-year flyer. And there's no leadership in sight. Find your squads and de-escalate at all costs, Dane orders over his shoulder as we race down the steps and into the swarm. If only we were taught those techniques, Riddick mutters. They're at the front. Follow me, Baylor tells us, then pushes through the crush like it's nothing, leaving us an easy wake to follow in. The snow has stopped, only to be replaced by a bitter chill as the sun sinks behind the mountains. Let him go! Kat's voice rises above the others as we reach the front of the crowd, and when Baylor steps aside, I spot Marin holding Kat back from the line of Navarian riders guarding Aura, her arms hooked around her best friend's waist. Feel free to accept the challenge, since he won't. A third year out of second wing holds the tip of her sword less than a foot from Kat's stomach. Happy to, she shouts. Holy shit, this place is a tinderbox, just waiting for a single flame to set it ablaze. Palming a dagger, I move before my common sense can get the better of me and put myself in front of Kat, lifting my chin at the third year. This isn't how we treat our fellow cadets. They're not cadets, she sneers. I didn't hear you complaining when they were carting your little sister to the infirmary during the battle. Imogen's shoulder rubs against mine as she edges in, urging me back. But if you're gonna raise blades, she draws her sword, then you'll do so against someone your own year, Cavay. Quinn pushes through on my other side, forcing Nev, one of our third-year flyers, behind her, and setting the head of her Labrys on the ground, squaring off against a guy out of first wing who seems twice her height. I kicked your ass our first year, and I don't mind doing it again, Headley. I take the opportunity and spin, putting my forearm at Kat's collarbone and forcing her back into the safety of our squad. "I'll fight!" she shrieks. "You can't!" I grasp Kat's forearm with my empty hand. "Kat, you can't! If you fall, you'd be so sad to lose your rival, wouldn't you?" Her dark eyes narrow on mine. "Or are you more intimidated by the thought that I could win and once again prove why I'm the better match for—" "Oh, shut up!" It takes everything I have not to shake her. "You can't wield behind the wards, so stop trying to manipulate my emotions. There's no winning here. If you bleed, we have no chance at an alliance, and I'm not willing to lose a squad mate over second wing's assholery. You win and harm a rider, you'll confirm everything they fear about you." Her expression softens, and for a second, she looks just like her older sister. "They're never going to accept us. They don't have to," I assure her. "We already have." "Challenge! Challenge! Challenge!" The chant comes from the left and quickly catches along the row of Navarian riders. Shit, nothing like mob mentality. "This coward won't accept the challenge of a senior wing leader," Aura shouts over the crowd, using lesser magic to amplify her voice. "But I'll be merciful and accept another. Pick your champion or watch him die." "This goes against the Codex." Dane elbows a Navarian cadet from third wing in the head and pushes through the line. "Challenges are only issued in the presence of a combat master." "On what authority do you object, Atos?" Aura snarls. The crowd quiets, but the silence feels more dangerous than the chanting had been as everyone turns to watch the interaction. "Stay here," I order Kat, then shove my way between Imogen and Quinn. "Article 4, Section 4. Dane approaches Aura with his hands up, exposing his palms. "A wing leader has the authority and duty to maintain—" "Article 2, Section 1, Aura shouts, raking the edge of her dagger along the flyer's throat. "Riders outside quadrant chain of command can't interfere with cadet matters. You are no longer in the chain of command." The Navarian riders mutter in agreement, and tension rises like the bubbles in a simmering pot, 1 degree away from boiling. The quadrant has made us far too comfortable shedding each other's blood. My grip tightens on my dagger as color fills my peripheral vision. I look up to see both griffins and dragons landing along the thick stone walls of the courtyard. Great, just what we need in this situation. Fire and talons. "Are you here?" I ask. There are no black scales among the dragons, but I spot Kath behind the dais. "Are you in danger?" Taryn asks, and I feel Andarna's presence, but she remains silent. "Not exactly, but—" "Then I trust you can handle it." "Injuring a flyer will jeopardize this alliance," Dane argues, and I nod like he needs the encouragement. "Who said we want it?" Aura drags the edge of her blade under the flyer's chin, and he winces, but doesn't move. "They haven't crossed the parapet. They haven't climbed the gauntlet. They won't even accept a challenge. We do not tolerate cowards." The Navarian riders cheer, and I use the opportunity to dart between the two standing guard in front of us, finding myself quickly flanked by Riddick on my left and, surprisingly, Auric on my right. The first year is almost as tall as Zayden, and his menacing glare keeps Kaveh and Headley silent as they stand with Quinn's and Imogen's weapons at their backs. "I'll accept," Kai shouts, the first-year flyer charging through the line on the right, and every head turns as Ree and Baylor quickly drag him back. Bone crunches ahead of us, and my focus whips to Dane, who shoves Tail Section's flyer toward the line as Aura stumbles backward, disarmed, blood streaming through her fingers as she covers her nose. "This ends now!" Dane's shout echoes off the stone walls. "We don't answer to deserters!" Aura spits blood into the snow and straightens. "You no longer speak for Fourth Wing, Atos. You're nothing here." Dane takes the insult with a lift of his chin, and I crack open the door to Taryn's power, welcoming the heat that floods my veins, warming my cold, cramped muscles and exposed hands. "Fourth Wing." Ewan Faber steps out of the crowd near the steps. "Prepare to defend your senior wing leader."
Fuck me. Arik mutters, drawing his sword as Riddick does the same at my left. Weapons rise at the edge of my vision, but I keep my gaze locked on Aura and adjust my grip around my dagger. I may have some very mixed feelings when it comes to Dane, but there's no way under Amari sky that I'm going to let Aura harm any Oration rider, let alone my oldest friend. We answer to Atos, Riddick shouts down the line, pointing his sword in Faber's direction. And there's more of us than there are of you. Only in Fourth Wing, Iris Drew announces, the leader of First Wing moving to Faber's side. First Wing stands strong, stands loyal to Navarre. A cheer rises from the left. Not sure I'd brag about being in the wing that produced Jack Barlow, Riddick counters. Riddick! Ree hisses. I'm done, he promises as Dane shoots a glare his way. Really missing the professors right now, Arik says under his breath. Challenge Atos! Someone yells from the left, and a new fear wraps its fingers around my heart and squeezes. There's no single person in the courtyard with the authority to command us all. The only thing more dangerous than a quadrant full of arrogant killing machines is a leaderless quadrant, and if Dane accepts the challenge and falls, an alliance with Poromil won't matter. We'll tear each other apart from within. Now would be a great time for Xaden to lower his fucking shields. The Dark One cannot unite what he broke. Stop calling him that. You blame us for Barlow, but you're the ones who left, Aura motions at our side of the formation, displaying her bevy of patches beneath the one that indicates her fire-wielding signet as she stalks toward Dane. Dane draws his dagger and drops it in the snow, facing Aura unarmed. I'm not raising my blade against you, Binehaven. That's a choice, Arik says quietly. He's going to talk her down? One by one, I flex my fingers along the hilt of my dagger, prepping my hand for movement as power hums within me. Yes, we left, Dane continues, his hands closing into fists, but we also returned. Aura reaches for her shoulder as if forgetting she already used and lost that dagger, but she doesn't draw the sword at her hip. Did it occur to any of you that they only attacked because they knew we weren't at full strength? That your desertion allowed the wards to fall in the first place? Ouch. We chose truth, Dane shouts back, a vein bulging in his neck. We chose to defend the helpless. You chose to break the riot, fracture the quadrant, Aura counters, pointing her gloved finger at Dane's chest as she approaches him with slow, methodical steps that elevate my pulse. And then you bring home the very enemy we've spent centuries fighting, the enemy that killed my own cousin in one of their raids. And you think we should welcome them into the heart of the kingdom they've been trained to destroy? The Navarians mutter in agreement. I think our boy is losing this one, Arik whispers. He's good, but he's no Ryerson. Xaden hadn't just led Fourth Wing. He'd commanded the respect and fear of the entire quadrant. My jaw clenches, but he isn't a cadet anymore, and the entirety of the Riders' Quadrant will only answer to one of its own. He can't unite what he broke. Xaden can't fix this, I murmur, mostly to myself. Fuck it. I hate when Terran's right. Mercifully, he keeps silent. We need the Flyers, Dane holds his ground. You need them, Aura's voice edges on bitterness as she takes another step toward Dane. We fought to save Basgaeth. We were steadfast in our defense. We never wavered. Another chorus of cheers resounds as she turns to the quadrant like a politician. He can't win the crowd. She's going to really challenge him. Arik warns, his gaze darting over the audience of dragons and griffins, and I suddenly remember exactly who he is. Any chance you have an affinity for public speaking? I ask Arik, undoing the first button on my flight jacket as the heat builds. It certainly runs in your family. Was it the shunning of my birthright in favor of a high probability of death that gave me away? He responds, his tone dry. I take that as a no. What do you say? Their strongest against our strongest. Aura taps her bloody hand over her heart. I'll make you a deal, wing leader. Defeat me, and your Flyers live to see the morning.
Fail to rise to the occasion, and we'll stain this courtyard red. The Navarian's roar of approval rattles my teeth. Dane isn't the strongest, Andarna points out. Dane can take her in hand-to-hand. Nepotism isn't the only reason he earned his rank, and wielding isn't allowed in challenges. I watch every motion as Aura tugs at the fingers of her glove instead of reaching for another dagger or her sword. My stomach tenses. There's only one reason she'd need her hands bare. Fire trumps memory wielding every time. Aura gestures to the hard-packed snow between them. Let this serve as our mat. What would our combat master say? She asks the crowd. Begin, the whole of First Wing calls out. I'm not fighting you, Aura, Dane roars. I'm fighting you! Aura fidgets with her glove and I flip my dagger, holding it by the tip. Or have you really turned coward? Just another rebel who needs to be marked as such. Marked. Rage narrows my eyes. Dane isn't the strongest, Andarna repeats. And this time, I get the point. I am. Aura whips off her glove and flares her hand. I throw, releasing my dagger a second before flame erupts from her palm. The steel pins her glove to the wooden support of the dais. Aura gasps, and the flame dies before it can touch Dane. Her head tracking the loss of her glove before whipping toward me. Her eyes narrow. Sorengale. Violet, no, Dane protests. Rebel is so outdated. We prefer the term revolutionary, I inform Aura, taking a measured step in her direction and welcoming the crackle of sizzling power in my fingertips. And if you're going to wield, then it's me you'll be dealing with. An excerpt from Major Offendra's Guide to the Writer's Quadrant, unauthorized edition. Never turn your back on a rider. Chapter 6. You dare! Aura turns to fully face me, yanking off her other glove. I dare. I lift my open palms skyward, and heat streaks along my arms as I release a wave of power, forcing it upward and letting it go. Lightning splits the sky, flashing bright above our heads and branching outward into the clouds. Thunder follows instantly, so loud it shakes the masonry. The crowd quiets, and Aura's mouth hangs for a moment before she lowers her hands. You see, Dane's too honorable to wield in a challenge, but you'll find that my sense of morality has learned to waver. I retrieve another dagger and shake it in her direction. You lift your hand against him again, and the next one goes through it. He's the reason you're alive. The reason you're all alive. Power thrums through me, buzzing with readiness, and I slip my left hand into the pocket of my flight jacket and remove the conduit. Violet, Rhiannon warns softly from my right. Shh, it's more fun when she blows shit up, Riddick whispers. I turn slightly and draw on lesser magic to allow my voice to carry to the Navarian riders while keeping an eye on Aura. They've closed in, taking this situation from dangerous to lethal. The only reason you survived the attack is because we gained access to the knowledge Navarre purposely hid from us. We stole it, we translated it, we saved your ass. Warmth streaks down my arm, the conduit beginning to hum. And yes, we expect you to recognize that we need this alliance to survive what's coming for us. You expect us to trust them? Caroline calls out. Aura retreats a step, eyeing my conduit. You have to, I answer, pushing against the heat that flushes my skin as power gathers within me again. But more importantly, you can. They've fought by our sides for months, even after we've spent centuries condemning their people to death because we're unwilling to share the one resource that could have saved them. We don't have to like each other, but we do have to trust each other. And we can't keep doing this, can't keep accepting needless casualties in the quadrant in the name of strengthening the wing. Not when every single one of us is needed in this war. It's their war, Aura challenges. Do you really believe we should weaken our wards, endanger our own people just to arm theirs? You choose Poromil over Navarre? We can choose both. I slip my dagger back into place and free my hand to wield. Arik lifts his sword as Ewan Faber comes a little too close. The riders who came before us failed to protect the innocent, just because they were on the other side of our border, I argue. They lied and hid. They were the cowards. But we don't have to be. We can choose to stand together and fight. Leadership is locked behind doors right now, trying to forge a treaty. My gaze skims over the riders who stayed when we fled for Eratia 3 months ago. But they're failing, just like every generation before us has failed. And if we do the same... I shake my head, fumbling for words. You've seen what's out there. Either this alliance begins right here with us, with our generation, or we will be the last dragon riders and griffin flyers on the continent. Sweat beads along the back of my neck, my temperature rising with every second I keep my power ready. Well? I ask. Silence falls, thick and heavy, but no one moves. Is this what you do when we give you a break from classes? Everyone turns toward the rotunda at the sound of Devera's voice. The professor stands with her feet braced apart, flanked by Professors Emeterio and Kaori. All three look in desperate need of a bath and a good night's rest. Thank you, Dune. I force the archive's door to Terran's power shut and note the steam rising from my hand before the conduit dims. Sorengale is right, Devera shouts. There is every chance we will all meet Malik in the coming months. But you must decide if you'd rather die fighting each other or facing our shared enemy. She rocks back on her heels. Go ahead and choose. We'll wait. Die now or die later? What's the difference? Someone from Second Wing asks. Die now, and the scribes will call your name in the morning, Emeterio shrugs. Choose to fight your common enemy, and there's a chance you'll live to graduate. Personally, he scratches his beard, I like our odds. The last time a shadow and lightning wielder fought side by side, they managed to drive the Venin back into the Barrens for a few hundred years. We'll figure out how to do it again. I fumble the conduit and nearly drop it. Xaden and I are the first of our signets to live simultaneously since the Great War? Heads turn my way, and one by one, every weapon lowers. You do your dragons and griffins proud. Devera nods. Vacation is over. Your professors are returning in the next 24 hours, and if I were you, I'd concentrate on getting a good night's sleep before Emeterio here decides you should run the gauntlet just for fun. We are done waiting for the nobles. Battle brief is at 9 a.m. sharp, treaty or no treaty. She looks pointedly at our group. And that includes every cadet, no matter what color leathers you prefer. You're released from whatever it was you thought you were doing here. The cadets disperse, passing by our professors as the three walk our way, and then the winged ones take to the sky. I can't help but note that the cadets are still separated between Navarians and Eurasians. At least no one's trying to kill each other. We keep our flyers' backs toward the dais until the Navarians are gone, and then our squad brings up the rear. I can see it sometimes, Kat says, pulling up her hood as she walks ahead of me. Why he chose you. Nice speech. Took you long enough to step in, though. You're welcome, I mutter to her back, but the tiniest of smiles curls my lips. Never thought I'd yearn for a simple day of classes. Riddick throws his arm over my shoulder as we walk. Maybe a good old session of parapet. I spot Xaden off to the side of the rotunda steps with Llewellyn, Brennan, and Mira. And my stomach flips. They must have news. Our classmates trying to kill each other isn't exactly original, Sloane says, passing by as I slow at the tense look on Brennan's face. Guess it's not good news. Did you really just stand there and watch all that happen? Ree asks as our professors approach. Yes, Devera wipes off her flight goggles, then stretches the leather band behind her head. It was bound to happen at some point, and at least this was a controlled environment. She finishes over her shoulder. I feel so protected. Riddick puts his hand over his heart. Nurtured, even. Wouldn't you agree, Violet? You pretty much described how Violet was raised, Dane says, coming from behind us with Auric, as the rest head inside with the remainder of the squad. He looks at me. Thanks for stepping in. Thought she was going to torch me there for a second. Thanks for coming without hesitation when I said we needed you. Our eyes meet, and for a second, it hits me how different things might have been if he'd shown the same faith in me during my first year as he did today. Not different enough to change the way I feel about Xaden, though. Always will. He offers me a hint of a smile before turning toward the dormitory. When I look over to Xaden, I find him watching, his scarred eyebrow rising as his gaze jumps to Dane before finding mine again. My eyes narrow. Is that? No. It can't be jealousy, can it? Ree glances at Riddick and Auric, motioning with her head. Violet, we'll catch up with you later. We need to speak with you as well, Auric, Brennan notes, looking like he's aged 5 years in the last few hours. He's not exactly standing close to Mira either, causing my heart to sink. Riddick's arm slides off my shoulders. Oh, come on. Why does Auric get to stay? He's a first year. Do not make me drag you, Ree warns, holding up a single finger, and Riddick acquiesces with a sigh, moving forward and leaving the 6 of us on the rotunda steps. Let's take this inside. Brennan surprises me by heading down the steps and cutting a diagonal path toward the academic wing. Moving to Xaden's side, I study the stern lines of his face as we follow Brennan, the others close behind us. Everything all right? I ask quietly, feeling his shields locked firmly in place. Are you all right? Good speech. He takes my hand, lacing our fingers. She was going to kill Dane. My voice drops to a whisper. They really do hate us. Doesn't change the fact that we're here, especially now that we've reached terms for the riot to stay. Xaden catches the door before it can close behind Brennan, then holds it as I walk through, his fingers slipping from mine. That's good, right? I glance his way as we enter the deserted sparring gym. And you didn't answer my question. Talk to your brother first. He folds his arms when we reach the edge of the first row of mats where Brennan waits. As the others join us, we form a loose circle. That doesn't bode well. Anxiety coils in my stomach like a snake poised to strike as I take in the older rider's somber expressions across from us. Auric slides his hands into his pockets at my left. Let me guess. Halden complicated negotiations. I fucking blanch. Your brother certainly didn't help, Llewellyn notes, scratching the bristles along the underside of his jaw. Halden's here? I managed to ask. Rode in this morning with a company from the Western Guard. Auric shoots me a knowing look, which I return with a quick glare. Great. His temper is the last thing we need at the negotiating table. Mira studies Xaden and me intently, but she keeps quiet. Your secret is still safe, by the way, Llewellyn says to Auric, though you might consider putting your father out of his misery. He has half his personal guard searching for you. Shows you how effective they are, don't you think? Auric grimaces sarcastically. So, do you carry news, or were you just gathered to hear Violet's speech?
His attention jumps from person to person, no doubt cataloging the tiniest details of every shift in expression, as he's been raised to do. He's always been the most observant of his brothers. She was quite moving. We heard. Brennan offers me a flash of a proud smile. And saw. She'd be a great politician, Arik continues. Or a general, maybe? Definitely nobility. With that speech, at least a duchess. Xaden shifts his weight, brushing his elbow against my shoulder. I shake my head. No thank you to any of that. I have no love for politics, nor am I good at dealing with the scenarium. I look around. Okay, someone needs to start talking. Lieutenant Ryerson, a rider with a messenger sash interrupts, calling out from the doorway. Be right back. Xaden's hand skims my lower back as he answers the summons. Your mission was discussed at the negotiating table today in hopes they would give us an extension, Brennan says. And given the participants at hand, that snake of anxiety strikes hard and true. Halden, Arik guesses, his emerald green eyes narrowing slightly in speculation toward my brother. Halden's going with her, isn't he? My jaw unhinges, then snaps shut at the apology filling Brennan's eyes. No fucking way, I shake my head. You cannot be serious. I refuse to even think about it. They're serious, Arik says without looking in my direction. Poor Emil would accept a Sorengale without question. So if you need a royal capable of speaking for Navarre, they must think you're headed to the Isle Kingdoms or northward. He tilts his head, studying the older riders. That about cover it? I'm going to be sick. Why are you ill? Andarna asks. Halden? Tarn muses slowly, and I swear I can feel his non-existent eyebrows rise. So we kill him if he makes her uncomfortable, Andarna suggests. Problem solved. You cannot kill the heir to the throne. Even though I've been tempted myself a time or two. You really are the wisest of them, aren't you? Llewellyn huffs a sardonic laugh. Our kingdom would have benefited from you being the firstborn, Your Highness. It's Arik, he corrects, folding his arms. Is that why you wanted me here, to see if I'd announce myself since Halden wants to go gallivanting off on dangerous missions? Make everyone feel good and cozy that there's still a spare? Perhaps, the Duke smiles at Arik. Admirable attempt, but I'm only here for my squad. I'll dismantle the family business before I rejoin it, Arik quips. Your prince doesn't want to play. Mira arches a brow at Llewellyn. Now tell Violet the rest, or I will. The comment reminds me. And Darna's demands? Right, Llewellyn says as Xaden returns, still stern-faced but now holding a rolled parchment as he fills the space at my side. The Duke pulls Andarna's list from his pocket. You already know Point 2 is now in the hands of Captain Grady. But you won Point 3. The Cenarium has agreed that all those who flew for Eratia will be welcomed back with a full pardon for their treason and sedition within the now negotiated accord with Eratia. He glances at Xaden, which will be signed in the morning once the scribes finish drafting it. Personally, I think you scared the shit out of them by threatening to leave yesterday, Violet. Good job. Point 4. Andarna will not submit for any examination. Because that was never going to happen anyway, she chimes in. And 5, she will be granted access to hunt in the King's Forest whenever she pleases. That one was just for fun. You skipped the flyers. I straighten my spine and look to my brother. Keeping them safe and our squads intact is first on the list. I narrow my eyes. We only have 2 days left. And we gave you the solution. Brennan presses his lips into a flat line, and my stomach rolls. That particular matter didn't make it to Poromil's table. Llewellyn folds Endarna's list and puts it into the front pocket of his hunter-green tunic. Your sister argued valiantly and displayed astonishing capability. But the Cenarium voted 6-1, and the safety of Navarre's borders is not to be tampered with. Mira crosses her arms. Prickling heat rolls down Endarna's bond, and my hands curl, my nails biting into my palms. What about the alliance? Without it, the deal with Takaris falls apart. It's failed, Llewellyn announces unemotionally, as if reading from the death roll. Because the Flyers aren't safe here, I bite out every word at my brother. Because treaties like this take time, and we won't figure this out before their queen's deadline in 2 days. Brennan rubs his thumb along his chin. Flyer cadets will be safe in Eurasia while we still have wards. And hopefully Queen Mariah can force her nobles back to the table at a later date, Brennan promises, his shoulders sagging. Politics are complicated. Fuck that. How can our nobles let them walk away without an alliance, knowing we have the means to protect the Flyers? We still have the means, Endarna reminds me. Right. Plan B. Treason. Guess that path chooses itself. When you put it that way, I force my shoulders to relax and my hands to fall peacefully at my sides. I guess it's back to Bazgaeth, business as usual tomorrow, and I should prep for our mission. Or is research as out of my control as the team members? Mira's eyes narrow in my direction, like she's the intrinsic in the room and not Xaden. Every resource, including the Royal Library, will be made available to you, Brennan promises. Oh, good, because books will keep her safe. Mira shoots Brennan an icy look. The right books will. Well, as fun as this has been, Arik nods at me, then departs without another word. He'll come around, Llewellyn sighs, then turns to Xaden with a smile so proud it borders on teary. Enjoy your win, Xaden. Delaying the alliance is unfortunate, but we won. Your father would be proud. I highly doubt that. His tone is sharp. What? I reach, but his shields are tighter than ever. Did he get his father's sword back? Why wouldn't he be happy about that? We'll leave you to tell her the good news. I really am sorry we couldn't make the alliance work. Brennan gives me an awkward, apologetic smile, then heads out, taking Llewellyn and Mira with him. I wait until the door shuts behind her before I turn to Xaden. What did you win? Every muscle in his body seems to tense even more, if that's possible. I didn't win it. Didn't even ask for it. I'm the last person. He shakes his head and stuffs the rolled orders into his breast pocket. Llewellyn and Lindell told them it was the price of keeping the riot here. And the Cenarium gave in. That's how scared they are of losing our numbers. They actually agreed to give it back, and I wish they hadn't. Not now. Not when I'm like this. He points to his eyes as if they were still red, but I only see him. My father wouldn't be proud. He'd be horrified. Every word is short, clipped. I don't believe that. It's impossible not to be proud of him, not to love him. You didn't know him. There was only one thing in this world he loved more than me. He looks away, and I start to rethink my assumption about the sword. What did the king give you? A blade wouldn't worry him like this. I've been trying to think of a way out of it for the last hour. The king sanctioned both Lindell and Llewellyn for their roles in hiding Eurasia, just like they predicted this morning, so they're not options. And I can't reject the agreement, or everyone will know something is wrong. His tortured gaze finds mine, and my heart clenches. The only solution I can think of is you. You'll be the first to sense when I lose the rest of what makes me. Me. Slowly he tucks a wind-blown strand of my hair behind my ear. You won't. I have enough faith in him for the both of us. I will. This morning showed me it's just a matter of time and reason. He nods with a certainty that sours my stomach. It's not fair, and you might hate me for it later, but I need you to make me a promise. His warm hand cups the back of my neck as his eyes search mine. Swear you'll sound the alarm if I go too far, that you'll keep it safe, even if it's from me. What? I start, but the gym door opens, and I look over my shoulder to see Garrick waving a rolled parchment. The Earl of Llewellyn said you'd be in here. Orders aren't optional, Ryerson, even for nobility. We need to go. Promise me, Xaden says, stroking his thumb under my ear and completely ignoring his best friend. You're leaving? I swing my gaze back to Xaden's, realizing that's why the messenger had tracked him down. Now? He leans in, blocking out the rest of the world. Promise me, Violet. Please. He'll never go too far, never lose his soul, so I nod. I promise. Xaden's eyes slide shut for a heartbeat, and blatant relief shines from their depths when he opens them. Thank you. I know you can hear me. Garrick raises his voice. Let's go. I love you. Xaden kisses me hard and fast, and it's over before I can even process it's actually happened. I love you too. I grab his hand as he withdraws. Tell me what the king gave you. He takes a deep breath. He gave me back my title, and the seat and the cenarium. Holy shit. My lips part. Not just Eratia either. He gave me Tyrandor. Xaden says slowly, like he can't believe it either. And he doesn't want it. My chest clenches. Xaden! Don't wait up. He presses a kiss to the inside of my wrist, then strides toward Garrick. I'll be back by 8 a.m. to sign that accord, he calls back over his shoulder. Try to stay out of trouble while I'm gone. Be careful. He's the Duke of Tyrandor. This is so much bigger than how I feel about him now. There's an entire province depending on him. I need to find a cure. And that means saving the Alliance tonight. Even if it means I'll be a traitor by morning. An excerpt from The Journal of Lyra of Moraine, translated by Cadet Jacinia Neilwart. If I'm to be court-martialed for helping Braxton defend his people, then I shall welcome the trial. All who channel from dragon and griffin alike should flourish under the wards. And now Eratia will be that haven, should one of the others ever return. Chapter 7. I want to be on the quest squad, Riddick whispers at my side as we cross the enclosed bridge to the healer quadrant, my heart strangely steady considering what we're about to do. For the last time, there's no quest squad. Ree hisses at him as the bells announce midnight's arrival, muffling the sound of rusty hinges as Imogen opens the door ahead of us. There's a very small, very skilled group going with Violet to find Andarna's kind. Sounds like a quest squad to me. Given Ryerson's recent promotion, he should be able to pull some strings with Grady, right? Riddick checks over the daggers sheathed along his right side, like he's afraid he might have missed one. Hopefully, we won't need them. What do we all think? I think you should shut the hell up before you get us caught and killed, Imogen says over her shoulder, walking into the mage-lit tunnel. Riddick rolls his eyes and glances in my direction as we cross into the healer quadrant. Still sounds like a quest squad. If I had a say, I'd take you, I promise, pulling the door shut once we're all inside. The tunnel is empty. All the beds have been cleared since yesterday morning's attack, which feels like a decade ago. We find the darkest stretch between mage lights and lean against the wall just out of sight of the infirmary doors. Now we wait, Ree mutters, drumming her fingertips on her folded arms. It isn't long before we spot Bodhi and Quinn making their way toward us from the opposite direction with Marin in their wake, pillow lines etched on her face.
You ready to do this?
Bodhi asks me, keeping his voice down as he reaches us. You really want to do this? No second thoughts, I assure him, lifting my chin. Whatever it takes. He nods and glances over our party. Everyone know their assignment? I don't, Marin whispers, looking at us like we've lost our minds. Is this some kind of hazing ritual? It's best you don't know until we need you. I pull the vial of concentrated purple valerian root tincture from my left pocket. It's for your own safety and plausible deniability that you trust us. For now, just stay here with Imogen. Marin glances at each of us as if deciding, then nods.
Then let's go.
Bodhi gestures toward the infirmary, and I take the lead. Gods, I hope I've thought of everything. If one thing goes wrong, we're fucked. The 5 of us approach the infirmary doors, and I knock lightly 4 times. Please be here. Remind me how you know this guy? Bodhi whispers. I saved his life during navigation last year. I answer, then hold my breath as the right door opens silently. Dyer pops his head out, his brown eyes crinkling as he smiles.
I did everything you asked. Come on in.
He holds the door open, and we all slip inside as quietly as possible. Thank you for taking the extra shift on quick notice and helping us. I hand him the vial. Here's another dose in case you need it. The other healers have to stay asleep until we bring him back.
Understood.
He takes the vial.
But you know I can't do anything if someone comes out of the critical care chamber.
It's a risk we have to take. We leave him standing watch at the door and silently make our way down the row to Sawyer's Bay, mage lights casting multiple shadows as we pass the sleeping injured. Sawyer's sitting upright but doesn't say a word as we pile into his brightly lit bay, just lifts his eyebrows and sets down his pen and parchment on the bedside table. Bodhi closes the curtains and throws out a line of blue energy that encapsulates us in a bubble.
Sound shield is active. You feeling up to a trip across campus? He asks Sawyer. Took one earlier today as part of rehab. I can make it for the right reason. Sawyer nods. Is this why Dyer told me to stay awake?
We need you to help with that plan we discussed. I take the seat near the head of his bed. Mira found a way. It involves altering the very material a rune is tempered into without destroying it. He leans back against his headboard.
Then you're fucked, because I can't think of a single rock or earth wielder in our history.
I'm pretty sure it's mostly iron, I say slowly. His mouth falls open and hangs there for a few seconds.
No.
He shakes his head, then looks to Ree.
Find someone else.
There are at least a dozen metallurgists in our ranks. He folds his arms over his black shirt.
Not here.
Riddick moves to the other side of the bed, then rummages through a set of drawers.
They're all stationed on the border with just about every other rider we have right now.
Then wait for them, Sawyer argues. I'm not good enough for something like that. You have to be. Reese sits at the foot of his bed.
Sleeg won't even...
He shoves his hand through his unruly brown hair.
I don't know if I can.
You can. I lift my brows and look pointedly at the mug on his bedside table that bears his handprint.
I am not the rider you want for this, Vi. Not sure I'm even a rider anymore. Wait for someone else. Waiting won't matter, Bodhi says beside Ree.
Sawyer's shoulders sag. Leadership doesn't approve. I shake my head. If we don't do this tonight, the negotiations are done. Flyers will be escorted to Eratia tomorrow. They're going to tear our squad apart? Sawyer's gaze jumps from me to Bodhi to Ree, as if hoping one of us will correct him. Not if you do something about it. Riddick tosses Sawyer's uniform top on the bed. Now, I love you like a brother, and I get that you lost your leg, and we respect however you're feeling about that. But you're still one of us. You're still a rider, with all the benefits and shit that come with wearing black. So with all the love in my heart, put your fucking uniform on, because we need you. Sawyer picks up his uniform and rubs his thumb over his metallurgy patch, then down across his Iron Squad one. My heart counts out the long seconds it takes for him to nod. Someone hand me my crutches. A few minutes later, 5 of us walk out of the infirmary, including Sawyer. Where's Quinn? Marin asks, pushing off the wall. Making sure no one notices he's missing, Bodhi answers. Good to see you're dressed appropriately, Imogen says to Sawyer. It's a long way, including 2 sets of intentionally difficult stairs. So if you need help, we've got you. Sawyer glances down to where Riddick tied up his empty pant leg to the knee. Noted, he says with quiet determination. Let's go. We make our way up the spiral steps into the main campus, then down the hallway to the northwest turret, narrowly missing 1 guard patrol in infantry blue by ducking into a healer classroom midway, and then another in scarlet tunics by piling into the stairwell as they turn the corner. It's busy out here, Sawyer remarks between quick breaths, his back pressed against the stone wall. Sweat beads his forehead, and he's lost a little color. You good? I ask him as we near the 3-minute mark. He nods, and we keep going. Every noble on the continent is in residence, Marin notes. Maybe you should have done this with Ryerson. He would have been able to lend some shadow aid. He's not exactly aware of what we're doing, I tell her as Imogen walks down a couple of steps in front of us. Any chance he shows up? I ask Taryn. They are out of range, he answers. He will not be your problem tonight. Give me 60 seconds to knock out the guards, then come down, Imogen orders, disappearing around the first curve. Do I get to know yet? Marin asks. No, Bodhi and Riddick answer simultaneously. And how does the Empyrean feel about this? I tap my fingers on my thigh, counting out the seconds. You have the full support of the Eratian riot. We will find out how the others feel in the morning. So we're begging forgiveness instead of asking permission. Understood. We start down the steps, Bodhi and me taking lead. Zayden's going to be pissed, I whisper so the others don't hear. Which is why you're going to be the one to tell him when we pull it off, he answers with a grimace. He won't kill you. We wind our way down, keeping a pace Sawyer seems comfortable with, and my chest grows tighter with every step. There should only be 2 guards on tonight, which is absolutely no challenge for Imogen. But the anxiety doesn't let up until she comes into view, waiting for us on the bottom step with her arms folded. We have a slight problem, she says, her mouth tensing as she steps aside. I wasn't sure you'd want me knocking out this particular guard. Mira walks into the center of the chamber and tilts her head at me in an uncanny imitation of our mother. My stomach hits the floor. Shit, I mutter. Shit is about right, Mira puts her hands on her hips. And to think, I figured I was overreacting when I dismissed the guards and took their place. How did you know? I meet her in the middle of the tunnel, noting that she stands between me and the entrance to the Wardstone chamber. Because I know you. She levels a withering look on me, then glances over my shoulder. You pulled that rider from his sick bed? I'm the one who gets to say how sick I am, Sawyer counters from behind me. Right. She swings her attention back to me. You shouldn't do this.
I lift my chin. Are you going to stop me? Her eyes narrow slightly. Can you be stopped? No, I shake my head. You were there when we gave our word that the flyers would be educated with the riders. If Navarre wants us, then they take all of us. And you're willing to risk the wards our mother gave her life to power to keep your word? She lifts her eyebrow. You're the one who told me this can be done. I skirt the question as the others move to stand beside me. Which is something I'll have to live with. She looks at each rider. You're all aware that if we fail, the wards could fall. And if we succeed, there's every chance we'll be charged with treason and executed by dragon. That's not happening, Taryn assures me with a low growl. I'm sorry, what? Marin looks down the line from the right. Relax, Imogen knocks her with an elbow. Your only job is to wield. You'll be clear of the rest. We know the risks, I tell Mira. If the wards fall, then it looks like there's a mass migration to Erasia, and I'm truly on a ticking clock to find Andarna's kind. But they won't, because you found the solution, and you're never wrong. So I'm asking you again, are you going to stop me? She sighs and drops her arms at her sides. No, but only because I know you'll just try again, and I might not be here to make sure it works next time. You have the best shot with both of us. She pivots on her heel and disappears through the entrance to the ward chamber. With Bodhi keeping watch, the 6 of us make our way into the narrow passage, Marin and me holding Sawyer's crutches as Rhiannon and Riddick shuffle sideways with Sawyer's weight braced between them. Only when we enter the massive chamber housing our kingdom's wardstone do I fully comprehend what Mira had meant by us. This little venture tells me you've been hanging out with Ryerson too long, Brennan says, waiting beside Mira in front of the massive iron pillar and its eerie black flame. Guess this is now a family affair. The corners of my mouth rise. You're the one leading a revolution with him. Maybe you rubbed off on me. I keep my gaze on my siblings, ignoring everything else about the chamber in the name of self-preservation. And to think, you could have been wasted on the scribe quadrant. He flashes a smile, but it falls quickly as he gets serious. Henrik, you're with Mira. She'll help you through the process. Flyer... Marin Zena, she corrects him. Great. Zena, you prepare to wield whatever lesser magic you're most comfortable with. You 3, he points at Riddick, and me. Don't touch anything. And you? I ask. I'm here in case it all goes to shit. He glances back at the stone. Wouldn't be the first time I've mended it. I hand Sawyer his crutches, and all of us sit in one long line to begin the nail-biting process of waiting. The very future of this war will be determined in this room, just like it was a couple of weeks ago. I close my eyes to avoid the stone, but there's no blocking the scent of the chamber or the memory of my screams. I'll get to see him soon. Her voice floods my head, breaking through every barrier I've thrown in grief's way to keep from feeling it, and slicing into my heart like the rusty edge of a jagged blade. Live well. Vi? Rhiannon wraps her arm around my shoulders. I couldn't stop her, I whisper, forcing my watery eyes open as Sawyer lifts his hands on the left. She was right there, and I couldn't stop her. Your mother? She asks gently. I nod. I'm so very sorry, Violet, Rhys says quietly, laying her head on my shoulder. I'm not even sure if I miss her, I admit in a broken whisper, or the chance we had at eventually being something. Maybe not what you and your mom have, but something. You can feel both. She takes my hand in hers and squeezes,
and my chest lightens as we watch a spot on the top line of runes differentiating Navarre's wardstone from Auratia's bubbling outward. It's working. Both our heads swivel right, toward Marin, and the flyer stares down at the small rock in her palm, then shakes her head. Well, that's disappointing. On to the next, Mira orders. Kind of wondering what protection we just took off, Riddick mumbles as Sawyer lifts his hands again, sitting to our left. Sawyer's arms begin to shake, and I continue squeezing Rhee's hand. Maybe we pushed him too hard, I whisper to her. The next line on the stone bulges outward, then splits for a terrifying heartbeat before melted metal oozes from the wound. Oh, crap. Gamlin! Brennan barks as Riddick throws up his hands, hurtling a ball of ice toward the stone. It makes contact with a hiss, and Riddick holds it there as steam bursts skyward, then fizzles and dies. Maybe this wasn't such a great idea, he starts. Hey, everyone, Marin says. I whip my head in her direction so fast the room spins and find the stone twirling above her hand. My breath rushes out, taking the form of a relieved laugh. Mira? Brennan asks. My sister is already walking toward the wardstone, her hands splayed open. They're still intact. We need to be sure that Barlow is still contained, seeing as he's our only test subject. But I'm 99% sure the protections against Darkwielders are still in place. We did it! Riddick bounces to his feet, throwing his fists in the air. Fuck yes, Sawyer! Fuck you, Cenarium! The Flyers can wield, they can stay with their squads! I grin like a kid. In 8 hours, the accord for the riot to stay will be signed, and we'll be whole. What now? Marin catches the rock. Now, we stand trial for treason, Sawyer manages between gulping breaths. But when our eyes meet, he's smiling just like I am. No, we won't. My smile widens. Marin, I need you to listen to me very carefully. The next morning, my heart races, and the battle brief room buzzes with a mixture of excitement, trepidation, and outright fear as we take our seats. Rhee and Riddick claim the spots to my right, while Marin holds a seat empty for Kat between her and Traeger to my left. Keep an eye on him, Rhee orders Arik as he escorts Kai and the other first-years down the steps at the edge of the room. Arik nods, and I notice Baylor and Lynx covering their backs while Sloane and Evelyn lead the way, keeping Kai protected at every angle. I've never done this without a notebook. I brush the dust off the desktop in front of me as Kat works her way down our row. I'm sure our things will be sent, Rhee says. At least, I hope they will. Guess it depends on how the Assembly takes the news that Ryerson didn't heed their wishes for the riot to return. He doesn't have to heed their wishes. Kat slides into the seat next to Marin and pulls her braid over her shoulder. He's not just the heir to Auratia anymore. He's the Duke of Tyrandor, as of 8 this morning, according to my uncle. Thank you, Amari. It's signed. I shift my weight, looking for a position that takes a little pressure off my lower back, and breathe deeply to try and slow my heart rate. You all right? Rhee asks, her eyes narrowing on a group of Navarre's fourth wing as they fill the seats ahead of us. Fine, I roll my neck. Just didn't get enough sleep last night, and now I'm paying for it. Because you took my fucking pen, the second year ahead of us seethes, lurching over the seat of the girl next to him. You always take it, and I've had it. He snatches the pen and settles back into his seat. I shoot a look at Kat's smug face. Don't. What? I was just testing things out. She smothers a smirk. You said we couldn't tell anyone, not that we couldn't play. Marin snort laughs, and I can't help but fight my own smile. At least she's not fucking with me. And the Navarians do kind of deserve it. Welcome to Battle Brief, Devera announces as she descends the steps to our left and the room falls quiet. I understand you've been led by Colonel Markham in my absence, but that ends today. She reaches the raised stage at the base of the room and leans against the table. Even if we only have one day with our flyer colleagues, we will be proceeding. Professor Devera! The auburn-haired professor of the flyers, Keandra, all but runs down the steps, and our squad shares quick glances as she conveys something to Devera behind her hand. Excellent, Devera says, smiling wide. For everyone who doesn't know, this is Professor Keandra, and she'll be leading battle brief with me from now on, given the news that our nobles are back in active negotiation for an alliance. A roar of approval overpowers the disgruntled Navarians. When did you tell your uncle? I ask Kat. About 20 minutes ago, just like you asked, she answers. He works fast. Which means we have a matter of minutes. I drum my fingers on the desk and stare up at the inaccurate map of Navarre. Everything's about to change. With that in mind, Devera raises her voice and we quiet down. Let's discuss structure. To keep it easy, you stay where you have always been. If you find it awkward to serve in a squad with those who made a different choice this fall, then feel free to lodge your complaint with Malik. That's not fair, a third year yells out behind us. With the addition of the Flyers, third and fourth wings are considerably larger, which gives them an advantage during war games. Yes, Devera tilts her head. Get over it. We're not playing games anymore. We're preparing you for war. Do you think they forgot what happened 2 weeks ago? Riddick whispers. I think it's possible they forgot what they had for breakfast, Ree replies. First and second wings will only be smaller until the rest of the flyer cadets arrive from Signissen, Devera continues, at which time you will welcome them. Fuck. The guy ahead of us sinks lower in his chair. Next issue. We have too many wing leaders among us, Devera continues, and I glance over my shoulder at Dane, who stiffens in his seat a few rows back with the third years. It has been determined that leadership shall align with the wing's population. She lifts her eyebrows. Therefore, Iris Drew, you retain leadership of first wing, or Beinhaben retains second wing, while third wing remains with Lyle Sterling, and fourth wing will be led by Dane Atos. Thank gods. The room explodes in applause and shouts of disagreement. This matter is not up for discussion. Devera's magically amplified voice shakes the desktop, quieting the room before she continues. If you are unsure who you report to, or if you're still in command, a full list of cadet leadership will be posted in Commons this afternoon. The briefing room door flies open and slams into the wall so hard I hear stone crack as we all turn to face yet another commotion. Violet Sorengale! Colonel Atos shouts from the doorway, his face a mottled shade of red as his narrowed eyes search the briefing room. Here, bracing my hands on the edges of my seat to fight a sudden wave of dizziness, I rise to stand as 4 riders follow Atos in. Vi, Rhiannon whispers. No one say a damned thing, I reply under my breath. I'll be fine. You are hereby charged with high treason against the Kingdom of Navarre. Maybe not. An excerpt from Major Rorley's Guide to Appeasing the Gods, 2nd edition. While many preach loyalty to Hedion above all others, especially in Kaldir province, I find that favoring Zinal has universal appeal. Everyone wants wisdom, but needs luck. Chapter 8. Being arrested for treason doesn't exactly come as a shock, but Colonel Atos delivering the accusation is a blow I didn't see coming. Dad? Dane stands. Atos's head swivels toward Dane and his mouth twists into a sneer. I have no son. I gasp, and hurt flashes across Dane's face before he schools his features and straightens his shoulders. As Cadet Sorengale's wing leader, request denied, Colonel Atos snaps. We can't just sit here, Riddick argues quietly. You can and you will. I make my way down the row and glance up at Dane. I'm all right. You are far from all right, Atos growls. The world rocks beneath my feet, and I curse my lack of sleep as I climb the steps to Atos and the 4 lieutenants posted at his side. One of the women gestures toward the door, and I hold my head high as I walk by Atos, somehow managing not to vomit when I see his rank has been raised to general. Atos keeps pace at my side in the hallway. You're as good as dead for what you've done. I will only speak to the Cenarium. Good thing they're gathered. It will make for a quick trial. After a silent procession through the quadrant and into the main campus, Atos escorts me past a barrage of guards and cadets from other quadrants and into the Great Hall, entering the room just ahead of me. I have brought the traitor! He steps aside to reveal the long table set for negotiations to resume. The members of the Cenarium sit to the left side again, all dazzling in their choice of clothing this morning, with the exception of the one in Rider Black. Xaden turns in his seat at the end of the table and lifts his scarred brow as shadows brush across my mind. What happened to not getting into trouble? I never promised that. I hold his gaze, noting the circles under his eyes. You look tired. Just what every man wants to hear from the person he loves. He drums his fingers on the table, drawing my attention to a scrap of fabric in front of him, my lightning wielder patch. I've decided I'm done not knowing what you're up to. Good choice. You really fucked with the wards? Someone once told me the right way isn't the only way. I use his words from my first year against him, and his mouth tightens. As you can see, we have the evidence we need to place you at the stone, Atos declares as he reaches the table. I ask that the Cenarium quickly pass judgment. He glances at Xaden. Unless your newest addition needs to recuse himself for his proximity to the traitor. Remove yourself if you can't be silent, Atos. The Duke of Caldir leans back in his chair and runs a hand over his short blonde beard. You have no purview here. Atos stiffens at my side, then retreats with the other riders, leaving me to face the Cenarium. Do you have a plan, Violence? Xaden asks, and though a muscle in his jaw flexes, the shadows in the room stay put. I'm assuming so, since this patch's seams look cleanly cut. Has anyone reported if the capabilities of the wards were damaged beyond allowing the flyers to wield? The Duke of Caldir asks. Did you sign the accord for the riot to stay? I ask Xaden, just to be sure. They're intact against dark wielders. Xaden's fingers still. I wouldn't be sitting here if I hadn't. Then I have a perfect plan. How would you know? The Duchess of Moraine turns in her seat. Because I would know, Xaden replies to me alone. We haven't been swarmed, and Barlow remains in our interrogation chamber. The wards are holding. He tilts his head and gives me the same look of anticipation he does when we step on the mat to spar. I'm eager for the show. I'll save everyone the fuss of organizing a trial and execution. I point to the patch I cut off my uniform last night. That's mine. I was the one who orchestrated altering the wardstone. I'm the reason that the flyers can wield, and that you now have a clear path to negotiate an alliance. You're welcome. The confession is met with 6 pairs of raised eyebrows and one sexy-as-hell smirk. Guess we're not going for subtlety. No time for subtlety, and no evidence to convict anyone else in case it went awry. The Duchess of Moraine looks to her peers, her giant ruby earrings smacking her golden brown jawline as she swings her head back and forth. What do we even do with that? Nothing, Xaden answers, watching me like I'm the only one in the room. Cadet Sorengale, and whomever she acted with,
committed the crime last night. And, as of this morning, every single one of you and our king signed their pardons. I nod. Brilliant, reckless woman. His gaze heats, and I fight a smile. So there's nothing we can do? The Duchess of Elsum leans forward, her long brown tresses brushing the table. She alters our defenses and then, what, goes back to class? It would seem so, the Duke of Caldeer nods slowly. Seems the young woman pulled off quite the feat, a new voice says. I glance to my right, then do a double take at the woman standing in the north doorway of the hall. The silver of her intricate, armored breastplate flashes in the morning light as she walks forward, her smile crinkling the light brown skin at the edges of her dark eyes. She wears a pair of scarlet breeches with a short sword sheathed at her hip and a sparkling tiara atop her riotous curls. Its delicacy a striking contrast to her weaponry. Queen Mariah. Your Majesty, I bow my head like my father taught me. Cadet Sorengale, she says, and I look up to find her mere feet away. I've heard much about the continent's only lightning wielder, and I'm pleased to see the compliments were not spoken in hyperbole. She glances sideways at the scenarium. I assume she's free to return to her duties, as surely your king will arrive at any minute to continue our negotiations. There's not a thing we can do to her. Xaden pockets my patch, and the others slowly agree, 4 of them with more than a little anger in their eyes. Excellent. Queen Mariah offers the scenarium a smile, then pulls me aside and lowers her voice. Viscount Takaris spoke of the deal you made. You truly risked your king's wrath, your kingdom's defenses, all to keep my flyers here. Yes, my stomach clenches. It was the right thing to do. And in return, you only asked for unfettered access to his library? She studies me closely, but I hold her gaze. It's the best on the continent, and our best hope for any historical record of how we defeated the Venin centuries ago. And how we can cure them. Tell me you didn't do this for me. Xaden's chair creaks against the stone floor. I thought we promised never to lie to each other. You endangered yourself. His tone tightens. And I have no regrets. The sooner he gets it through his head that I'll do anything in my power to cure him, the easier this will be on both of us. Fascinating. The Queen's smile warms. But his is not the best. Mine is. I have thousands upon thousands of volumes secured in my summer home. And you are now welcome to any and all of them. I'll have my steward send you a full catalog, though I warn you, we have yet to come across any such historical record. Thank you. Hope fills my chest. If I don't find it, Jacinia will. She nods once, then heads toward the table, effectively dismissing me. I quickly take my leave, escaping before King Tari, or Halden, can appear. This discussion isn't over, Xaden warns as I rush into the hallway, nearly taking out Ree and Riddick in the process. But it is for now. I catch my balance as the door slams behind me. What are you doing here? Every second year in our squad seems to have pushed their way through the guards. We were kind of worried they'd haul you behind the school and turn you to ash. Riddick rubs his hand over the tattoo of a dragon on the side of his neck. I'm fine. Anything we did up until this morning has been pardoned. Did you skip the rest of Battle Brief? There wasn't much to brief us on since information is coming in from the border at a trickle. One active combat zone that they know of. Ree pauses, her eyes flying wide. Vi? You will face consequences! Atos roars from the left, and I pivot, putting myself between him and my friends as he charges down the thick red carpet at us. Anger rises swift and strong, bringing power rushing to the surface of my skin. Not from you, she won't.
Brennan steps through the line of guards directly in front of me and shakes his head. You, Atos recoils. This whole time. Me, Brennan nods, and I move to his side. You lost. My fingers brush the hilt of a dagger at my thigh as I glare up at the man I'd once considered a role model. You tried to kill us at Athbeen, sent assassins after me in the fall, and even sicked Varish on me. And I'm still here. You lost. We're pardoned. We're here. And yet I'm the one the king appointed to take over as commanding general of Basgiath. He gestures to the busy hall around us. So maybe it's you who has actually lost, Cadet Sorengale. My heart gallops. The edges of my vision turn dark and I wobble. No, anyone but him, anyone. I shake my head as Brennan grasps a fistful of fabric at the back of my uniform, steadying me. You're unfit to sit at her desk, Brennan snaps. But here I am. He stands a bit taller. The scenario may abide by the pardon, but I assure you that you will not get away with altering a stone none of us fully understand, with endangering our kingdom. But here I am, I reply softly, anger quickly replacing shock. Your threats are just threats. I'm no longer the scared first year, unsure if I'd survive threshing or be capable of wielding. I take a single step in his direction. One of my dragons is among the most powerful on the continent, and the other is the rarest. I didn't realize it last year or even a few months ago, but I do now. You can't afford to kill me. His face, so like Dane's, twists into a scowl. You can't afford to lose either of my dragons, let alone my signet. And you sure as Malik can't afford to lose Lieutenant Ryerson's. Or should I call him the Duke of Tyrandor? I hold out both arms at my sides, exposing my torso. Do your worst, but we both know I'm now beyond your reach. General. Slowly, I let my arms fall. Do my worst? Heaving breaths raise and lower his shoulders as he looks to Brennan, then behind him. I know exactly where to strike in order to bring you to heel, Cadet. Your siblings may be out of my chain of command, but your friends are not. My stomach dips. You second years seem pretty loyal to one another. He drags his gaze back to mine. They'll pay each and every time you disobey an order or step out of line, starting now. His head tilts as he stares past me. You want to play with matters of war? Then you won't mind serving on the front. He glances at Ree. Squad leader, every second year under your command is hereby ordered for 2 days of duty at the outpost of Samara, to begin tomorrow morning. A cruel smile curves his mouth as he addresses me. The fighting there is rather intense. But surely your signet will keep your squad mates alive, and 2 days should get you back before your dragon feels the loss of his mate. Tomorrow morning? My lips part. But it's at least an 18-hour flight for a griffin, and they'll need breaks. It's more like 20 hours total, and they'll be exhausted by the time we get there. Then I guess you'd better get going. I hope to see you all return intact. An excerpt from Article 8, Section 1, the Dragon Riders Codex. Calling cadets into active service in times of war may only be authorized by the commanding general of Basgiath. Chapter 9. 22 hours later, the 6 of us report to Lieutenant Colonel de Grenzy in Samara's courtyard, bleary-eyed and swaying with bone-deep tiredness. We're not the only ones exhausted. The lieutenant colonel has definitely seen easier days. His cheeks are gaunt, and dried blood cakes the side of his neck. The fortress should feel familiar, thanks to how many times I visited Zayden while he was stationed here in the fall. But the scene around us makes the place nearly unrecognizable. The western wall looks like a dragon crashed through it, demolishing nearly a quarter of the structure. And wounded, in various states of distress, line what's left as healers in bloody smocks move between them. Not a dragon, Endarna corrects me. A wyvern. We flew over what remained of their burned bones a few fields away. Try to get some rest, I tell her. I'm the only one who slept on the way here, she argues, and this thing itches. Leave your harness on. There's no telling how quickly we might be forced to leave. I'm not wearing this when we find my family, she grumbles. Then fly farther, Taryn growls. Some of us are trying to sleep. Lieutenant Colonel de Grenzy finishes reading the orders re-carried, then looks up at us over the paper. They really gave command of Basgaeth to Atos? Yes, sir. Ree holds her shoulders straight, which is more than I can say for the rest of us. Kat and Marin look like they've been through a hurricane, and Traeger can't quit yawning. Same goes for Riddick. And after spending all night in the saddle, I'm all but leaning on him to keep upright. Every muscle in my body hurts. My hips are screaming, and my head pounds in time with my heartbeat. And he invoked Article 8 to send me cadets. De Grenzy glances down our line, his gaze lingering on the flyers. Yes, sir. Ree nods. Wonderful. Well, his intel is old. De Grenzy crumples the orders into a ball. Fighting ended yesterday, and even if it hadn't, I'm not apt to send cadets into battle. He points to the gaping hole in the fortress. The biggest wyvern crashed through as the wards came back up. But once our perimeter fell, Venin didn't need magic to get inside the post anyway. Nearly lost our power supply, killing them off. We managed to repel them across the border, but the front is just over the hill. His gaze drifts toward the flyers. The casualties are far worse beyond the wards. They always are, Kat comments. Has Newhall been affected? Marin's face draws tight. It's a small village on the Stonewater River, about half an... I know where Newhall is, de Grenzy interrupts, clearly ready to be done with us. As of this morning's report, it remains standing. Marin's shoulders sag, and Kat wraps her arm around her. What about Paromish civilians? Traeger asks. Are you... He flinches. We offering them refuge? De Grenzy slowly shakes his head. We're under strict orders not to allow anyone in unless something in negotiations changes. But we crossed the border and fought with your people up until the Horde departed yesterday. You have our gratitude, Kat says. Not everyone would do the same. He nods. For transparency, don't expect the others to be friendly, especially among the riders. This potential alliance isn't overly popular. Lieutenant Colonel de Grenzy turns his attention to me. We were all grieved to hear of the loss of your mother. She was an outstanding commander. Thank you. She prided herself on it. I adjust the straps of my pack on my shoulders to give my hands something to do. He nods. Do me a favor and ask that dragon of yours to stay out of sight. You are both formidable weapons, but you're also a giant target. The enemy may see this as their opportunity to attack en masse and dispatch you both from our ranks. And we can't afford to draw more daggers from the armory if we want to keep the wards in place. Not much we can do if he's already been spotted, but let's avoid additional opportunities. Yes, sir, I respond. I agree, only as a matter of your safety, Taryn mutters, adding something about the insolence of humans. Lieutenant Colonel, a rider in dusty leathers shouts from the gate. We need you! De Grenzy bobs his head at the rider, then looks back at us. Look, I don't really care what you did to piss off Atos. I'm too busy fighting a war to discipline cadets. He gestures at the mess around us. So find whatever space you can and rack out. Get some rest. Then make yourself useful wherever you see fit. There's a small but noticeable limp in his stride as he leaves us, heading for the gate. We're left facing more than a few questionable stares from passing soldiers and riders, some downright hostile. How are we supposed to sleep, knowing most of these riders would happily put knives in our backs? Marin asks. We can take watches, Traeger suggests, pulling a piece of feather fluff from his light brown hair. Once I get some sleep, I'll offer to help the healers, too. If they'll accept it, Kat notes, crossing her arms when a captain in Rider Black glares our way from across the bailey. They'd probably put a knife in your back in gratitude. Violet? Ree glances my way. You know the outpost better than any of us. My gaze slides toward the southwestern turret, and a tired smile tugs at my lips. Even hundreds of miles away, he's still taking care of me, and doesn't even know it. I know where we'll be safe. I can't find it. Panic seizes my heart as I throw items from the wooden chest at the foot of my four-poster bed, growing more and more desperate with each minute that passes. It has to be here. Heat scorches the side of my face as blue flames burst through the window of my chamber, and the blast knocks me backward. I crash into the full-length mirror, and glass rains down, nicking the top of my head. I throw myself onto my hands and knees and crawl toward the chest as fire catches my curtains and screams sound in the hallway behind me. Panic threatens to seize my muscles. I'm out of time, but I can't leave them. They're all I have left. Every inch is a fight, my body refusing to obey the simple command to move, and sweat beads on my forehead as the flames spread to the linens on my bed. What are you doing? Someone shouts behind me as I reach the trunk, but I can't afford the time to turn, not until I've found it. Pillows, an extra blanket, the books my father sent with me. I discard them all, flinging them into the fire like sacrifices as I burrow deeper into the bottomless chest. We have to go! Kat sinks down to her knees beside me. They've already taken the hole. We need to fly. I can't find it! I try to yell, but it comes out nearly silent. Why can't I scream? Rail against the cruelty, the perpetual anxiety of impending doom. Get yourself out, I'll follow. I can't leave you! She grabs me by the shoulders, soot covering half her face, and fear waters her dark brown eyes. Don't make me try because I can't. You have to live, I rip away and dig back into the chest. He'll choose you. I know he will. You're the future Queen of Tyrandor, and your people need you. She hasn't lost her crown. She'll fight for what's hers. I need you, she yells, then gasps and throws herself over me as heat roars against our backs. Wood crackles and breaks, and then the heat changes, coming at us from every direction. Just another. My fingers fumble, then finally grasp the miniature painting, and I register their soft smiles, the playful honey-brown eyes of my family before clasping the art to my chest. Got it! Kat yanks me to my feet, dragging me toward the door, and we both startle as the beams of my bed come crashing down. Embers fly, singeing my hand, and the painting slips from my grip, catching fire on its way to the ground. No! I scream as Kat tugs me back, and as the flame engulfs the portrait. It's no longer a painting, it's them. My parents, my family, they're burning. Stop! My throat can't force the words out as I'm pulled away to the sound of their screams, their tears begging me to save them. No! No! I come awake and jolt upright in bed, gasping for air and blinking off the remnants of the nightmare as sweat drips down the back of my neck. Late afternoon sun streams in through the window, lighting the bedchamber that had been Xaden's, the one he warded so only he and I could get through. My heart races as I glance over the sleeping faces of my squad mates. Thank the gods that Xaden used the same warding technique on this room as he had on mine at Basgayath. I'd pulled my squad through one by one. Traeger's sleeping up against the door using his pack for a pillow, and Riddick is out a few feet away with his dagger mere inches from his fingertips. Vi? Ree whispers, sitting up beside me and rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. You all right?
I nod, spotting Marin and Kat curled with their backs against each other in the center of the room on makeshift pallets. We're all accounted for. There's no fire, no immediate danger. As much as I miss Sawyer, I'm glad he's not in harm's way. Clearly, we're too close to the front for my peace of mind with dreams like that. Just a nightmare. Oh, she lies back down on the spot I'd usually sleep, and I fall onto Zayden's now sweat-soaked pillow. Basgaeth? I get them sometimes, too. I think so. It's been months since he slept here, but I swear I catch a hint of mint as I turn my head toward Ree, keeping my voice low. But Kat was there, and I was trying to find this painting of my family, but it was weird, and then they were burning. I sigh, which makes sense considering my mother turned herself into an actual flame. Ree grimaces. I'm sorry. I scoff lightly, remembering the dream. And I told Kat she had to live because she was the future queen of Tyrandor. Ree's eyes widen and she smothers a laugh with her hand. Now that's the real nightmare. I know, right? My smile slips. What's in your nightmares when you have them? She smooths the piece of black silk covering her hair. Usually, it's that you don't save Sawyer, and I can't get to him fast enough because I make the wrong call. You two are not as quiet as you think, Riddick mutters. What time is it? Probably time for us to get up, Ree says. The rest of the squad stirs, and we take turns in the bathing chamber before filing into the hallway, ready to make ourselves useful. A pair of riders, one wearing major rank and the other captain, approach as I shut Zayden's door, their footsteps as weary as their eyes. Maze says they have less than an hour, the major says, wrapping a bandage around her hand, then shoving her short blonde hair out of her eyes. Came out of nowhere. Maze? I know that name. Mated to Grime, Taryn reminds me. Right. They've been mated for decades and are able to communicate at a far longer range than Taryn and Sigale. We're stretched too thin. A line of stitches puckers on the captain's cheek, and he shakes his head. If they're smart, they've already evacuated Newhall. We all step back against the wall so they can pass. Well, all except Marin, who blocks their way. I'm sorry, did you say Newhall? Yes, the captain replies, looking at Marin like he's tasted something sour. Why is it being evacuated? Marin rushes, her brow furrowing. The officers share a knowing look, and the rest of us come off the wall in front of the pair as Kat quickly crosses behind Traeger to reach Marin. The area is under attack. It's odd for Venom to target such a small village, but scouts reported smoke. Marin inhales sharply, and Kat hooks her arm through her elbow. You have people there. The major's tone softens, pity in her gaze. Marin presses her lips between her teeth and nods. It's where her family fled, Kat answers. It's not more than half an hour from here. Are we flying? We. The captain looks at each of us, pausing at my braid before addressing Kat. We are running on little to no sleep and have already lost one rider this week. Half our riot is patrolling to the north, and the other half is pushing burnout, so as harsh as it may sound, he shoots the major a look I can't quite decipher. The village is too small to risk any more casualties to the unit. My breath abandons me. So we just leave them to die? Traeger's voice rises. Why? Because they're Paromish? Not because they're Paromish. Because we can't help. The major's words grow shorter. Not all of us wield lightning, she glances at me. If we want to save the towns, the cities, the denser areas of population, then an unfortunate part of war is knowing we'll lose some of the villages. If you don't pick up strategic concepts in your 3rd year, then you'll certainly learn fast once you graduate. The pair walks around Marin and Kat, their footsteps heavy as they depart. If any of us are still alive by the time they graduate. The captain's voice fades. My family's there, Marin whispers, her face crumpling. Why didn't my parents go south when Zolya fell? They would have been safe in Cordon. Or they could have gone back to Drathis. Shh, Kat rubs Marin's arm. I'm sure they'll get out. Marin shakes her head violently. What if they're already dead? My stomach churns as I look to Ree. Taryn and I can make the flight faster than half an hour if we break from the squad. It's not like we haven't seen battle, Kat adds. We fought our way out of Cliffsbane. Ree stiffens. Atos invoked Article 8, so we're legally clear, but there are so many unknowns, she whispers to herself. Number of Venin, Wyvern, but the civilians. Look, it's only a fight if we make it one. Riddick glances at the flyers. Narrow the scope of the mission. We extract Marin's family. We save as many civilians as we can. We get out. Without knowing what we're up against, we can't just... Restarts. We defended Basgayath, Kat snaps. Ree's mouth snaps shut. If it were Mira and Brennan in danger, I'd go, especially with that nightmare so fresh in my mind. But there's a reason I'm not the squad leader and Ree is. Vote, I suggest. I get it. Ordering us into a war zone could be catastrophic, and we're just cadets. So vote. That's what we did at Russin. None of us mentioned that Liam and Soleil didn't come home. Ree nods. All in favor. Every hand goes up, including hers. She sighs. Well, de Grenzy did tell us to make ourselves useful. Let's go be of use. An excerpt from Tactics, A Modern Guide to Aerial Combat, by Major Constance Cara. Weather is the one great equalizer in battle, equally detrimental or favorable to both sides given the conditions. Without our wielders swaying that element to our advantage, we are at its mercy. Chapter 10. 40 minutes later, the sun disappears as Taryn and I drop between the snow-tipped ridgelines, descending thousands of feet into the warmer valley that houses the Stonewater River. The sun always sets so early this time of year. Power hums in my veins, ebbing and flowing with every heartbeat. I'd almost forgotten how wild magic feels beyond the wards. How accessible. Taryn's power seems endless, deeper than the oceans I've never crossed, wider than the vast sky above us. Maize sauce depart, Taryn warns, tucking his wings. My stomach rises as he plummets, following the terrain at a nauseating speed. She's relaying an order to return immediately. Can you ignore her? We're easily 5 minutes ahead of the other dragons and 10 ahead of the griffins, who travel with Andarna despite my pleas for her to stay behind. I do not answer to Maize. He levels out over the river, a notable tailwind helping to maintain his speed. His wings beat so close to the rapids that I half expect to feel the splash of water as we curve around the bend. In a few months, this river will be the most treacherous on the continent with spring runoff, adding to the region's already unpredictable weather complements of the abrupt change in altitude. Smoke rises in thick plumes ahead of us, joining the storm clouds while simultaneously smothering the village beneath. My heart jolts with a rush of adrenaline and dread. Ahead! Yes, I too have eyes. We're 5 minutes out. He tips right to fit through a bottleneck in the water-carved canyon, and my weight shifts, the belt of my saddle keeping me in place. Once we're through, I rip off my gloves, shove them into my right front pocket, then scan both sides of the raging river for signs of life. I need you to slow down. I can't tell if those are people or trees.
You ask for speed and then complain when I provide it.
But he slows as the landscape shifts into the high plains. This is the only logical path they'd take to... I spot a line of civilians hiking toward us on the southern bank of the river. There!
I have relayed to Fierg. The Griffins and Andarna will stop there first as planned.
Tern tells me, then picks up speed again.
1 minute. Prepare yourself. The pressure is dropping. We fly toward a storm.
Sure enough, my ears pop and I shove my wrist through the leather strap that will keep the conduit secure. Quickly, I unbutton my flight hood, letting the warmer wind rip it from my face for the sake of visibility as we fly toward the smoke and flame-engulfed village. Civilians flee from a gate in the western wall, and the acrid scent of smoke fills my lungs, growing more pungent with each beat of Tern's wings. A shape breaks through the pillar of smoke. Wyvern! I grasp the conduit in my left hand, then throw open the door to Tern's power, increasing the flow from a trickle to a rush. It envelops me, fire streaking through my veins, embers burning in my bones as the conduit glows, siphoning off the excess.
Do not channel more than you wield,
Tern warns as the wyvern flies straight for us, its gray, leathery wings riddled with holes. I'm fine. If I miss the first time, those fetid teeth will be in reach of Tern. I force myself upright against the wind, my core tightening to keep me steady as I lift my right hand, then take aim and release the power with a snap. Lightning flashes, illuminating the clouds above for less than a heartbeat before tearing through the sky and striking the wyvern in the chest. The beast screams as it falls, and Tern passes so closely overhead that I catch the scent of charred flesh. There's no time for relief as 2 more burst through the smoke. We're outnumbered, and while Tern is bigger, they are faster.
High ground,
Tern warns before banking right and climbing, putting the village behind us. I turn as far as the belt on my saddle will allow and raise my hand, welcoming the burn as energy gathers within me, but... They're on us! Too close to strike without endangering Tern. The larger wyvern's enormous jaw opens, revealing blood-stained teeth, and its tongue curls as it lunges with a burst of speed. Tern! Tern dips his wings at an angle, catching the wind, and I hurtle forward in the seat at the sudden decrease in speed as he swings his massive tail. Bone cracks, blood spurts, and the wyvern spins off to the right, missing the lower half of its jaw. I can't pivot fully, but I take aim at what I can see of the one still pursuing us, then unleash with a crack and miss. Fuck! I reach.
If you remove that belt, I will unseat you over the river and let your meager gods sort you out.
Tern warns, then banks left, giving me the perfect view. I release another strike, guiding it with the motion of my hand, and it hits true, severing the wyvern's head from its neck. Got it! Fuck yes. But unless those 3 wyvern are on a scouting patrol, unlikely given the flaming village, there has to be a creator nearby. I face forward and lean into the turn, casting my focus downward. The demarcation line is clear this high above the village. Half is devoid of color, drained of all its magic, and in the center of the village stands a single figure in flowing dark robes, her light hair, silver, whipping in the wind. It's her, the Dark Wielder from Jack's cell. My grip tightens on the conduit. She looks toward us, lifts her hand and wiggles her fingers as if waving. A sick feeling squeezes my stomach. I think she was expecting us. This is a trap, and we flew right into it. My heart drops at the realization, but it doesn't change the fact that Marin's family is in danger. Above, Tern bellows, and I look up as 2 wyvern emerge from the swirling storm system. I lift my hand, but there's no time, they're already here. Tern punches his tail forward underneath us, swinging his body in a way I've never experienced. And I fall backward, my stomach lodging in my throat as the ground takes the place of the sky, and the strap pulls tight across my thighs, holding me upside down long enough for my heart to pound in my ears twice. Snap! Bone fractures, and Tern rolls right, dragging the broken-necked corpse of a wyvern with us, then releasing it once we level.
I force my stomach back where it belongs and prepare to strike the other as it lunges for us. It snaps its jaws, teeth clashing mere feet from Taryn's shoulder as it misses, cutting at least 2 years off my life. I extend my arm. "Do not," Taryn orders, and a second later brown scales consume my field of vision as Atrum clasps the wyvern's head between his teeth and bites as we pass. The wind roars like a beast, blocking out any other sound, and Taryn banks hard, whipping himself back around. My face contorts into a grimace at the force my body absorbs with the maneuver, and I fight to remain conscious as we turn toward the battle. Atrum's tail curves up, the poisonous barb jabbing into the belly of the wyvern. I blink. A scorpion tail? It's not Atrum. "Crod," Taryn explains as the wyvern falls from the dragon's grip. "What the fuck is Garrick?" "Tornado!" Taryn warns a second before a wall of wind hits hard enough to knock the breath from my lungs and drags us into its swirling vortex. We're flung like a rag doll, and the roar of the storm vibrates every bone in my body. Taryn snaps his wings shut, and I hold fast to the pommels and duck my head as debris flies by, terror locking my muscles as we're thrown round and round and round as though we weigh nothing. "Oh, Malik, I am not ready to meet you." "Violet!" and Darna shouts. "No!" Taryn bellows as we're spun to a near vertical position. "Stay back!" I shriek, and fear burns through my bones like acid as we're ripped outward by centrifugal motion. She can't get caught in this. It has every chance of killing us and will damn sure take her life. We're flung out of the storm like a projectile, hurtling backward through the air toward what I think is a mountainside. Taryn opens his wings in a burst, slowing our speed from meteoric to lethal in a move so sudden my head whips backward and my ears ring. His roar shakes my ribs as he snaps his wings shut and contorts his body in an attempt to twist. His side hits first, the collision stunning me breathless and knocking boulders loose around us with a cracking sound. Something slams into my knee, and Taryn's wings snap over me a moment before I hear a second thud of impact. The bond goes dark. "No! Taryn!" I scream, terror locking every muscle, stealing every thought but one. "He can't be gone!" We fall down the ridge in a graceless, limp skid. Deprived of sight, I can only hear the grate of rock against scale, feel the jarring hits as we crash through obstacles and continue downward. "Taryn!" I try again, mentally grasping for him. But there's nothing. "Violet!" and Darna cries, "I can't feel him!" "Stay back!" I repeat as we fall down and down and down. Is there a cliff beneath us? I should have heeded Taryn's warning about the storm. Is he all right? Has he... "Don't think like that!" she wails. My heart thunders a staccato beat as we plummet, and I throw my hands from the pommels and spread them over his scales. I can't feel him breathing. But that doesn't mean he isn't. He has to be all right. I'd feel it if he wasn't, right? Panic fights to close my throat. This isn't how he ends, how we end. Liam only had minutes after Day ceased breathing, but he knew. "Choose to live," I beg Andarna in a rush. "You're the only one of your kind. You have to live no matter what happens to us." "Oh, gods. Zayden. Stay with me," she pleads, her voice breaking. "You both have to stay." We free fall for the length of a heartbeat, my stomach rising, and I prepare for my final breath. Earth claims us once more in a rough embrace, and this time we grind to a stop. Taryn's wings fall open, and I'm left dangling at a 90-degree angle to the ground, gasping dust-filled air. He's fallen onto his side. I can't see his head from this angle, so I drop any semblance of a shield and fully reach for him. There's a glimmer of thread where our bond should be, but it's enough to flood my system with hope as something crashes behind me. A glimmer means he isn't dead. My own heartbeat means he can't be. His chest shudders, and his breath begins a deep, steady pattern. "Thank you, gods. He's breathing," I tell Andarna. "Sorengale!" Footsteps race toward me. Here, I reply, my abs straining to keep position while I fight with the belt of my saddle. Garrick's chest heaves as he appears 10 feet beneath me, his hood blown back and blood dripping from the right corner of his hairline. You're alive. He braces his hands on both knees and leans over, and I can't tell if he's catching his breath or going to be ill. Thank you, Dune. Taryn? He looks up, giving me a quick appraisal and blanching. Knocked out. What's wrong? I ask. Your knee is a fucking mess. I glance down at my leg, and a scream works its way up my throat as the agony hits, like it waited until I could see exactly how fucked I am to make itself known. My flight leathers are torn at my right knee, and my mouth waters, bile rising quickly as I realize my kneecap isn't where it's supposed to be. Searing pain hurtles up my leg and spine, stealing logical thought as it consumes me, coming in waves that match my heartbeat. Is it broken? Garrick asks. Seconds tick by as I concentrate solely on pushing the pain back into a box I can manage, then force my toes to move one by one. I think just dislocated. Can't fix it. Nausea rolls through me with every breath. At this angle. He nods. Drop, and I'll catch you. We'll get you sorted on the ground. Crod? I ask, getting a firm grip on the belt. My weight is holding the damned buckle closed. He's slowly coming to. Garrick looks back over his shoulder. Stubborn ass turned and took the impact on his stomach. Saved my life, but an outcropping halfway down knocked him out temporarily. That must be what happened to Taryn. That second impact I heard was his head. Shit. The silver-haired Venin is still out here, and both dragons are as good as defenseless without us, at least until the others arrive. Drop me, and I'll kick you in the face. I grit my teeth through the pain. I am not dying today, and neither is Taryn. Let's be honest, you're not kicking anyone with that knee. He lifts his arms up, and I'm filled with the most illogical longing for Xaden to be standing in his place. Come on, Violet, trust me. I heave up, pushing against the pommels to shift my weight, then wrench the strap through the buckle and fall like a stone. The scream I'd held back rips free as he catches me, the world erupting in shades of red pain at the collision. Do you want me to put it back in? He asks, holding me as carefully as he can. I nod, and he quickly sets me on my feet and crouches in front of me, holding onto my waist to keep me upright. The scabbards of the swords he wears strapped to his back drag through palm-size hailstones to scrape the rocky ground. Extend it slowly, he orders, keeping his hazel eyes on my knee. I turn my head, biting into the collar of my jacket to keep from screaming again as I straighten my leg. This won't be pleasant. I'm so sorry, he says as he slides my kneecap back into place. Don't be, I manage to gasp, the pain immediately sliding to a level where I can at least think somewhat properly. Rap is in my pack. The rhythmic sound of Taryn's breathing calms my heartbeat, but I can't see anything beyond his dark scales to my left and hunks of granite to our right with us all but wedged up against the mountainside. He retrieves the fabric, then holds me steady as I do my best to stabilize the joint. Pain flares as I test my weight on the limb, but it's minuscule compared to what could happen to Taryn if we don't start moving, so I tie off the fabric and call it good. It'll do until I can get to a healer or Brennan, but we need to get out of here alive first. You're good at that, he says. Dipping down, he slings an arm around my upper back, and I throw mine over his shoulder. Lots of practice. We make our way beside Taryn's back, careful not to step on his wings, and finally clear his tail as the tornado winds its way eastward. Your head is bleeding right above your scar from Ressin. Good. Hate to damage the other side of my perfect face. He jokes. Don't worry about me. It's nothing a couple of stitches won't fix. The others approach, Andarna says. They do not know Crod is with you, and I have not told them. The brown scorpion tail blocked out his riot? Tell them to go for Marin's family first. You stay right where you're at until we know what's going on.
There's a definite grumble in her response as I stagger forward with Garrick's help, taking a central position between Tairn and Crod, who looks like he might be missing a few scales along his jaw. The others are on their way, I tell Garrick, and I'm pretty sure that Venin knew we were coming. That's great, he grimaces. I've flown through some shit, but never been through a tornado before, Garrick says, scanning the horizon. We're at least a mile south of the village. Me either. The smoke rises in a steady column again above the town. I reach for Tairn's power, but as expected, the scorching archives I've come to depend on sputter with darkness. Want to tell me what you're doing here? They made it. Garrick tenses and pointedly looks toward the western end of the village as Fierg and Atrum cross the moonlight. Kira, Daja, and Traeger's griffin, Scylla, follow soon after, all of them bearing their riders and flyers respectively. Marin's family, right? That's what Major Safa relayed. That's why I'm here. You're supposed to be with Xaden. There's no point confirming what he already knows. 8 hours away. Yeah, well, the second he heard you were charging off into danger, he became unreasonable. A muscle in Garrick's jaw ticks, and I pull my arm from his shoulder so he can stand straight, shifting my weight to relieve the pressure from my right knee as much as possible. I've never seen him like that. Garrick shoots a worried look my way. Ever. I don't even want to think about what he would have done if he'd been out here beyond the wards because I thought he was going to rip the stones from the wall. He's always prided himself on control. He has to when he wields that much power. And I'm telling you, he lost it when he heard you were crossing the border, Violet. He's not himself. My chest tightens. He'd been annoyed, even angry when I flew for Corden with my siblings a few months ago. But he hadn't come close to losing it. Because Atos sent us to... The words die on my tongue as I process what he said. He knew I was crossing the border? Maze. I end on a whisper, staring up at the side of Garrick's face. How did you get here? It's not important. He draws a sword with his left hand. Maze saw us leave maybe 40 minutes ago, and you're already here. You're a wind wielder. And there's no fucking way you pushed hundreds of miles an hour tailwind at Crod. So how did you get here? My voice rises with my temper, and lightning strikes 20 feet in front of us, charring the ground as thunder booms simultaneously. I startle, then wince as my knee cries at the sudden movement. Damn, Sorengale, you didn't have to, he starts. I didn't. I shake my head. I did. Our heads whip right, and the silver-haired Venin walks toward us, her purple robes billowing in the breeze. She doesn't bother to look at Tairn as she passes mere yards in front of his hind claws. Just keeps those eerie red eyes pinned on us. On me. Wait. She did... what? Lightning? Blood drains from my face, and I throw up my shields, drawing on Andarna's power. Holy Dune. She wielded lightning. But Venin aren't supposed to have signets, let alone mine. Dread pins my heart to the ground, but my hands are fast as I unsheathe and fling 2 daggers at her chest. She waves her hand left and right, and the knives fall mid-flight. Is that any way to thank me? Fuck. I should have brought the mini crossbow Marin gave me. Thank you for what exactly? Garrick raises his sword and moves to my side as I reach for Tairn's power again, finding a dim hum. Now wouldn't be a bad time to manifest a second signet, I tell Andarna as the Dark Wielder approaches. My heart thunders like a drum. All the Venin has to do is palm the earth, and the 4 of us will be desiccated in seconds. As if I control how you use my power, Andarna counters.
Second signet. My gaze darts toward Garrick. But a glance is all I can afford with the dark wielder sauntering toward us. Not killing you, of course. The dark wielder cocks her head to the side and runs her gaze over me in blatant appraisal, then pauses about 10 feet away. The scarlet veins beside her eyes remind me of a masquerade mask topped by the faded tattoo on her forehead, and the red glow around her irises is 10 shades brighter than Jack's. A sage, probably. Maybe even a maven. And were it not for the physical signs of her lost soul, she'd be stunningly beautiful, with high cheekbones and a full mouth, but her skin's eerily pale. Though I must say, I'm disappointed you were so easily lured from your wards. She tisks at me. Shame the girl's family raised weapons at me. Or they might have lived. She shoots a warning glance at Garrick, but he doesn't lower his sword. The girl's family... My hands curl into fists. You killed Marin's family? Rock and ice crunch under my boots as I take 2 steps toward her. To lure me? Anger curdles my stomach. Only the parents. She rolls her eyes. I left the boys as a sign of goodwill. Though you can't say the same about my wyvern, can you? Goodwill! I shout. Marin's going to be devastated. Violet, Garrick warns, but he keeps with me step for step. Careful with your tone, lightning wielder. The dark wielder flicks her wrist, and Garrick rises in the air in a nauseating reenactment of every one of my nightmares. His sword drops to the ground, and he scrambles for his throat. You, I'm curious about. I'll even admit to wanting, considering all that power, not to mention being an effective leash. But him? She shakes her head, and Garrick begins to kick. Leash. That's exactly what Jack called me. She knows about Xaden. Let him go! I draw another dagger and shove every hint of fear aside. Nothing's happening to Garrick on my watch. This might not kill you, but it will hurt like hell. Let's not compare weapons. She reaches for a knife sheathed in the belt of her gauzy purple robe and reveals just enough of its green tip to seize my breath for a heartbeat. Our paths are too intertwined to begin with such hostility. I know. You answer a single question, and I'll return the walker to the ground. That seems a civil start to our relationship, don't you think, Violet? Ask it. I feel Endarna hovering along our bond, alert and hopefully nowhere near us. Warn the others. They're coming. Frustration sharpens her words. You prize his friend's life over information. Interesting. She shoves the knife back into its sheath. I'm Theophany, by the way. Seems only right that you know my name, seeing as I know everything about you, Violet Sorengale. Fucking awesome. Because of Jack? It's the only logical explanation. She shrugs in a dismissive gesture that reminds me of the Duchess of Moraine. Bonding one dragon is enviable. All that power just given to you. Her mouth tightens. But 2 is unheard of. Aren't you the luckiest girl on the continent? Or maybe that's me, being close by when your morning star tail was spotted. Is that really your question? My fingernails cut into my palms as Garrick's kicks become more desperate. Just an observation. Her gaze flicks toward Garrick. For good faith. She turns her hand, and Garrick crashes to the ground beside me, wheezing as he draws breath. Now, tell me, which chose you first? The one who gifted you the power of the sky? Or the Irid?
An excerpt from Recorded Correspondence of Nirali Ilan, Commanding General Cliffsbane Fortress, to Lyra Michael, Deputy Commanding General, Basgayath War Camp. In the hope and excitement this new development of the bonds between dragons, griffins, and their humans brings, I wonder who has stopped to contemplate the nature of magic's balance. Do we not risk the equal rise of the very powers we seek to wield? Chapter 11. Irid? I blink and fight like hell to keep my face blank.
Yes, you're Irid.
Theophany surveys the sky, then the landscape behind us as Garrick staggers to his feet, sword in hand.
Some do not believe, but I knew as soon as the cream-robed scholars whispered about the seventh breed in your war college. Pity I had to leave so abruptly. One hasn't been seen in centuries, and I was so hoping to set eyes on her.
She finishes the statement like the threat it is, bringing her crimson gaze to mine. And Darna. Terror races up my spine and lightens my head.
Irid,
Andarna whispers.
Yes. I remember now. That is what my kind are called. I am an Irid scorpion tail.
Fly for the wards, I scream mentally. She's not here for me, she wants you. I will not abandon you, she roars. Everyone on the continent needs you alive. Now fly! My fingers brush the conduit hanging from my wrist, but it's of no use to me without Tairn's power. I need to stall, give Andarna enough time to escape. She's out of your reach. Theophany studies my face. Disappointing, but it wouldn't be fun if I caught my prey on the first attempt. You truly don't know what she is, do you? The Dark Wielder's mouth curves into a delighted smile that instantly sickens my stomach. What a prize you've won. Sometimes I forget just how short mortal memory can be. Mortal? As opposed to what? Immortal? How fucking old is she? She moves sideways toward the village, and Garrick and I both mimic her movement, putting ourselves between her and Tairn. When the Shadow Wielder comes to us, he won't, I snap. Power hums, filling me at a trickle as the sound of wing beats fills the air. Tairn's waking up, but whatever's coming at us is coming fast. He will, she says in that same infuriatingly certain tone Xaden uses. Lightning cracks like punctuation, branching through the cloud overhead. She didn't even have to lift her hands. Holy shit. I'm outmatched in every possible way. And when you come with him, you will remember that I let you live today and choose me, not Berwyn, as your teacher. She retreats step by slow step, extending her arms out at her sides. Maybe Venin lose their minds with their souls, but humoring her gives Andarna more time to flee. And why would I do that? Power comes flooding back, scalding my bones, and I let it gather and coil. Besides the fact that he's subpar and you'd be chained to him, powerless to resist his orders, she sneers in disgust, then schools her features. I'll let you keep both your dragons while giving you what you want most in the world. Her gaze drops to the conduit as wind pulses. The others must be here. Control and knowledge. Tairn swivels and his head snaps toward Theophany, but his teeth close just short of her feet as she's plucked off the ground by the claw of a wyvern. Its gray wings beat fast and hard, blasting us with wind and carrying its creator from the battlefield. Holy shit. We're actually alive.
Garrick says, lowering his sword. She left us alive.
Are you all right? I ask Taryn, my voice cracking.
I am not deceased. He gains his feet, his talons digging into the rocky soil.
Relief pricks at my eyes and my vision wobbles.
Do not dehydrate on my account, he lectures. It takes more than weather to fell me.
His golden gaze drops to my knee.
Wish I could say the same for you.
Yeah, you're just fine, I mutter, then turn toward Garrick, who's already picking up one of my lost daggers. You don't have to do that.
You're not exactly in a position to walk, he reminds me, scooping up the second.
Did you? I ask quickly as the wing beats grow louder. She called you a walker. He'd traveled 1,000 miles in minutes, and there's only one way I've read about to accomplish that. But no one has done it in centuries. Garrick wipes the back of his hand across his temple, and it comes away bloody.
Yeah, and she called you a leash.
No wonder he's best friends with Xaden. They're both excellent at dodging questions. You have a second signet, don't you? And like Xaden, he hid the strongest one.
So do you.
He hands back my daggers and sways.
Or at least, you will.
Thank you. I hold his gaze while sheathing the blades and wade through the significance of what he's concealing. You know, the last time someone wielded distance—
Never said I did,
he interrupts, looking toward Crod with a flash of a smile as the brown scorpion tail lumbers to his feet.
Scared me there for a second, he scoffs. Yes, I know how much energy it takes. Trust me. You're missing far more skin than I am.
You should go. I motion toward Crod and my knee throbs as the adrenaline starts to wear off. Now, before they get close enough to see you. I know he's blocked out the riot, so your secret is still safe if you leave in the next few seconds. Garrick's gaze swings to mine, clearly torn.
Getting you into the saddle.
Thank you for risking exposure by coming to help me. But go! I lift my brows. My squad will help me. Garrick tilts his head like he's listening, then nods.
You'll come straight back to Bezgaeth?
I nod. Run! He stays a second longer, then takes off sprinting toward Crod. He launches in the shadows, flying out of sight as my squad nears. Did you know? I ask Taryn.
We do not gossip about our riders.
Good point. If they did, Xaden would be dead by now. This is ridiculous, I tell Taryn as he descends not into the flight field, but straight into the courtyard of the quadrant 20 hours later.
So is thinking you can hobble back from the flight field.
Screams sound from the dozen or so cadets who run for the safety of the dormitory wing as Taryn lands in the mud. At least it's stopped snowing. Violet! Brennan charges past the fleeing cadets, his brow pinched with worry. Did you seriously tell my brother? I glare at Taryn, knowing full well he can't see me.
Of course not,
Taryn snorts, and steam covers the dormitory wing windows. I told Marb, Endarna announces, landing on Taryn's right, her scales as black as his. I'm fine, I call down to Brennan, ripping the belt free and cursing when the stitches catch again. Biting my lip keeps me from crying out as I force myself out of the saddle. So much for not gossiping. She snorts, and I begin the humiliating exercise of scooting over Taryn's back on my ass while she looks on. Taryn dips his shoulder when I reach it, and I fail to smother the sharp gasp of pain as I lift my right leg so I can slide down. How about you go get me a set of crutches and I'll—
How about you get down here?
Xaden says, standing where I'd expected to find Brennan. My heartbeat jolts. Gods, he looks good. Staring up at me with the kind of intensity that used to rattle my nerves when I was a first year. He lifts one arm, and shadows rush up from beneath Taryn and solidify as they wrap around my waist.
Now would be preferable.
He crooks his fingers at me.
I would do the same for any wounded rider.
I somehow doubt that.
I slide down Tyrn's leg and the shadows turn me sideways at the last second and lift me into Zayden's waiting arms. My. I brush a lock of dark hair off his forehead, then hook my arms around his neck and settle against his chest, ignoring the throbbing protest of my knee as it bends. What else can you do with those shadows, Lieutenant Ryerson? He locks his jaw and keeps his eyes straight ahead as he carries me away from Tyrn and past Brennan, who holds the door to the dormitory wing open. Commons is closest, Brennan says, quickly catching up to Zayden. Every line of Zayden's body is rigid as he follows Brennan through the rotunda and up into Commons. Tension radiates off him in waves of shadows that swirl like footprints as I look back over his shoulder, and when I reach out mentally, he has me blocked. You're angry, I whisper as Brennan charges ahead, ordering cadets out of a meeting room to the right of the announcements board. Anger does not fully describe my current feelings, Zayden replies, striding through the door into the windowless chamber. Shadows shove all 6 chairs on this side of the long course table out of the way, and he sets me on the surface with extreme care, then retreats, putting his back to the wall. I did exactly what you would have in the same situation, I argue, bracing my weight with my palms as Brennan moves to my knee, leaving the door open. If you would... Zayden lifts a single finger. Not yet. My eyes narrow on him as Brennan slices through my wrap with a dagger. And I thought you were headed home, I ask my brother. Just helping put the finer points on the alliance. He grimaces at the black and blue expanse of my knee. Lucky for you, I'm still here. 20 hours in the saddle didn't exactly help the swelling, Vi. Neither would have trying to dismount at Samara, I wince as Brennan prods the joint. I brought some arament with me. I'll have it steeped in milk to help speed the deep healing. He nods to himself. It helped after you were poisoned. You brought arament out of Aracia? Zayden glowers at my brother. Breaking the law in front of the Duke. I try to tease my brother, but the pain makes my words pitchy and it falls flat. Fuck, that hurts. My leg throbs twice as hard without the wrap. I'm well versed in how to use it. You know they don't take too kindly to walking out of negotiations when you speak for your province, right? Brennan spreads his hands over the joint and looks over his shoulder at Zayden. You're not just a rider anymore and should probably get back. He blinks as Zayden delivers a withering glare. Never mind. I would not want to be you, he says under his breath at me, then closes his eyes. It's not her fault, Garrick shouts as he races through the doorway, all but skidding to a stop at the foot of the table. Oh, Zayden asks. Crossing into Boromir was definitely a choice. Garrick shucks off his flight jacket and drops it on the nearest chair. But the tornado, a regional hazard, the Dark Wielder? You've already pled her case. Twice. Zayden's tone is almost bored as he folds his arms. I don't need to be protected from him. I shake my head at Garrick as heat envelops my knee, then glance Zayden's way. I own my decisions. Well, the fuck aware. Zayden closes his eyes and leans his head back against the wall. She's here, Rhiannon calls out from the doorway. Second ears flood into the room, including Marin and her 2 little brothers who seem glued to her side. You 2 sit, Marin says gently to the boys, and Traeger pulls out 2 chairs across the table for them. The twin boys are 7, with her ochre complexion, dark hair, and honey-brown, grief-stricken eyes, which must be why the 2 feel so familiar to me. They were also silent every time we stopped on the flight here. She crouches in front of them. We'll get it all sorted out, I promise. Sit down, Traeger says to Kat, pulling out another seat. I'm fine. She wobbles and rubs the back of her neck. You're swaying where you stand. He gestures to the chair. Sit. Fine, she grumbles, all but falling into the chair. Marin, you too. Every single one of us is exhausted. You disobeyed a direct order? General Atos storms into the room, then startles at the sight of Brennan and Zayden.
The heat intensifies at my knee, and the pain lessens slowly as Brennan mends the stressed ligament and swollen tissue. We were ordered to make ourselves useful, and did so. Rhiannon steps between Atos and the rest of the squad. Sir. The title doesn't come out like a compliment. Our early return was signed off by Lieutenant Colonel de Grenzy. Given that they did not have a mender at the outpost and are already overwhelmed with wounded. Surely you're satisfied now that Cadet Sorengale is wounded. We completed your punishment. And we'll do it again. Riddick kicks back in his seat, throwing his feet up on the table. And again, and again. Atos's face flushes. I'm sorry, Cadet. He said we'll do it again. I lift my chin and note the shadows creeping across the stone floor toward Atos. We make decisions as a squad. We'll take whatever punishment you want to give us as a squad. What we don't do is stand by while civilians die, regardless of what citizenship they hold. And before you ask, every single dragon and griffin agreed. Hatred flares in Atos's eyes, but he quickly glances at Brennan. You have no right to be here, Aeserai. This is a quadrant matter. It's Sorengale, Brennan says without opening his eyes. And even if Article 2, Section 4 of the Basgaith Code of Conduct didn't allow for menders to be granted access to all areas of campus, which it does, well, I don't answer to you. My throat clogs when I spot the newly sewn name tag on his uniform. And who answers for them? Atos points to the boys. King Tari has refused to open our borders. Even now? I struggle to keep my jaw from dropping. How is that not part of the negotiations? A corner of Atos's mouth rises, as if he knows he's won. They'll have to be returned home. Immediately. My gaze swings to Xaden, and I find him already watching me. I lift my brows, and he sighs, then turns his head toward Atos. As we're concluding this round of negotiations this afternoon, Lieutenant Colonel Sorengale will happily take the boys home. Xaden starts, and Marin gasps. To Tyrandor, seeing as they are now Tyrish citizens. Since when? Atos stiffens, and the heat in my knee dissipates as Brennan lifts his hands. Since I said so, Xaden answers with icy authority. Ah, I see. If Atos gets any redder, I'm afraid he might pop. And with the negotiations wrapping up this afternoon, I expect you and Lieutenant Tavis to be joining the Eastern Wing as ordered. So there won't be any need to remind you that commissioned officers aren't readily welcomed within the quadrant, nor encouraged to fraternize with cadets. The leniency you enjoyed this fall will not be extended under my watch. No. My heart sinks. Xaden won't be allowed to come and go as he pleases like he did in Eratia, which means we'll be separated. And on the border, there's every chance he'll have to pass beyond the wards where his access to magic won't be limited. I doubt Sigale would agree. Xaden warns in a tone that reminds me just how little guilt he feels when it comes to killing enemies who get in his way. Your dragon is always welcome in the Vale. You're simply not welcome in the quadrant. Atos's focus snaps to Garrick. You and Lieutenant Ryerson will depart by tomorrow afternoon for the Eastern Wing, as ordered. As General Melgren ordered, Garrick responds with a slight nod, seeing as we're under his chain of command. Or at least I am. He glances back at Xaden. Not sure about his grace over here, since it's been a few centuries since any sitting member of the Cenarium has worn black. But I'm pretty sure he commands Tyrish forces now. Xaden doesn't deign to reply. I don't care who orders whom, as long as you get out of my war college. Atos straightens his lapel. For the rest of you, classes resume tomorrow. His gaze finds mine and lights with nauseating cruelty. I'm afraid I'll have to leave you, seeing as my belongings are currently being delivered to the commanding general's quarters.
Have to say, there's a lovely view from the personal office.
The comment hits as intended, and my chest threatens to crumple at the thought of Atos living in the space Mom and Dad used to share. Brennan straightens to his full height, and Atos backs away with a smile, disappearing into the commons.
I fucking hate him, Riddick says, rocking forward and putting all 4 legs of his chair on the floor. How did Dane turn out halfway normal with that prick as a father?
Language, Marin hisses, though I doubt the boys heard her considering they've both nodded off.
He had ours, too, Brennan replies to Riddick.
Until he didn't, I mutter.
Is she mended? Zayden asks without bothering to look at Brennan, his eyes locked on mine.
She is, I note with a smirk, then bend my knee damn near painlessly.
No pain?
Brennan asks, swiping the back of his hand across his sweaty forehead as he looks at me. Nothing more than usual, I flex the joint again. Thank you.
Get out,
Zayden orders without looking away, but I'm more than aware he isn't talking to me. Everyone stills.
Let me rephrase, Zayden says slowly. Everyone, get out now, and close the door.
Good luck, Violet, Riddick calls back over his shoulder as Ree pushes him out the door with the others, Marin and Kat carrying the twins, and in under a minute I hear the distinct click of the door shutting. You can't seriously be angry with me, I start as Zayden surges off the wall, coming at me with the force of a hurricane. You've never once begrudged my autonomy. He reaches over me, takes my hips in his hands, and yanks my ass to the edge of the table, turning me to face him. And I'm not going to tolerate you starting now. What are you doing? He grasps the back of my neck and slams his mouth against mine. Recovered correspondence of His Grace Lieutenant Zayden Ryerson, 16th Duke of Tyrrendor, to Cadet Violet Sorengale.
You might be angry when you realize I didn't wake you to say goodbye. But it's only because I no longer fully trust my ability to walk away.
Chapter 12.
Oh.
I part my lips, and he consumes my world. He kisses me hard and deep, takes my mouth like this might be the only time he can. It's that note of desperation, the graze of his teeth along my lower lip that has my hands flying to his hair. I push my fingers through the dark strands and hold on for dear life, pouring everything I feel into the kiss. Heat and need collide low in my stomach, coiling tighter with every stroke of his skilled tongue. He hasn't kissed me like this since before the battle at Bezgaeth. Not even in our bed, and gods, I've missed it. It's as carnal as sex, and as intimate as waking in his arms. My heart pounds, and I part my knees. He fills the space and kisses me deeper, bringing our bodies flush, but nowhere close enough to satisfy either of us. His fingers tunnel through the lower portion of my braid, and he tilts my head, finding that perfect angle that makes me whimper mindlessly. Violet, he groans against my mouth, and I fucking liquefy. I shrug out of my flight jacket and hear it hit the table, but losing the layer doesn't relieve the insistent heat threatening to burn me alive. Only Zayden can do that. His hand flexes on my hip, then strokes over the curve of my waist as he sucks on my bottom lip, and I moan at the shiver of pure want that dances up my spine. I reach for his uniform top and skim my fingers along it before yanking the soft linen undershirt free from his pants. My hands are met with warm, soft skin, draped over ridges of hard muscle, and I trace the 2 lines along the edges of his stomach until they disappear into his leathers. He drags a breath through his teeth, then thoroughly kisses every thought from my head, holding me in the acute state of madness only he can provoke, then driving me higher until we're a tangled mess of tongues and questing hands. His mouth skims my jaw, then the sensitive line of my throat, and I gasp when he targets the spot he knows will turn me molten, then lingers, ensuring my complete meltdown. You
My head rolls back to give him better access, and he takes it. Fire races through my veins, and power quickly follows in a 1-2 punch that knocks my common sense clear off the continent. Xaden, I need you. Here, a table in the gathering hall, against the wall in fucking Commons. I don't care where or who sees, as long as I can have him right now. If he's game, then I am too. A low sound rumbles in his throat before he wrenches his mouth away. No, I need you. He brings his face to mine, and too many emotions to name flicker in the depths of his eyes. You have me, I whisper, lifting my hand to the side of his neck, just over his relic. His pulse thrums beneath my fingers just as fast and hard as mine. There was an hour where I wasn't sure I did. His fingers slip to the nape of my neck, and then he pulls away, retreating 2 precious steps that feel like miles as cool air rushes in to take his place, chilling my heated cheeks. Sigale didn't even tell me. Crod told Garrick. He shakes his head. I wasn't just angry, Violet. I was terrified. The tortured look on his face makes me swallow, and I lean forward to grasp the edge of the table. It's the same choice you would have made. The choice we did make. And I'm all right. I know that. His voice rises, and shadows don't just jump, they flee. Well, that's different. He rakes his hand down his face and breathes deeply. I know that, he repeats, softer this time. But the thought of you being out there, beyond the wards, facing down a known attack of venom, triggered something in me I've never felt before. It was hotter than rage and sharper than fear and cut deeper than helplessness, all because I couldn't get to you. My lips part, and an ache takes root in my chest. I hate that he's going through this. I would have killed anything and anyone in that moment to reach you. No exceptions. I would have channeled every ounce of power beneath my feet without hesitation if it would have landed me at your side. You'd never kill civilians, I counter with 100% certainty. He takes another step backward. If I'd been there, beyond the wards, I would have drained the very earth to its core to keep you safe. Satan, I whisper, every other word failing me. I'm well aware that you can handle yourself. He nods and retreats again. And logically, I respect your choice. Hell, I'm proud of your decision to save Marin's family. But something is broken between here, he taps the side of his head, and here. He repeats the motion above his heart. And I can't control it. You are on orders to find Andarna's kind, and I'm on orders to the front, and I can't even trust myself enough to touch you. You just did. My fingers scrape the rough wood, and I shift my weight as I fight the selfish need to close the distance between us, remembering the thumbprints on my headboard. He might feel like he's spiraling, but he just displayed complete control. And that's good enough for you? His gaze heats as it wanders over my body. One kiss. No hands, fully clothed. That's what you want from me from now on? What a loaded question, especially when my body is still humming for him. But every instinct tells me to tread carefully. I want whatever you're able to give, Xaden. No. His scarred eyebrows rises as he slowly walks back to me. You forget that I know your body as well as my own, Vi. His thumb ghosts across my lips. Your mouth is swollen. Your face is flushed. And your eyes, he skims his tongue over his lower lip. They're all hazy and leaning more toward green than blue. Your pulse is racing, and the way you keep shifting your weight tells me that if I were to strip these pants off you right now, I'd find you more than ready for me. I bite back a whimper. If I wasn't before, I sure as hell would be now. A kiss isn't enough. It never is with us. His fingers find the bottom of my coronet braid, and he tugs, tilting my face toward him. You want me the same way that I want you. Wholly, completely, with nothing but skin between us, heart, mind, and body. He brushes his mouth against mine, stuttering my breath. All I want is to lose myself in you, and I can't. You are the only person in the world with the power to strip me of every ounce of my control, and the only person I can't fathom losing that control with. He lifts his head. And yet here I am, unable to keep 3 fucking feet away from you. We'll figure it out, I promise, struggling to calm my heartbeat. We always do. You'll learn how to keep your control while I find a cure. And if we have to draw the line at a kiss? His gaze drops to my mouth. Then that's the line. If it means I don't get to have you in my bed until I find a way to cure you, then I guess that's just extra incentive for me to work quickly, isn't it? He releases my braid and stands at his full height. You really think you can, don't you? Yes, I nod. I won't lose you, not even to yourself. He leans in and presses a kiss to my forehead. I can't stay on the front, he says softly. I might be one of the most powerful riders on the continent, but out there, I'm also the most dangerous. I know. My spine stiffens as I contemplate everything that can go wrong out there, and what just went right for me. Speaking of powerful, he tips my chin back to look in my eyes. What is it? Garrick's a distance wielder, isn't he? I don't bother hinting around the question. A moment of silence passes between us, but I see the confirmation in his eyes. Are you pissed I didn't tell you? I shake my head. You don't owe me your friend's secrets. My brow knits. But 20 hours of flying gave me some time to think. You? Garrick? I tilt my head. And I once thought I saw Liam wield ice, Xaden says, stroking his thumb along my chin. I nod. How often do second signets accompany these particular relics? My fingers trail down the side of his neck. Often enough to be sure Kaori can't possibly have accurate records, but not too completely that anyone questions why I only present with one, he answers. Our dragons came looking for us. They knew what they were doing. Giving you a better chance of survival? I rest my hand over his heart. If you act sentimental, more like building their own army. A corner of his mouth rises. More signets equal more power. Right. I take a deep breath, knowing we still need to talk about Samara. The report Rhiannon gave at Samara left some things out because we didn't want to contribute to misinformation or look like we don't know what we're talking about. What did Garrick tell you? You mean beside the fact that the Dark Wielder toyed with you and let you go? His eyes narrow, not much beyond what arrived in the report, which pissed me off because I could tell he wasn't being fully honest. He's never been able to lie to me. What did you leave out? Am I talking to the man I love, or the Duke of Tyrrendor? Either way, this could be really embarrassing. Heat creeps up my neck. If I sound a false alarm, I'll look like a fool. Both, Xaden replies. I don't want to be different people to you. Anyone else? Fine. Just not you. You're stuck with all of me, and all of me is quite capable of keeping your confidence. I'll use Tyrrendor to protect you, not you to protect Tyrrendor. I've already told you I'm happy to protect your home. My hand fists the fabric of his uniform. She wielded lightning, I whisper, and his brow furrows. Xaden, I think we're wrong. I don't think they're limited to lesser magics. I think maybe they have signets too. I believe you. He doesn't so much as flinch. What else did you leave out? Over the next week, our professors displayed just how accomplished they are at making everything at Besgaiath feel almost routine, like we're not in the middle of a war. Physics, RSC, with a new professor since Grady is busy organizing the quest squad and researching where to go. Math and magics,
All classes have resumed save one, history. Guess we're still waiting for Signison's cadets to arrive before beginning that one. If the third years weren't gone half the time staffing the Midland posts, it might even feel like we never left except for the fact that the Flyers have joined us. When Signison's Flyers arrive, we'll be near maximum capacity in the dorms, which only makes me realize just how many dragons have stopped bonding in the last century. This came to Trifells last night, Imogen says, stifling a yawn and handing me a folded, sealed missive when we meet at the bridge to the healer quadrant. Can't blame her. She's been up all night at the Midland Post. Dawn breaks through the windows, but the mage lights give more than enough brightness to make out her name as the addressee. I don't think this is meant for me. My eyebrows rise as I read the name of the sender. Especially coming from Garrick. Right, because Garrick writes to me. She rolls her eyes and stretches her shoulders before pulling open the door into the tunnel. Everyone knows Atos is going to read anything with your name on it. I break the seal and smile at Zayden's handwriting, but it quickly slips. V. We fought in Fervin last night, called by an attack upon civilians. It is with deepest regret that I delay my return in favor of rest. I walked the edge of burnout, but the lives we saved were worth the cost, and Garrick has informed the healers I'll be in quarters, recovering, until further notice. Llewellyn is standing in as proxy in case the Cenarium orders any emergency meetings. It is worse than we imagined beyond the wards, but I have a solution in mind to prevent future burnouts. Is it just me? Or does my pillow smell like you? Yours, X. My steps slow as we make our way down the tunnel, dread thickening my throat, and I pause at the top of the staircase that leads to the interrogation chamber and stuff the letter into the breast pocket inside my uniform. He slipped. Imogen tenses. He said that? I shake my head. He was careful with his wording, but I'm sure. There's no other reason he'd need to lock himself away in his quarters to recover from a near burnout, unless he's waiting for his eyes to return to their normal color. Fuck. She starts down the steps and I follow. We need to get him off the border. I know, and I need to find a cure. You're sure this is how you want to go about it? Imogen stifles another yawn. Every possible path, I tell her, running my hands down my sheaths to make sure each dagger is in place, as well as a vial or two. He's the only direct source of information we have. You sure you're up for this? I completely understand if you're too tired. They're running the third years into the ground. I could do this shit in my sleep. She unbuttons her flight jacket. You meet with Grady yet? Next week, I sigh. He's still researching before he'll deign to meet with me. But he sent a first draft of the squad yesterday, and the only writer I know on it is Aura fucking Binehaven. Because get this, she's a trustable companion of my own age and the most powerful fire wielder in the quadrant. Does he know you've already almost killed her this month? She lifts her brows. Don't think he cares. He has no idea where to start either, which I only know because he tried to get his dragon to question Andarna. And that's after reading my report stating everything she remembered about her first 100 years in Shell, which, like most dragons late to hatch, is nothing. How did that go for him? Imogen asks, her brow scrunching. Taryn removed a dozen of her neck scales, and Andarna left teeth marks in her tail. We'll collect enough next time to make you new armor, Andarna promises. From his dragon, thank you, but no, I reply. A smile tugs at Imogen's lips. Got exactly what she deserves. Her smile falls. I agree you need experienced riders on the squad, but it's hard to trust judgment like that. Emery and Heaton both look up from their card game as we come around the last turn. You brought Sorengale with you this time? Emery asks, lifting his brows. Clearly, Imogen replies. We cross the stone floor, and I look away from the blood-stained table as we approach. Why do I feel like you only visit when we're on guard? Heaton sets their cards on the table. Also, I win. Emery looks at what Heaton's laid down and sighs. You have unnaturally good luck with cards. Zenal is with me. Heaton grins and scratches the magenta flames dyed into their hair. Both of you going in? They glance over our weaponry. He probably has 24 hours left at this rate, but I can't vouch for what he's capable of. I've got this. I pat the vials strapped to my upper biceps. I do not doubt that. Nolan and Markham usually arrive at 7 to start their daily questioning, so be quick. And I wouldn't expect much. He's usually silent. Heaton unlocks the cell door, then steps out of the way. You have visitors. I walk into the doorway, but stop abruptly, causing Imogen to curse behind me. Jack doesn't just look like shit. He looks like death. He's sprawled on the same stone floor I nearly bled out on a few months ago. But there are thick shackles around his wrists and ankles anchoring him to the wall behind the slab of a bed they must have reconstructed after Zayden blew it apart. Jack's blonde hair hangs oily and limp, and the pallid skin of his face has sunken into his skull, reminding me far more of a corpse than a human. Then again, maybe he really isn't human anymore. And what would that make Zayden? I breathe deeply, then step through the wards Mira created, magic tingling at the back of my neck as Jack lifts his red-rimmed eyes in my direction. They're still glacially blue at the center of the iris, but the red has blurred the edges. Jack? Imogen comes in behind me, then shuts the cell door, locking us in. It's a shitty but necessary evil to make sure Heaton and Emery don't hear what's discussed. I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth, pretending this isn't the cell where Varys shattered my bones for days. But the smell of damp earth and old blood sets my teeth on edge. What could you possibly want, Sorengale? Jack croaks through cracked lips, not bothering to lift his cheek from the floor. Imogen leans back against the door and I crouch in front of Jack, just out of reach in case he decides to test the limits of his tether. To make an exchange. You think, out of all the interrogations, the mendings, that I'll finally break for you? Hatred shines from his eyes. No, I don't bother telling him that he's broken for Zayden multiple times already. But I do think you want to live. I reach into my pocket and retrieve the tiny medallion of alloy from my conduit. The shiny, heavy metallic substance is smooth and hot in the palm of my hand, dimly humming as I hold it out for display. It's imbued with enough power to keep you alive for at least another week. His gaze snaps hungrily to the metal, but not enough to fully feed me. I'm not helping you escape, if that's what you're asking. I sit on the floor and cross my ankles beneath me. But answer a few questions for me, and it's yours. And if I'd rather meet Malik? He challenges. Does your kind meet Malik? I counter, setting the alloy just out of reach and pulling one of the glass vials from my arm strap when he doesn't respond. You're a day away from finding out, but if you'd like me to end your suffering, I came prepared to do so. The glass clicks against stone as I lay it next to the alloy. Is that? He stares at the vial. Powdered orange peel. Simple, yet effective in your case, given how close your body is to giving out. Merciful, too, considering your actions resulted in my mother's death. But I'm not so merciful as to leave you with a dagger. A sneer lifts his mouth as he pushes himself to sit up in a macabre display of angular, emaciated bone. Chains rattle against stone, and I'm relieved to see my estimate was right. There's 3 feet between us, but he can only cross half of it. You were always too merciful, too weak. True, I shrug. I have always struggled when confronted with a suffering animal. Now, unlike you, I have somewhere I need to be, So choose. His gaze drifts to the alloy.
How many questions?
Depends on how long you want to live. I push the silver-hued substance toward him, keeping it just out of reach. 4 for today. One of which I already know the answer to, just to make sure he isn't bullshitting me.
And I'm supposed to trust that you'll give it to me?
He glances toward Imogen. You're far better off with her than you are with me, asshole. I'll happily sit here and watch you die, Imogen replies. First question, I start. Can you sense each other? He stares at the alloy, then swallows.
Yes. When we're new, we're not as adept at hiding ourselves. I'm told it's so we'll be found and raised by an elder. Usually a sage, but in rare cases a maven may take interest.
A corner of his mouth lifts.
Initiates, asims, we're all traceable to one another. But the Great Hall could fill with sages and mavens, and I'd never know. Neither would you.
His eyes sparkle and red veins pulse at the corner of his eyes.
Makes you wonder who's been channeling here for years, doesn't it? Who's been trading information for power?
My heart jolts into my throat. Do you have to be taught to channel? Or can you turn evil all on your own? I ask, refusing to give him the satisfaction of admitting that I'm now terrified of who might walk among us.
Ask what you really want to know.
His voice turns raspy, and I ignore the instinct to hand him his untouched glass of water from his uneaten breakfast tray.
Ask me when I turned, how I turned. Ask why only initiates bleed.
I absorb that information and move right along. Do you have to be taught? I repeat. Xaden did it on his own, but I need to know if we're in danger from every random infantry cadet who didn't have the guts to cross the parapet. His breath rattles, and he drops his focus to the alloy.
Not if you're already experienced with the flow of magic. Someone who has never wielded would require instruction. But a dragon rider or griffin flyer? He shakes his head. The source is there. We just have to choose to see it, to bypass the gatekeepers and take what's rightfully ours.
He lifts his hand, but the chain brings him up short.
Power should be accessible to everyone strong enough to wield it, not just who they see fit. You conveniently see me as the villain, but you're bonded to two.
I blatantly ignore that insult. Do you know their plan?
He scoffs. Does a first-year command the wings? No, we're not as stupid as you assume. Information is need to know. What a waste of a question. One more.
Last question. I push the alloy to the edge of its current stone. How do you cure yourself once you channel from the source?
Cure?
He looks at me like I've lost my mind.
You talk like I'm diseased, when what I really am is free.
He wavers.
Well, free in part. We trade some of our autonomy in the exchange for unfettered access to power. Maybe you see it as a loss of our soul, but we aren't burdened by conscience or weakened by emotional attachment. We advance based on our own capabilities, our own talents, and not at the whim of some creature. There's no cure, because magic does not negotiate. And we do not wish to be cured.
The utter disdain for the question hits like a blow to the stomach, knocking the air from my lungs. At some point, will Xaden stop wanting to be cured? I keep my bargains, I managed to say before tossing the alloy his way. He catches it with surprising quickness, closing his fist and then his eyes.
Yes,
he whispers, and I watch, transfixed, as his cheeks plump and fill with color. The cracks in his lips disappear, and there's a bit more substance underneath his shirt. His eyes flash open and the veins pulse beside his eyes as he flings the alloy back at me. I catch it, immediately registering its emptiness. then pocket the medallion and slip the orange peel into my armband before standing. "Do come again," he says, sitting back and raising his knees. "About a week," I reply with a nod as Imogen walks to my side. Our time is nearly up, but there's one more question I need to ask. "Why me?" I add. "Surely they've offered you the same reward. So why answer my questions and not theirs?" He narrows his eyes. "Did you scream for Ryerson to save you when they locked you down here and broke your bones?" "I'm sorry?" Blood drains from my face. He did not just ask me that. Jack leans forward. "Did you cry for Ryerson when they strapped you to the chair and watched your blood fill the cracks between the stones on its way to the drain?" I only ask because I swear I can feel it when I lie on the floor. All your pain singing to me like a lullaby. I flinch. There. Jack's smile sharpens and chills with sickening excitement. That look right there is why I chose to answer your questions. For the satisfaction of us both knowing that I can still cut you, and I don't have to lift a blade. I breathe in the scent that haunts my nightmares and glance around the cell, half expecting to realize this has all been a hallucination, and I'm still locked into the chair, and half expecting to see Liam. But all I find are desiccated gray stones, drained of any and all magic. Do you really think this is the only room where I've felt tormented? Pain isn't new to me, Jack. She's an old friend I spend most of my days with. So I don't mind if she sings to you. Honestly, doesn't even look like the same chamber with how you've redecorated. It's a little monochromatic for me. I step to the side. Imogen, I'm ready to go. And what's to keep me from telling your favorite scribe that you've been feeding the enemy? Jack's smile widens. Hard to talk about something you don't remember. Imogen steps into his space, and his grin slips. 4 minutes later, we emerge from the staircase and find Rhiannon, Riddick, and Sawyer waiting in the tunnel. For fuck's sake, can't you four do anything by yourselves? Imogen mutters. An excerpt from Official Records, Scribe Quadrant, Colonel Lewis Markham, Commandant. Upon failure of 3 exams, Jacinia Neilwart has been removed from the adept path and stripped of all its responsibilities and sacred privileges as of January 15th. Under protest, I transfer her command to Professor Grady at his over-authoritative request. Chapter 13. What? Rhiannon shrugs and pushes off the wall. We didn't tag along while Violet played Inquisitor. We respect boundaries. Do you even have boundaries with one another? Imogen shoots a look at the 3 of them. If you're all going with her, then I'll excuse myself from what I'm sure will be a fascinating trip to the archives. See you at formation. She gives Rhea a mock salute and heads left toward the quadrant. He basically said we could be surrounded by venom and never know it, I tell them. That's super comforting, Sawyer replies. You look good, I add, noting the color in his cheeks as he balances on his crutches. Fresh haircut? Clean shave? It's almost like he got up early and prepared for the visit, Riddick teases as we head down the tunnel, keeping Sawyer at our center. Shut up, Sawyer shakes his head. I was up early trying to fit a god's-awful hunk of wood to my leg because it's the only time the wood carver had available. I'm starting to think I should just make something myself. You should. And I bet the thought of seeing a certain scribe made the hour tolerable. A smile pulls at Rhee's mouth to my right. Do we give you shit about whatever you have going with Tara? Or the fact that Ryerson and Sorrengill fight like an old married couple? Sawyer glares in our direction, then Riddick's, but there's no hiding his immediate blush, even in the mage lights. Riddick bed hops like a fucking frog, but no, let's give me crap. We make it a few steps before none of us can smother our laughs. A frog? Riddick grins from Sawyer's left. That's the best you can do? A frog? Tara and I are old news, Ree shrugs. Leadership is hard on both our schedules. We're together when we have time, but it's not like we're seeing other people. She shoots a sideways glance my way. But he's right. You and Ryerson bicker like you've been married 50 years and neither of you wants to do the dishes. That is not true, I protest as Sawyer nods. Agreed, Riddick says, and it's always the same fight. He lifts his hand to his chest. I'll trust you if you stop keeping secrets. He drops his hand and scowls. It's my secretive nature that attracted you, and why can't you just stay out of harm's way for 5 fucking minutes? Ree laughs so hard she nearly chokes. I narrow my gaze on Riddick. Keep talking, and I'll plant my dagger somewhere that prevents all frog-like activity. Don't hit on me for being the only truly single one out of us and enjoying every minute. We round the corner, and the enormous circular door to the archives comes into view. I bet leadership secretly loves that you're with Ryerson, Sawyer says to me, shifting his grip on the handrail of his right crutch. Legacies usually make for stronger riders, and with as much power as you two wield, Melgren will probably escort you both to a temple of your choosing the second you're commissioned. Doubt Loyal would let me in, I mutter. Can't remember the last time I stepped foot in her temple. I'd stopped praying to her years ago, along with Hedian out of pure spite. Love and wisdom hadn't exactly shown up when I'd needed them to. If the general even waits that long, Ree lifts her brows. Ryerson's already graduated. Not something we've discussed, I shake my head. And I'm not against it in the future, but I'm more focused on living until graduation. What about you? Maybe one day, she muses. Just saying that you're lucky Melgren hasn't yanked you out of battle brief and personally seen to the arrangements and hope that your kid will be the next one with battle foresight in 21 years. Ree bumps my shoulder. Shame he's so short-sighted, Riddick says as we pass the first-year scribe sitting guard at the door. The scent of parchment and ink hits my lungs, welcoming me home. I stare down the stacks that line the right side of the cavernous space like my father might walk out at any second. We're here to see Cadet Neilwart, Ree tells the first-year scribe manning the entrance table, which marks the invisible line only those in cream robes are allowed to cross. The cadet hurries off as Riddick pulls out a chair for Sawyer, and our friend sits in the same exact place I'd spent years of my life preparing to enter this quadrant. You all right? Ree asks quietly. I nod and force a quick smile. Just caught up in my head. Relax, Violet. Riddick takes the seat next to Sawyer. It's not like the fate of our world rests on you finding whatever's left of the Irids. He rubs the back of his neck. Do you guys think it's short for iridescent? Yes, the three of us simultaneously reply. Damn, let's go back to picking on Sawyer. Riddick leans in his chair as Jacinia walks our way, her arms full of leather-bound tomes. A third year steps into her path and she skirts him. The incident repeats with a second year a few rows closer to us. They're worse than riders. Sawyer's knuckles whiten on the crutches as he arranges them against the table. They really are, I agree, noting with pride that Jacinia keeps her head high as a third year blatantly glares her way from the first row of study tables. I narrow my eyes at him, and he flinches when he notices. I'm petitioning Grady to be on the quest squad, Riddick says, signing as Jacinia reaches us. Think he'll say yes? He raises his brows in her direction. She sets 6 books down on the table and lifts her hands. Is Violet in need of an ice wielder? She signs. She could be, Riddick says and signs. Guess it all depends on your research. No pressure, she signs and rolls her eyes, but they soften the second her gaze lands on Sawyer. You didn't have to walk all the way down here, she signs and Riddick translates. I would have come to you.
I wanted here, Sawyer signs slowly. Rhiannon and I share a grin. He's learning quickly. 2 lines of worry appear between Jasinia's brows, right beneath the line of her cream hood, but she nods, then looks at me. I've brought you 6 tomes I think may be of some use, she signs, and Riddick translates for Sawyer quietly. Do you need me to bury bodies? I ask, my hands moving quickly to sign. Because Andarna will happily roast some scribes if they're acting like assholes. Gladly, she chimes in gleefully. No, Taryn rebukes, don't encourage her. Jasinia glances back at the cadets who are gathering to start their day. I have seen enough bloodshed, she signs, and I can handle the punishment meted out for my desertion of the quadrant. Punishment? My stomach sours. They kicked. Sawyer starts to sign the word push instead and drops his hands. Damn it, he swears at the ceiling. Riddick? I've got you, Riddick says and signs. And I promise I won't make any sexual plans for you later. Jasinia's eyes widen. Gods help us, Ree mutters, then quickly signs it. Riddick! They're the ones losing out, Riddick says and signs. And to think, I signed to Jasinia, keeping my mouth shut. It was almost just the 2 of us at this table. She presses her lips between her teeth, fighting a smile. As I was saying, Sawyer shoots a glare at Riddick as he translates. They kicked her out of the Adept program, made up some bullshit tests they knew she'd fail. My stomach sinks. I knew Markham would find a way to punish her for choosing Eratia, but never imagined he'd expel his brightest scribe from the path where she's so desperately needed. Jasinia's attention snaps from Riddick to Sawyer, and I wouldn't wish the look she gives him on my worst enemy. That was not your information to share, she signs. Riddick repeats. That one I understood, Sawyer mutters. They needed to know, based on your new orders. I disagree, she signs back, then blatantly looks away, her gaze finding mine. Do not worry about me. I'm not out there fighting venom, she spells out the word. I'm so sorry, I whisper and sign. Don't be, she shakes her head. I've been given the one assignment with which they know I can be trusted. Helping you with research. Well, officially under Grady, but it's really you. And they narrowed her scope of knowledge? It takes all the grace in my body to swallow the boulder of anger rising in my throat. I didn't want that for you. She makes a face at me. Oh, please, she signs. I'm left on my own with a treasure trove of royal tomes no one has read in at least the last 400 years. Look at me suffering. She rolls her eyes and smiles. Did you find mention of the Irids? Riddick asks. Jasinia blinks once, giving Riddick a look I've seen enough times to wince on his behalf as she begins to sign. Yes, in the 2nd tome I pulled. Really? His face lights up. Absolutely, she signs, her face completely deadpan. It was recorded that when the last Irid hatches and bonds the cadet born of Rider and Scribe, she'll be gifted with 2 signets. You're kidding, he signs excitedly. There's a prophecy? He turns toward me. Violet, you're a... I shake my head quickly, wrinkling my nose. Riddick sighs and lifts his hands toward Jasinia. You really are kidding, aren't you? There's no prophecy. Oh, you're so fucked, Sawyer whispers. Jasinia leans over the table slightly in his direction. Of course there's no prophecy. She signs with abrupt motions, her eyes narrowed on him, and this time Rhiannon translates for Sawyer. Just research. I've barely finished translating Lyra's journal and now have 600 years of personal accounts to read through. Do you really think I found the answer in the first week of accessing the vault, or that I wouldn't have gone straight to Violet with that information? I rock back on my heels. I was hoping, Riddick says and signs. And you're kind of scary when you're angry.
I am not some oracle high off whatever they're serving in the temple that day. I am an extremely educated scribe. Treat me as such, and I won't get angry, she replies, then turns toward me. Now, I gathered these 6 for you to read, which mostly cover the southernmost isle of Deverelli, since that's the last isle we had communication with. Figured that's where you might start, but I'll warn you that Grady has requested tomes about Emerald Sea exploration in the north. She pushes the tomes across the table and lifts her hands again. Honestly, I'm appalled with what isn't in the vault. Thank gods Queen Mariah sent her list for you, because we're missing... She cocks her head to the side. I don't even know what we're missing. I was reading General Cadeo's journal yesterday, and a whole section of pages is ripped out after he notes that there may have been an outside isle supporting the Second Croveland Uprising. She drops her arms in exasperation. I can't research what we don't have. The Second Croveland Uprising was supported by an Isle Kingdom? I say, and sign slowly just to be sure I have it right. But that was in the 400s, right? And it was assumed that Corden sent soldiers. We severed all communication with most isles after they sided with Poromil around 206. And they in turn killed every emissary we sent in the centuries that followed, so how would General Cadeo know that? Exactly, she signs. I can only think of one scribe who might have that answer. She lifts her brows at me. Oh, I blink, quickly processing the information, then swearing as I reach the inevitable damning conclusion. Is it you? Ree asks me, simultaneously signing. Oh no, is it Markham? I shake my head. My father. And all his research, the work he had yet to publish, is now really hard to access. My shoulders dip. I'd been so focused on getting out of Mom's quarters with her journals after she died that I'd completely forgotten what my father had left hidden. Hard to access like we need Arik and a midnight mission? Sawyer asks, and Riddick translates. Hard to access like we need Dane to betray his father, which is highly unlikely. After disowning him in front of the Quadrant, that shouldn't be hard, Rhiannon says, lifting her brows as she signs. And it's not like Dane hasn't already betrayed him, Sawyer adds. I shake my head. He left Navarre, not his father. And believe me when I tell you there's a difference. I glance at the books, then back up at Jacinia. Thank you for these, and all the work you're doing. I'll start here. 3 days later, I'm in battle brief, still pondering the Dane problem as Devera flicks her wrist and the largest map of the continent I've ever seen unfurls over the Quadrant's rendering. And it's a terrifying sight. I'm guessing they delivered that with our things from Erasia yesterday. Cat notes from my left. There is way more red on that map than I'm comfortable with, Ree remarks, tapping her pen on her notebook. The damning color spans from the Barrens up the Stonewater River and ends just short of Samara before spreading along the ward line like the enemy is searching for weaknesses. But Samara still stands. Zayden's safe. At least for now. He's been gone more than 10 days, and Tairn is at his wit's end, which makes 2 of us. Every day he's out there, he risks his soul and sanity. Either he has to produce that solution he promised, or we have to find a way to get him off the border. Most of Breivik is saturated with red flags, especially along the Dunas River. But Signissen hasn't been recently attacked, nor have they sent their cadets yet. Breivik's capital, Zolia, fell months ago, but the kingdom's seat of power, Suniva, still stands in the province's north. I can't help but wonder where Queen Mariah's summer house and her library are, and hope they're at least well protected. Corden's still safe, I whisper to Kat. For how long at this rate? Her mouth purses, But I don't take it personally. My sister is stationed in Erasia. Hers is beyond the wards. As you can see, Devera says, quieting the room, there is a defined, supported assault happening along the wards, centered at the Samara outpost. We believe it's simply because it's the straightest path that leads to here, the hatching grounds. I lift my eyebrows. It's not like her to give us the answers. Our knowledge of the venin up until this point has been somewhat impeded, Devera admits. That is an understatement, Riddick mumbles under his breath. And I'm sure some of you have been frustrated at the lack of instruction for the last couple of weeks. If you reach beneath your seats, you'll discover why we've been waiting. I bend at the waist like every other cadet, finding a thick, canvas-bound book under my chair and retrieving it. I blink through the head rush as I sit up too quickly, then glance at the plain spine before flipping to the table of contents. Captain Lara Doral's Guide to Vanquishing the Venin, I read. Venin, a compendium, and more. Look, they made us a little anthology. You've already read them all, haven't you? Ree asks, thumbing through her copy. All but the last one, Dark Wielders and Dark Times. Takaris sent them to me in Erasia. My cousin Drake wrote the compendium, Kat preens. Yes, we get it, Kat. You're better. Riddick glances at Ree. We need a copy for Sawyer. Ree nods. We can't let him fall too behind, or he'll struggle to get caught up when he decides to return. Haven't seen too many one-legged riders around here. Kat slips her anthology under her notebook. Or any. Maybe you should ask him what he wants before making assumptions. She has a point, so I don't snap at her for the first comment. The cadets in the scribe quadrant have worked tirelessly over the last couple of weeks, printing enough copies for you each to have one. Devera sits back against the table. Nothing in this book is new to the flyers, of course, so I expect you all to pass the first test of your new history class with flying colors. She gestures to Keandra. This particular course will be taught by Professor Keandra, and, for the sake of speed and convenience, will take place in this room on Tuesdays and Thursdays. As our runes expert has declined to come to us, you will also be rotating in 2-week cycles to Erasia for rune intensives. Check with your section leaders for the new schedule regarding sharing the flight field and your room dates. A class-wide grumble fills the room, even from the third years behind us. I glance over my shoulder and note Dane in the top row. He's been gone so often I haven't had a chance to ask him about helping me get to Dad's research. Don't complain, Devera warns, lifting her finger. We're only adding 3 classes to the schedule, all of which will save your lives. 3 more classes? Riddick moans, and the sentiment is echoed around the room. On top of Quest Squad research? He glances my way. I'm only halfway through the first Devarelli text as it is. A smile pulls at my mouth that he's jumped in with both feet, regardless of knowing there's absolutely no chance of him going. I mean it. Whiners don't wear black, Professor Devera snaps. Read the book and live. Don't. And die. She sighs, then squares her shoulders and looks around the room. I do, however, regret to inform you that a crucial piece of information surfaced during printing, and therefore is not included. It has now been confirmed by 3 different sources that high-level Venin, we believe Sage and Maven, can and do wield signets. Silence falls thicker than the snow outside, every cadet beside those of us who already knew freezing completely. It took them 10 days to confirm? I know, Devera says with uncharacteristic gentleness. It's a shock. I'll give you a second to sit with it. I spot more than one head dropping in the rows ahead of us, like we've just been handed our defeat. I can't blame them. Most of us have only been taught to battle flyers with lesser magics. And that's all the time you get, Devera stands.
Welcome to the new face of battle, where we are not only outnumbered in the sky, but now equally matched on the field in terms of the skill of our opponents. You can and should expect to face a dark wielder with the same abilities as your friends, your squad mates. She glances my way. And yourselves. Another murmur rises, and Professor De Vera silences it by raising her hand. With that in mind, the nature of challenges will change under the supervision of Professor Emeterio to include wielding in order to better prepare you for actual combat. Her voice rises above the growing number of worried conversations. But death is no longer an acceptable outcome when you face your classmates. The days of settling your scores on the mat are over. We need each and every one of you to survive to graduation. Easy to say when you're not facing Sorengale, Caroline Ashton calls out. Fair point, I have no business wielding on a challenge mat. We aren't going to throw you to the wolves, De Vera tells her. The third class you'll be adding will be a hands-on approach to prepare you for signet against signet combat. You will have a rotating roster of professors to benefit from all signet types, and the Eastern Wing has temporarily loaned us their most powerful rider to start your instruction. My throat tightens and my heart starts to pound. And on that note, De Vera gestures to the door at the back of the room, and I turn so fast my vision swims. Look who just arrived. Zayden stands next to Professor Kaori in the doorway, casually leaning against the frame with his arms crossed, with a tiny yet undeniable tilt to his mouth as our eyes lock. I smile instantly. Thank you, gods. He found a way to stay within the wards by teaching. Teaching. Oh, shit. Article 8, Section 1 of the Bezgaya Code of Conduct. My face falls, and Zayden tilts his head as shadows brush against my shields. What's wrong? He asks when I let him in. Everyone, welcome our newest member of your leadership team, Professor Ryerson, De Vera announces. My ribs strain, as if they can hold my heart together if they just squeeze tight enough. I think our relationship just ended. An excerpt from Tactics Part 2, a personal memoir by Lieutenant Lyron Panchek. Though flyers only wield lesser magics, in my vast experience with the Northern Wing, they are formidable opponents in both mind work and hand-to-hand. Take heed, younger riders. Do not unseat against them unless forced to do so. Chapter 14. Absolutely not, Zayden responds before Kaori leads him away. But there's a slight roaring in my ears as De Vera goes over the changes to our academic schedule and how we'll be paired for Zayden's new class, which she labels Signet Sparring. We're dismissed a few minutes later. I'm fine. This is fine. I'll think about it later. For now, I stay focused on the goal directly in front of me, who happens to be halfway down the hall by the time I file out of battle brief with the rest of my squad. You don't look happy, Ree notices, shooting me a sideways glance. Why? You two will get to see each other all the time now. Sure. My nod is a little forced. Every time we have class. I bounce up on my toes, but I'm still too short to see past the crowd of cadets. I need to catch up to Dane. Dane? Zayden shows up and you're talking to Dane? Ree puts the back of her hand to my forehead. Just making sure you're not running a fever. After that announcement, I'm not really sure I can handle seeing Zayden right now, to be honest. I tell her quietly so Kat doesn't hear. Gods, she's going to gloat over this. And I haven't seen Dane in days. I need to ask him. I lift my brows. Right. She nods as we pass 2 third-year classrooms, then peers ahead. He's in Professor Kaori's office doorway, talking to Bodhi. You going to tell me what's going on with Ryerson? Thanks. Article 8, Section 1, Code of Conduct. I speed ahead, weaving through the river of cadets. Ouch!
Don't be late to flight tactics, she calls after me. To my relief, Dane hasn't moved by the time I reach the deep arch of Kaori's doorway and step out of the current so I don't hold anyone up or get trampled. Dane glances my way, then gives me his full attention, leaning up against the closed door and making room for me. Vi? I'm sorry to interrupt, but you've been at Midland Posts for days, and I need to talk to you. I adjust the straps of my pack on my sore shoulders. Imogen has been relentless with the workouts this week, and my solo-wielding sessions are taking a toll on my arms, too. You're not interrupting, Dane assures me. We're just figuring out the flight field scheduling issue. Bodhi glances between us. Need some privacy? Not from you, I shake my head. Ah, he gestures to his spot, and I swap places with him as he puts his back to the crowd. That should be a little quieter for you. What's going on? Dane asks, lowering his voice. I push aside any lingering apprehension. This might be my only shot. I need your help, and I know it's asking a lot, so I'm just going to lay it out there and then give you some time to decide. The hall empties gradually behind Bodhi. That sounds ominous. Dane searches my eyes. Are you in trouble? No, I shake my head. I need something my father left in my parents' quarters before he died. It's nothing that needed to be burned or anything like that. Research? Dane guesses, his expression softening. I nod. It's hidden, and the quarters of Bezgaith's commanding general are warded, so only their line by blood or marriage can pass through. And now that bloodline is no longer mine. Right. His throat works. You'd be better off asking my father yourself. I'm not exactly his favorite person at the moment. He blinks, quickly masking the pain that flashes through his eyes. He's just a few rooms down with Panchak right now. I'm more concerned that he might not give it to me, I say slowly. He mentioned last year that he wanted it, and I'm scared he'll keep it for himself or that he or Markham will redact the information. Dane folds his arms. So you want me to help you steal it? Yes. There's no point in lying. Not sure he really considers me part of the bloodline, Dane starts, but then the door opens behind him. Well, that didn't take you long, Kaori says with a laugh, then looks over his shoulder. I don't think they're here for me, he turns back to us. Make it quick, cadets. He has a meeting to attend in about 10 minutes. Now, if you'll excuse me. We part, and Professor Kaori heads into the empty hall. Professor Ryerson? Dane's tone isn't exactly respectful as Xaden fills the doorway. My pulse leaps and I drink in the sight of him, stubbled cheeks, full lips, and gorgeous eyes. There's no hint of red to be seen. Violet? Xaden ignores Dane and his cousin, his voice sliding over my skin like velvet. A word in private? Not a good idea. I shake my head slowly. I'm certain I've had worse ones. He holds out his hand. You're now a professor. Clutching the straps on my pack keeps me from reaching for him. I'm a cadet. And? Xaden glowers at me. Oh, shit. Dane says quietly. Article 8, Section 1 of the Code of Conduct. Wait, you two broke up? Bodhi's voice rises. Yes, I answer. No? Xaden says at the same time, glaring at his cousin, then jerking his gaze to mine. No, he repeats. I mean, if you're our new professor, then the code applies. At least for as long as you hold the position, Dane muses. And I can't think of a single piece of codex that overrides it. No one asked you, Atos, Xaden warns. Don't blame me, I didn't write the code. Dane backs into the hall with his hands up. Nor did I accept the job. Xaden tenses. Well, I have a class, so good luck handling this one. Bodhi hurries after Dane. Xaden waits half a second before grabbing the right strap of my pack and tugging me into Kaori's room. So much for getting to class on time. He lets me go and closes the door behind us. Garrick didn't come with you? As stalling tactics come, it's a lazy one, but it's all I have as I retreat toward Kaori's desk, avoiding the 2 chairs sitting in front of it. The office is one of the bigger ones, boasting 2 arched windows and a built-in bookcase with tomes stacked haphazardly to fill every possible inch. Considering he was dangerously close to my side when I lost control, we decided the babysitting program wasn't as effective as we'd hoped. Xaden leans against the wall to the left of the door, his shoulder resting along the frame of a painted rendering of the first 6's dragons. But not 7. You're here now, so it won't happen again. I brace my palms on the desk and jump to sit on its edge. I made myself a promise that I would do anything to save you, to cure you. So if that means we can't be, do not finish that sentence. He walks my way and my heartbeat increases with every step he takes. You're already the deadliest here, so it's not like I have to worry about grading you fairly. This changes nothing. We live by the Codex, I try again. I live by you. When have I ever given a fuck about the Codex or the Code of Conduct? He cradles my face and leans down, resting his forehead against mine. I am yours and you are mine, and there's no law or rule in this world or the next that will change that. My eyes slide shut, like that might stop my heart from falling even harder for this man. So what do we do? Kaori thinks we can get an exemption. I just have to ask Panchek here in a few minutes. His thumbs graze my cheeks and I slowly open my eyes, clinging to the hope that he might be right. That it could just be that easy. No matter what, we have to keep you here. You were only on the border for a week. And look what happened. I don't have to say what we're both thinking. I know. He lifts his head. And the worst part is I don't even remember reaching for the source or taking the power during the battle. It was simply there. If Sigale hadn't... His chest rises with a deep breath. She spoke to me for the first time. Yelled is a more accurate term, and I snapped out of it. But the damage was done. I let you down. You didn't. I clasp his wrists. We'll figure this out, and if Panchek agrees to the exemption, I have a few things I need to catch you up on. He nods. I'll meet you in your room. The door opens and I drop my hands, but Xaden doesn't move an inch. Ah, Professor Ryerson, Atos says from the doorway. Kaori mentioned you might be in here, so I thought I'd handle the awkward business of you inevitably asking for an exemption to the Code of Conduct, so you don't embarrass yourself in front of Colonel Panchek. My stomach dips. I don't need Melgren's signet to know this battle isn't going to go our way. General Atos. Xaden's hands slide from my cheeks in a slow caress, and then he turns to face the commander. I'm formally requesting an exemption in regard to Article 8, Section 1, on the grounds that this is a previously existing relationship and the post is temporary. Denied. Atos responds without sparing a second. I'll obey Melgren's order and give you the position, even though I think there are riders better suited for it. But make no mistake, Ryerson. I don't want you here. Pardon or no pardon. Title or not. I won't forget that you murdered the vice-commandant in cold blood a few short months ago and ripped this institution apart. Your attachment to Cadet Sorengale gives me the perfect excuse to kick you off my campus, and I will joyfully take it should you break the Code of Conduct, Professor. It may be General Melgren's army, but it's my school. Do you understand? Gods, I fucking hate him. That you're an asshole? Absolutely. Xaden holds up his finger. And insulting you isn't against the Code of Conduct. I checked. Atos flushes scarlet and snaps a glare in my direction. Farewells are over. Get to class, cadet. Nothing changes. We just do what we're best at, Xaden says. Steal half the quadrant's riot and run for Erasia? I slide off the desk, anger stirring my power to a simmer. No, smartass, sneak around. At least for now. For now, I agree, as General Atos clears the doorway just in time for me to pass through. Just so you know who to hate, I say over my shoulder once I'm in the hall. Xaden didn't kill Varish. I did. Atos stiffens, and his eyes bulge as Dane steps out of the shadowy archway directly across the hall. Come on, Violet. I'll walk you to class. Dane looks at his father like the man has abandoned his dragon to die on the battlefield. We walk silently until we reach the stairwell. The blame isn't solely yours. You struck the final blow, but we both know I killed Varish, Dane says quietly as we descend to the 3rd floor. You could have told him, maybe use the information to help you get that exemption. And how would that help you? Oh, I'm beyond help when it comes to my father. He huffs out a miserable laugh. And my father is clearly just beyond help in general. Dane, I whisper, hating that he looks like how I felt about my mother last year. He'll be in Caldeer next weekend. Dane nods as if making a choice. We'll get your father's research then. It feels like anything but a victory. The next Monday, I contemplate slamming my head against the 12-person table that fills what Mom had called the planning chamber on the 2nd floor of the administration building. It would probably be a better use of my time than listening to Captain Grady and Lieutenant... should have already forgotten his name. Argue about possible locations to search in front of the map of the continent that hangs between the 2 windows. My favorite part of the map? The hand-drawn, shapeless blobs that are supposed to represent the Isle Kingdoms to the south and east. It's taken me exactly 3 minutes of this meeting to decide that no one knows what the fuck we're doing. Jacinia has rolled her eyes twice from the left end of the table, where she sits with a stack of books, quill, and parchment, keeping record of the meeting and who's now officially been chosen for the mission. Please tell me you're almost here, I say to Xaden as the shadowy bond between us strengthens with proximity. Climbing the stairs, he replies. Northward is obviously the answer, Grady signs simultaneously as he speaks, just as everyone has since the beginning of the meeting, then scratches a beard that isn't as neatly trimmed as he usually keeps it. Yes, we should absolutely venture into undiscovered territory, Captain Anna Windshire mutters sarcastically in the seat to my right. She's a talkative infantry captain with strawberry blonde hair, quick brown eyes, and serrated blades strapped to both her shoulders. But other than the myriad of ribboned awards for valor sewn onto her uniform, I can't figure out why she's been chosen for the squad. In fact, I can't figure out why any of them have. There are at least 3 older riders I've just met for the first time sitting across from me, and the one I already know, Aura, is as far away as possible on the right side, closest to the map. But at least Halden isn't here, and he wasn't on the draft roster either, which is a relief. Maybe they've decided against a royal representative after all. Grady's still arguing with his team. North is... The door swings open at my left and Xaden steps in. Every head turns in his direction, but mine whips fastest. The last 4 days have felt like an eternity. Being close to him without having the kind of access I'm used to is frustrating as hell. I'm constantly aware of where he is when his shields are down, and even when they're up, I find myself looking around every corner in hopes there's something more to the shadows. With Xaden sleeping in the professor's quarters, turns out that sneaking around isn't just hard, it's impossible. There's an Ovarian rider watching everywhere I go. The library, Ewan Faber has one convenient eye on the squad. The dormitory? Aura finds a sudden interest in late-night hall patrols. Going to visit Sawyer. Caroline Ashton and her minions trail along behind. This is a closed meeting, Lieutenant Forgot His Name says, drawing his dimpled chin back in indignation. I forgive you for failing to invite me, Xaden replies, sinking into the chair on my left. I bite back a smile. He might think he's changed, but that comment is undeniably him. We're not taking a separatist, The lieutenant starts to argue, his hands moving almost violently as he signs. You already are, I interrupt with a sweet smile. Jacinia tucks her chin into her robes, and I know she's muffling a laugh. We can waste time arguing, Xaden says, or we can just agree that Tarn isn't going anywhere without Sigale and move on. Quill scratches across parchment as Jacinia quickly takes notes, but there's a definite smirk on her mouth still. Captain Grady's jaw flexes, but I have to respect that it's his only outward display of annoyance. Anyone with a set of bars on their shoulders should have predicted this, but I'm curious to see how he'll handle it, considering how illogically our squad has been formed. Fine, he finally says. Cadet Neil Ward, please add his name to our roster. He glances down the table. Everyone here has been chosen for this mission because I trust them. Make your introductions if you haven't, he orders the others, then turns to look at the map. Captain Henson. The woman with tightly woven black braids to his right replies, nodding. Air wielder. Lieutenant Pugh. The next man narrows his pale blue eyes. Farsight. Lieutenant Foley. Ah, that's his name. Agrarian. Cadet Binehaven. Ora lifts her chin. Fire wielder. Lieutenant Windshire. Anna smiles. Infantry liaison. Lieutenant Ryerson. Xaden replies. It's like he pulled a list of the most common signets and started choosing names. And there are no flyers or oration riders. I fiddle with my pen. Doesn't exactly speak to the spirit of alliance. Why no shield signets? Xaden asks. Clearly, we'll be out beyond the wards. Unless you think there's an entire den hiding within Navarra's borders that the Empyrean doesn't know about? You were able to hide one, Foley snaps. Thinking the Empyrean wasn't aware for 6 years tells me all I need to know about where your and your dragon's priorities are. Xaden shrugs. Stop, Grady orders. And I've asked General Tynery for a particular shield wielder, just waiting on a response. Xaden's brow knits for a millisecond, just long enough to let me know he's digging around people's intentions. You could just ask me. Mira Sorengale is the only rider proven beyond the wards, and she's stationed in Erasia. I grip the pen. Mira had been my first choice in this mission to begin with. If they'd asked me. Which is the Southern Wing and clearly under the command of General Tynery. Pugh glowers at Xaden. Except for Tyrandor, Xaden replies, which, as of the Second Erasia Accord, now falls to the reigning house. He cocks his head to the side. Well, really Ulysses and Killen, but they answer to me. Quill rasping against parchment is the only sound as some jaws are picked up off the floor and others lock. I sit back in my chair and fight the urge to smile. Have to say, the casual flex of power is pretty hot. Don't, he warns. I'm barely keeping my hands to myself as it is. If you knew how often I think about sneaking into your room. My pulse quickens. Is this what I can expect, Lieutenant Ryerson? Grady asks, color rising in his neck. You pulling title into military matters? There's a reason aristocrats don't wear black. Happens more often than you think, I mutter, signing it discreetly to my friend. Jacinia lifts the quill and doesn't record my smart-ass remark, but she definitely fights off a laugh. Depends on how those matters are handled, Xaden threatens, his hand motions sharpening as he signs, and his tone slipping into that dangerous calm that makes the lieutenants across from us shift in their seats, and my gaze flicker his way. The hair rises on the back of my neck. There's a flash of something, cold in his eyes, but it's gone with a single blink. Huh. You and I are going to have problems, Captain Grady warns. Probably, Xaden nods. Grady breathes deeply as the flush creeps to his jawline. As we were saying, we've been given 6 months to find the 7th breed. The Scenarium has ordered that we report back between searching potential sites to keep them informed.
What a fucking waste of time, Zayden says, which means selecting our first search areas with an easy flight, Grady continues. Just wait, it gets better. I pick up my pen and roll it between my forefingers and thumb to keep myself busy. I miss your hands. Same. He keeps his eyes on the map, but a band of shadow curls up my leg beneath the table and wraps around my upper thigh. And your mouth? Especially if that's all I'm allowing myself. It's on the tip of my mental tongue to tell him he doesn't have to limit himself, but I'm sure drawing more power from the Earth on his last mission isn't exactly evoking confidence in his self-control. And I have chosen to begin along the northward coastline, Captain Grady finishes. Zayden's brows hit the ceiling. Told you it got better. Captain Henson drums her fingers on the table. Why? Grady clears his throat. Basing our operation at the coastline gives us access to magic. Plus, the Emerald Sea is largely unexplored. Because sailors don't return from the deepest waters, Henson retorts and looks my way. Where would your dragon like to search? Cadet Sorengale isn't in charge, Aura interrupts. You're only here because I chose not to kill you for going after my wing leader, I reply. This is a mistake. The only people I trust in this room are you and Jacinia, and she's reporting the missions after we return, not going on them. Agreed. Shadows swirl along the base of the wall. Mira should add some balance, but not enough. The last known communication we have with any Isle Kingdom is Deverelli, I say into the awkward silence. From what I've read, the Merchant Isle trades in more than goods. If there's information to be had there, we can buy it for the right price. We should search all possible avenues, not just the north. Jacinia subtly nods as she records what I've suggested. Everyone across her must start speaking at once. They'll kill us if we go there. Splitting our forces weakens the squad. Dragon haters, all of them. If the dragons were on the Isles, one of them would have bragged. Or used them in an assault, I mutter mentally. What do you know? Zayden asks, and the band of shadow strokes my inner thigh. Fuck. It's hard to think when he does that. Records of the Second Crovelin Uprising have been ripped out of General Cadeo's journal, and Jacinia thinks an officer hinted that an Isle Kingdom was involved hundreds of years after we severed contact. General Atos asked me about my father's research on the subject last year. Feathertails. Zayden's jaw ticks. I vaguely remember him mentioning something about it on our way to the flight field. Exactly. Dragons mentioned with isles tells me we should look south. I watch the others descend into shouting, their hands flying as they sign, and Aura is the shrillest of them all. Pretty bold coming from a cadet. I don't know the contents of Dad's research, but I do remember him suddenly going secretive with it about 6 months before he died. If he'd wanted Atos or Markham to have it, he would have left the information in his archives office. As opposed to, he glances my way as the shouting only grows. It's in their quarters. I wince. General Atos's quarters. Don't worry, Dane's agreed to help me find it. Zayden cracks his neck. Don't worry and Dane do not belong in the same sentence. Silence! Grady shouts, his complexion fully ruddy. Aside from already provided logic, Deverelli requires too high a price for an audience. South is not an option, he says to me, then turns toward Captain Henson. And as for the Emerald Sea, perhaps dragons are the reason sailors don't return? Until further notice, assume we will fly northward in the next month. Prepare your supplies. This meeting is adjourned. Fuck. Every bone in my body says to fly south. Stay, Zayden says. I'd kill for 30 seconds with you. Absolutely. A freaking hug sounds great. Zayden and I hang behind as everyone files out, even Jacinia. But Aura Binehaven waits at the door like a nursemaid, her brow arched as I gather my things. Yes, Aura? I ask as I close my pack. Just waiting to escort you back to the quadrant. She looks pointedly at Zayden.
Wouldn't want you getting in trouble or doing something I'd have to report to General Atos, seeing as Grady chose me as your companion and all. More like a fucking chaperone. Do you mean Panchek? She shakes her head. Atos made it clear to the wing leaders that the code of conduct is to be followed to the letter. Her eyes narrow. Naturally, we've passed that order down through the chain of command. Turns out there are lots of us happy to make your life as miserable as possible. Great. I force a smile, and the shadow slips from my thigh as I walk past Zayden, keeping even my eyes to myself so she doesn't have anything to report. We'll get time, he promises. You're safe here. That's all that matters. At least until we go northward. An excerpt from Griffins of Poromil, A Study in Combat, by Major Garion Savoy. Some combat signets are fearsome, but any rider can be brought low by two things: lack of a shield or a group effort. Never give the enemy the advantage of surrounding you. Chapter 15. By the time it's our squad's turn to descend the stone steps of the infantry quadrant's outdoor amphitheater on Friday, it's been another 4 days since I've seen Zayden, and he keeps his shields up so frequently that we may as well just start writing letters again. Carved into a northern ridgeline just west of the infantry quadrant, the half-dome arena is more fighting pit than lecture hall. It's capable of seating all 1,000-plus infantry cadets, but this afternoon, the magically warmed space only holds our squad, Caroline Ashton's from First Wing, and the devastatingly beautiful man standing in the middle of the flat base of the amphitheater, impatience carved on every line of his face. I've always loved him in uniform, but there's something about seeing him in tight-fitted sparring gear, swords strapped across his back, that makes me instantly wish this was a private teaching session. This is incredible, Sloane says ahead of me. The snow is piled up along the edges, but it feels like summer in here. Weather ward? Lynx guesses, ruffling the melting snow off his short black hair. I'd guess there's a little more to it than that, given the way the magic pulled at me like a sticky piece of toffee while walking through. I'm sure weather isn't the only thing we're keeping out. Shadows brush against my shields as I strip out of my winter flight jacket midway down the steps, and I crack open just enough of my defenses to let Zayden in. I've missed you. His gaze devours me, but he does a good job of quickly looking away. Same. I lay my jacket on the first row of stone seats beside my classmates, leaving me in traditional sparring gear. Is this where you've been hiding out? Welcome to your first session of signet sparring, in what I like to call the pit, he announces as we reach the base of the steps. The floor is laid in an arched cobblestone pattern of various shades, but only 5 or so feet are visible before the mat begins. Those who can wield, keep your feet on the rock, but, and I cannot stress this enough, off the mat. Those who cannot take a seat in the first row. He gestures to the terraced stone behind us, and cadets move. If by hiding out you mean constructing incredibly complex wards that might make even your sister proud, then yes. And it's not like you've been accessible. Bodhi says you're either reading with Andarna as a backrest or wielding alone in the range. An hour a day. That's what I've promised myself. No matter how cold it is or how tired I am, I'm on the ridgeline with Tairn, practicing smaller, more concise strikes until my arms feel like jelly. I spend a lot of time in the library, too. I roll my shoulders, then take my place between Riddick and Rhiannon, keeping 2 rows back from the mat as I secure the strap of the conduit through the loop on the left side of my waist. Quest Squad may be headed north, but I'm still reading everything I can find on Deverelli, which isn't nearly enough. And the tomes on Dark Wielders both Queen Mariah and Takaris have sent. Though There's been no hint of a cure or mention of a dragon ever torching a venin like Andarna did. Maybe it's a good thing I can't spend all my nighttime hours with Xaden, or I wouldn't be flying through books like I am. Let's go. It shouldn't be this hard to sort yourselves out. His gaze wanders to mine. Quest Squad? Riddick gave it a nickname and it stuck. I shrug as the other squad fills in to the right of our third years, standing in our mirror image, oldest at the center of the arc. Atos leaves for his trip to Kaldir soon, so we've been preparing to get into my parents'... I wince. His quarters. Need my help? He scans over our line, no doubt assessing strengths and weaknesses. No, but I'll let you know if that changes. I bend my left knee, testing to be sure the wrap is still in place. Doesn't matter how often Brennan mends me, that particular joint never stays healed for long. Any chance you can sneak away to Shantara this weekend? We're dragging Sawyer out. I hope you have a great time, but watching you across the pub sounds like torture. His jaw ticks. I think we had more time together when I was stationed at Samara. Agreed, but you're safe here. I take stock of who we have on the floor. On Rhiannon's right, Bragan and Nev, the third-year flyers, stand with Imogen and Quinn, and to Riddick's left are Traeger, Kat, Marin, Baylor, Evelyn, Sloane, and Kai. Arik and Lynx are seated behind us, and it catches me off guard to realize that all 4 of the first years in the first wing squad are sitting too. Dragons are taking their time when it comes to channeling. Safe is starting to feel overrated. He looks toward First Wing. You done gossiping among yourselves? We were just saying that we're not sure someone who graduated less than a year ago makes the best teacher. Lauren Yashel folds his arms. The cocky third year with bright purple locks is one of the best fighters in their wing. Oh shit, Rhiannon whispers. A corner of my lips rises. They've earned whatever Xaden is about to dish out. Let's see if you can take me down and settle that worry right now. Xaden crooks his fingers. You're a metallurgist, right? My heart twinges. Sawyer should be here too, I whisper to Rhi. Yeah, well, everything I've tried to convince him has failed. Her mouth tenses. Shit. You're doing your best. I didn't mean... Her shoulders dip. I know. Metallurgist, Lauren nods. So these are nice and sharp. He walks onto the mat, drawing the sword from his hip and a dagger from his waist. Good for you. Xaden claps twice, but keeps his feet planted apart on the mat. I hope they help. Lauren lifts his sword and circles Xaden to the left. Are you going to draw a weapon? We'll see. Xaden shrugs, his eyes tracking Lauren's movements. Now, do us both a favor and don't hold back. Begin. Lauren charges, and my ribs tighten like a vice around my lungs. Xaden doesn't move. Lauren runs until he's 3 feet from Xaden, then thrusts his sword forward, keeping his dagger tucked at his side. My breath catches as Xaden lets the blade come within inches of his chest, then sidesteps and slams his left fist on top of Lauren's wrist. Lauren shouts as the sword falls, but he's already pivoting towards Xaden before the blade hits the mat, his left arm swinging in an arc that's aimed at slicing open Xaden's jugular. Xaden grabs hold of Lauren's forearm and spins, yanking the appendage behind Lauren's back and driving his elbow upward until Lauren cries out in painful frustration. Then he plucks the dagger from Lauren's hand and releases him with a shove forward. The fucking nerve on that one, Riddick mutters, shaking his head. If he'd waited a second later. But he didn't, because he knew exactly what Lauren intended. A slow smile spreads across my face. I've always loved watching you on the mat. I know. Xaden rolls his neck. I've used it to my advantage a few times. Of course he has. Lauren stumbles, but to his credit, immediately turns to face Xaden again. Xaden flicks the dagger and lodges it in the mat between Lauren's feet.
You threw too much energy into the charge. Using brute force instead of finesse is a first-year tactic. He cocks his head to the side and studies Lauren with a look that's almost bored. Now that we've proven I'm capable of kicking your ass without breaking a sweat or holding steel, what do you say we get to the point of the class and wield? Zayden lifts his arms at a 90-degree angle, palms up. Lauren swallows and keeps both eyes on Zayden as he retrieves his weapons. Begin, Zayden orders. Lauren shifts his weight, and there's a definite sheen of panic in his eyes as he circles Zayden again. To my utter consternation, the man I love doesn't even look as Lauren creeps around his back. No, instead of following his opponent's moves, Zayden looks my way and fucking winks as Lauren attacks from behind, the sword transforming, lengthening as he strikes. In fact, he holds my gaze unflinchingly until Lauren raises his blade a few feet from his neck. Then, Zayden glances down at his left where the blade's shadow stretches past his boot, elongated by the afternoon sun, and lifts a single finger. The shadow rushes back on Lauren and within a heartbeat wraps around his throat and arm. Zayden steps to the side as Lauren falls to his knees in the very space Zayden had stood, and the sword falls too, abandoned as Lauren grabs for the shadows tightening around his throat. His face blotches, and the other squad starts to shift uncomfortably before Zayden drops his hands. The shadow falls back into position, and Lauren gasps for air. I'm either completely in love with your boyfriend or utterly terrified of him, Riddick says under his breath. Not sure at the moment. Both, Kat answers from his left. You can be both. Trust me. You shouldn't be either, Traeger mutters. Riddick glances my way and rolls his eyes. I bite back my smile. I'm never scared of him. Zayden's eyes find mine and my pulse skips. And he's not my boyfriend. Reese snorts and Riddick offers me a sarcastic thumbs up. Agreed, Zayden says. That's far too casual a term for what we are. His gaze drops to Lauren, who's still heaving for breath on the mat. Get up. Lauren staggers to his feet and runs his hand over the purple bruise forming on his throat. I have 2 swords and 4 daggers strapped to me, Zayden tells him. And you didn't think to heat them, twist them, manipulate them in any way? I used my sword, Lauren starts. Foolish choice. Get back to your squad. Zayden dismisses him, and Lauren retrieves his weapons before retreating. I'm sure you all noticed the weather ward we have in place to keep you nice and comfortable for these first few lessons. But what you don't see is that the area of the mat has been protected by the best ward weavers in Navarre. He flares his hands, and shadows run from his feet, expanding in every direction in a cloud of darkness that flies toward us, only to slam against an invisible barrier and flow upward. They withdraw with unnerving speed, clearing the air in front of us in a matter of heartbeats. With only a couple of exceptions, he glances my way, whatever you wield will stay between the opponents on the mat. And I'm assured your signets will not leave the amphitheater or endanger the campus. So when I tell you not to hold back, I mean it, because the venin won't. Next. One by one, he sets just about everyone on their ass. They put a fire wielder against him, and he dodges the flame, her own shadows, taking her out at the knees with a flick of his wrist. Quinn steps up and creates 2 versions of herself. And when shadows tug her feet from under her, the real Quinn falls and the projection dissipates. Rhiannon has her own blade plucked from her grasp and lifted to her throat by a wisp of shadow. Caroline barely gets her hands up before Zayden knocks her backward with a stream of shadow that propels her across the mat and forces her onto the stone. Nev steps onto the mat, gripping her daggers, then uses lesser magic to levitate them. Now that's fun, Zayden says with a grin as they race toward him, only to be grasped by shadow and returned with their tips poised to strike above her collarbones. She puts up her hands, and the shadows fall, dropping the blades to the mat. Point made? Zayden asks as Nev retrieves her blades and steps back into line. I never need to draw a sword because I am the weapon. I'm just good with blades for the fun of it. No, Lauren says, his voice still hoarse. You handing everyone their ass on the mat isn't anything new from last year. Correct, Zayden lifts a scarred brow. Up until now, when we spar or challenge, our priority has been to beat our opponent at all costs. That means we train in private, we find an edge, a corner of his mouth lifts, like poisoning our opponent. He slides his hand into his pockets. And we keep our tactics secret because we need that edge on the mat. The difference between my position as cadet last year, even as a wing leader, and now is that as your teacher, I want to give you my edge. I want you to learn not just from me, but from one another. I'll help expose the weaknesses in your signet so that when you come up against a dark wielder with such a power, you will have already practiced how to defeat them. Each of you has something to learn, and I'm here to keep you safe while you do it. And what about the ones who can't wield signets? Caroline asks. They're just the practice dummies? Kat scoffs. We're far from helpless. She turns a withering glare on Caroline. You can try your water wielding on me, but I'll already be in your head, turning your emotions against you. She's good at it, too, I admit, shifting the majority of my weight to my right leg. You'll find that mind work can be just as deadly, Zayden agrees. And if you haven't learned how to shield, I suggest you spend some time with Professor Carr before facing off against a flyer or anyone wearing a classified patch. He glances at Imogen. And you're going to teach us how to defeat you? Arik asks from behind us. A corner of Zayden's mouth slowly curves upward. I can teach you to try, but there's only one person capable of taking me down one day. And it isn't you, Grey Castle. My cheeks heat as heads swing my way. Let's get back to it while you have some relative privacy. As of next week, the infantry cadets will be sitting in so they stand half a chance on the battlefield. Zayden scans the line. Gamlin, you're next. Riddick ends up caged by a set of icicles of his own making. Sloane retreats from the arena with her hands tied in shadow behind her back, after not even trying. I glance at her rebellion relic and wonder if she's hiding a second signet too. Neither Kat nor Marin get close before they're off the mat and sent stumbling in our direction. But Kat is the only one of the pair who looks momentarily devastated at having failed. You're going to get over him at some point, right? Traeger mutters as Kat falls back in line. Seems like a waste of time to chase someone who doesn't want you, when there are plenty of people who do. Kat's gaze snaps in his direction and I lift my brows. Go Traeger. And then Zayden lifts his brow at me. No exceptions, Sorengale. Now this is what I've been waiting to see. Caroline bounces on her toes like a child. Do me a favor, I say to Zayden, unfastening the conduit's leather strap at my hip and hooking it over my wrist so the orb fits comfortably in my palm. Then I take 3 steps forward onto the mat and open the door to Tairn's power with a hell of a smirk. Don't let me hurt you. Posted Bulletin, Village of Shantara, transcribed by Percival Fitzgibbons. It is hereby suggested strongly that neither bonded dragon nor griffin shall be allowed to land or hunt in a 1-mile vicinity of the village of Shantara in order to sustain the endeavors of our sheep herders through this surge of demand. Chapter 16. Arrogant, are we? His flash of an undeniable smile is there and gone before I can fully succumb to its knee-wobbling effect. Let's see how you do in the dark. Shadows fill the mat and devour every ounce of sunlight, leaving me in complete and total darkness in every direction I look. Challenge accepted. This is playing dirty,
I lift the conduit to just above my shoulders and release a steady flow of power from my left hand. The orb crackles, catching the tendrils of lightning as it imbues the alloy at its center and illuminating the area directly surrounding me. "You already have the upper hand," he replies, and a strand of shadow caresses my cheek, but doesn't take form any closer to the conduit. "I'm just leveling the playing field." I walk forward, catching a glimpse of him before he fades into darkness once more. "Strike," he orders. "And chance actually hitting you? I think not." My left arm heats, and I grit my teeth against the strain of sustaining the power flow. It's so much easier to strike than trickle. "Use our pathway to track me down." His lips brush the back of my neck, and a jolt of awareness races down my spine, but when I spin, he's already gone. That's cheating. I walk left, then forward, then turn around again, completely lost as to which direction I'm facing. "It's using every tool at your disposal," he points out. "Come on, Violence. Live up to the nickname. I could have killed you a dozen times over by now because you're reluctant to strike. And I could kill you with a single non-hypothetical strike." I open my senses, but it's impossible to concentrate on our pathways while my body channels continuously. Fuck it. It's not like I can see through this anyway. Lowering my arm, I cut the flow of power from my fingertips and shadows rush over me, cooling my heated skin. I focus on our connection, on the bond, and obey the subtle, barely perceptible tug that comes from my right. Good. The bond strengthens when he talks, and I change direction slightly following the connection. I can wield from anything that casts a shadow, but no one knows the strongest threads are always my own. If you can sort through them, feel their difference, you'll be able to track where I am in the darkness. Is that really what you need me to learn? I run my hands through shadow, but it all feels the same. You have to learn the difference, for both our sakes. The bond surrounds me in the same instant that he wraps his arms around me from behind, and a stronger shadow, his, tilts my chin toward my shoulder and up. Only you. His mouth finds mine in the darkness and he kisses me long and slow, like we're the only people in the world, like our time is infinite, and there is nothing more important than hearing my next sigh. It's utterly decadent, thorough, and only makes me want more. My pulse leaps, racing faster with every stroke of his perfect tongue. "Strike," he demands, his fingers sliding down my stomach and slipping under my waistband, or someone might think I'm taking it easy on you. He nips my bottom lip. Easy is the opposite of what I want from you. Power rises, humming through me with insistent demand, and I lift my right hand, aiming my palm toward the sky of the open amphitheater. Xaden vanishes from behind me a second before I release the strike. Light flashes, illuminating the arena as lightning streaks upward, through the barrier of the wards and into the clouds above, and I hear the other cadets' collective gasps before the darkness descends again. "You're astounding," he says, already one of the shadows. "Why only me?" I ask, turning endlessly to find him. "You need to be able to find me." Shadows rush against my skin, and less than a breath later they're gone, leaving me stumbling near the front of the mat, staring at Xaden's retreating back as he climbs the stairs. "Class is over. I expect you all to come prepared next session," he says over his shoulder. "Why only me?" I repeat, more than aware of the other cadets staring as I find my balance, studying me as if hoping to discover a mark since Xaden walked away unscathed. "Xaden!" He doesn't so much as pause his ascent. "Because you're the only one capable of killing me." "And then there's Violet," Riddick says the next afternoon, waving his mug of ale as we sit at the corner table of the Six Talons pub in Shantara. "Scaring off the professor with a lightning strike. He got the fuck out of there and left her stumbling around in the dark." Sawyer laughs. Really, truly laughs. And I don't care if it's from his second mug of ale, or if Amari herself dragged it out of him. I'm just relieved to hear it. For a second it feels like we have him back, like we're all us. The door opens across the room and snow blows in before someone manages to shut it against the insistent wind. The noisy pub is crowded with villagers and cadets looking for a Saturday escape. I spotted Dane at the bar earlier trying his luck with a second-year healer, and Riddick has already fought off 3 separate attempts to pilfer the 3 chairs we've saved across the table for the Flyers. The group of us visited a few temples after lunch, but the Flyers have been gone for hours, worshipping. If they're not back soon, we'll miss the last wagons back to campus. Ryerson had my own dagger at my throat, Reese says, shaking her head like she still can't believe it. I always knew he was powerful, but I never realized he could... She drifts off. Kill everyone in the room without getting up from his seat? I finish for her, lifting my lavender lemonade to take a sip. And he thinks I need to know how to kill him. The normally sweet drink tastes bitter in my throat. Maybe he slipped on the border. But he isn't gone. One mistake does not equal losing your entire soul. Exactly, she nods. Have you always known that? Yep, I set my mug down. Well, not always, but definitely after he busted into my room and killed Oren and the others during our first year. What are we discussing? Kat asks, setting a mug down on the table and taking the seat directly across from me. She shrugs out of her snow-covered jacket as Marin and Traeger do the same. Ryerson's ability to wipe out, well, everyone, Riddick answers, taking his coat off Marin's seat as Sawyer moves his crutches to lean them against the wall behind him. Ah, Marin settles in next to Kat and looks her way. That's kind of new, right? Kat stares down into her mug. He wasn't as powerful when we... She cuts herself off and takes a drink. Our signets can grow, I say to fill the awkward silence. We spend our lives honing them and figuring out our limits. A 3rd year is way more powerful than a 1st, just like a colonel can wipe the floor magically with a lieutenant. And he never scares you? Kat stares at me over the table. That's what you said yesterday. He never scares you. I get scared for him, but I haven't been scared of him since threshing. I run my finger along the top of my mug. Because your lives are connected. She tilts her head like she's trying to understand. Because he'd never hurt me. I take another drink. He had his reasons for wanting me dead and, instead, taught me how to strike a death blow on the mat. And that was way before threshing. Speaking of signets, I'm starting to worry. Ree quickly changes the subject. Sloane is a siphon. Evelyn began wielding fire last week, and Baylor has manifested Farsight. Like Liam. But Lynx and Arik haven't manifested yet, and the clock is ticking. Ree finishes. What happens if they don't manifest on your timeline? Traeger asks. The magic builds up and we kind of explode. Riddick makes the correlating motion with his hands. But it's the end of January. We have months before it gets dangerous. Vi didn't manifest until, what, May? Riddick asks me. I blink, remembering the first time Xaden kissed me against the Foundation walls. It was actually December, I just didn't realize it. That doesn't comfort me, Ree says, frowning over her mug. The last thing we need is Lynx or Arik exploding on us. My chest tightens. Remind me not to stand next to either of them in formation, Kat drawls. Better than one of them manifesting as an intrinsic, Riddick mutters. Could you imagine executing... No, Ree snaps, then shudders. I can't, and neither should you. She glances at Marin. So, how is Temple? Our offerings were received. Marin answers with an easy smile. I believe Amari will watch over my brothers in Erasia. I really can't thank your family enough for taking them in, Ree. Are you kidding me? Ree waves her off. My mother loves kids, and my dad is thrilled to have 2 little boys running around the house. I'm really sorry they couldn't stay here with you, though. Marin drops her gaze. Me too, but Basgiath isn't exactly friendly for raising kids. Kat rubs her shoulder. Your temples to Malik and Dune are disproportionately large compared to the other gods here. Traeger notes, leaning back in his chair. Except Amari, of course.
It's a regional thing, Sawyer answers, pushing up on the arms of his chair and readjusting his weight. He seems more comfortable wearing the new wood and metal prosthesis he's been working on, but hasn't been up for discussing it, so we haven't pushed. This close to Basgayeth, war and death are on most minds. So true, Riddick agrees. Your scribes don't pray to Hedion for wisdom? Traeger asks me, leaving his ale untouched long enough for Kat to reach over and steal it with a sly smile. Knowledge and wisdom are two different things, I answer. Scribes are careful not to ask for what should be earned. So you weren't a frequent patron when studying to enter that quadrant? He scoots his chair in when some drunk cadets try to squeeze past behind him and side-eyes Kat for stealing his drink. But there's a tilt to his lips. My mother was never temple-minded, which is odd considering you'd think she'd favor Dune, and I preferred to spend what worship time I had in Amari's temple. I glanced down at my nearly empty mug. And then, once my father died, I frequented Malik's, though I probably spent more time yelling at him than praising. I personally prefer Zanal, Riddick adds. You can get through any situation with luck. And ours must have run out because here comes the wing leader, Reed notes with a quick glance my way. The flyers look over their shoulders, and we all quiet as Dane waits for a group of cadets to walk by before reaching the corner of our table. Vi. He still has that flat, tortured look in his eyes, and I hate that I can't take it away. Dane? My hands tighten on my mug. I'd rather he be a dick again, even obnoxious in his certainty, over this hollow version of himself. Can I talk to you? His attention sweeps over the others at the table. Alone? All right. I push away from the table, leaving behind my lemonade, and follow Dane into the dim, deserted hallway that leads to the pub's private rooms. My stomach clenches as he pivots to face me. I spent the last few days reconning the security on Dad's quarters, and there's no way to sneak other people in without getting caught. He slides his hands into the pockets of his flight jacket. My heart sinks. You won't help me. I told you I would, and I will. His mouth tightens. It's just going to require you to trust me enough to let me retrieve the research and bring it out myself. Preferably tomorrow night, since my father will be gone. Shit. All he'd have to do is hand that research over to his father and Dane would be back in his good graces. My only assurance that wouldn't happen had been going with him. The history between us, both good and bad, thickens the air. It's up to you, he says with a hint of a shrug. Either you trust me or you don't. It's not just that, I rush. There are so many ways this could go wrong. If they catch you with it, or the cadets who constantly follow Zayden and me spot you handing something over secretively. I've got that figured out. He interrupts like I've insulted him. What's your choice? I weigh the pros and cons in less than a heartbeat, then sigh. There's a secret compartment under my father's desk in the study. The latch is in the far back of the center drawer of my mother's. He nods. You'll have it by Monday morning. For better or worse, my fate rests in the hands of Dane Atos. An excerpt from Recovered Correspondence of Lieutenant Colonel Asher Sorengale to Violet Sorengale. My brightest light. I meant to prepare you, but only had time for half the lessons you'll need. Half the history, half the truth. And now time runs short. I failed Brennan the day I watched him walk the parapet. Failed Mira when I could not stop her from following. But I fear my death will fail you. Your mother and I trust no one, and neither can you. Chapter 17. Thaddeus Nation. Captain Fitzgibbons reads from the dais the next morning, his voice carrying over the formation in the snow-packed courtyard as he holds the death roll in front of him. Nadia Axel. Caressa Tomney.
Hearing the names of every member in active service who has died the previous day takes longer than the typical quadrant death roll. But I appreciate the change. It feels right to honor those losing their lives. It also serves to remind me that though Major de Vera has called a moratorium on killing one another within our walls, there's an enemy just waiting to do so the second we leave. There's an enemy who thinks I'm going to come to her. Melina Charleston, Captain Fitzgibbons continues as the icy wind gusts, tearing at the scroll and stinging the tips of my nose and ears. And Ruford Sharna. I blink. From Third Wing? Riddick's head swings left, as do Quinn's and Imogen's in front of us. Fell from his seat during maneuvers yesterday, Arik says from behind us. According to their tails section, Heim couldn't see to catch him in the snow. It was an accident. Somehow that makes it feel even worse. We commend their souls to Malik, Captain Fitzgibbons says, and a few announcements later, formation breaks. We all head toward the dormitory wing, and Sloane grabs my elbow as we reach the door. I need to give you something, she says, staring at the ground. Follow me? Sure. Talking to me is at least a start. She leads me through the rotunda, up into the commons, and to our small quadrant library on the right. It's empty this time of morning, and I wait at the last group of study tables as she quickly ducks behind the first set of tall bookshelves. You can look at me, you know. I unbutton my flight jacket. My mother made her choice. You didn't. Not exactly. Sloane pushes a loaded library cart out of the aisle. I felt her power. I could have rejected it, stopped it even. She rolls the cart directly in front of me. But I wanted the wards up, wanted to live. So I let it happen. She ends on a whisper. That's a pretty valid emotion, especially considering that my mother had overseen the execution of hers. And I'm not angry. Did you know that I have archives duty? She interrupts, crouching down to the bottom shelf of the cart. I thought it was kind of fitting, seeing as Liam always went with you when you had it. Do you like it? I manage to ask as my throat squeezes in on itself. Well, this morning, it gave me a chance to see Jacinia. She stands, pulling a large black canvas bag with her. Thank you. I sling the straps of the bag over my shoulder, noting its exceptional weight. She nods, then finally drags her gaze to meet mine. It wasn't out of revenge, I swear. I'm sorry I didn't stop her. My hands clasp around the thick canvas straps, knowing she isn't talking about Jacinia. I'm glad you didn't. Powering the stone was going to take someone's life. If I had succeeded, Xaden, Taryn, Sigale, and I would all be dead. The world needs Brennan. Arik is irreplaceable. And I wouldn't trade you for any ward, Sloane. My mother made the choice she had to. You were the tool, but she gave her own life. Her next breath shakes. Anyway, Jacinia said to tell you that 2 of the tomes were her selection, and the other was passed along to her from leadership first thing this morning. Dane. A smile spreads across my face. Not only did he come through, but he did it in a way that no one potentially watching either of us would suspect. I hold the bag tighter. This could be my father's final body of work. Thank you. Rumor is you're headed northward. Sloane folds her arms. Unfortunately, that rumor may be true, I grimace. Her face puckers. Seems an odd place to search given how cold it is. Don't know about Taryn, but Thort hates the cold. I nod. Makes sense, since Thort is a red. Many of their line's ancestral hatching grounds were along the limestone cliffs at the edge of the Dunis River. My gut tells me north is the wrong direction, but Taryn doesn't mind the cold, and most Browns prefer it, so maybe Grady is onto something.
And Darna isn't a big fan of snow either, but maybe she isn't stereotypical of her kind. I hope for all our sakes he is, Sloane says. Me too. But I can't ignore the little voice of intuition insisting we should head south. When I get the package back to my room, any hope I'd felt since finding Dad's research slips into pure frustration as I unwrap it from its parchment to find the locking mechanism that holds the thick, leather-bound book closed. It's a 6-letter lock, and if I get the answer wrong, there are 6 vials of ink spaced equidistantly around the edges of the paper, ready to destroy whatever my father left inside. Even worse, there's a rune in the center that looks suspiciously like the one that makes things end badly if magic tampers with a lock. Definitely need to spend more time studying runes. I pick up the scrap piece of parchment Dad had stashed in a roll beneath the lock and read his formal handwriting again. First love is irreplaceable. Fuck. Nothing Dad wrote was ever this simple, so what the hell is that supposed to mean? Are we wasting time by overthinking this? It's obviously Lilith, right? Riddick asks as we descend the steps into the pit a few days later. Dad would have wanted me to overthink, and if I'm wrong, we ruin whatever's in there. I tuck my jacket under my arm and scan the bottom of the amphitheater in hopes of seeing Xaden. Maybe we're not thinking fatherly enough, Ree muses. Good idea. So maybe it's Brent. Riddick counts on his fingers. Never mind, that has too many letters. Mira's too short, but what about Violet? Honestly, it's not like my dad to make it about himself. Both Lilith and Violet are too obvious. We pass by the infantry already seated in the middle of the terraced rows and spot Calvin, the squad leader of one of the infantry units we'd been paired with during RSC. I nod, and he returns the gesture. Fine. Then who was Brennan's first love? Riddick asks as we near the bottom of the steps. There's 9 years between us. It's not like he was filling me in on his romantic exploits. I pause as Riddick shuffles into his seat beside Marin. Though I do remember Mira saying he'd been in a relationship with a rider a year or two older than him. Guess that runs in the family, Riddick shucks his jacket. Are you guys still trying to figure out the password to open that damned book? Kat asks, leaning forward and earning a backward glance from the first years seated ahead of us. Obviously, or they wouldn't be talking about it, Traeger says, resting his elbows on the rise behind him and leaning back. Space much? Nev shoves his arm off the rise with her boot. What book? The one Violet's father left her that everyone seems to think might have some information about where Andana's kind went. Kat answers. I shoot her a look and she shrugs. What? No one on the squad is going to hand you over, and you obviously need some more opinions before you're comfortable enough to actually try and input a password. Fair point, but still. Fine. Who's Mira's first love? Ree asks, her gaze darting between Evelyn, Kai, and Baylor, who are seated as far apart as possible. I think, tilting my head and fastening the conduit's bracelet over the raw band of skin around my wrist. An hour of wielding a day is definitely helping me pull down more precise strikes, but my body is over it. I'm not sure she's ever really been in love. Or if she has, she's never said anything to me about it. You hadn't even seen Xaden when your dad met Malik. Riddick stares at me and sighs with complete exaggeration. Hello, who is your first love? Oh, that's not happening. I set my hands in my lap and notice more infantry pouring in above us. Nothing like being humbled in front of an audience. My father couldn't stand the first guy I really dated and never knew about the second. Arik turns his entire torso around to look at me. How many letters? I narrow my eyes. 6. He lifts 2 sandy brown eyebrows. I mean, it fits. Absolutely not. Heat stings my cheeks. Hold on. Riddick's head swings between the two of us. Is the first year entitled to information we don't have? Good afternoon. Zayden's voice fills the amphitheater as he strides in from a tunnel on the right, dressed in sparring gear that immediately has all my attention. Surprisingly, Garrick is at his side. Ooh, Imogen is going to love having class today. Ow! Riddick reaches for the back of his head. Riders, if you'll take your positions as you did last class. Zayden motions to the rings of cobblestone outside the mat. Hopefully no one gets performance anxiety because, as you can see, he gestures to the seats behind us. We have a full house today. Not sleeping well? I ask him, noting the circles beneath his eyes. Abandoning our coats, my squad heads for the edge of the mat, mirrored by First Wing. A certain hazel-eyed rider kept me up last night talking. He turns and says something to Garrick, who nods. Which I didn't mind, since my bed is too cold without you physically in it, and too quiet without you screaming my name. Oh, he wants to play. A corner of my mouth lifts. Game on. I miss Horatia, miss sleeping next to you. Find a way to sneak me in, and I'll keep that bed at precisely the right temperature for you to get some rest. I roll my shoulders and stretch out my arms, just like my squad mates are doing. If I find you in my bed, there's no resting. Trust me. Zayden turns toward the front of the mat, bracing his feet apart and folding his beautifully toned arms. Lieutenant Tavis here is an incredibly powerful wind wielder. Don't forget that I know exactly how to knock you out for the night. I drop my arms, and Zayden shoots me a warning look, but the edges of his mouth curl up. And has agreed to let you try your best to bring him, he full-on smirks. Knock me out? You're usually the one begging for mercy a few orgasms in. Want to see begging? All I have to do is swirl my tongue around the tip of your... Zayden coughs like he swallowed a non-existent bug, and Garrick glances sideways at him. Down, he finally finishes. Lieutenant Tavis is willing to be your sparring dummy. He rolls his neck and chances a look in my direction. I simply smile. You started it. I'd give anything to be able to finish it. Zayden's fingers curl. You're going to be the death of me. So you keep saying. I try not to think about the other ways that statement can be interpreted. The fire wielder steps up first, and Garrick blows her own flame back at her. That's unnerving, Riddick mutters, and Imogen masks a smile to my right. We go as a team, Rhiannon says quietly by my side. They never said it had to be one-on-one. I nod. Good idea. Rhiannon relays orders quietly. The metallurgist, Lauren, learned from his last attempt, and within seconds, Garrick unclips the harness across his chest, and the scabbards fall from his back before he blasts Lauren to his ass with air. You ready to join in, second squad? Garrick asks, crooking his finger directly at Imogen. You don't want anything to do with these. She lifts her hands. Why don't you put them on me and we'll see? A corner of his mouth tilts, and a dimple pops in his cheek. Oh, gods, just stop flirting and fuck already, Riddick says. Every head slowly turns in his direction. I said that out loud, didn't I? He asks me in a hushed whisper. Oh yeah, you did, I reply, patting him on his back. Garrick's gonna blow you off the mat. Now that I might enjoy, depending on the method he chooses, Riddick winces. I'm going to stop talking now. You might want to keep the inside voices inside while we're up there, I agree, following Rhiannon, Kat, and Quinn onto the mat, hauling Riddick behind me when he hesitates. How exactly is this fair? Garrick asks. We're never alone on the battlefield, are we? I tilt my head to the side. His face tightens, obviously, getting my meaning. We fight as a squad, Rhiannon says from the center of our group, and Riddick moves to my left. Solid point. Zayden retreats to the back of the mat. Begin.
Rhiannon lifts her hands beside me and 2 of Garrick's daggers appear in them.
Nice, Garrick admits with a slight smirk, then flicks his hands upward. Riddick steps forward simultaneously, throwing a wall of ice that's instantly battered by a gust of wind that rivals the tornado Taryn and I got caught up in. The edge of the ice chips at the assault, and chunks barrel my way. I spin toward our squad and tackle Ree to the ground as the ice flies overhead so near I can hear it whistle.
Too close, Xaden bellows, and I look up to see him taking a step in Garrick's direction, rage etched in the hard lines of his face. Don't! I'm fine! I stagger to my feet as Quinn squeezes her eyes shut and turns her palm toward the sun. He nearly took off your fucking head. Xaden looks at Garrick in a way I've never seen, like his best friend has suddenly morphed into prey, and there's that cold edge in his eyes that prickles the hair at the back of my neck. My power rises in response, and I welcome it with open arms, savoring the quick rush of heat and the hum of energy in my veins. My head is still firmly attached. Through translucent ice, I see 2 Quinns appearing on Garrick's sides. Give me his blade. I pivot toward Ree and hold out my right hand, which she promptly fills with Garrick's dagger. To my shock, Garrick stares at one Quinn, then the other, and then his head pivots between the 2 quickly, repeatedly. Cat. You're going to have to be fast, Ree warns. No worries there. The second the wind dies, I step around Riddick's ice, then throw Garrick's own dagger close enough to scare him but not cause any real damage. Heat flushes my skin as power builds, demanding to be set free. His hand whips upward, and a wind gust knocks the blade off course, causing it to land about 20 feet to the right behind him. Fine, that works too. He starts to redirect, bringing his hand toward the front of his body again, but mine is already skyward. The conduit siphons off just enough power to give me the control I need, and I release the rest, pulling the power downward in a precise flick of my wrist. Lightning scorches the air, rending it with a flash of brilliance that strikes true, flaring bright as it spears from the sky, then disappearing as quickly as it came. The thunder swallows a few of the gasps and screams from the seats to my right, but I keep my eyes on Garrick and my hand held skyward. His eyes widen at me. You really did it. I did. The conduit hums in my left hand. Hate to tell you, Sorengale, but not only did you leave yourself exposed, you also missed, he grins. Did I? I look pointedly to the smoking hilt of his melted blade behind him. And he follows my line of sight, visibly tensing when he spots the ruined dagger. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. By Malik, I fucking love you, Xaden says. And if I'm exposed, fine. The rest of my squad is alive, I shrug. Xaden's gaze cuts to mine. Garrick turns back toward me, his mouth hanging slightly agape, and someone begins to slowly clap from the top of the steps. I look up, along with just about everyone else, and my balance wobbles. No. Sandy brown hair falls recklessly over his left eye as he starts down the steps. And I know it's illogical, but I swear I can see just how green those eyes are from all the way down here. Help Auric hide, I tell Xaden. Now! Done. A royal herald puffs out his chest from the edge of the back row. His Royal Highness Prince Halden. Every cadet rises to their feet. Sit, he says loud enough for his voice to carry over the amphitheater and motions downward with his hands. I know that look on his face all too well. He's perfected an expression of relatable annoyance at the fanfare, when really he lives for this shit. Impressive, he tells me, passing the first row and the rock wall that separates it from the arena and stepping onto cobblestone. Breathe. Just breathe. Your Highness, you'd be safer in the seats, Garrick starts. And yet I think the view is much better from right here. He slides his hands into the pockets of his professionally tailored dark blue infantry uniform and smiles. Please, don't let me stop you. Garrick looks back. I'm guessing at Xaden, but I'm too busy keeping my gaze locked on Halden so I don't draw any accidental attention to Auric by checking. Garrick nods and looks to the line of riders. Next. Our squad walks off the mat, and instead of filing in with the second years, I take the empty place next to Halden, noting that one of the two guards stationed close behind him is Captain Anna Windshire. She isn't just the infantry liaison for the quest squad. She's Halden's. I'd been naive to assume he'd removed himself from the task force. And if Halden ever realizes that Xaden is the reason his twin isn't breathing, well, he won't be as understanding as Auric. This is bad. What are you doing here? I ask, glancing over at him. He doesn't seem as tall as I remember. Definitely a couple of inches shorter than Auric. But he's just as strikingly beautiful as the last time I saw him. His high cheekbones, the mouth tilted in a permanent smirk, and the perfect proportion to his features are enough to turn heads. But his eyes are the real showstopper. They're as green as summer leaves. But man, do they wander. Learning, of course, like everyone else in this arena. He flashes a smile, and the edges of his eyes actually crinkle. Never figured you for a rider black, but power looks good on you. Don't. I shake my head and face the match. Garrick blasts the remnants of Riddick's wall away with a gust of wind, and Caroline Ashton takes the mat, bringing the fire wielder with her. Xaden's gaze narrows as it jumps between Halden and me, and then he turns his attention to the sparring match. I don't mean in the arena. I hook the conduit to the strap at my hip. What are you doing at Basgaeth? It's not exactly alumni weekend. Please don't say going northward with us. Straight to business? I feel the weight of his stare as he studies my profile. You aren't going to ask how I've been? My brother's missing, you know. He sounds exactly 0% worried. Is he? I fold my arms. Or did Cam just need some space from your ego? Both Caroline and the fire wielder fly backward, landing on their asses before sliding to the edge of the mat. What made Second Squad's assault effective was the use of mind work, Garrick reminds the First Wing Squad. Quinn and Kat worked together to fuck with my head, giving Sorengale enough time to strike. Not that she needed it, Traeger calls out, and he's right. I could have struck at any moment. I simply waited until I could be certain of my accuracy. A smile quirks at the corners of Xaden's mouth. Seriously, though, Halden tisks. No hello? Not even a compliment on the tailoring of my uniform? Or the fresh haircut I'm heartbroken by. You'd have to own a heart to break it, I immediately counter. And the only hair I remember is your professor's covering your face when I walked in on her riding you. It was auburn, right? The next batch heads up, this time armed with flyers as Xaden changes position, moving slightly to the left. Ouch, you wound me, Halden rubs his chest. Yes, I cheated. But you have to remember I was still suffering from the loss of my twin. I was stupid, thoughtless, cruel, I suggest. Grief doesn't excuse any of that. Never did. He sighs. And here I thought you'd thank me for offering to step in and agree with you in regard to your upcoming mission. How so? My brow scrunches. He reaches into his uniform pocket and retrieves a missive bearing the broken wax seal of Viscount Takaris. Here. Grady is taking too long and has yet to present a clear path that satisfies my father. I like this option. I take the parchment and my eyes widen. It's addressed to me. Don't get caught up in the details, he shrugs unapologetically. My mouth tightens as I open the folded parchment. Cadet Sorengale, as per our agreement, here are your requested tomes.
I've also handpicked a selection from my personal library I hope you'll find educational. In regard to your search, King Cortland of Deverelli has agreed to a single meeting, noble blood only, for the reasonable price of the Emilian citrine. Queen Mariah has agreed to gift the gem to him, but will not be responsible for its retrieval from its display in Anka. Please let me know when you have the citrine in hand, so I can schedule our visit. In service, Viscount Takaris. You're doing a library exchange with the man first in line to the Paromish throne? Guess you didn't leave the scribes entirely behind, Halden muses as I finish reading. You shouldn't be reading my messages. I fold the parchment and tuck it into an empty dagger sheath along my ribs. Lucky for you, I am. Lucky? You're kidding. I scoff as Garrick sends another rider flying. I wouldn't kid about your upcoming mission. Or you. He looks my way. I did some research. You mean you had someone do your research? I counter. Same thing. He smirks. The Emilian citrine is a lesser magic amplifier, worn by one of the members of the First Drift. If you're willing to retrieve it, I'm willing to order Grady to change courses. It's not that simple. Anka is an occupied territory. I'm just not sure if it's still occupied or one of the cities they drained and moved on from. Either way, it's beyond the wards, and even going there is a risk to Xaden. Like I said, if you want to go, I'll step in on your behalf. I owe you at least that, and title overpowers rank every day. He clears his throat. Tell me, is it true what they say? You and Ryerson? He says Xaden's name with cringeworthy disgust. If you're asking if I'm in love with him, then the answer is wholeheartedly yes. I glance Xaden's way and find his eyes already on me. If you're prodding to see if we're still together, then let me assure you we're adhering to the code of conduct in the way you never bothered to. You can report that to your father. I wasn't asking for my father, Vi. I was asking for me. You what? I forget all pretense of watching the sparring match, giving Halden my full attention. I never told you I was sorry. His face softens, and his gaze skims over my face like he's noticing every detail that's changed. And I should have. If you're not with Ryerson, I am in love with him. I bristle. I haven't so much as thought about you in years. Don't chase just because you like a challenge. You'll lose. Halden scoffs. Anyone who's ever dated a rider knows their first priority. Their first love is their dragon. Once you accept that, another man hardly feels like a challenge. My lips part. He's right. Our first priorities are our dragons. They're irreplaceable. Besides, with all this time we have coming up together on this mission, I thought maybe you'd at least be willing to have a quiet dinner with me. His smirk slips. Tell me you don't let your non-boyfriend control you. Allow me to apologize properly, the way I should have 3 years ago. He lifts a hand toward the loosened strands of my braid, but never makes it. Shadows blast straight through the wards and hit Halden in the chest like a battering ram, sending the Crown Prince of Navarre flying backward, straight into the rock wall. Shit. An excerpt from The Last Admiral, a memoir by Admiral Levian Crosslight. I cannot imagine sustainable life beyond the Emerald Sea. No ship has ever survived the tempests that form its ice-tipped waves, and the only sailors who return from her exploration do so defeated. Chapter 18. Halden! I rush to kneel by his side, and the shadow evaporates like it was never there. Are you all right? My prince! Anna jumps to the cobblestone, panic filling her eyes as his second guard joins her. Oh, Halden, are you... Not just his guard,
My eyebrows rise as I glance up at her hair. Yep, redheads are definitely his type. Halden waves her off as he visibly fights for breath, and both guards retreat. Thank you, Malik. Zayden didn't kill him. There isn't even a crack in the rock above his head. Give it a second, and you'll be able to breathe, I promise Halden, praying his ribs aren't broken. Bootsteps approach from behind me, and a wave of glittering onyx wraps around my mind like a caress. Sorry about that, Zayden says, his tone implying otherwise. I was blocking a potentially lethal blow to the first year and seemed to have knocked the wind right out of you. I arch an eyebrow and slowly look over my shoulder at him. Seriously? He was going to touch you. The glacial rage in his eyes has mine widening. Right, because that's the mature response. Halden sucks in a breath, then another. Quite all right. It wasn't a response. It simply was. Zayden crouches behind me as Halden pushes himself to sit upright. Let's get 3 things straight, Your Highness. First, I have remarkable hearing thanks to the shadows at your very feet. Second, I don't control Violet. Never have, never will. But third, and most importantly, he lowers his voice. She really, honestly, hasn't thought about you. At least not since the second she set eyes on me. I'm going to fucking kill him. AIMSIR. An hour later, I'm still seething as I sit with Rhee on my bed, turning the fingernail-size bronze dials until each letter is visible in the book's locking mechanism. My finger hovers over the tiny lever that will either open the book or destroy it. I can't do it. We could talk about how your non-boyfriend threw your clearly ex-boyfriend into the wall instead, Rhee says. Or even chat about how you've never mentioned you were in a relationship with the prince. Never seemed important, I shrug. He was just Halden to me, like Arik is Arik. And I promised myself I wouldn't give him an ounce of my headspace when he turned out to be the asshole everyone warned me he was. A prince? A duke? Clearly you have a type, she teases. Did Zayden know? I shake my head. Halden didn't have Zayden arrested, but there was a definite gleam of promised revenge in his eyes when he strode up the stairs with his guards. Class ended shortly after that. That explains the wall, she muses. Zayden's complete and utter lack of control over his temper because he's Venin is what explains the wall. But I'm not exactly going to say that to her, so I change the subject. I'm sir. It's the right answer. I say mostly to myself. My father's world rotated on the axis of my mother, and they didn't meet until their 3rd year. Her first real love would have been Imser, and she was irreplaceable. Our entire family's happiness rested on her health and survival. You don't have to convince me. Rhee sits with one leg bent under her and her hands outstretched toward the book. I rest the tip of my finger against the lever. You think you can save my ass if I'm wrong? I've never tried to retrieve 6 vials worth of liquid, or any liquid, but I think I can grab enough that at least all of your father's work won't be ruined. She flexes her fingers, then sighs. And if that rune activates, well, there can't be too much power stored there. Probably just enough to destroy the book. Probably, I nod. I can tell you I'd rather climb the gauntlet again than be wrong about this. Then don't be wrong. I'm not. Lilith is the obvious answer, and therefore it's the wrong one. Anyone else would have entered it without a second thought and ruined the book. No, he left this for me. I press the lever. It sinks into the mechanism and my heart stumbles over its own beat when I hear the metallic click of the device unlocking. The book opens, and the 6 vials of ink pivot to lie flat along the pages, their contents perfectly sealed. Thank you, Zinal. I think that one might be better directed to Hedion, but I'll take whatever god is with us, Rhys says, scooting closer as I rotate the book so we can both read. A History of the Second Crovelin Uprising, draft by Lieutenant Colonel Asher Sorengale, I read, smiling at the familiar sight of his formal handwriting. All of that for a history text, Rhys shakes her head. You Sorengales are something else. I flip the next page and suck in a sharp breath at the first words. Dear Violet. It's written, but I can hear his voice say it so clearly in my head that my eyes immediately sting. Not just a history text, then. Rhys wraps her arm around my shoulders. How about I give you some time with your dad? I'll knock when we need to head out for flight maneuvers. I nod silently in thanks, and Rhys leaves through the door, closing it behind her. I want to read it all instantly, yet simultaneously limit myself to a single line so I can save another for tomorrow, and then the day after, like I have with my mother's journals. I could make it last, keep him with me as long as possible. But I need the knowledge now, so I lift the book onto my lap and begin. Dear Violet, it's my most sincere hope that you are reading this by my side, laughing at the glorious mess that is a first draft. But I fear that may not be the case. If I now walk alongside Malik with your brother, then guard this manuscript carefully. But if the worst has happened and your mother has joined us, then you must protect this knowledge with your very life. Within these pages, you'll find my careful study of the Second Crovelin Uprising. But my daughter, remember what I taught you about history. It is simply a collection of stories, each influenced by those that happened before, and steering the ones to come. I wrote this study so it could be read by others, but understood by you. If time is sweet, peruse at leisure. You'll find the connection between the uprising and the pursuit of Feathertails to be both alarming and enlightening. But if time has indeed run out, and you seek the weapon to defeat those you've only learned about through lore, then abandon your robes and ride for Corden. You have always struggled with Crovelish, but I made sure Dane would be capable should you need him. Should he not choose to cross the parapet this summer. If he follows in the footsteps of his father, you must find the strength to let go of your affection for him. From Corden, book passage to Deverelli. You will be safe beyond the reach of magic there, and quietly seek the merchant Narelle Anselm. Take her the rarest item you possess. Be sure it's truly exceptional to be given what you need. Do not send another in your stead. Should you travel under the banner of Navarre, beware their king. He bears grudges and speaks only in profit. I'm so sorry this falls to you, my brightest light. Trust only Mira. Love, Tad. I read the page over and over, committing it to memory even as my mind races. How would he have known a merchant in Deverelli? Seek the weapon. Did he know about Endarna? About the rest of her kind? For the first time in my life, it dawns on me that maybe I didn't know my father as well as I thought I did. Narelle Anselm. I relay the information to Taryn and Endarna. Safe beyond the reach of magic? I ask them, then fold the parchment and hide it back in the book. There is no magic beyond the continent. It is why we dragons remain, Taryn tells me. Why it is surprising the Irids left our shores. I know what to bring with us, Endarna adds. I have come to the same conclusion, Taryn growls, but do not wish to spend my time with nursery gossips. Do you truly think the Isles are our best chance of finding your kind? I ask. I think it's a better plan than flying north until we expire, Andarna answers.
Agreed, Tern chimes in. If the captain is so convinced, then split the squad in two. But we will head for Deverelli.
Someone knocks. I startle, then quickly lock the book and shove it under my pillow before crossing to the door and opening it. Xaden stands at the threshold, his hands gripping the frame on both sides, his flight jacket unbuttoned, and his head bowed. My immediate elation is slain by logic. What are you doing? I whisper, trying to look past him to see if there's anyone else in the hallway who could report him.
Did you love him?
The question is a low rumble of sound. Someone is going to see you.
Did you love him?
Xaden lifts his head and pins me with a look that borders on feral.
I have to know. I can handle it, but I have to know. Oh, for Amari's sake.
I grab the lapels of his flight jacket and yank him into my room, and he flicks his wrist, shutting the door behind him. The loud click tells me he's locked it, too. I was with Halden years ago.
Yeah, I picked up on that.
His brow knits as he nods.
I picked up on a lot of things he was thinking.
I blink. That's not how your signet...
Did you love him? He repeats.
Holy shit! My hands fall from his jacket. You're actually jealous.
Yes, love, I'm jealous.
He splays his hand over the small of my back and tugs me toward him.
I'm jealous of the armor that holds you when I can't, the sheets on your bed that caress your skin every night, and the blades that feel your hands. So when the prince of our realm walks into my classroom and starts talking to the woman I love with what can only be considered intense familiarity, and then he has the audacity to ask her out right in front of me, naturally, I'm going to get jealous.
He brings our bodies flush. And put him into a wall? My hands skim the cold skin of his neck to cup his chilled cheeks. He's been outside for a while.
I told you I would.
His gaze bores into mine and my pulse skips.
Back in Eratia, remember? Right after I put you on my throne, spread those beautiful thighs, I slipped my thumb over his perfect mouth. I remember.
And so does my body, which is instantly heated. He nips the pad of my thumb and my hand falls away.
I told you I'd feel jealous. And then I'd kick his ass. I might have turned, but I'm still a man of my word when it comes to you.
You're Xaden Ryerson. I rise up on my toes and press a kiss to his chin. Shadow Wielder. Another at his jaw. Duke of Tyrandor. My mouth brushes just beneath his earlobe. Love of my life. You have nothing to be jealous of. His hand flexes along my spine, but then he steps back, putting a few feet between us.
Did you love him? Violet, you have to tell me.
The sharp edge of desperation in his voice does me in. Not the way I love you, I admit softly. He retreats until his ass hits my desk, then stares at the floor.
You loved him.
I was 18. I search my memories, trying to think of a better word to describe what I'd felt for Halden, but come up blank. We were only together about 7 months, a little before his conscription day until December. I was infatuated and enamored, and at the time, that rush of utter beguilement was what I knew of love, so yes, I loved him. He grips the edge of the desk and his knuckles pale.
Fuck. And he's going with us. I caught that too.
Yes, and I get it. I cross the distance between us. It's really hard for me to see you anywhere near Kat.
I never loved Kat.
Xaden's head whips up.
Sure, the idea of... He swallows like he might puke. Halden putting his hands on you makes me want to put him back into the wall, especially given the fact that he can touch you and I can't. But knowing he's been here, Zayden puts his hand just beneath my collarbone. Has me considering murder, so there's no chance of him worming his royal ass back in. He can't touch me. I lift his hand and press a kiss to the center of his calloused palm before putting it back above my heart and holding it there. This will only ever be yours. You could leave me or even meet Malik, and it still would be. I've made my peace with knowing there's no getting over you. He moves faster than I've ever seen, and in a blink, his hands are full of my ass and I'm up against his chest. Stop me if I cross the line. That's the only warning he gives before his mouth is on mine. He lays claim to every inch of my mouth like it's the first time, with deft, skillful flicks and plunges of his tongue that devastate me in the best possible way. The second he surges forward, I can't bring myself to care why he's kissing me like tomorrow doesn't exist. The world tilts, I feel the bed beneath my back, and I only care that he never stops. We can live right here, never taking it a step further as long as he keeps his lips against mine. My hips arch as he settles between my thighs, and the weight of him feels so damn good that I moan. Limiting ourselves to the kiss only makes it that much more intense, like we're both desperate to elicit every sensation possible in the simple yet infinitely complex connection of our mouths. Madness. This need between us is always the sweetest madness. He is the craving I'll never sate, the rush I'll never get enough of, only him. I hook my ankles over the small of his back and kiss him with every ounce of longing that's built within me over the last few weeks. He sucks my tongue into his mouth and I whimper as heat flushes my skin and addles my mind. I love you, he says against my mouth and rolls his hips. I love you. The confession ends on a gasp as I feel just how hard he is for me. My hands slip down his muscled back over the leather of his flight jacket. I miss you. Violet, he groans, his hands capturing mine, pinning them above my head. No, not his hands. Shadows. My breath hitches. He holds me as a more than willing captive while he kisses me over and over. A heady combination of urgency and demand paired with determined restraint. He slides the backs of his fingers down my neck, and goosebumps rise on my skin as pure electric need runs the length of my body. Fuck, your skin is so damn soft. My only answer is a whimper, then a moan when the caress is followed by his mouth. Yes, my hands tug at their bonds, and I arch my neck for more. Still, just a kiss. He works his way down my throat and grasps my hip. He rolls away from me so quickly that I almost go with him, and I'm left staring at my ceiling, gasping for breath. But at least he's in the same condition. Fuck. He throws his forearm over his eyes. Please have mercy and say something, anything, that distracts me from how damn good you feel in my arms. I blink, trying to force my mind to function, and the soft bands of shadow retreat, freeing my wrists. My heartbeat slows just enough to allow logic to creep its way in, and I shove my hands back under my pillow to keep from reaching in his direction. The book. My dad left me a letter. He needs me to go to Deverelli. His head whips to me, and I slowly turn mine, locking our eyes. Then we'll go. My body isn't big enough to contain how much I love this man. We'd have to go under the pretense of searching for Andarna's kind, and I think that's what he's alluding to, but I could be wrong. I have to read the research. His brow furrows. You still think we should search the Isles, right? I nod. Then it seems like we can accomplish 2 goals with 1 trip. I ghost my tongue over my swollen lower lip. Searching the Isles means we'd need the audience with the king, which requires leaving the wards to get an artifact for the king of Deverelli, and calling in help from Halden, so it's not that easy a choice. It is. If my dad left me a letter... Zayden rolls up onto his elbow. You can tell me all the ways it's going to be shitty, and I'll still say, let's go. The artifact is in occupied territory. His face tightens. And if I ask you to stay behind, all cozy and safe while I get it? I shake my head. Yeah, that's what I thought, he sighs. At least it will be a chance to evaluate how we function in this squad Grady has put together. When do you want to leave? As soon as possible. An excerpt from Chapter 3, The Cannon of the Flyer. The gem given to you upon graduation from Cliffsbane should always be worn close to the heart. But if you have not mastered your control, it will only amplify your downfall. Chapter 19. 4 nights later, our riot of 8, now including Mira thanks to Halden throwing his royal weight around, crosses the border at Samara, and magic slips free of the ward's cage. Power expands in every direction, running like a current that rushes around me, beckoning me to play, or destroy. My skin tingles as we slip down into the valleys through the Espins, and I'm struck with the oddest urge to try and pluck strands from the very sky and weave runes. It feels like there's more power out here than usual, I tell Taryn as we dive along a ridgeline. There's actually less. The Venin saw to that, he replies. But you grow more powerful every day, more capable of recognizing what once was entirely invisible to you. I could recognize it, and Darna chimes in, if you ever let me come with you. With Theophany hunting you, you're far safer at Samara. I grip the pommels as Tarn levels out along the riverbank, sticking to the shadows the overcast night has provided. I swear there's a permanent bruise just below my sternum from trying to sleep in the saddle. This thing could use some modifications before we head to Deverelli. But you're not, and Darna argues, her voice fading the farther we fly. I can burn Venin. I've told you a dozen times. First, fire burns the hottest, which could explain the phenomenon. Tarn replies. This mission is dangerous enough without adding a desirable target for any lurking dark wielders. They're all busy to the south. Her voice trails off as the connection is severed. We have about 12 hours before you'll start to feel the pain of distance from Andarna. Tarn reminds me as we cut through the night, opening the conversation to Sigale and Zayden's pathways. I have no desire to test the 3 to 4 day limit that riders and their dragons can be apart, nor to suffer the fatal consequences. 3 hours to Anka, 1 hour to locate the Citrine. 3 hours back. A third of the riots stationed at Samara launched an offensive against a known stronghold just north of the fortress an hour ago, which allowed us to slip through the red line on Battle Brief's map unnoticed by the enemy. Everything is going according to plan. 3 hours later, it feels almost a little too easy as we land in the desiccated village square of what had once been Anka. Definitely not occupied. Other than evading 2 patrols of Wyvern by staying low, we haven't seen a single enemy, only sparse villages and dimly lit encampments of civilians between the land the Venin drained in their advance towards Samara. Tarn sets his claws down first as usual, despite being told to hang back in formation by Grady, and the rest follow suit around the withered remains of a clock tower. Just because I accept the terms of the mission does not mean I like them. Tarn grumbles low in his chest as I bundle my flight jacket with the pack at the edge of my saddle and dismount. I know. My feet hit the ground, and everything feels off without the presence of magic. According to our latest intel, wielding within drained territory isn't just challenging, but it seems to draw Venin. So I let the conduit fall along my wrist, keeping it close just in case everything goes to shit. Stick to the plan. I'll let you know when we have it. cairn bends, then launches high above the crumbling 2-story buildings, and is quickly joined by the rest of the dragons, 2 of whom bear the riders Grady chose to do recon from above. Pugh and Foley. Xaden strides past the clock tower, heading my way. He's done a good job of masking his discomfort, but I can see the struggle in his eyes and the curl of his fingers. "You should have taken the sentry assignment," I tell him as Grady gathers the others to my left. "I wasn't leaving you on the ground." Our hands nearly brush as we turn and walk toward the group, but we're careful not to touch, especially with how Aura Binehaven narrows her eyes in our direction. And it's not like I'm risking anything as long as I remain calm, cool, and collected within the perimeter. The magic is long since drained. Which is why the dragons are in the sky flying over the land the Darkwielders left untouched in their haste to reach Samara. "I can't tell," Grady flips the hand-drawn map over. "Her handwriting is atrocious." "It looks like that way," Captain Henson notes, leaning in to see and pointing across the village square. "Which is why you should have brought Cat, like Violet asked." Mira plucks the map straight out of Grady's hand and studies it. "Griffins can't keep up," Grady reminds us, "and this mission will serve as a trial run for all those that follow. An extra member would have thrown off the dynamic." "What fucking dynamic?" I ask Xaden. I loathe Aura, don't really trust Grady after he fed us the serum during RSC training, and don't know the rest of them. "Calm, cool, collected." Xaden slides his hands into his pockets. "Really? I don't see a prince or his guards here, let alone anyone representing poor O'Meal. And stop whispering like they can hear you." Mira rotates the map and lines up the landmarks Cat sketched out. "The area is deserted, and we'll be fine as long as our sentries intercept any wayward patrols and no one wields." Mira points past my right shoulder. "It's this way." "I'll take that, Lieutenant." Grady snatches the map back. "If I didn't know better, I'd think you were setting the mission up to fail." Mira offers a cutting smile. "Let's go." Grady glares my sister's way, then stalks past me in the direction she pointed. "If it makes any difference," Captain Henson says, glancing at Mira as she passes. "I agree with you." "I don't." Aura pushes up the sleeves of her uniform and runs by. "We can't trust the Flyers. And yet, it's their artifact that Cat is helping us find," I mutter as we follow. "Cool, calm, collected." Xaden scans every building we pass. "New mantra since becoming Duke?" Mira asks, surveying the remains of what looks to have been a marketplace on our right. "Just trying not to explode on Grady and ruin our little trial run here," Xaden replies. The village is silent as we walk the abandoned streets, passing the desiccated remains of people every block or so. It reminds me of a sand castle. The structure is there, but so delicate that even a harsh breeze might crumble the colorless structure. We turn at the next intersection, entering narrow columns of residential row houses, with barely enough room for wagons to pass each other in the street. Some of the houses connect to ones across the way with covered bridges, creating a tunnel effect every 20 feet or so. Ironic that they built these so tight to keep dragons from fitting between them, and yet it's dragons that might save us, I remark, studying what's left of the architecture. "A griffin would fit with no problem, as long as its wings were tucked," Mira notes. "This is the one." Grady stops in front of an expansive house. "Was it the plaque that says Home of Amelia, First of the Drifts, that gave it away?" Xaden asks, nodding toward the right side of the door. Grady's mouth tightens. "You know your places. Let's go." The front door creaks loudly enough to wake the dead as he swings it open, and everyone freezes. My stomach does its best to displace my lungs, and I clench my fists when power immediately rises in my veins, responding to my fear. "They can't hear us," Mira repeats,
then clasps my shoulder as she walks by, heading to Grady and Henson.
"Be right back," Zayden says, but there's no usual brush of his hand or shadow along my lower back because Aura is watching like we might just start making out at any second. The 4 officers disappear into the creaky house, leaving Aura and me in the middle of the street. "I'll take south," I tell her, moving toward the doorway, then facing in that direction. "Fine." She puts her back to me and we begin watch. Rumblings sound from within the house, and moonlight illuminates the cobblestone street. I look to see the clouds breaking as the wind picks up. Shit. "Stay out of sight," I tell Taryn. "I am as the night." He sounds more than a little offended. "It is Dagall you should worry about." Aura's red club tail. "Any luck?" I ask Zayden. "This whole place is a museum, and Kat only remembers that it was on display upstairs in a protective case. Not sure if you've noticed, but there's a lot of upstairs," he answers. I glance up at the 5 stories that look ready to topple at any second. We're going to be out here a while. This is exactly why we should have brought Kat. Maybe being here would have triggered the memory of exactly where it was displayed. "Great." Aura shifts nervously behind me, her shadow swaying near my feet. "You scared?" I ask as nicely as possible. "We're hundreds of miles from the wards, standing in a fucking cemetery," she snaps. "What do you think?" As someone who has spent my share of time beyond the wards, it's healthy to be nervous. Something rattles up ahead, and I tilt my head, focusing in that direction. A glass bottle rolls down the gently sloped hill of a street, propelled by a gust of wind before lodging itself in a doorway 4 houses over. "See? That's..." I glance over my shoulder, then whip my entire body around to face Aura. "What the fuck?" "Just being prepared." She stands with her hands raised. A flint strike device between thumb and forefinger, fear pinching her face. "That," I motion to her hands, "is an unhealthy, mission-dangerous amount of fear. Put them down. Away, gloves on. You need to remind yourself that wielding is the worst possible thing we could do." "No," she lifts her chin. "Getting drained is far worse. I'm not about to be caught off guard. In fact, you should stand ready too." "Absolutely not." I shake my head and turn my back on her. My orders are not to wield unless there's an imminent threat of death, and I hardly think that bottle constitutes such. "As your senior wing leader, I'm ordering you to stand ready." Aura seethes. "What use are you as our greatest weapon if you can't wield at a moment's notice?" "The only rank that matters out here is cadet, so with all due respect, fuck off." I shrug and roll my shoulders, trying to dispel the tide of energy pushing against my archives door. At least that means Taryn has located some undrained land. "Found it!" Mira calls through an open window. I blow out a sigh of relief. The door across the street swings open with an ear-screeching creak, and my head whips toward the sound, fear launching my heart into my throat as a figure steps out of the shadows. "Vi, watch out! Aura's going to..." Zayden starts. "Don't!" I pivot and throw myself at Aura, but the damage has been done. Fire sparks and spews from her hand like dragon flame and engulfs the doorway. We land in a tangle of limbs, and I narrowly keep from smacking my head on the stone of the stoop as a wave of heat blasts the side of my face, lighting up the night. Dread seizes my heartbeat, but I cut it off before it can take hold, or worse, freeze me with fear. "Get off me!" Aura bellows, shoving me aside as the figure stumbles forward into the moonlight and screams. I gasp, and for a millisecond, fear wins. Captain Grady is on fire. "No!" Aura scrambles across the stone as he kneels in the center of the street. Every inch of the leathers that should help protect him is covered in foot-high flames. And we don't have a water or ice wielder on the ground. "Zayden!" I yell, gaining my feet and running toward the captain. "Aura, take off your flight jacket!" "We can smother the flames. We have to." His shriek etches itself into my memory as he collapses, and I wrench Aura's flight jacket from her hands and throw it over him, hoping to put out the fire. The scent of charred flesh turns my stomach, but it's quickly overpowered by thick, cloying smoke coming from the building behind him. Xaden gets to me first, yanking me back from the captain, and shadows stream from our feet to smother the flames as the screams cease. But the fire in the building ahead of us roars. Fuck. All three of us look up as the wind gusts. My heart drops to the ground as house after house catches fire, spreading down the street. The land, the buildings, the very wood they're built with may be drained of magic, but they go up like kindling. "Ryerson!" Mira shouts, barreling out of the house behind us, Henson close on her heels. "Do it! We're as good as dead already!" I wrench out of Xaden's arms and stumble toward Grady as shadows rush up the sides of the buildings. But the flames have already licked their way across the bridges. We're in the middle of a fucking tinderbox. "Sir!" I drop in front of Grady, but he doesn't move. "He's dead," Xaden announces like it's the weather forecast. "And I can't." I look over my shoulder to see sweat beading on his skin as he shakes his head, lifting his hand again and again, directing shadows over one building and then the next. But there's no earthly way to keep up with what the wind is spreading. Every cinder, every gust sends another structure up in flames. Captain Henson battles what she can, but even the best wind wielder can't control the drift of ash and ember. The sky cracks, and my eyes jerk upward. The bridge connecting both halves of the house comes crashing down, engulfed in flames. I move to push Xaden out of the way, but Mira's standing between us, her arms raised and fingers splayed. A pulse of blue emits like a mage light, and the bridge cracks overhead, splitting in two and falling on either side of us. "We have to get out of here." Mira hauls me to my feet, then yanks a stunned Aura up by her collar. The senior wing leader just stares wide-eyed at the spreading destruction. "I can do it," Xaden shouts, raising shadow after shadow. "Let it go," Henson orders. "The best we can hope for is a clear path to the village square for evac." Xaden's arms tremble, and fear stabs deep within my chest, chilling me to the bone. If the land he stands on hadn't already been drained, I put myself in his face, uncaring that everyone can see, and grasp his cheeks in my hand. "Let it go," I beg. "Xaden, you have to let it go. We need to get out of here." His tortured eyes lower to mine, reflecting the flames in their onyx depths. "Please." I keep my gaze on his. "There's no stopping this. There's only surviving it." He nods and lowers his hands. Relief fills my next breath, but that's all the time we're allowed. "Run!" Mira shoves at us both, and we break into a sprint down the narrow street. Pain shoots from my ankles up to my knees, but it doesn't matter. Not when both sides of the street are catching fire slightly slower than we're running. "Focus and get to the town square," Tarn orders, and I do just that. Focus. Dragons can't fit down these streets. We have to make it to the square or we're dead. Every ounce of my energy goes into the placement of my feet so I don't roll my ankles on the stone. The movement of my breath, the space between us as Xaden keeps pace beside me. Mira hurries ahead, turning corner after corner with a certainty I could never possess in this maze of a village, and we follow, running for our very lives. "There!" Mira shouts, pointing as the clock tower comes into view at the end of the street and wings beat overhead. "No!" she yells. "Tarn first!" I shake my head and run faster. "Go! If Tiny is here, then go!" "I'm not leaving!" she starts to argue. "Go so we can!" Henson yells. Xaden throws his arm out, catching me in a skid as Mira races into the courtyard to meet Tiny's arrival. Their run-on mounting is flawless, timed to the peak of perfection, and Mira is already climbing the clubtail's foreleg as Tiny flies over the village. Henson nods as if talking to her dragon, then looks back at Aura. "You're next. 1 minute out." The flames start catching the houses behind us. "This is my fault!" Aura clenches her fist to my right and looks to the courtyard with wide, frightened eyes. "Grady is gone. They'll know we're here. There's no hiding a fire like this." "All that matters is that we get out," I tell her. "Don't think about anything else." "Overhead!" Xaden shouts as wings block the moon. "We're not the only wings in the sky," Tarn warns, and ice prickles the back of my neck.
Go! Henson orders Aura, pointing toward the courtyard. Dagall is on the approach. Wait! I shout, but she's already sprinting toward the clock tower. Tern says we aren't alone. She'll make it, Henson says in a voice that doesn't quite convince me. Scorching heat flares at my back, but I keep my eyes forward as Aura races into the open. A claw reaches for her, and I hold my breath for them to make contact. The claw curls in the same way Tern's does right before he scoops me up. The talon emerges somewhere near the middle of her spine. Blood gushes from the wound, but Aura's scream is silenced as the wyvern drags her lifeless body into the sky. Not too far overhead, a dragon bellows. Zayden's arm tightens around me, supporting my weight when my knees try to buckle. Tern! 60 seconds, he says, urgency lacing his tone. Damn, they got here fast, Henson mutters, rocking back on her heels. All right, Ryerson, you're up. They got here fast? That's all she has to say? We do not answer to you, he says without taking his eyes off the courtyard. The moon catches on a flash of navy blue wings. But instead of landing, Sigale streaks overhead, flying fast and hard for the wyvern that's just picking up altitude. What in Dune's name? And she damn well doesn't take your orders, Zayden says to Henson. Sigale lunges, then seems to rake her claws into the wyvern and climb its back. Her head darts left, then right, and the creature's wings snap free. Remind me never to piss her off, I mutter as the wyvern falls crashing somewhere at the edge of the village. A corner of Zayden's mouth rises. Approaching, Tern announces. Take us both, I grab Zayden's hand. Run with me! Zayden's brow furrows for a heartbeat, and then he nods. I am not a horse. Tern fires back as Zayden and I run for the courtyard, the heat at our back flaring to unbearable temperatures. They patrol in pairs, I shout down the pathway that connects all four of us. Take us both! My boots pound against the stone, and ahead I see Sigale banking back in a steep turn. We hit the open air, and I block out the very real possibility that the wyvern's partner will see us first, sprinting harder for the widest place where Tern can grab us. I'm here, he says down our shared pathway. Trust me, Zayden demands, and I can't tell which of us he's talking to, but I instantly nod. He pivots with alarming speed, putting himself in front of me, then hauls me up against his chest, bringing our heads level. Hold on. I throw my arms around his neck, the conduit bouncing against his back as he pitches his arms outward, and bands of midnight black shadow wrap around us both, binding me to him. Familiar wing beats sound over the flames and the scant heartbeats before we're plucked off the ground. Tern's claws hooking over Zayden's shoulders and yanking us into the night. Wind tears at my eyes as we fly towards Sigale, but another pair of wings approaches from the right on an intercept path. 2 legs, not 4. On your right, I warn Tern, then turn to Zayden. You'd better be damn good with these shadows. I have you, Zayden promises, and the bands tighten. Power floods my body as I throw open the archive's door, and heat stings my skin. Gods, if I channel too much while attached to him... He's been a great deal closer when you've wielded, Tern reminds me, and... Nope, not thinking about how he knows that. I fumble for a second to clasp the conduit and hold it away from Zayden's skin. Then let the energy surge to a breaking point and focus entirely on my right hand. Power snaps, whipping through me and departing all in the same heartbeat. Lightning strikes, and I yank it downward from the sky with my finger, taking aim. Heat singes my fingertip, but I hold the bolt as long as tolerable, then set it free. Straight into the wyvern's back. The creature plummets and Sigale roars, blasting its corpse with a stream of fire as it falls past her. She pitches back to follow as Tern banks left, taking us from the path that leads along the river and heading due west. We fly like that for another few minutes, just long enough to be sure we're safe. Then, land to take our respective seats and launch again. Tern leads us low, through the shadows of the mountains and up the ridgelines. 2.5 hours later, we crossed the wards 100 miles south of Samara.
We make it back to the fortress with 3 hours left to spare of our 12-hour limit. I can't believe you let him die, Lieutenant Pugh mutters as we walk under the portcullis at Samara. Xaden turns on him and pins him to the wall with the weight of his forearm. Binehaven was a scared cadet who thought he was Venin. What the fuck is your excuse? Where were you when that wyvern skewered her? We were patrolling north. The man's complexion favors a tomato as he forces out the words, but neither Mira nor I intercede. You were needed above the village. Xaden removes his arm, and the lieutenant slides down the wall. Henson and Foley help Pugh stand, then walk away from us into the courtyard, and Mira holds up her hand once their backs are to us, so we stay right where we're at. I got there first, she says, turning to face us and dragging a long chain from the inner pocket of her flight jacket. A thumb-sized stone, I'm guessing, was once the color of a citrine, now rests in its setting, cracked, hazy, and smoke-hued. Shit. My shoulders dip. If Cortland doesn't accept that, this all will have been for nothing. That's not why I'm glad I got there first. Mira hands me the necklace, then reaches into her pocket again, drawing out a folded piece of parchment. This is. Clutching the necklace in one hand, I take the parchment in the other, noting that it's addressed to Lightning Wielder. It was sitting next to the necklace, Mira says as I open it, and Xaden tenses at my side. Violet. Just a reminder that while I want you to come of your own free will, I'm capable of taking you whenever I wish. Why do you not ask me for the answers you so desperately seek? T. Theophany. My stomach hollows. Either she knows I'm looking for Andarna's kind, or she knows I'm looking for a cure. Xaden stiffens to the point of statuary. She knew we'd be there. Well, shit. There's that, too. An excerpt from Subjugated, the Second Uprising of the Croveland People by Lieutenant Colonel Asher Sorengale. Perhaps the point of this is not to deny rebellion, but to only go to war with those you trust implicitly. Chapter 20. Upon our return, I spend a few days reading every single book on Deverelli Jacinia can find to prepare for my progress briefing with the Scenarium. Between those, classes, the tomes Queen Mariah sends at my request, modifying my saddle, and the hours I spend wielding on the snow-capped peaks above Bezgaeth, I fall into bed exhausted every single night. By the time Friday arrives, I've devoured The Dark Side of Magic, Red Regalia, The Scourge of Our Times, and the nightmare-inducing A Study in the Anatomy of the Enemy, none of which brings me the answers I need for Xaden. Neither does Jack. He's all too happy to tell me about ASIM progression, how channeling from the earth happens as easily as breathing beyond the wards. But he won't give up the name of his sage or give up anything other than trivial information about them. And he's sure as Malik not telling me how Theophany knew we'd go for the citrine, or what answers I'm searching for. But once I finally make my way through my dad's manuscript for the third time, and scour the research that behemoth requires, I have an inkling of a thought of where he might have been headed in his hypothesis. I keep it to myself, partially because I'm scared to be wrong, but mostly because I'm terrified I'm right. When Varish mentioned last year that he thought the research dealt with feathertails, I never imagined it would lead in this direction. I want to go, Riddick says as we walk down the plush red carpet of the administration building, headed for the Great Hall. I search for the right words and try to quell the vat of nausea that is my stomach. Presenting to Halden is bad enough, but I skipped breakfast knowing the entire scenarium waits for me, most likely to assign a new commander, and I'm not accepting one. It's not going to happen, Reese says with a sigh from his other side. She's going to have a fight on her hands as it is, and they won't let you miss class anyway. They're not even letting us in that room. I can keep you safe, he insists, turning to me, an unpeeled orange in his hands. Pretty sure Ryerson will keep her safe, Sawyer notes, walking on Ree's right with the help of his crutches and his latest metal prosthetic leg. He's even rejoined classes this week, though he has yet to make it to the flight field. And Mira. I'm taking Dad's letter to heart. A foursome of infantry cadets steps aside so we can pass, and the massive double doors to the Great Hall come into view. Kat stands near the threshold, smiling up at a tall flyer I've never seen before. He looks to be a couple of inches shorter than Xaden, with a lean build and a quick smile. His hair is as dark as Kat's, reflecting the same blue mage light that catches on the hilt of the blade he carries at his side, and the V of daggers sheathed at his chest. My eyebrows rise. I figured when I asked her to join this meeting with someone she trusts, she'd choose Marin. But I'm all for her moving on if it means she's going to stop staring at Xaden constantly, though I kind of hoped Traeger had a shot with her. Hey, will you just try? Riddick's voice doesn't only tense up, it rises, causing all dozen people in the hallway to glance our way. What's this really about? I reach for his upper arm, and the four of us pause 10 feet shy of the door. I just need to go. He looks away and grips the orange in both hands. One of us needs to go with you. Ever since... Pain flashes through his dark brown eyes as he brings his gaze back to mine. Ever since Athbeen, one of us has been by your side. He lifts his finger. Except the time you snuck out on your little siblings-only trip to Corden. The school splits, and we go with you. Basgaia falls under attack, and we're there. Heading into Poromil for Marin's brothers. It's us. We get separated, and you either get dragged into an interrogation chamber and tortured for days, or nearly roasted by Aura's fire. And I know I can't be the only one who thought if Liam had been there, keeping watch over you, it never would have happened. He swings that finger toward Rhiannon and Sawyer. You both know it crossed your minds. A lump grows in my throat. I appreciate it. I do. But I don't need anyone keeping watch over me. I didn't mean it that way. He covers the orange with both hands. I just think bad things happen when we aren't together. Rhi can't go. She has an entire squad to lead. And Sawyer is still recovering, which leaves me. And if Ryerson had been 100% sure of his ability to keep bad things from happening, he wouldn't have assigned Liam to our squad in the first place. The guy is powerful, but he's not infallible. If he only knew the truth. Gods know who they have waiting behind these doors to replace the ones we lost. But I'm already sure I can only trust two of them, Mira and Xaden. And you are? Sawyer asks, leaning on his crutches. Riddick's eyes narrow. I'm just as good a fighter as any of you. And while you've been focused on rehab and Rhiannon is chasing first years to keep them in line, I've been the one reading every fucking book Justinia shoves at me and spending extra hours training. The skin on the orange splits. It really pisses me off when you guys act like my sense of humor somehow lessens my ability to show up for our squad. Riddick, I whisper, staring at the orange. What did you do? I've been trying to tell you. He hands me the fruit, and it immediately chills my hands. You weren't the only one who's been spending hours honing their signet. Using my thumb, I peel back the rind. The fruit of the orange is frozen solid beneath it. How did you do it? I've always been able to draw water out of the air, he says. Plus, I get bored waiting for Sawyer to wake up when he rests. No offense. And if there's one thing healers are good at, it's leaving fruit lying around. I realized I could freeze the water in the fruit. My lips part as my mind spins through the implications. Sorengale, are we going in or what? Kat yells from down the hall. I look up at Riddick and whisper, Are you trying to tell me that you can freeze the water in someone's body? He rubs the back of his neck. I mean, I haven't tried it out on anyone or anything living, of course. But, yeah, I think so. Well, that's unsettling. And glorious. And horrific. All of the above, really. Holy shit, man. Sawyer moves in closer. Can other ice wielders do that? I don't think so, Riddick shakes his head. Turns out there's only a few of us who can even pull the water from the air. Sorengale! Kat snaps. Yeah, you're coming with me. I push the orange into Riddick's hand, then motion toward the door. Though it has nothing to do with the ice, there's no magic where we're headed, and everything to do with the first point you made. Bad things happen when we're not together, he says quietly. Only go to war with those you trust implicitly. I nod, and we head down the hallway. It's about time. Kat rolls her eyes, but her friend opens the door on the right, and I catch a quick glimpse of his name tag as we walk in. Cordella. Her cousin? Half the tables and benches in the hall have been pushed to the sides, leaving an open space in front of the long center table, where the members of the scenarium sit facing us. And they're not alone. Atos and Markham flank Halden, who sits in the center of the group listening to whatever lies Markham whispers. Zayden occupies the left end of the table, his chair turned toward me, his legs outstretched as if this meeting determines the flight schedule and not the future of the continent. His eyes locked on me. You all right? I ask, my gaze flickering toward Halden. He's still breathing, so I'd consider that a win. Zayden answers, looking rather bored, but the shadows around him have sharp edges that contrast the blurred ones down the table, the natural result of multiple light sources. They're set on their course, so you'd better determine ours. Ah, Cadet Sorengale. Halden's smile lights up his eyes, and he leans away from Markham. Right on time. Actually, we're missing someone. I glance around the room, noting that for once in her life, Mira's late. It's also impossible to miss Foley, Henson, and Pugh, sitting farther down the table. All that's left of our task force. And one addition, Captain Jarrett. As I see it, there are 2 extras in the room. The Duchess of Moraine shoots a disdainful look over my shoulder. They're here at my request. I lift my chin. As is Cadet Gamlin. Riddick stays silent at my side. You can't be serious, the Duchess starts. I'll allow it, Halden says, lifting his hand. Recent losses have been regrettable. But a month has passed, and it's time to act. You have the citrine, and a meeting has been set with King Cortland. Command is being transferred to Captain Henson. Halden gestures to the rolled parchment in front of him. Is he fucking serious? I glance at Zayden. Entirely. A corner of his mouth lifts. Have fun eating them alive. I cross the freshly mopped floor and take the scroll, then step back so I'm in line with Riddick and give my orders a quick read.
We will leave for Deverelli the day after tomorrow, meet with the king to try to negotiate an alliance, secure a foothold for expanding the search if we don't find Andarna's kind there, then report back. All under the command of Captain Henson and Executive Officer Lieutenant Pugh, while Markham and Melgren search Eratia for any clues we have missed. Did you read this? It takes all I have not to crush the orders. They want to search Eratia. They can get fucked. No, I say to Halden. I'm sorry. Halden leans forward. I said no. I rip the orders in half. No to your commander, no to your selections, no to searching Eratia. No. I warned you, Xaden says down the table. Halden stiffens, and the Duke of Chaldeer shifts in his seat before narrowing his eyes on me. Captain Jarrett is an excellent addition, and the best swordsman we have among the riders. That's overly generous considering I watched Lieutenant Ryerson kick his ass without even trying a few months ago at Samara. Power ripples through my veins, but I keep my anger at a simmer. We tried it your way. And clearly succeeded, Halden counters. Or are you not in possession of the artifact? We lost 2 riders out there because you saddled me with a squad full of people who don't know or trust one another. Yes, I have the artifact, and I'll take it to Deverelli, but only with a squad of my choosing. I hold my shoulders straight and catch Riddick nodding out of the corner of my eye. The door opens behind us, and the familiar rhythm of quick, efficient steps bolsters my courage toward pure audacity. Sorry I'm late, Mira says, bypassing Kat and her cousin to stand at my right. Hell of a headwind out of the north. What did I miss? I think Violet is about to lose her shit, Riddick whispers. This, I toss the halves of the scroll at Halden as he catches them with the same reflexes that make him lethal on the battlefield, is not the plan. And they, I gesture toward the seated riders, are not my squad. Xaden's smirk deepens, and he settles into his seat like he's ready for a show. Searching Eratia is the first logical course of action, considering it is the only area we have no information on, Markham starts, his cheeks leaning toward Ruddy. You do not speak, I snap, meeting his gaze for the first time in months. Not to me. As far as I'm concerned, you have the credibility of a drunkard and the integrity of a rat. You dare complain about missing 6 years of information on Eratia when you've hidden centuries of our continent's history from public knowledge? Halden's brows rise, and Mira shifts her hand to the pommel of her sword. You cannot speak to a superior officer, let alone the commander of a quadrant, with such disrespect, Markham roars, coming out of his chair. In case you missed it, when I cross the parapet, I am not in your chain of command, I fire back. But you are in mine, Atos warns, and I speak with the authority of Melgren. Fury gets the best of me. And I speak with the authority of Tern and Darna and the Empyrean. Or did you forget that 2 dragons also lost their riders? If I wasn't in love with you already, I would be now, Xaden says, crossing his ankles. Sit, Markham. Halden orders, a note of surprise in his tone. You tried and failed. Markham sinks into his chair. We'll give this one shot. Name your squad for the Deverelli mission, Cadet Sorengale, Halden says. But know that if you fail, we'll assign another commander, and refusing to continue will negate the terms of the Second Eratia Accord. The one that gave Xaden back his title. I swallow the lump in my throat. No pressure or anything. Accepted. I straighten my shoulders. For the Deverelli mission, my squad will consist of Lieutenant Ryerson, Lieutenant Sorengale, Cadet Gamlin, Cadet Cordella. I glance back over my shoulder to get his rank. Captain Cordella, Cadet Atos, Prince Halden,
And whatever favorite guard follows you in case you stub your toe, I say to Halden. When we succeed, I reserve the right to switch out members after the first expedition. Absolutely not, Atos shakes his head. You'll take only commissioned officers, no flyers, and Ryerson is out of the question. Halden lifts his hand and Atos quiets. Zayden stills to the point I have to glance to see if he's breathing. I'll take whomever I wish, I counter. As third in line for the throne, Catriona's capable of speaking for poor Emil. And the captain? The Duchess of Moraine asks, her face twisting like she scented something sour. You need 2 flyers. Cadet Cordella deserves to have someone she trusts, too. I tilt my head at Halden. Dragons don't carry humans who haven't crossed the parapet or climbed the gauntlet, so you're lucky griffins are kinder in this regard, or you'd never keep up. Lieutenant Sorengale is the only rider capable of creating her own wards. Cadet Atos is the only rider I trust who speaks fluent Crovelish, which is the second most common language used in Deverelli. Cadet Gamlin is dedicated to my personal safety, and even if Lieutenant Ryerson weren't the deadliest rider in the whole of our forces, I glance at Atos, then Halden. Which he is. You know Tairn and Sigale cannot be separated, and there's no telling how long we'll be forced to travel. I'm tired of arguing this point. He's a professor at this war college, Atos sputters. He is my choice. Halden sits back in his chair and looks at me like he's never seen me before. He hasn't, Tairn reminds me. He no longer knows you. I stare straight at Halden. And the Tirish kept contact with Deverelli up until the last century. Who better to reopen those lines of communication than the Duke of Tyrandor himself? Zayden's surprise barrels down the bond, but he remains unnaturally still. You may read my father's book whenever you want, I tell him. Ryerson holds a seat in the Cenarium, the Duchess of Moraine argues. He can't just leave. He doesn't even have an heir should tragedy befall, though I might be persuaded to agree to his absence should he consider my daughter's proposal. Proposal? The blood runs from my face. One of about a dozen since they gave me the title back. Nothing to stress over. A soft strand of shimmering onyx brushes against my mind. My heart lurches. We have very different ideas of stress. At least say what you mean, Eileen. Halden sends a sideways glance her way. You don't trust him and would like to see your bloodline in not only Moraine, but Tyrandor. He led a rebellion! She slams her hands on the tabletop. My father led a rebellion, Zayden says without taking his eyes off me. I took part in a revolution. There's a difference in the words from what I'm told. I catch my mouth curving. Besides, arguing makes no difference. Zayden sits up. I'm going. Llewellyn will speak for me in my absence while taking counsel from my only living blood relative, Cadet Duran. Lieutenant Tavis has been co-leading my classes and will step into the role of professor to teach them fully while we're gone, until it's time for the next professor to rotate in. If I give my permission, Halden retorts. Wrong move, Halden. I ask permission of one person on the continent, and it sure as Amari isn't you. Zayden slowly turns his head to look down the table at Halden, and breathing becomes irritatingly difficult. I speak in my father's stead, Halden bites out through gritted teeth. Right, because he's the one I defer to. Zayden's gaze swings to me. When would you like to go? We fly for Deverelli as soon as His Highness is ready. I look Halden straight in the eye, counting on his absolute inability to read my face or sense the fear that he'll retaliate against Zayden with the power of the crown. Halden stands, as does everyone at the table except Zayden.
Let's at least keep that part of the orders intact. We depart the day after tomorrow. He leaves through the northern door, followed by everyone who stood. No snide remarks, I say to Riddick with a quick smile. I'm proud of you. I kept the inside thoughts inside, he replies with a flash of a grin as Xaden approaches. You really had to prick his temper? I ask as he reaches us. No, Xaden's gaze flickers to my mouth. I did that just for fun. Drake Cordella? Mira shouts, and the three of us turn as she charges across the room toward Drake. As in the Nightwing Drift? He gives my sister a charming yet cocky smile. You've heard of me. You were instrumental in bringing the wards down in the Montserrat offensive last year. Her eyes narrow. I was. His grin expands. She knees him straight in the groin. Oh, gods. Oh, Riddick winces. He's going... Drake hits his knees, and Kat gasps. Down. Riddick finishes. You must be Mira Sorengale, Drake manages to say, pain etched in every line of his face. Guess you've heard of me, too. She crouches down to his level. If you ever endanger my sister's life again, my blade will replace my knee. Got it? To his credit, he lifts his head and sucks a breath in through his teeth. Heard. Excellent. She pats him on the shoulder and stands, dismissing Kat with a glare before turning my way. You get one chance to form your own squad, and you choose your ex, your current lover, the Quadrant's resident smartass, 2 people who have tried to kill you in the past year, 1 over said current lover, and whatever Dane is. These are your choices for the most important mission any rider could possibly undertake? I'm glad someone said it, Tern chimes in. And you. It's not my finest comeback. Don't forget Halden's guard, Riddick adds. I'm sure they'll be super helpful. She flat out rolls her eyes at him, then heads toward the door. I'll need to provision here, but it looks like I'll have time to read the next volume in that series you love, she says to me over her shoulder. Mom's journals. I nod and soak up the victory for 1 sweet second. We could be only days away from having everything we need, and Darna's family, a cure for Xaden, and whatever it is my father wants me to retrieve from that merchant in Deverelli. The day after tomorrow can't come fast enough. An excerpt from Subjugated, the Second Uprising of the Crovelin People, by Lieutenant Colonel Asher Sorengale. Tyrrendor was the last to cut contact with the Isles. The province has a reputation for its cunning leadership, but in this case, I would add, astute. Chapter 21. We stop at Athbean the first night, testing the Griffin's limits with speed and endurance. Then, we push them to their max with 24 hours in the saddle, pausing only to feed and water the winged ones before reaching Corden as dawn breaks. Everyone thinks the torturous day is to prepare the Griffins for the flight across the sea. Only Xaden knows the real reason. Even though he made it through the night unscathed, I'm terrified to let him touch the unwarded ground more than absolutely necessary. We fly over swaths of scorched and desiccated land, evading venin with the help of the intel Drake brought. Part of me can't help but feel like we're evading the fight, even though I know we're searching for the way to end it. The Griffins cannot keep up, Tern warns me as we descend toward Takaris' palace. Especially when carrying the bulk of 2 humans. Carrying is a loose term for the baskets Halden and his guard dangle in, held by the Griffin's claws. Are you offering to carry one of them? I ask, fighting off the sleep that has weighted my eyelids for the past 3 hours. The drastically warmer climate isn't helping either.
I'm suggesting we continue onward with only riders and flyers.
The beats of his wings are slow, almost lazy in deference to the griffins and Endarna, who unclasped from her harness an hour ago, just in case we were spotted and escorted to the palace. As much as I would love that, he speaks for Navarre. I reach for my flask, only to remember I emptied it a couple of hours ago.
He will not matter when we find the Irids. Only Endarna will.
Well, as soon as you make contact with them, I'm happy to ditch the prince. Until then, we're stuck with the humans for clues. I look right, catching glimpses of Endarna in the pulses between Tern's wing beats. You feeling tired? Hungry, she responds. Kira says they have a plethora of goats, since the environment is not as suitable for the fleece of sheep. Perhaps they have superior food along with the superior weather. We're well aware you aren't a fan of the snow. I grin into the warm wind as Tern approaches the expanse of Takaris's fighting pit instead of the grassy terrace he chose during our last visit.
Perhaps you are like Sigale's kind, Tern notes. They favor the warmer climate.
That's right. The hatching grounds of the Blues used to be near here before the Great War. Guards notice our arrival and rush to the highest terrace of the fighting pit as Tern lands in the center of the field, snapping his wings closed while Endarna touches down less gracefully to his right. Within moments, our 5 dragons and 2 griffins cover every available foot of the field. I detach one of my packs but hesitate to leave the second strapped to the back of the saddle.
It is safer that I carry it, Tern reminds me, dipping his shoulder impatiently.
It means you can't detach the saddle. I don't want him uncomfortable.
As if I would disparage my family name by being unprepared should the enemy—
Got it. I undo my strap, then beg my body to comply as I climb out of the seat. Muscles, tendons, ligaments, they all creak and pop as I dismount, and my knees nearly buckle when I hit the ground. I can't help but shoot a glare at Kat as she springs up the stairs to meet the 2 waiting flyer guards, like she hasn't been airborne 24 hours straight. Can I take mine off? Endarna asks, swiveling her head to gnaw on the metal strap across her shoulder. No, Tern and I shout simultaneously. No, Endarna mocks. Fine, I seek sustenance.
You will wait until our welcome is assured,
Tern orders, and Endarna huffs a breath of steam in his direction, then sits on her back legs and glowers.
Pick your tail up off the ground right now. Where do you think we are, the Vale?
I adjust the straps of my pack over my summer weight flight jacket and bite back a laugh when Endarna blasts a short stream of fire at Tern's back leg as she rises to all 4s.
I'm not dignifying that with a response, he snarls.
Ahead of us, Sigale springs into the air, and my brow furrows as Xaden watches her fly away, his features schooled in that carefully controlled mask he loves so well. Atrum, Tiny, and Kath all stay put, but Kiralair launches along with Drake's griffin, Sovadun. How are you feeling? I ask once I reach Xaden, noting that Mira is already halfway up the steps of the arena, blade drawn.
I should be asking you that.
He rolls his neck and drags his gaze from Sigale's retreating form to sweep over me, lingering on my hips and knees like he can see how sore they are. Your body can't be happy after that long in the saddle. I pause. We both do, as Halden climbs awkwardly out of the 4-foot-tall basket Kira deposited in front of us. I'm better off than whatever's happening there. The prince curses when his pack catches on the thick weave of the carrier as he exits, the fabric holding him prisoner. Instead of lifting the bag over the barrier, Halden wrenches it free, tearing the strap clean off.
Clearly, it was common sense that attracted you to the air.
Sarcasm drips from Tern's tone. I was 18, and he was handsome. Give me a break. I wince, noting that Halden doesn't exactly rush off to help Captain Windshire, the red-headed guard, out of her basket. Kingdom seems to be in good hands with that one. Xaden glances at the drained stones that surround the pit as we walk toward the others waiting ahead. Think anyone will notice if I sleep out here on these stones until we're ready to go? Yes. My voice quiets as we approach Dane and Riddick, both of whom stare awkwardly as the captain refuses any offers of help and stumbles all 5 feet 10 inches of herself out of her basket to Halden's left, then strides up the steps after him in speedy annoyance. But I'll sleep out here with you if you want. If it's what you need. I'll do whatever it takes to lessen his risk. Save that worried look for someone else. As long as there's no reason to wield, I'll be fine. Just like last night. Xaden reaches for my hand and squeezes, then lets it go before Halden sees. Dane and Riddick both gawk at our surroundings as we climb the stairs out of the pit. It's slightly cooler than when we were here last, but the humidity has the leather of my flight jacket sticking uncomfortably to my skin. Is this where you got the idea for using the sparring pit at Basgaeth? Dane asks over his shoulder when we finally reach the top. Xaden nods, scanning our perimeter. The second I spot Takaris, in what are obviously his bedrobes, hugging Kat on the nearby patio, Taryn and Endarna launch from the pit, and the others rapidly follow suit. Mira stands to the side and sheathes her blade, offering a narrowed glance of warning to the 2 flyer guards accompanying Takaris before Drake clasps the tall one on the right in a friendly, backslapping hug. Let me know if he has any venin locked away in a box as a surprise test, Taryn says, flying in the same direction Sigale took. We cross the last rows of drained stones imported from the land that borders the Barrens as Halden and Anna reach the patio. Will do. Don't let her eat anything, or anyone she isn't supposed to. A bead of sweat drips down my spine, and I adjust the weight of my pack on my aching shoulders again, cringing at the slight slip I feel in the right joint as my head starts to swim in an annoying wave of dizziness. Exhaustion, dehydration, and heat are never a winning combination for my body. You're such a centenarian. Perhaps my kind will not be such killjoys. Perhaps they will feast as they see fit. Perhaps they will— Ooh, what is that? A mammoth red-horned tortoise, and absolutely not. The shell will embed between your teeth, and I will not carry you and a festering tortoise shell. Get back here! His voice fades as they fly out of range. Xaden tenses the second we step off the drained stone and onto the strip of grass that separates the pit from the occupied marble patio leading into the palace's dining room. I'm all right, he assures me as we reach the group. We fill in the empty places in a small circle, putting me next to Halden, who somehow manages to still look regal and haughty in a crumpled infantry uniform. I wince when the rising sun glints off the golden royal insignia beneath his name tags, catching me in the eye, and quickly look down at the austere black of my flight jacket. I've never worn one made for actual combat before, only training. There's no name tag, no patches, nothing beyond my hair to give away who I might be if I fall behind enemy lines. Only 2 4-pointed stars indicating my rank as a second-year cadet. There's the boy! Takaris grins at Drake, then glances over the rest of us, his gaze catching on Halden. Your Royal Highness, he bows his head. We were not expecting such an esteemed guest. We appreciate your hospitality, Viscount. Halden does that condescending head tilt of a nod that always grated on my nerves. Guess it still does. His hand rises to the small of my back and I stiffen. We were hoping to rest for the day, perhaps 2 depending on the condition of the griffins, before continuing on to Deverelli. Shadows rise up the back of my thigh, curling around my hip, and I sidestep toward Xaden, effectively losing Halden's hand in the process. Still all right over there? It would help if your fucking ex kept his hands to himself, he hisses, the shadow firmly gripping my hip. Deverelli? Takaris asks, his eyebrows nearly hitting his hairline before his gaze swings my way. You have the artifact. My lips part. We do, Halden answers for me. Gods, I've always hated that about him. Dane shoots me a look that borders on an eye roll, reminding me that he'd never been Halden's biggest fan. Of course, Takaris says slowly, his attention dropping to the shadows lingering at my hip. Well then, let's get you comfortable. He turns toward the palace in a flurry of brocaded fabric, and my shoulders dip with exhaustion as we follow him into the dining room. Forgive the additional security. We are one of the only major cities left standing in the south, he tells us as we round the end of the enormous table and through the doors into the airy palace. I'd almost forgotten just how breathtaking this place is. It's built for the movement of air, for beauty and art and light. Even the white marble floors shimmer, reflecting the dawn just like the winding pools that flow through the space beyond the wide central staircase. The palace won't stand a chance should the Venin venture this far south. Whoever built it had to have known that. Mira pauses at the base of the white steps, looking down at the black pillar barely visible in the level below us through the open staircase. Like last time, it has quite the crowd milling around it. Of course, with the number of flyers in residence, our rooms are limited, Takaris says, drawing the belt of his heavily brocaded robe tight as he starts up the steps. Would you mind doubling up? We have a few rooms available on our top floor. He looks over his shoulder at the landing. With the exception of you, Your Highness, naturally we can accommodate private quarters for you. Shit. There's no way I'll make it up 2 more flights of stairs when this one is already killing me. My knee protests every step, and I curse the humidity and keep climbing even though it feels like the ground rocks beneath my boots. Naturally. Halden's tone borders on terse. His fatigue is showing, and if he hasn't changed in the years we've been apart, it will only shorten his temper. Your room remains empty as well, Ryerson. Or should I say your grace? Takaris adds as we reach the floor we stayed on previously. I can't help but notice you're not wearing the insignia of your rank. He pauses in the middle of the wide hallway, bringing the entire group to a halt. I could just about cry as I realize we're right in front of the room Mira and I occupied during our last visit, and I spot the set of doors beyond that I know are Xaden's. How am I going to make it to the top floor? Will you still keep me if I have to crawl up the stairs? I ask Taryn. You're not crawling, Xaden answers. Wrong pathway. Gods, I really am in trouble. Shiny things make good targets, Xaden says to Takaris from my left as Halden edges in on my right. And I've never been one to confuse a title with power. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is he really starting shit with Halden right now? I go to roll my eyes, then blink. Is this what Xaden went through when Kat showed up this past fall? Riddick snorts behind me, and I hear the distinct sound of a smack against leather. No doubt Dane's hand against my squad mate's shoulder. I'm glad I can't see Mira's face. Amari knows she's exasperated as all hell back there. But how am I to know on what authority you visit me? Takaris turns toward us with a flourish, flashing his impossibly white teeth with a political smile. As a lieutenant? Merely a rider. A professor? The Duke of Tyrandor? He taps his fingers together. Or perhaps as the beloved of the one rarity I can't seem to convince to join my court. His gaze falls to me, as if I need the reminder of his proposal to join his collection as his on-call guard dog in return for the privilege of growing old with Xaden and our dragons in the peace of his estate in the Isles. That offer still stands. As does my answer. I sway slightly and breathe deeply to beat back the darkening edges of my vision. I need rest, and I need it now. This time, the shadows at my hips are supportive instead of territorial, and when I glance down, they're so thin they blend into my leathers, nearly impossible to see. Thank you. What authority do I hold here? Let's ask our prince. What do you say, your royal highness? He levels a look that could wither a fucking tree on Halden. Apprehension prickles the back of my neck. I'm not sure I understand the question. Halden's jaw ticks and his fists clench. His temper could trigger your power, I warn Xaden, as Takaris smiles with pure glee at the obvious mayhem he's created. His temper is exactly what I'm counting on. Xaden drops his focus to the royal insignia. You understand completely. Am I here as a professor, or the duke, or... Obviously you're a fucking duke, Halden snaps. Llewellyn made sure of it, didn't he? The second most powerful title in the God's damn kingdom goes to a Ryerson of all bloodlines. Don't be an ass, I start, but the shadows tug gently in a bid for silence, so I give it to him. So I'm not here with the authority of a professor, Xaden clarifies, masterfully ignoring Halden's blatant insult. You have no authority. Halden seethes, color infusing his cheeks as he steps towards Xaden, his boots nearly reaching mine in the process. I am the ranking officer here. Xaden, he's going to blow. He'll swing. Walls, mirrors, tables, breakables, whatever's close, really. There was a reason guards never volunteered to be assigned to Halden. The same reason Alec had been such a bully and Cam, Auric, had avoided them both as much as possible. So, not a professor. Xaden's eyes narrow, and my whole body tries to sway, held upright by Xaden's shadows. No! Halden's shout echoes down the hallway. Not a fucking professor! Just wanted to clear that up. Xaden interrupts, then lifts me into his arms. We'll see you once we're rested. He takes off past Takaris, striding down the hall. What are you doing? I hiss. Doubling up as ordered, Xaden says, throwing open the doors to his room and then kicking them shut once we're through. I cannot believe you just did that! I slide down the length of his body and ignore the way mine ignites as he grips my hips and turns, pinning me against the door. It's blissfully solid behind my back. Really? He lowers his head to mine. Of all the things I've done, that's the one you can't believe? His voice softens, and he lifts his fingers to the side of my neck. That's what I thought. Your pulse is racing. I counted at least twice that you almost collapsed out there. He lowers his head to mine. Did you really want to crawl up the stairs? No, I admit. Now you don't have to. He presses a kiss to my forehead. You just rode for 2 straight days with only 12 hours of rest. I knew you needed to get off your feet and lie down, and I could have just given you my room, but selfishly, I look up at him. I'm done sleeping in a bed that doesn't have you in it. His thumb strokes along my pulse. Hope ignites in my chest. If he's willing to sleep in the same bed again, then maybe there's a chance he'll eventually trust himself enough to put his hands on me. And not just because he's jealous that Halden exists. I'm good with that. I'm rewarded with a hint of a smile, then swept up against his chest, the rhythm of his heart a perfect drum beneath my ear. I feel like shit. Xaden is slowly losing pieces of himself, and we're 1,000 miles from Basgaeth, yet that steady beat makes everything somehow tenable. It feels so right to be in his arms. Because it is, he says, holding me tighter.
I blink and pull back to look at him. I didn't say that out loud. His brow furrows. Then you must have thought it down the bond because I wasn't pushing into your intentions. My heart races for a different reason. No, but maybe? Or your signet is growing. His eyes flare. Someone knocks at the door. Fuck, Xaden mutters, and I push against his chest. Don't be... Let me down! I'm facing whoever's on the other side of that door on my feet. Stubborn. He sets me down, then locks his forearm across my ribs to hold me upright as I face forward. Ready? I nod and his arm twists along my left side. The gold-handled door opens, revealing Takaris, his 2 guards a respectable distance behind him. The Viscount's knowing gaze jumps between Xaden and me, but he doesn't bother with pithy commentary. Make it quick, Xaden orders without explanation. The prince cannot arrive in a basket, Takaris says, folding his hands in front of him and wrinkling his nose in distaste. It is unseemly for royalty, and in a culture that values rare items, shrewd trades, and luxury, he'll never be granted an audience if he is seen as the item being delivered. What do you propose? I ask, ignoring the sinking in my chest and the lightening in my head. It's a 2-day journey by my fastest ship, Takaris says, his brow furrowing as he studies me. Which would make it, what, a 12-hour flight due south? We estimate 16 with the Griffins and what your texts have provided about historical wind patterns, I answer, blinking back the darkness. It's been a long time since I pushed myself this hard, and fuck, am I paying for it. I'll leave within the hour with the prince, Takaris offers. It appears you may need the rest. She's fine, Xaden interrupts. I'm the one feeling a little clingy. I bite back a smile. Right. Takaris laces his fingers. I suggest you land at my estate on the northern coast about 12 hours after we'll arrive. It's about 10 miles east of the capital, though they measure distance in leagues, I interrupt. I read everything you sent, and everything my father wrote. Excellent. The rest of the shoreline is rather, shall we say, defended, and I'll need to prepare the king for the arrival of dragons, or we'll return home with fewer of them. My stomach pitches. Trust me, our riot will return intact. There's an edge of warning in Xaden's tone, and his forearm flexes. I'm already worried about one hot-headed aristocrat, Takaris chides. Should I add a second to that list? They come for our dragons, and it's not the aristocrat they'll be dealing with. Xaden's voice drops to that lethal calm that's a touch more terrifying than a shout. Tell me you'll help control him. Takaris's gaze lands on mine. I lift my chin. What makes you think he's the one you'd have to worry about? Takaris sighs. I'll see that you have a map. He brings his laced fingers to his chin. You are prepared to lose your abilities when you cross the ocean? We are, Xaden replies. Definitely prepared to get a second of relief. It will be fascinating to see if your powers re-emerge once on land. And you've brought the requested artifact for the audience? Takaris asks. Halden's carrying it. He'll be taking the audience, I answer. This one time, Halden's enormous ego works in our favor. His insistence on being the only Navarian to meet with the king frees Xaden and gives us time to seek out the merchant my father mentioned. Excellent, Takaris nods. A word to the wise. He glances between us. I may collect rarities, but King Cortland absconds with them. Do not wander off from each other. Do not advertise what a rare jewel you are. And at all costs, do not make a deal you cannot keep.
Nearly 24 hours later, my access to magic fades to all but a trickle at the edge of the coast as we fly over by the colors of dawn, trading power for sunlight. The loss is stunning, immeasurable in a way that, for an instant, makes me pity Jack Barlow. For the first time since the night Taryn and Endarna channeled to me, I feel small, naked even, stripped of the power that's come to not only embolden me over the last year, but define me. A shivering chill sweeps over my skin with the next gust of wind, and Endarna shrieks high above. My head whips in her direction as the sound echoes from those around us. Taryn drops unexpectedly, his wing beats faltering, and I fall forward, fumbling for the saddle's pommels. My hands make impact, jarring my wrists but catching my body weight just before my stomach makes contact as Taryn levels out over the ocean. "Are you all right?" I scan the sky for Endarna. Startled. "We draw on magic for strength," Taryn explains. "I hadn't realized how dependent we truly are." Endarna sinks rapidly on our right, her wings beating a furious but futile pace. "Hook on," Taryn orders. "I'm quite capable." She loses altitude with every second, plummeting toward the rippling water beneath us. "I have no desire to scent salted scales. Once you're wet, you're on your own," he warns, then picks up his head, swiveling it back and forth in a reptilian manner. "What's wrong?" I ask. He dives toward Endarna without warning, and her sigh of acceptance comes out with a huff of a snarl as his shoulders tighten, and I hear the metallic click of the harness locking into place. Her added weight makes him dip for a breath of a second, and then his massive wings beat harder, lifting us toward the riot. Endarna is suspiciously quiet. "Taryn?" I prompt, my stomach souring with unease. "I can't speak with Segale." He clips out each word. "Or any of the others. Our communications have been severed." I reach for the glittering onyx bond, but even though Taryn is still there, Xaden isn't. We're already cut off. An excerpt from Subjugated, The Second Uprising of the Croveland People by Lieutenant Colonel Asher Sorengale. It was whispered in academic circles that Corden had supplied troops and weaponry for the Second Croveland Uprising. But the research has led me across the Arctile Ocean to Deverelli, known to our kingdom as the treacherous Isle of Merchants, who, to my surprise, may not have been the source of the arms, but perhaps the broker. Chapter 22. Holy shit, it's hot here, and by my estimates, it must only be around 9 o'clock in the morning as we approach an endless line of white beaches, preceded by splotches of alternating turquoise and aqua waters. Soft green hills rise directly behind the beach, dotted with stone structures. The perplexing color reminds me of the last batch of wool, when the weaver's dye has lost its potency. It's muted, almost faded, and its lack of color is made obvious by the contrast of the water. The closer we fly, the farther forward I lean in my seat, wholly, completely fascinated. The hills aren't dotted at all. That's the city, isn't it? Hidden in the trees. My fingers curl in excitement around the pommels of the saddle. The area is a thriving port with 4 central piers and several smaller ones. It appears to be. Before we get close enough to make out the people, Taryn banks left, taking us east. "Let me out of this thing before anyone sees," Endarna demands. "Not until we're out of range of those crossbolts." Taryn looks pointedly toward a long stone wall a quarter of the way up the first hill, armed with a dozen of the largest crossbolts I've ever seen. all loaded with shining metallic tips. Dragon killers. For once, Andarna doesn't argue. Given this is an isle dedicated to peace, they're certainly prepared for war. My stomach tenses. It's been centuries since any Navarian has stepped foot on this isle. And if we've overestimated the Viscount's sway with the king, there's every chance those crossbolts will head in our direction. We fly between the beach and a barrier island, where the water is a breathtaking shade of blue I've never seen. And I can't help but stare, trying to commit it to memory as we slowly descend to 100, then 50 feet above the ground. Reading about this place has in no way truly prepared me to see it. Despite the exhaustion, I don't want to so much as blink for fear of missing a single thing. Although after flying all night, I'm more than prepared to modify this saddle even more for sleeping when we get back to Basgaeth. According to the map you were given, the estate ahead belongs to Takaris, Tern says as we pass by a grouping of elegant manors on the mainland, each with its own dock and a ship that announces its owner's status and wealth. Tern shifts his shoulders, and the click of the harness sounds a second before Andarna appears off his right wing, hers beating double time to keep up. A group of creatures darts beneath us in the water, jumping into the air in a series of graceful leaps that almost make up for the flurry of people yelling and running back into their homes as we fly over. I wonder what they taste, Andarna starts. No, my protest catches me by surprise. They're dolphinum, and they're just too pretty to be your snack, even prettier than the drawings I've seen. You're going soft, Andarna snorts. We touch down in the sand in front of a sprawling 2-story manor that reminds me of a smaller version of Takaris' palace in Corden. Its tall white pillars leave a portion of the structure open to the ocean breeze, but the thick stone walls that surround the rest tell me it's weathered storms here, too. Palm trees, tall wispy things with broad leaves of the same muted pale green adorning their tops, line a path to the house, and I check to make sure that's indeed the standard of Corden flying on a docked ship before I dismount, taking the extra pack we've kept with Tern until now. The sand is so fine, I can't help but drop down and run my fingers through it with a smile. It's nothing like the rocky texture along the river at Basgaeth or the coarse, grainy beach of Corden. This makes me want to strip my boots off and walk barefoot. Andarna lifts her claws and shakes it beside me, sending grains of sand flying in a cloud as the others land in a flurry of activity around us. It's going to get between my scales. And now you understand why I didn't let you eat that tortoise, Tern mutters, his head perpetually swiveling, taking in our surroundings. We'll need to hunt before we fly back. And we're no longer alone. A middle-aged man stands in the doorway of Takaris' manor, his short-sleeved, belted white tunic and matching pants contrasting his brown skin as his arms tremble, his mouth hanging open while he stares at Tern and Andarna. I'll figure out where to do that without causing a war. I stand up as Riddick stomps forward, then startle when Atrum roars. The Deverelli man screams and runs back into the house. Great first impression, I mutter, brushing the sand off my palm. Andarna snorts, then prances off toward the water, her wings tucked in tight. Do not go any deeper than your claws, Tern lectures, his tail nearly taking out a tree when he pivots to watch her go. I swear if you get in over your head, I'll let you drown. Atrum roars again, getting everyone's attention, including Tern's. I don't know what you're saying, Riddick turns toward Atrum. The brown swordtail opens his mouth and roars louder, blowing back Riddick's dark brown hair and covering my friend in a layer of goopy saliva. Gross. Riddick slowly lifts his hands and scrapes the slime off his face. Yelling at me doesn't help. It's like shouting in a language I don't speak.
A vice of foreboding clamps down on my chest, and my gaze swings toward Tairn, then past him to where Sigale and Tiny survey our surroundings restlessly. Mira walks our way, rubbing the back of her neck, but Xaden stands at the edge of the water, facing away from the estate. I think it's just us, I say to Tairn, spinning slowly to take it all in. Just us how? He asks. Kira rakes her claws through the sand, and Kat is on her knees next to her, holding her face in her hands while Drake kneels at her side. Sova, his griffin, shakes his silver head back and forth like he's trying to clear it. Kath guards the west point of the property, his tail flicking in agitation. And Dane looks down as he walks our way. Something's off with everyone. I think we're the only ones who can speak to one another. My feet sink into the sand as I trudge my way over to Mira, and I rip open the buttons of my jacket as the heat starts to cook me from inside my leathers. Can you talk to Tiny? She shakes her head. We lost the connection as soon as we left the continent. I swallow hard, then lower my voice. I can still speak to Tairn and Endarna. She blinks, then looks over the group quickly. From the state of everyone else, I'd say you're alone in that department. Her brow furrows. Do you think it's because you're bonded to two? Or is it Endarna? I shake my head, my focus straying to Xaden's back. I don't know. Either way, I'm glad you still have the connection. She gently squeezes my shoulders. Being cut off from magic is disorienting, I grimace. Yes, she nods. But losing the bond? Her face puckers for a second before she masks the emotion. Well, I guess you'd know since they shoved that serum down your throat. Not only is everyone going to be on edge, it'll make coordinating anything a bitch considering they're cut off from each other, I say, glancing up at Tairn, who's backed away to take a position that puts him equally between Sigale and Darna and me. Guess we'll have ample opportunity to try these out. Mira swings her pack from her shoulder, then retrieves several leather pouches before picking the one marked with a circular protection rune I don't recognize and replacing the rest. Trissa sent these as a test to see if runes will work out here. She unbuttons the pouch and hands me a palm-sized slice of what appears to be lilac-colored quartz, tempered with the same rune that labels the leather. That one is supposed to shield you from sunlight. Carry it while we're here for me, would you? She lifts her brows. Quietly, of course. I nod and slip it into my pocket. Having some, or any, form of power out here would put us on a more familiar footing. But it opens the door to a kind of trade I'm not sure any of us wants to contemplate. You made it! Takaris shouts with glee from the doorway, his arms outstretched in ostentatious welcome as he walks toward us in a fuchsia tunic embroidered in heavy gold. Prince Halden hasn't awakened yet, but I was able to secure an emergency meeting with a chancellor to the king upon our arrival last night, and he'll be thrilled to know that your creatures may hunt in the valleys 3 leagues south of here, where there is an abundance of wild game. Humans are not to be on the menu. Understood. I tell him and immediately turn toward Tairn. I'd rather you go now so you're at full strength than chance something going wrong. Agreed. He arches his neck and lets out a short bark of a sound that makes me lift my brows, but does the trick of getting everyone's attention. Do not die while I am gone. I'll do my best. He bends a little deeper than usual given the sand, then launches skyward, his wings creating a gust of wind that weaponizes the sand around us. I throw my forearm up to protect my face and leave it there for the next few seconds as the others follow Tairn's lead. When I open my eyes, it's just us humans on the beach, riders dressed in black, flyers in brown leathers, gawking Deverelli on either side of what appears to be Tekaris's property line,
and one rather pompous viscount. The prince has an audience with His Majesty this afternoon, so I'm assuming you'd all like to rest before you... Takaris cocks his head to the side. I suppose do nothing, since King Cortland will only speak to aristocracy. He crinkles his nose at Riddick. You need a bath. We need horses. Riddick scoops a fingerful of slime out of his ear and shakes it off his finger. I'm sorry? Takaris steps out of the slime's path. Violet wants to visit the market. Something about buying books, Dane answers as he catches up, taking a spot to Riddick's right. Takaris nods. Of course. You'll keep a low profile? As low as possible, I agree. He tells us where to find our assigned rooms, and after we thank him, I head toward the water. My boots sink in the sand with every step until I reach the zone where it firms just above the waterline. Xaden stands with his feet apart, swords strapped to his back and arms crossed, but when my shoulder brushes his elbow, I look up to find his face completely, totally relaxed. I close my eyes tight, then reopen them just to be sure I'm not imagining things. Nope. He's really staring out at the water like we're in the valley above Ryerson House, and not in enemy territory, completely cut off from magic. Hey, I say gently. Hey. He tilts his head down toward mine and gives me a soft, but real, smile. I almost ask him how he is since he can't talk to Zagail, and our own bond is blocked. But it seems like a shitty thing to do after that smile. Everyone is heading up to take naps before we ride out to find the merchant. Halden is set to meet the king at 3, so we can get a good 4 hours of sleep in if you want. I'm going to stay out here for a little bit. You go. He turns toward me and cups the back of my neck. You need the rest, and definitely need to get out of the sun for a bit. Your nose is turning pink. Takaris gave us the same room. Because he values his life. He tucks the loose strands of my braid behind my ears. Get some sleep. You need it. I'll be up in a bit. Do you want me to sit out here with you? His grin deepens. When you clearly need to rest? No, love. Though I appreciate the offer. It's hard to explain. But I'm just going to take a little time to myself to soak in this view. He grabs my hand and brings it to his chest, where his heart pounds in a steady rhythm that feels slightly more relaxed than it was in Corden, than it has been in weeks, really. Can you feel it? It's slower, I whisper. There's no magic here. He tugs me against him. No power, no lure, no taunting reminder that I can save everyone if I just reach for it and take what's offered. It's only peace. For the first time since fetching the luminary, I seriously debate Takaris's offer. An excerpt from Subjugated, The Second Uprising of the Croveland People by Lieutenant Colonel Asher Sorengale. The uprising suddenly failed overnight on December 13th, 433 AU, in what has been called the Midnight Massacre. The foreign troops disappeared, and the rebels were killed in their beds by Peromish forces. It is not their disappearance that strikes this scholar as particularly vicious, but their obvious betrayal. There is a saying in Deverelli, the word is the blood. When they make a trade, broker a deal, it is considered law. I cannot help but wonder what part of the deal the Croveland rebels did not uphold. Chapter 23. This is a ridiculous way to travel.
Riddick says for the dozenth time, hauling himself upright in the saddle after slipping yet again as our horses navigate the uneven stone streets of Matyas, Deverelli's capital city. I smother a laugh, but Kat doesn't offer Riddick the same kindness from 2 rows back with Mira as we ride the tree-covered fairways. We're arranged mostly in pairs with the exception of Drake, who is solo ahead of Xaden and me. The city is even more stunning than I imagined from the air. Built under the canopy of enormous trees, only its tallest structures are visible when flying. The rest feels like a hidden treasure. And we haven't even journeyed up the hill where the palace and Halden is. The roads have been primarily residential until now, with structures far and evenly spaced, growing closer together the nearer we come to the ports and city center. And in the last mile, every single one of them has been built out of stone. I'm sorry, but I find it hard to believe that a dragon rider draws the line at a horse, Kat says with another laugh as we pass what appears to be a tea shop, judging by the painted sign outside the door. Hey, horses bite, Riddick says over his shoulder, and a woman jumps away at the sight of us, placing a palm over the neckline of her embroidered white tunic. And dragons do what, exactly? Drake calls back. You'll never know, since you'll never be allowed to ride one, Mira snaps in a bored tone before returning to her usual side-to-side perimeter sweep. She's been on alert since we left the manor, even though I've assured her Tairn's within range and he can set this whole place on fire within minutes if I call for him. What we really need is a freaking communication rune for the others, if such a thing exists. Drake's eyes narrow on Mira, then Xaden, whose mouth has curved into a smirk. I'm surprised you didn't fight me for the lead position, Ryerson. Xaden scoffs, and the smirk transforms into a smile as we pass under a patch of dappled sunlight. I stare at him like it's first year all over again. He's in a short-sleeved uniform top like the rest of us, bearing those gorgeously toned arms. But it's really the relaxed posture, the ease of his smile that have me utterly transfixed, and, I can admit, a little confuddled. Xaden Ryerson is a lot of things, but happy isn't usually one of them. It's perfectly fine if you die first, Cordella. I'm exactly where I want to be. Then the man fucking winks at me, and I almost fall off my damned horse. I tighten my thighs on instinct to keep from sliding out of the saddle, and the sable mare prances beneath me before I remember to relax. The dizziness has always been worse in the heat, and it's definitely not doing me any favors today. See? Violet prefers dragons too, Riddick says. I'm fine. I roll my shoulders to keep my pack, and its very precious cargo, in place. She's always been a good rider, Dane argues on my behalf. Did you two ride a lot when you were younger? Xaden asks as we pass by a tavern, and more than one mug of ale spills onto white tunics at the outdoor tables at the sight of us. My jaw drops and my head whips in his direction. Leather creaks, and when I glance back, sure enough, Mira is leaning forward in her saddle. What? Xaden looks at me, then lifts his brows and glances back at the others. Kat stares at him like he's grown another head. Dane's wearing 2 lines between his brows like he can't quite figure out if this is a trick question. And Riddick grins like he's got front row tickets to a play. Xaden's gaze jumps to mine for a second before returning to the road as we take the fork to the right, leading to the market and port according to the rather remarkable signage jammed between the cobblestone and a large tree. Am I not allowed to ask about your childhood? No, I blurt. Of course you are. It's just that you usually act like I didn't grow up with her, Dane answers casually. Like we weren't best friends. I'm so fucking glad I got on this horse, Riddick says, gripping his reins tighter.
I send a look his way that I hope tells him I'm reevaluating my decision to put him in this squad in the first place. But to answer your question, Dane continues, just as at ease on his horse as Xaden is. Yes, we rode whenever our parents' duty stations allowed for it. Not the years they were up in Lucerys, of course. Fuck, that was cold, Mira says. It was, I agree, cringing at the memory. Riding was hard on me when I was out of practice, and falling always sucked. But it gave me a sense of awareness of my body, too. What about you? I ask Xaden as we curve onto a bustling street. I think I rode before I walked. He flashes me a quick smile. It's probably one of the things I missed most once I crossed the parapet, actually. Horses go where you ask them to for the most part. Sigale? He glances up at the trees, as if he can see her in the sky above us, a look of longing on his face. She doesn't really give a shit where I want to go. I'm just along for the ride. Man, do I feel that, Dane mutters, and I laugh. Look alive, Drake calls back, and the mood of the squad instantly shifts as the street grows crowded with horses, wagons, and pedestrians carrying baskets in their arms and strapped to their backs. The only blades I see are the ones we carry. Stone shops line both sides of the congested double-wide streets. Their doors are open to the breeze, their wares and produce displayed on carts in front under vibrant cloth awnings for what looks to be a mile straight ahead. And from what I read, I know this area branches off to the south into a gold and spice market, and farther up the hill where the financial sector perches like an overlord. We're a half-mile off the beach, but the scents of salt and fish are thick in the air. And I understand why business is done under the canopy of the trees. I can't begin to imagine the smell or how quickly things would spoil in the sun in this climate. Everywhere I look, there's a purchase being haggled over. A fruit I've never tasted, a flower I've never smelled, a bird I've never heard. It's a sensory feast, and I consume it like a starved woman. Anyone feel like our home is a completely dreary shithole? Riddick asks as traffic pauses us outside a cloth merchant, and I find myself staring at a bolt of shimmering black silk so diaphanous it's almost silver. It wouldn't last a day against the dragon scale armor currently covering my torso. Speak for yourself, Xaden says, swinging his leg over and dismounting next to me. Horatia is the second most beautiful thing I've ever seen. He hands me his reins, turning those gorgeous gold-flecked onyx eyes into weapons capable of melting the underwear straight off my body as he looks up at me. And my home is the first. Yeah, I flat out liquefy. You're laying it on thick, Ryerson, but I still smile when I take the reins. I'm going to ask about our merchant. Don't leave without me. He glances back at Dane. Let's go, Crovelish. Offering me another precious grin, he disappears into the store, followed quickly by Dane. Is that the same guy? Drake asks Kat, turning around in the saddle. That cannot possibly be the same fucking guy. I try not to look, but fail, and when I glance over my shoulder, I catch a glimpse of her shrugging and quickly looking away. Maybe this is who he could have been if his dad hadn't led a whole rebellion and fucked him over by getting executed and having him thrown into the quadrant and making him responsible for all the marked ones at the age of what, 17? Riddick muses. Yeah, I agree, my eyes on the door. That. And yet, if all of it hadn't happened, would we still be us? Or is the miracle of our relationship the result of a precise combination of tragedies that broke us both so completely that when we collided, we became something entirely new? Or it could just be that he loves Violet, so he's not a dick to her, Mira says, eyeing a puckered-brow Deverelli man who scurries back into a dressmaker's shop at the first sight of us, dragging a woman along with him. Guess we're more visible than we thought. We're the only ones in black, I mutter. Firebringers! The man accuses in the common tongue, then slams the door shut, rattling the glass. Rude, Riddick adjusts in his saddle. And wrong, Cat mutters. Some of us just want to fuck with your feelings, not burn your house to the ground. I huff a laugh, but Riddick full-on snorts. Xaden strides through the cloth merchant's door with Dane, tucking a black velvet pouch into the front left pocket of his uniform as he comes down the 3 stone steps. She's a dealer of rare books, 2 streets up the hill. Stunned, I hand him back his reins and he mounts quickly. It can't be that easy. It can, he says, tapping his pocket. We don't share a currency, but gemstones seem to speak in every language. He looks over his shoulder. Good job, Atos. Was that a compliment? What the fuck is going on? Dane asks, his gaze flying to mine. Did you give him something? I shake my head, and Drake starts us forward. Firebringer is hurled as an insult in our direction more than a few times as we make our way down the rows of shops and up the 2 streets where Xaden and Dane were directed. The flurry of activity dwindles from the urgency of a daily produce and goods mercantile district to more varied and niche shops by the time we reach the 2nd street. When we stop in front of Tomes and Tales, there's ample room next to the trunk of an enormous tree for the horses to wait. The shop itself is 2 stories, built in various shades of graystone, and unlike the streets below, none of its sides touch the buildings around it. From the outside, it looks to be the same size as the bookstore I visited in Caldeer with Dad. A little larger than the library in the writer's quadrant, but nowhere even an 1/8 of the archives. You're on, Xaden says from the ground, reaching up for me. I swing my leg over the sable mare and dismount into his arms, noting how he takes his delicious time sliding me down the length of his body. He keeps our eyes locked, and the heat I find there, the need that flares as my hands drift down his chest, make my breath catch. I reach for our bond out of reflex to tell him how much I want him back in my bed, and my hands fist the fabric of his uniform when I remember it's blocked here. I miss the bond, I whisper before I can think better of it. Me too. But you don't have to say what you're thinking for me to know, he whispers, his hands slipping from my waist to my hips. I can read it in every line of your body. Your eyes are a dead giveaway, too. Under my fists, his heartbeat accelerates. Always have been. You have no idea how many times I almost fucked up on the sparring mat when I caught you watching me. He says this now, when I can't just drag him into the nearest room and lock the door? Suddenly, the last 6 weeks feels like an eternity. I swear to Amari, you 2 get 1 inch closer and I'm going to throw a bucket of water on you, Mira warns, breaking the spell. I fall forward, leaning my forehead on Xaden's chest right between my fists, and feel his laughter rumble as he closes his arms around me. Do riders get nicknames once they earn their wings? Drake questions Mira. Because I'm pretty sure yours would be Killjoy. Are we doing this or not? Mira asks, clearly ignoring him. I nod and sigh with resignation as I step out of Xaden's arms. Riddick, Drake, Cat, please stay with the horses and be ready to run if this goes badly. Mira, Dane, and Xaden, you're with me. Hopefully, we'll be out quickly. Riddick dusts off his summer weight uniform and gathers the reins. I'll be nearby. I know, I reply. The reassuring way he said it makes my brow furrow. What? Mira asks, spotting my face. Just wondering if we did the right thing letting Halden go by himself to see the king. My stomach sinks as I consider every way it could go wrong. Didn't exactly give us a choice, Riddick says. Cortland only allows aristocrats to enter. Even if he did, we can't be in two places at once. Mira nods toward the bookshop. Right. None of us draws a blade, but our hands remain loose and ready as we walk the short cobblestone path to the staired entrance midway down the south side of the shop. Mira enters first, mainly because no one seems to want to argue with her, and Zayden follows me in last, mainly because I don't think he'll ever trust anyone without a rebellion relic to ever truly cover his back. The scents of dust and parchment fill the thick air as soon as our boots hit the hardwood floor, and I immediately understand why there isn't another shop on the side. Windows stretch from floor to ceiling, allowing natural light to pour in over the rows of bookshelves taller than I can possibly reach that jut out lengthwise from the wall on my right, matching their 3-foot-long counterparts on our left, leaving a lengthy, clear aisle to a single counter. The titles are stacked haphazardly, but none touch the backs of the shelves, allowing for air to circulate. It's beautiful, but hot as hell. If I'd thought the heat outside the shop was stifling, then the temperature inside, without the breeze, is truly oppressive. Sweat immediately beads beneath my armor and along the side of my neck. There are a few customers browsing toward the narrow staircase in the back, and a woman who appears to be in her 60s with a pert nose and a slicked-back salt and pepper bun behind the counter, licking her umber fingers every few seconds as she flips through the pages of a ledger. But I don't see anyone in the stacks to the right, so I nod toward the counter when Mira looks back at me. We make our way down the aisle that opens into a small seating arrangement, and Dane keeps his eye on the customers in the back, a pair of men who have definitely taken notice of us. I glance over my shoulder as we approach the counter, finding Zayden has slipped behind the last shelf on the left and is currently leaned against the wall, wearing his usual expression of apathetic boredom. Go figure. He's found what seems to be one of the only patches of shadow in the place to wait while I sort out whatever my father sent me here to find. Dane moves to the edge of the counter, earning the shopkeeper's attention and placing himself between Mira and the customers, while Mira backs herself to the far edge of the seating group, setting a perimeter. In a bookstore. I manage to keep from rolling my eyes. The shopkeeper's gaze darts from Dane to Mira to me before she closes the ledger and places it under the counter. Dane, could you ask her? I set one hand on the counter for balance. I speak the common tongue, the woman says. We are educated here in Deverelli. I blink. Right. Well, I was just wondering if you happen to know anyone by the name of Norel. Her eyes flare, and my stomach jumps into my throat when she glances over my right shoulder. Mira. Firebringers! Someone shouts. I draw 2 blades and the breath it takes to whip toward my sister. 2 assailants charge from the back shelves, the ones I'd previously foolishly thought empty, and Mira sighs when one of them, a woman who looks to be my age, lifts a serrated dagger at her. If we have to, Mira says, drawing her own as the older man, someone closer to Brennan's build and age with spiky black hair and what seems to be a standard-issue white and gold tunic, runs down the aisle. Rage fills his eyes as he rushes toward me, 2 longer serrated blades pointed in my direction. I flip one of my daggers to the tip and prepare to throw, angling my body so the shopkeeper remains within sight. The guy will be here in 4 seconds. 3, 2. Zayden takes a single step, then kicks a large armchair straight into the man's path. It hits him square in the stomach and his breath gushes out, but he regroups quickly, turning a glare in Zayden's direction with raised blades. You don't want to do that. Zayden shakes his head. The guy shouts a battle cry, then draws back his right arm and I flick my wrist. The dagger lands in his shoulder and the man howls as crimson streaks down his white tunic and his blade falls to the floor. I warned you, Zayden says as the man hits his knees. Your error was changing your assessment to targeting me as the threat and letting your eyes off her. He takes his time walking over to the man as Mira punches her assailant in the face, knocking the woman unconscious. Then Zayden plucks the blades from the man like they're toys. I knew some of you carried blades. There's no society in the world that doesn't keep some kind of cutting tool, and eventually, well, we all cut, don't we? Dane clicks his tongue, and I turn in his direction to find both his dagger and sword out, the shorter of the blades pointed at the shopkeeper and the longer at the customers. I would stay back, he tells the men who have drawn their own serrated daggers. In fact, if there's a back door, I would find it, and I would leave. They scurry to do so. The injured man falls forward, catching himself on his good hand before collapsing on his stomach, and Zayden leans over him. This is going to hurt, Zayden warns before retrieving my dagger from his shoulder. To his credit, the man doesn't scream or complain when Zayden wipes the blade clean on the back of his white tunic. You really shouldn't raise a blade if you're not prepared to receive one. Mira sheathes her daggers and steps over the unconscious woman. Well, that was annoying. Are you protecting someone, or do you just really hate riders? She asks the shopkeeper, who has backed herself into the corner as far as she possibly can. Only firebringers in this store looking for Norel, the shopkeeper answers. Protecting something. Got it. The stairs creak, and the angle of Dane's sword changes as our heads swing collectively. The man groans, and out of the corner of my eye, I see him struggle to get off the floor. No. Staying down is a safer bet for everyone involved, Zayden warns him. She only wounded you, but I'll kill you if you take another step toward her, and it turns out that's bad for international relations. I glance his way as someone descends the steps, and he arches his scarred eyebrow. I'm giving diplomacy a try. Not sure it's for me, though. The man goes utterly limp. Dane hesitates as a hunched figure rounds the end of the staircase. The shopkeeper yells something in Crovelish, and I blink. Did she just call her? Mom, Dane confirms with a nod. She said, No, Mom, save yourself. We're not here to kill anyone, I tell the shopkeeper as her mother walks into the light, leaning heavily on a walking cane. Her hair is silver, and the lines of her face have deepened with time. But she has the same pert nose as her daughter, the same deep brown eyes and round face. You're Norel, I guess. Dane lowers his sword as she approaches, then sheathes it as she completely skirts around him, taking in the scene of what I assume is her shop. She studies Zayden through thick glasses, then Dane, Mira, and finally me, her gaze lingering on my hair before she finally nods. And you must be Asher Sorengale's daughter, here to collect the books he wrote for you. My heart stops. Recovered unsent correspondence of General Lilith Sorengale. She won't understand why you've kept her in the dark. You left too soon, left too many of your plans unfinished. Now we can only hope the bond between our daughters is strong enough to endure the paths they've chosen. They'll need each other to survive. Chapter 24. Books, I whisper, my fingers curling around the dagger I realize is still in my left hand. Norel tilts her head. I did not stutter. She looks pointedly at the armchair. Put that back in its place. Zayden lifts a brow but does as she asks, then crosses the small section of the room and sheathes my dagger at my hip. Thank you, I whisper. He brushes a kiss over my temple, then takes the empty spot at my right side. Get off the floor, Urson. You're bleeding everywhere. Take your sister to the back and wake her up. Did I not say you were ill-prepared to carry a weapon? Norel lectures as she avoids the spilled blood. Please forgive my grandchildren. They took our task of protecting the books from any riders who aren't... you, a little too seriously. She sinks into the chair. Thank you, young man. she says to Xaden, then gives him a second look before glancing at Dane. My, the continent does have some fine-looking men. A corner of Xaden's mouth quirks upward, and I can't help but silently agree with her. Mom! The shopkeeper rushes to her side, no doubt still worried we'll attack her mother. Urson hurries to do Narelle's bidding, helping his sister off the floor as she reluctantly comes to from Mira's last punch. They disappear into the back, and I almost feel bad for them until I remember that they attacked us. I'm 93, Leona. I'm not dead, she waves her daughter off. Or, what is it you Amaralis say? I have not yet met Malik. He's your god of death, is he not? My brow furrows at the unknown term. Amaralis. Isn't he everyone's god of death? Mira leans back against the nearest row of bookshelves. I shake my head. Deverelli don't worship gods. It's why we're considered the most neutral of the Isles. Perfect for trade. Narelle shrugs. What you call gods, we call science. What you call fate, we call coincidence. What you call the divine intervention of love, we call... She flourishes her hand. Alchemy. Two substances combined to make something entirely new. Not unlike what's between the two of you. She glances between Xaden and me and sets her hand on her chest. My heart twists. If she only knew how close she was to my very thoughts earlier today. She wiggles her finger at Xaden. I heard you saying you'd kill my grandson if he took another step toward your beloved, young man. How illogically, toxically romantic of you. Have to admit that kind of confident violence isn't what I pictured when Asher talked about you, but the brown hair, those, I guess, their brown eyes, and how utterly smitten he predicted you two would eventually be for each other. Well, he described you almost perfectly, Daenatos. Oh, fucking kill me now. My mouth opens, then shuts. Xaden raises both eyebrows and presses his lips between his teeth. Dane rubs the back of his neck. Mira snorts once, covers her mouth with her hand, then doubles over laughing. I'm sorry, she forces out and straightens, quickly masking her face and clearing her throat. But she slips again, her shoulders shaking. I can't. I just can't. I need a second. She walks behind the row of shelves, hopefully to compose herself. My face feels like it's been blasted by dragon fire. How would you like this to go? Dane asks me as Narelle glances among the three of us, her silver brows knitting. Just like it's gone for the last 18 months, Xaden answers, losing any and all trace of niceties he showed Dane an hour ago. Everyone assumes she'll wind up with you, but it's my last name she ends up wearing on her flight jacket in formation. Seriously? Words absolutely fail me that he would go there. It was one time. Fine. Twice if I count the return trip from Samara after we got back together. Glad to see you're feeling like yourself again. Dane leans back against the counter. But we don't have last names on our flight jackets. And yet you get the fucking point. Xaden's jaw ticks. Narelle's gaze narrows on Xaden through her thick lenses. You aren't Dane. Xaden shakes his head. I'm Dane. Dane raises his hand briefly. And he's? Narelle asks me. Xaden Ryerson. I lift my chin as if I'm answering to my father for my choice. And he's mine, even when he's being a possessive ass. Finn Ryerson's son. Narelle drums her gnarled fingertips on the armrest. Asher certainly didn't predict that. He would have, if he'd ever met him. I reach for Xaden's hand and lace our fingers. Our mother knew, Mira says, taking her place at the end of the bookshelf. She wasn't enthusiastic about it or anything, but she knew love when she saw it. But she certainly never told us about our father coming here. She wouldn't have, would she? Narelle shifts in her seat. When did he die? A little less than 3 years ago, I answered gently. His heart failed. Narelle's face crumples for a few sorrowful breaths, but she nods through it, as if having a conversation with herself, then lifts her head again. Your father risked all your lives to hide away his life's work with the sole purpose that you find it, Violet. He left the last of it with me, almost 4 years ago, with explicit instructions that you only be given it if you had attained the intelligence and understanding you would need to comprehend it. I stiffen. That's... Dane shakes his head. That's Dad, Mira says slowly. You've got this. Xaden squeezes my hand. I fight to swallow the sudden lump in my dry throat. He told me to bring you the rarest item I possess. An ironic laugh bubbles up, and I thought... I shake my head, realizing the work we've gone through to haul the satchel all this way has been for nothing. You thought it's Devreli, so naturally we trade in goods, treasures. Narelle folds her hands in her lap. He meant my mind. I glance at Mira, but her gaze is locked on the floor. That's why he said not to send another in my stead. The books are only for you, Narelle confirms, and Leona perches on the arm of her mother's chair. I have 3 simple questions, and if you're capable of answering them, the books are yours. Arrogant to think you have any right to keep something our father wrote for Violet based on your judgment. Mira's tone could grate stone. It's fine, I assure her, refusing to waver even in this heat. Ask. Narelle shoots my sister a withering look and then turns her attention to me. He left a manuscript for you. What is the title? Subjugated, the Second Uprising of the Croveland People by Lieutenant Colonel Asher Sorengale, I answer. Which you already know that I know. How else would I be here? She taps her forefinger in obvious impatience. In Chapter 14, your father alludes to the Croveland Uprising falling apart because of Devreli, but does not go into specifics. Her gaze skims over my black uniform. Scribe, worth her wisdom, wouldn't have been satisfied with his speculation. So tell me, what's your hypothesis? Out of everything in the book, that's what she asks? Easy. Krovla didn't keep their part of whatever deal they made with Devreli. Rather than lose their reputation, Devreli withdrew their brokerage, hence the removal of the other Isles' troops. And then told the Peromish King Regent where to find the rebels. End of rebellion. I shrug. Not good enough. She shakes her head and my stomach sinks. Why did it fall apart? What was brokered? That's not fair, Dane starts. Narelle lifts a hand demanding his silence. She knows the answer. I sigh. I have an idea. I just don't like being wrong. Or in this case, right. You're among friends. Her smile implies otherwise. Fine. Sweat drips down the back of my neck, but I gather up the courage to look like a fool. I think they promised dragons and couldn't deliver. They what? Mira squawks. Xaden tenses, and Dane pivots fully to face me, his eyes impossibly wide. But Narelle's slow smile tells me I'm either horrifically wrong or tragically right. Present your proof, she says in a tone that reminds me eerily of Markham. Convince that one, she points to Dane. I tighten my grip on Xaden's hand, and his thumb strokes over mine. Public notice 433, period 323, acknowledges a failed border breach attempt by Croveland forces near the outpost of Athbeen on December 11th, 433 AU, 2 days before the Midnight Massacre. The only other record of that event exists in the journal of Colonel Hashby, the commander of the outpost who oversaw the interrogations. I look over at Dane. Dad drilled that into me while he was working on the manuscript, and I didn't understand why then, but obviously I get it now. I think it was the year you were obsessed with the tactics of defeating Emerald Sea piracy or something. Dane stiffens. It was a really big problem in the 5th century. I keep from rolling my eyes. Stay with me here. We were on the couch, Dad was pacing in front of the fire, and you thought it was ludicrous that the soldiers had crossed into Navarre to acquire tail feathers. Remember? He winces. Right. Yes. And your father told me I was a lost cause if I ever wanted to take the entrance exam for the scribe quadrant if I couldn't remember to apply my superior linguistics skills to all areas of analyzing important historical data. Not that I ever wanted to be a scribe, but still. Good times. Thank you for the reminder. Is this going somewhere, or are we just enjoying a moment of nostalgia? Xaden asks. Apply your superior linguistic skills, Dane, I prompt him. The interrogation was recorded in the common tongue. Dane's eyes widen. But the raiders spoke Crovelish, and descriptors follow nouns in Crovelish. They were hunting feathertails. Dragons. I nod. I think Deverelli brokered a deal with Krovla and an unnamed isle that the isle would provide the army and Krovla would provide dragons. When they were unable to do so, the deal fell apart. The Midnight Massacre happened, and Krovla remained a part of Poromil. Dane folds his arms across his chest. They were dealing in dragons. He looks over to Norel. I believe her. It's just going to take me a minute to absorb it. One does not just deal in dragons, let alone take babies to isles that don't have magic. Not when you risk the wrath of the Empyrean. Oh, wait until you realize that your dad knows my dad's book has something to do with feathertails, which means Dad knew to stop trusting him at some point, I add. Dane's face swings my way, and his stricken expression makes me wish I could take the words back. Third question, Norel announces, and it feels particularly cruel given what she's just put me through. Ask it. My tone leaves something to be desired. What made you leave the prince? She tilts her head to the side, and her eyes light up like we've gathered for tea and gossip. I'm sorry? I lean forward, like it's at all possible I could have misheard her. The prince. She clasps her hands together. Your father knew it wouldn't last, but I'd like to know the final straw. Any chance you want to swoop down and set this shop on fire? I ask Taryn. As the Dark One said, it doesn't bode well for international relations, he answers. I would, Andarna offers, but then you wouldn't get your books. The weight of every stare in the room flushes my skin so hot, I feel on the edge of burnout without even a hint of magic. I left him because I found him in a delicate situation with one of his professors. Norel leans forward and lifts her eyebrows. He was having sex with a professor. Mom, Leona chides. What a fucking asshole, Dane mutters. Why didn't you tell me? What were you gonna do, punch out the crown prince of Navarre? I counter. Dane's brow furrows. Yes, Xaden answers. Still might. So, you left him in a jealous rage, even with the crown of Navarre in your hands, Norel prods. Did he come begging your forgiveness? Did you take him back? I could definitely see why she owns a bookstore and which genre might just be her favorite. I never sought a crown. And besides, it's not in Halden's nature to beg forgiveness of anyone. I closed the door and didn't bother speaking to him until a few weeks ago. He didn't love me, not in the way I deserve to be loved, and no amount of power is worth staying with someone who doesn't love you. You know your value, Narelle says softly with a nod. Your father would be proud. Get her the books. Leona stands, then leaves us waiting in the seating area while she disappears into the back, and I deflate with relief, sagging against Xaden's side. Mira slips her empty pack off her shoulders, then sets it on the unoccupied chair next to Narelle. I'll carry them for Violet. Unless, of course, you think my father would have a problem with that. Promise not to read them or anything. Her biting tone sends a shiver of guilt straight up my spine. Why was Dad so adamant only I collect them? Narelle simply smiles and crosses her ankles in front of her. And that, right there, is why he didn't leave them for you, dear. We all have a part to play in what's coming for us. This one is simply hers, while he was busy raising Violet for this particular mission. Your mother was raising you. I wonder what legacy you've inherited. Mira's eyes narrow. We leave the bookstore 10 minutes later with 6 tomes written by my father. And every single one of them is passcode locked. Later that afternoon, I lean my head back against the rim of the carved wooden bathtub in the chamber adjacent to the bedroom Xaden and I have been given, and listen to birds I can't identify chirp outside the window above my feet. I'm too short to see the spectacular view of the water, but the sky isn't bad either, softening with the colors of an approaching sunset. What time is it? I wonder if Halden's back. If he's managed to secure permission for us to use Deverelli as a home post to visit the other isles, or broach the subject of the 7th breed. I reach for the bond to ask Xaden, only to sigh with frustration at the instant reminder that we don't work that way here. The breeze picks up the white curtains and billows them toward me as the water chills to a temperature that might make me reach for hot water at Basgayath, but is definitely welcome here in Deverelli. Though my toes are pruning, telling me it's time to get out. Vi? Xaden knocks on the door. You can come in. A slow smile spreads across my face. It slips completely when he opens the door and leans in wearing nothing but a towel wrapped around his hips. Gods, is he perfectly beautiful. Wet hair, still a little scruffy, water droplets clinging to the lines of his muscles. Abs for days and days and days. Just letting you know I'm back. The words die as his gaze catches on my bare shoulders, which is all I'm pretty sure he can see given the height of this tub. Well, my shoulders and my very wet, very unbound hair. Damn. Just... damn. I said you should have stayed and had a bath in our room. Lots of space in here. You didn't need to go borrow Riddick's. I tapped the copper pipe at the foot of the tub with my toe. They really do have some pretty fabulous plumbing. Yeah. His eyes darken and his grip on the door handle whitens. I figured it was polite to give you time to soak your muscles to help recover after all that riding. Polite? How very kind of you. I gather all my hair in my hand and pull it over my left shoulder so it's ready to wring out. Then hit the lever with my foot to start draining the tub, trying to focus anywhere but on him and that incredible body he insists on walking around in. And do you feel recovered? His voice lowers. A little exposed after being interrogated about my intelligence and my love life, but otherwise fine. Reaching to the right, I grab the soft white towel I left on the little bench as the water empties with a gurgle, then turn my back to Xaden and stand, quickly wrapping the towel around me.
You're fine, he repeats. Not dizzy, not sore, not tired? Because we just flew all last night. I'm not sure I want to go climb the gauntlet or anything. I lean left, wringing my hair out over the tub. But yes, I'm feeling as good as it gets. Clean, fed, and ready to curl up with the man I love. Good, he says against my ear, and I gasp with surprise as he grabs hold of my waist and turns me to face him. Because I'm done being polite. His mouth crashes into mine. Confiscated correspondence of Fen Ryerson to unknown intended recipient. The most useless word in the language of aristocracy has always been, and will forever be, love. Marriage is a necessary evil to secure the line, nothing more. Save love for your children. Chapter 25. I abandon my towel and my common sense, throwing my arms around his neck and pouring my whole heart into the kiss. Who cares if we're in a house full of servants and a viscount I don't trust? If Xaden has set sexual limits between us the last 6 weeks, he's kissing me like I'm the only air he can breathe, and that's all that matters, all that I can allow to matter. My wet feet slip on the tile, and then there's nothing beneath them as I'm lifted to his chest. The sensation of my bare breasts against his damp skin makes me gasp around his tongue. He groans, holding me with one hand under my ass as I wrap my legs around his waist. I nudge his towel straight to the floor before locking my ankles, leaving us skin to skin as he kisses me senseless, robbing me of logic and replacing it with pure want. Our mouths collide again and again without finesse or seduction. There's no flirtation or coy games here. No, it's all hunger and blatant, naked demand. It's fucking perfect, unrestrained and absolutely greedy. The room moves, or maybe that's us. Either way, the lighting changes, and I find myself perched on the edge of the small breakfast table a few feet from the bedroom window. I rip my mouth from his to scan our surroundings, but Xaden cups my chin and pulls me right back. No one can see at this angle. I checked, he promises, then goes right back to kissing me, wiping every protest out of my head with the indulgent stroke of his tongue. Wait, he checked. He's thought about this. Oh gods, this might actually happen. Heat and need rush through me, bringing every nerve to blaring life. It doesn't feel like it's only been 6 weeks since I've had all of him above me, below me, within me. It seems like it's been years. He winds my wet hair around his hand, then tugs my head backward gently, breaking the kiss and setting his lips to my throat. Every touch of his lips sends a jolt of yes straight down my spine, and they quickly gather into an aching knot of please right between my thighs. My nails rake into his hair and I arch for more, whimpering softly when he delivers, toying with me expertly. He uses his firm lips, soft tongue, and rough stubble to their every advantage, until I'm pretty sure he could get me off by just kissing my neck. I love your skin, he says, working his way down to my collarbone. You're so damn soft. My pulse jumps and my hands drift to the strong line of his shoulders, touching every inch of his warm skin that I can reach. I want to lay him down on that bed and lick every single line that he's kept hidden away from me for the last 6 weeks. But there's no way I'm going to chance him stopping this for a change of position. He abandons my hair, then brings both hands to cup my breasts. I suck in a swift breath when he lowers his mouth to one peak, then uses his tongue and teeth to worship it. Holy shit, does that feel good. My body is positively starved for his touch, and it's all I can do to stifle a flat-out moan when he moves to the other. Shh, he whispers with a playful smile. Wouldn't want anyone to hear. It's the smile that does me in, a fear that borders on frenzy breaking through the haze of pleasure he's building. You can't tease me. I shake my head. His hands shift to my hips, and he stands to his full height, his brow creasing as confusion fills those gorgeous eyes looking down at me. I mean, you can, I immediately blurt, my hands falling to the table. It's just that I want you, need you, and I'm trying really hard to respect the whole no-sex aspect of the rules we laid down. And if you tease me... He fucking smirks, and I debate going back to the throwing daggers at his head stage of our relationship. There's no magic here. Yes, I know. I fold my arms over my breasts and move to close my thighs, but he's standing between them. There's no magic here, he says again, lowering his head, ghosting his lips over mine. I can fuck you as many times as we want, as many times as you can take, and I can't lose control. Oh, my whole body draws tighter than a bowstring, and my breath catches. Oh. He runs his thumbs up the insides of my thighs and locks his eyes on mine. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in? I run my tongue over my lower lip and his hands flex. Only if you are. I feel like I swallow. I just don't want to push you for something you don't feel comfortable doing. He takes my hand and wraps it around the length of his hard cock. Does that feel like I'm not comfortable? I squeeze my hand on reflex, and he moans low in his throat, his eyes sliding shut. My core clenches at just how hot, how thick, how perfect he is. Fuck, Violet, you do that again, and this will be over in minutes. There's an edge of desperation in his eyes when they open, and he hisses through his teeth as he guides my hand away from his body. Me holding back from you has been purely for your sake, not mine. Trust me. I want you from the second I wake up until the moment I fall asleep. I dream about you. My lips part, and warmth spreads throughout my chest. I love you. I love you. He cups my knees. And here, I don't have my fucking powers. Don't get me wrong. There's part of that I am very all right with. My stomach drops. The venom part. But no shadows. He continues. No intention, no lesser magics. I can't even create a sound shield to keep everyone in this house from hearing what you sound like when you come. And that feels... His jaw flexes. I know, I whisper, skimming the back of my hand along his stubble. Not having that constant stream of power buzzing beneath my skin makes me feel less than whole. And I can't talk to Sigale, he adds. I can't even sense you, which is killing me, but in return for all that shit? His scarred brow rises. I get to do my favorite thing in the world, which happens to be fucking you. Now, I have about 6 weeks to make up for, and love, we're wasting time. I brace my hands beside me and smile when his eyes darken at the sight of my body. Well, if you insist. A slow smile curves his mouth and he pushes my knees farther apart. I insist. My laugh abruptly transforms to a moan when he sinks to his knees and sets his mouth on me. Oh, fuck. He doesn't tease or toy. No, he immediately swirls his tongue around my clit and sinks 2 fingers inside me. Damn, I've missed your taste. Satan! Pleasure jolts through my system like power buzzing in my veins and landing low in my stomach. I slam my hand over my mouth to catch my next moan as he starts to move those exceptionally talented fingers, his tongue working in rhythm to play my body like an instrument created just for him. Tension gathers and coils, and it's all I can do to stay upright to keep balanced with one hand and stifle my moans with the other. I waver, my body swaying, and Zayden reaches for my mouth. I pull his hand to my lips and press a hard kiss to his palm as my hips begin to rock against his face, and other hand, chasing the high I can feel approaching with every thrust of his fingers, every flick of his tongue. But I want more. I want him inside me, his arms around me, his voice in my head. We can have all but the last, and it's more than enough. It's good. So fucking good. My breath catches and my thighs stiffen. He curls his fingers and lashes his tongue against my clit, and I unravel. My climax hits hard and fast, and I shout against his palm as white-hot pleasure pulls me over the edge in bright waves that hit again and again, robbing me of breath as they race through me. He coaxes the aftershocks from me relentlessly, working my body until the last of them shudder through. I have no words for the havoc that mouth can wreak. Get up here. I kiss his wrist, and he stands, dragging his thumb along his lower lip. My temperature rises another degree, and my breath hitches as my gaze rakes over him. Mine. It's the only word that comes to mind as I devour the sight of him. Keep looking at me like that, he warns, prowling toward me. He slides his hands beneath my thighs and lifts me farther back on the table. And you'll what? I lie down, bringing my heels to the surface as he climbs onto me, bracing his weight on his palms. Good point. He lowers his mouth to mine, and his arms tremble slightly. I need you. I'm right here. I lift my knees to bracket his hips and reach between our bodies to bring the head of his cock to my entrance. We both inhale at the contact, and his eyes flare. Are you sure? You know what I am, he says slowly, and a flicker of something that looks like fear crosses his face. I know who you are. I cradle his cheeks with my hands. Now, Xaden, you have 6 weeks to make up for, remember? He nods, keeping his gaze locked with mine, then shifts a hand to my hip and drives into me in one long thrust, taking me inch by inch by inch until he's all I can feel. The pressure, the stretch, the feel of him is so perfect that my foolish eyes prickle because I've missed this connection so damn much. Are you all right? His eyes widen and his hips jerk back. I'm fine. I wrap my legs around him. I just miss this. Me too. He drops his forehead to mine and rolls his hips, sinking into me. We both moan. I miss being inside your head. He withdraws, then snaps forward again, and I see stars. Pleasure shoots through my very bones as he begins that deep, slow rhythm I can never get enough of. I love having every part of you when we're like this. Same. I wind my arms around his neck and hold on, arching to meet every delectable thrust as sweat quickly slicks our bodies. I love when you talk to me. My fingers slide over his lips, even when your mouth is otherwise occupied. He grins, but it slips when I swivel my hips, and he groans. Fuck, you feel so damned good. I'm never giving you up. You know that, right? You had your chance to run. You should have run, Vi. He punctuates each claim with a harder, deeper thrust that has me straining for breath, for reasonable thought that goes beyond more and yes, as wood creaks beneath us. I pull his mouth down to mine and breathe through the keening pleasure that's building within me again, deeper and hotter than before. I'm never running. It's you and me, no matter what. You and me, he repeats, sweat beading on his brow as his hips drive me into the table and it creaks, starting to rock with us. Just don't stop. I'm pretty sure stopping might kill me. I hold tight with my arms, my legs, clinging to him with everything I have as he lowers his weight to his forearm, cushions the back of my head with his hand, and drives into me, taking me higher and higher. Wood snaps a second before gravity shifts, and my stomach hollows as we fall. My skin only touches his on impact. He has me held against his chest with one arm, while his other and his knees took the brunt of our mishap. Are you all right? I ask, my face buried in his neck. I'm fine. We fell 3 feet, not 30. He laughs, rolling us off the destroyed table and onto the hardwood floor, careful not to crush my ankles. Then he picks up right where he left off, except this time I'm close enough to the bed rail to push back against him for leverage. Hold on. He reaches over my head, retrieves a pillow, then slides it under my hips. The next thrust hits such a sweet spot that I can taste it. He muffles my cry with his mouth as I arch up for him again and again, savoring every breath through his gritted teeth, every strained line of his incredible body, every drugging kiss as the pleasure spins tighter and tighter between us. And God's help me, I hold on as long as humanly possible. I don't want it to end, don't want to go back to the endless wanting. A whimper escapes my lips as I fight the pressure, the oncoming wave I know I can't avoid, not when every roll of his hips drives me toward it. You have to let go for me, love. Zayden nips my lower lip. I'm not, I gasp, my body twisting beneath his. Fuck, it feels too damn good. You are. His hand drifts down to my stomach. I don't need to be in your head to know why you're fighting it. This isn't the only time, Vi. We have all night. Come for me. All night sounds better than any heaven I know of. I sink my fingers into his hair as he strokes my hypersensitive clit with the precise pressure he knows I like. And I shatter. I fly apart at the seams as the orgasm surges through me in arching pulses. He swallows my moans with a kiss as the waves break again and again, and then he puts me back together with soft strokes of his hands as I come back down. So beautiful, he whispers against my mouth, and only when I fall against the floor, a trembling, happily content mess, does he kiss me like he's searching for his own soul and finds his own completion with a few final hard thrusts and a low groan. I hold him tight as he rolls us to the side, his back to the destruction, and he cradles my head on his biceps. I trace the line of the scar across his brow as my heartbeat settles and commit the contours of his face to memory again, while he watches me with a glazed, soft expression. There's too much of us missing here for this to truly be us, but it's a version that I want to cling to, where he isn't plagued by the threat of turning, where he isn't telling me that I have to learn how to kill him. We could just stay here, I whisper. His brow twitches, and he pushes my hair back from my face. Here, as in this room? Here, as in Deverelli. I run my fingers along his jaw. I can take Takaris's offer, if Tiernan and Darna agree. I'm sure they would if it means you stop all progression until I can find a cure. You and Sigale could stay here while I do the research. He slides his thumb over my lips. She's in pain. I blink. How could I have missed that? Guilt weighs down my shoulders. All the dragons are, I think. Not that they'll admit it. But I don't think they can survive, or at least thrive, the way they do at home, away from magic. I could never cause Sigale pain. He skims his calloused hand down the side of my neck and over my ribs to settle on the slope of my waist. And I could never let you abandon everyone you love. A boulder lodges in the middle of my throat. Someone knocks. Hey, Riddick says through the door. My face flushes and I cover my mouth with my hand. We're all good, Zayden calls out with a wicked grin, stroking my hip. Yeah, that's great, Riddick says. No, I'm not. His voice muffles. Look, we have a problem here, Kat snaps. Shouting it through the door isn't going to help, Dane says. Get away from there, Mira lectures, and both Zayden and I scramble to our feet. Violet, answer the door. How many people are crowded into that hallway? Zayden's faster to the bathroom than I am, and he throws my towel through the doorway, making sure I catch it before striding out with his own wrapped around his hips. You can't answer the door like that, I hiss at him, covering myself and bemoaning how long it will take to get my clothes on. Neither can you. And I'm sure as fuck not offering the sight of you in a towel up to Atos after hearing that your father basically planned your wedding to the asshole, Zayden retorts just as quietly, his hand on the doorknob. I recognize defeat and step toward the wall out of sight as Zayden opens the door. To what do we owe the honor of a visit from every single one of you? He asks. I thought 2 of you were flying the southern route to confirm there aren't any Irids hiding out here. Silence answers. I lean left, just enough to see Zayden glance over his shoulder. Yes, the table is broken. Now what do you need? You two totally broke it, didn't you? Riddick asks on the edge of laughter. Like that armoire no one was supposed to notice getting hauled out of her room during first year. The what? Mira's voice rises, and I lean against the wall, letting my head fall back in mortification. What could be so fucking important that you're trying to ruin my one evening? Xaden snaps. A messenger came, Dane says. King Cortland has decided to keep Halden. My stomach pitches. Too fucking bad for Halden. Xaden shrugs. Xaden! I lift my brows at him, and his mouth tightens. We're flying out as planned, but Takaris needs you, Dane continues. You're the only aristocrat they'll let in. You have to go, I whisper. Xaden looks my way, and too many emotions to count cross his beautiful face. Want, desperation, pleading, frustration, anger, resignation. Fuck, fine. He slams the door in their faces. We have to go. An excerpt from A Study in the Anatomy of the Enemy by Captain Dominic Prischel. In the first 24 hours of removal from source magic, the subject, an ASIM, presented as even-tempered, but withdrawal quickly revealed the subject's true nature, requiring the subject's immediate transfer to Stage 2 of the study. Her results can be found with Group 33B under the category Death by Fire, and subsequently Group 46C under the category Death by Poison. Chapter 26. Deverelli is beautiful by sunset. Or at least it would be if I could concentrate on taking the time to really appreciate the Isle. Instead, I'm focused on exactly how close Tairn thinks he can fly to the treetops without actually crashing into one as we race along the hillside ahead of Sigale. To Andarna's disdain, Tairn ordered her to remain behind for her own safety. You're sure we're out of range of the crossbolts? I ask, hunkered down against the pommels of my saddle, my pack weighing me down, as if my slight stature could possibly affect his aerodynamics. They are made not to rotate this way, but to defend the shoreline. They woefully underestimate our intelligence. Still, the existence of the crossbolts means this Isle wants to do us harm. And it possibly already is. Are you in pain? Is Andarna? I ask as I spot 4 enormous gray pillars ahead, supporting the remnants of an aqueduct as they curve around the hillside, marking the path to their palace. What would make you ask that? His gruff tone answers for him as he crosses over an open space that looks to be in the arts district, from what I remember reading. And a chorus of shouts sounds, then vanishes as we pass by. Sorry, but if you abduct our royalty, we scare the shit out of you with our dragons. Seems pretty fair to me. Why didn't you tell me? Guilt for even suggesting to Xaden that we stay, for not realizing it, settles on my shoulders. You live in pain. Do you feel as though you need to alert me every time your knee twinges or your joints slip? Even his wing beats change, becoming more staccato. There have been several moments, even here, when your heartbeat has elevated, and you have approached unconsciousness, yet you have not made special note. I lean with him as he banks left, following the centuries-old aqueduct. That's just everyday life for me. This isn't normal for you. Andarna shows no sign of trouble. I am inconvenienced, annoyed, and cut off from my source of power, strength, and my mate's thoughts. But I am still Ternanak, son of Muit Koidim and Fia clan fuel, descended from— All right, yes, I get it. You are superior in all ways. I interrupt him before he can get through his whole pompous lineage like I don't have it memorized by now.
We level out, following the topography, and I take in as much of the layout as I can before we're too far overhead. Tarn's size is a distinct advantage in battle, but it's a pain in the ass when I'm trying to see what's below me. The palace is unlike anything I've ever witnessed. Not only is the 4-story structure carved into the hillside, but so is a 100-yard meadow ahead of it. It's truly spectacular, a feat of engineering when it was accomplished 1,000 years ago, and testament to their traditions that it's still their seat of power and hasn't faded to ruin like so many of the ancient castles of kingdoms past on the continent. Soft blue light glows in orbs down a central path of the clearing, lighting our way as the sun sinks behind the hills and we descend toward the muted green grass. The space is wide enough to support the width of 2 dragons with fully extended wings, but probably 4, if they held them retracted. "Do you know where you're going?" Tarn asks as we approach, his wings flaring to slow our descent. The majority of their formal spaces are outside, according to what I've read, as are the king's chambers, just beyond the first row of trees. So, in theory, yes. I position my body for landing as he flies over a platoon of panicked guards bearing what appear to be silver-tipped spears, then sets us down to the left of the row of incandescent blue orbs. Not that they're going to let me in. Sigale and Xaden land to the right. Shouting ensues as I unbuckle my belt and move for Tarn's shoulder. "No changes to the plan?" I ask, steeling my nerves for what's bound to be a contentious confrontation. I want my fucking power back. I want it now. "None. I will be with you all the way, Silver One." His promise reassures me as I dismount, the weight of the pack jarring my spine on impact. I shake it off, then walk toward Xaden, who's already waiting for me at the center of the path between the rows of blue orbs. His swords are strapped to his back, but his daggers are within easy reach, and he carries the same oversized pack he's hauled with us from Navarre, which he'd told me was for just in case. I guess an Isle Kingdom kidnapping your prince qualifies as just in case. I can't help but do a double take at one of the orbs as I walk by, stepping into the path. The blue glow isn't from a single light source, but dozens of large bioluminescent insects with translucent wings, all feeding from... A smile breaks across my face. They're Falerinia moths. "What?" Xaden's boots crunch on the rocky path as he walks my way. "Falerinia moths." I touch the cool glass orb. We don't have them on the continent, just their sister species. They light up when they feed from honeycomb. I read about them in Sir Zimli's Guide to Deverelli Fauna, but I had no idea they harnessed them for light. It's brilliant. Poisonous, but brilliant. "Of course you did," Xaden counters. "But we should probably concentrate on the dozen pissed-off guards headed our way." Fair point. I throw my braid over my shoulder, cursing that I hadn't had time to put it up as usual, and turn to face the approaching horde of angry white-clad Deverelli. I'm guessing we have less than 10 seconds, and those spear tips look mighty unfriendly. My hands dangle near the sheaths along my sides, but Xaden stands with his feet braced apart, his arms folded across his chest as if he isn't that concerned. But his eyes sweep across the group methodically, no doubt putting them all into threat categories. I focus on the fox-like woman on the right who keeps flaring her nose and stepping off the path like I won't notice, and her male counterpart on the left doing his best to fade into the shadows, not realizing he's in the presence of a master. "Look, more blades," Xaden says, "and here I thought you were a weaponless society." The one in the center with the blue sash steps forward and starts shouting. I can only pick out a few words, 2 of which are "stop" and "kill." "We could really use Dane right about now," I whisper. I could live the rest of my life without ever hearing you say that again,
Xaden replies. We could really use the bond, too. Do any of you happen to speak the common tongue? I ask, when the serrated silver blades of their raised spears are about 5 feet from our chests. They pause, and I shoot a warning look at the nose flarer on my right. You are forbidden to enter the palace of King Cortland IV, Blue Sash declares, jabbing his blade in our direction, but not close enough to merit a reaction. Ruler of Deverelli, master of the trade, keeper of the troths, justice of the tribunal, and heir of the antiquities. By the time he finishes, it's hard to keep my brows level. Sounds humble, Xaden says. Can't wait to meet him. You won't be. Blue Sash steps forward, blade raised. My hands flex near my sheaths as the woman on my right swings her blade back and forth between me and Tairn's slow but steady approach. His head is low, almost even with the ground, and his wings are tucked in tight for protection. If I wasn't his, I'd probably be shitting my pants. We will, Xaden counters with a bored sigh. And I'm trying really hard to be diplomatic, since that's the role I've been handed, but let me put this in terms you'll understand. Your king kidnapped our asshole of a prince, and there's a large part of me that wouldn't mind him staying here and annoying the shit out of you for the rest of his miserable life, but that would make things difficult back home for someone I have complicated loyalty toward. So I'm going to need the prick back. Auric. Blue Sash's brow puckers, but his blade doesn't lower. Now, Xaden orders. I have much more important things to see to this evening. Flare-Nose to my right swings her blade fully at Tairn and pulls back her arm, preparing to thrust with a full-on battle cry. I draw my blade the same second Tairn drops his jaw and roars, the sound shattering every glass orb within a dozen feet of us and leaving my ears ringing. Was that really necessary? My right ear won't work for a month. No, but I found it amusing. The guard drops her spear and stands there, shaking like a leaf for several seconds before she slowly turns around to face us. Her brown eyes wider than should be physically possible, her bronzed skin suddenly rather wan. I tilt my head at her. They don't like it when you do that. Trembling, she drags her gaze to mine, then collapses to sit on the ground. There's a definite quiver in Blue Sash's arms, but I give him credit for still holding his blade. You may not enter. I'm Xaden Ryerson, the Duke of Tyrandor. Xaden inclines his head. He's probably expecting me. Blue Sash blinks, then looks in my direction. And you are? Well, shit. My mouth opens. My consort, Xaden replies casually. Violet Sorengale. What the actual fuck? My jaw snaps shut so hard my teeth click. I want our bond back, and I want it back right now. He can't just announce things like that without at least a discussion. Are congratulations or commiserations in order? Tairn lifts his head. Shut up. I sheathe my dagger to keep from chucking it at the man I love. In that case, Blue Sash raises his spear fully upright, and the others follow his lead. If you'll divest of your weaponry here, we'll escort you to the table. That's not happening. I shake my head. This place took my lightning and my bond. Malik himself would have to pluck my daggers from my sheaths before I give them up. What she said, Xaden agrees. Blue Sash blusters. We do not believe in weaponry. Unless you're... you, I say slowly. Have you seen the size of their teeth? I gesture toward Tairn and Sigale. Then there's the fire. Our blades are the least of your worries. Tairn huffs a blast of steam scented with sulfur, and Blue Sash lifts his chin, ordering the others to stay where they are, then leads Xaden and me down the path.
Sigale and Tarn follow alongside us until we reach the first barricade of the clearing, 2 thick rows of palm trees marking the formal entrance to the outdoor palace.
"Your creatures remain here,"
Blue Sash demands. "We'll pass that request along," Xaden replies.
"We can see right over these,"
Tarn notes. Remember, diplomacy is plan A. I reach for Xaden's hand and move closer to him as we walk on the orb-lit path, passing what looks to be an open-air receiving room on the left with various seating arrangements, and a music room on the right with instruments waiting for their musicians.
"No walls," Xaden notes. "No ceilings? What do they do when it rains?"
"Awnings." I point to the long wooden rails that run the length of the room, ready to shelter its occupants with fabric. "And consort?" I whisper. "We aren't married." He fucking smirks.
"I've noticed, but girlfriend is missing that permanent tone."
If it makes you more comfortable, consort is used pretty loosely in Navarian aristocratic circles. Pretty sure the Duke of Kaldir has had 4 different consorts in as many years. The designation just gets you the invitation into this place, plus gives you the protection and privileges of my title. I don't need the protection and privileges. I shake my head as we pass another row of palms.
"Ouch."
He lifts his hand to his chest.
"Never thought you'd reject me."
I roll my eyes. It is not the time for this. Jokes have to wait.
"When would be?"
The next look he gives me is 100% serious. My feet nearly stumble along with my heartbeat. Just the idea of really having forever with him makes my chest ache with a longing that doesn't belong on a possible battlefield. When we're not risking death, we're always risking death. He strokes his thumb over mine. True, I admit, as we walk onto a flagstone floor, entering the palace's dining hall. The room is laid out in 2 rows of 8 circular tables, each seating 10 finely dressed Deverelli on backless chairs, all outfitted in a riot of pastel colors and lightweight tunics and gowns. The table linens are embroidered, the place settings extravagant with golden cups and crystal chalices, and jewels glitter in the soft blue light that emanates from the center of every table, and the posted orbs that run the length of the room, illuminating the rows of guards and their blades. At the end of the open-air chamber, there's a raised dais with a U-shaped table for 5. A man I can only assume is the King of Deverelli sits at its center, twirling a bejeweled dagger in his hands and staring at Halden on the right end of the table, like he hasn't decided if he's going to use that dagger on him or not. There's no sign of Captain Windshire, but Takaris looks like he'd rather be anywhere than between Cortland and Halden.
"Fuck,"
Xaden mutters. He's younger than I thought, I say about the king, by about 4 decades or so. Cortland only looks to be a few years older than Xaden and me. He's handsome, with deep golden brown skin stretched over high cheekbones, and a strong jaw, cunning brown eyes, and shoulder-length black hair. But the speed with which he locates Xaden and me and quickly appraises us leaves me a little queasy. Xaden's hand tightens around mine, and he leans down to brush his lips against my ear. "The shadows here are not mine. I know your skill with a dagger. I'm not discounting your ability to protect yourself. But for the good of my sanity, while I try to get Halden out of whatever mess he's created, will you please stay by my side?" I nod. How can I not? He's not asking me to hide behind him, nor did he leave me with Tarn to keep me safe. He's just asking me to stay close. And honestly, there's nowhere else I'd rather be. He squeezes my hand once, then lets go, freeing us both in case we need to fight, and we move forward as Blue Sash beckons, clearly exasperated with the time we're taking. King Cortland waves off the couple on the left as we approach, listening to whatever Takaris whispers in his ear, and servants scurry to replace the plates and cups as the couple departs.
They don't shake hands, I tell Xaden quietly as we walk down the aisle. They don't mince or waste words. They speak in double meanings only when it's convenient to them. They value status, wealth, knowledge, and secrets. Anything that can be traded. If you break your word once, you're never trusted again. Say what I mean. Don't lie. Act like a rich entitled dick. Got it. He nods. Rage shines in Halden's gaze as it meets mine when we reach the last set of tables, and his fist closes around his gold fork. I send him a silent, subtle plea to keep his shit together, and he places the fork on the table and clenches his jaw. "The Duke of Tirendor," Blue Sash announces loudly, gesturing to the 4 steps that lead up the dais on the left. "And his consort, Violet Sorensail." Close enough. Xaden walks up the steps first, his gaze sweeping the floor, the chairs, the table, and even the place settings before he reaches back with a hand. It's unnecessary but sweet, so I take it and walk up after him. "It's Soren Gale," he corrects Blue Sash. I take the seat on the end, and Xaden takes the one closest to Cortland's right. "What did you do?" I ask Halden across the divide. "Straight to the point," Cortland says, rolling the jeweled dagger. "I enjoy this." "What makes you think I did anything?" Halden challenges, leaning over his plate. "Previous history?" Servants step up behind the other 3 occupants and remove the dishes. "I'm sorry to say that you missed the dinner portion of this evening," Cortland announces. "But dessert will soon arrive." "What did you do, Halden?" Xaden repeats for me. "Exactly what I was sent here for." Color flushes Halden's cheeks, and he slams his palms down on the table. "I re-established diplomatic connections with Deverelli and asked for their permission to use Takaris' manor to launch a search mission with a riot of dragons. In return for the artifact he requested, and when that was not enough, I offered what was not yours to give." Cortland lunges across Takaris and plunges the dagger into Halden's hand. Holy fucking shit. My stomach churns. "Your Majesty," Takaris balks, the blood draining from his face. I drop my hand to Xaden's knee and squeeze to keep from screaming the way Halden does as he stares down in shock. Xaden tenses but wears a mask of bored indifference like a professional. "Stop wailing like a child." Cortland sits back in his chair, then takes a drink of red wine from his crystal goblet. Halden sucks in breath after breath, staring at his hand, but the screaming ceases. "Pull it out. Wrap your hand. Get it stitched by a healer, and you'll be fine in a fortnight." Cortland lectures. "The cut is between your bones in the fleshy part. No tendons. My aim is very good." He lifts his goblet at Halden. "You're lucky I respect Takaris, because what you've done is unforgivable." "The dagger was mine to give," Halden bites out, staring at the jeweled blade. It looks to be antique, with a silver handle and emeralds the size of my fingernails adorning the hilt. "No, it wasn't." Cortland shakes his head. "It's mine," Xaden says, "and it takes everything I have to keep my features schooled. Or rather, it should have been. It's the blade of Eratia, appropriated for the royal vault by Reginald during the unification." "Yes!" Cortland's goblet swings Xaden's way as 3 servants climb the steps around us, one on each side. "Fascinating how he chose this particular gift, knowing it might provoke your emotions. Normally when it comes to such heirlooms, we'd consider possession ownership. But in this case, His Highness's word was already broken. Hence why I could not make his deal. I'm fascinated to learn how much he is worth on the ransom market, or perhaps I'll entertain classic blackmail. Surely King Tauri will be amenable to quite a few things, should his son remain in residence."
You can't just keep him, Takaris argues. Why not? Weren't you telling me you wanted to keep that one? Cortland points at me. I did not break my word, Halden growls and grabs hold of the dagger's hilt as the servants put down a covered dish in the center of each side of the table. Looks like we're sharing dessert. I hope you don't mind waiting a moment, Cortland says, and the servants wait, their hands poised on rounded copper covers. My little ones have arrived. He gestures down the aisle, and I inhale a sharp breath. Tern growls, and Andarna perks up, taking notice along the bond, her golden energy intensifying as 3 pure white panthers stalk toward us. I've only ever seen their kind illustrated in books, and never in white. They're graceful and elegant and so very beautiful. And the closer they get, the more I'd like them to stay in the books. Their paws are huge. Wind rustles the trees at my back, and a chill runs the length of my spine. This entire palace is outdoors, and they have the run of it. I have no desire to be their dinner. Aren't they magnificent? Cortland asks, his tone marveling like a proud father. Shira, Shena, and Shora. I've raised them from cubs myself, all hunters, all vicious, all adept at sniffing out a thief. He turns a pointed look Halden's way. My stomach sinks and my heart begins to pound. Pull it out and bandage that hand now, I tell him. Xaden moves to push back from the table. Cortland raises his hand. Do it for him, and any chance of us striking a deal is off. He sets his goblet down. I need to know you can uphold your end of a bargain, even when it's unpleasant to do so, just as your father did. Xaden nods once, his face an unreadable mask, but his leg tenses under my hand. Guess my father wasn't the only one keeping secrets. Now, Halden! I have no problem yelling at the air. The panthers are halfway here. Halden yanks the dagger free with a hiss, then sheathes it like it's his, and quickly binds the wound with his napkin, field dressing it as best he can. Now that that's done, Cortland turns to Xaden. I assume you would like the same deal he asked for? My hand tightens on Xaden's knee. I can't agree, seeing as I have no idea what Halden requested, Xaden says. But we'd like to reopen diplomatic channels and secure permission to use Viscount Takaris's manor as a stopping point for a riot of no more than 8 dragons and an equal number of griffins for the purposes of a search party, which would entail securing hunting rights of wild game for said creatures and a promise of safety for all parties. Cortland rolls the stem of his goblet between his thumb and forefinger. To whom do you owe your loyalty, Your Grace? Your father was a rebel. From what I hear, you are cut from the same cloth. And yet, you've been restored to your title. So, to whom do you swear your fealty? I reach into the right side pocket of my pack for the conduit out of sheer habit as the panthers approach the dais, splitting to surround us. The familiar weight of the orb is comforting in my hand, and I swear I can feel a hum, a swift rise in heat that I know is only in my head. But it's soothing all the same. Navarre? Cortland continues. Or Tirendor? Lie, and this discussion is over. We've fared quite well without the continent. Xaden tilts his head, studying the king. Violet. My heart skips into double time. My loyalty is to Violet first above everything, everyone else, Xaden says. Then Tirendor, then Navarre in the moments it's worthy, usually when Violet is in residence. It's a reckless answer given what hangs in the balance, And now is absolutely not the time. But damn if it doesn't make me love him even more. Interesting. The king stops twirling his glass. I'm assuming with our deal, trade would begin again, Xaden says, which would be mutually beneficial since I'm sure you've heard we're in a war with the Venin. Should you decide to become our ally, oh, we've never involved ourselves with Venin. Cortland shakes his head. War destroys isles, blocks economies. Supplying those at war, however, that's where the money is. We remain neutral in all things and always have. It's how we've maintained trade, commerce, growth, and knowledge for the world, no matter what god you worship or magic you can access. But they've been here, right? I narrow my eyes slightly, noting that there's now a panther perched directly behind me. I lean forward to look around the servant who is still holding our dish shut. Did you defeat them? Or cure them? Cortland glares. To imply that our isle is weak, conquerable, is a line you do not want to cross. Such an assumption is disastrous to an economy that is built on safe, stable trade. People do not invest in unstable isles. He snaps his fingers. The panthers leap onto the dais with an ease that speaks to nightly routine. I will not stand for you being devoured by a house cat, Tern growls. Stay put and keep Sigale with you. I shout down the bond, and my knuckles whiten around the conduit as the panther pushes between Xaden and me, its soft coat brushing against my arm. Shora's lovely, don't you think? Cortland says to Xaden, an indulgent smile curving his mouth, then continues toward Halden without waiting for an answer. I hope you don't mind, but they're used to eating with me. Your Highness, do remember that Shira earned every bit of her special dinner today. He lifts his hands, palms up, and crooks his fingers. The servants remove the copper covers, then duck off the dais. Oh, gods, it's a giant slab of red meat that has to have been carved off the largest cow to have walked this aisle. The panther, Shira, chuffs low in her throat, flicking her tail, and I can't help but wonder if this is how the infantry cadets felt that day on the field when Bade found us. Xaden's hand covers mine and squeezes, and I look over to find him staring stone-faced across the table, then track his gaze. Captain Anna Windshire's head lies on the plate between Halden and Takaris, her short strawberry blonde curls unmistakable. My jaw slackens. Oh, Malik. Cortland has killed Halden's personal guard and is serving her to his cat. I'm gonna be sick. Bile rises in my throat and I swallow quickly, breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth, but all I smell is meat and blood. Don't watch, Xaden whispers, and I wrench my gaze away. Eat, Cortland orders, and the panthers pounce. Paws land on the table between us, and a massive maw opens, snatching the meat off the plate and dragging it, leaving a bloody trail on the white linen as she hauls her meal to the dais, then to the floor. The others follow suit. When I look across at Halden, he stares at his empty plate, completely stricken. Aren't they beautiful creatures? Cortland asks. I blink away the shock and set the conduit on the table. Death and I are old friends, and it's not like I really knew Anna, but the audacity is truly unparalleled. You murdered my guard, Halden says slowly. Your thief was found in my treasury, Cortland counters, with 6 stolen treasures on her person, and a list of 5 more she had yet to attain written in your handwriting. My stomach lurches and my gaze jumps to Halden's. You didn't. They are all items that belong to us. He pounds his chest and stands, his chair falling back against the dais.
It is not stealing to take back what is rightfully ours. A vein in his neck bulges. Guards move in toward the edge of the dais, forming a perimeter around the Panthers, and I slip my hand from beneath Zayden's and reach for the sheaths at my lower thighs beneath the tablecloth. It's about to turn to shit, I warn Tairn. Communicate that to Sigale however you can. He rumbles in acknowledgement, and palm trees sway in the distance. Rightfully yours? Cortland challenges, his voice rising in a sinister melody. What's the penalty for thievery here? Zayden whispers. From a royal house? I focus inward. Degree 22, I wince. No, 23 is death. I've studied, but I'm nowhere near a legal expert. Is Halden complicit under their laws? Their system isn't like ours. Their decrees can contradict each other, and Cortland sits on their tribunal, so... My words trip over themselves. I don't know, maybe? I might want to strangle Halden myself, but I can't let him be executed here for stealing. Those items are mine, received as goods bartered for services rendered over the last century, as you well know, Cortland shouts, and the diners fall silent at their tables, leaving only the sound of the Panthers devouring their dinners. Wait. The last century? My shoulders fall and my mind whirls, recalling Arek's words from last year when I asked what Halden was going to do about what was happening beyond our borders. I'm here, aren't I? Arek had implied that Halden wasn't going to act. But this is so much worse. Halden didn't just know. He's been playing a starring role. You took advantage of our desperation, Halden accuses, accepted priceless magical artifacts under unfair terms, and now you execute my personal guard when we seek to rectify your outright theft with a genuine agreement? Fuck you! We want no part of you, your deception, or this God's forsaken isle. Halden surges forward, shoving his section of the table over, and it topples into the void of the center. Oh, shit. Cortland's gaze turns to ice, and my ribs feel like they're twisting inward as I watch everything we've worked for fall apart in a matter of seconds. Takaris jumps backward, then quickly scrambles down the steps, and I don't blame him in the least. Halden has fucked us over. The sour taste of betrayal fills my mouth, but a bitter flood of metallic anger carries it away with the next heartbeat. Enough, Halden! Zayden stands and I slowly do the same, monitoring the guards around us, the Panthers behind us, and those in the crowd reaching beneath the linens for what could be hidden weapons. He is a thief, and he impugns my honor in front of my entire court, Cortland shouts at Zayden, but he points his finger toward Halden. He no longer speaks for us. Zayden swings the pack from his shoulder, setting it atop the table with a clang. If you will not accept the deal with Navarre, then accept it with Tyrandor. And I'll assure you the only riots on your shore will have Aratian riders and their flyer counterparts, who will abide by your laws and respect your customs. And in return, with my utmost gratitude for your trust, he unbuttons the top flap of his rucksack and pulls it back slowly, revealing an inch of an emerald-studded hilt that steals my breath. It looks too much like the dagger to be a coincidence. My heart stutters. That can't be. He can't. I won't let him. No! I grab hold of Zayden's hand, preventing him from showing the rest of it. If that's what I think it is, then absolutely not. Vi. He shakes his head, searching my eyes. And I know I'm not the only one longing for the bond that usually makes these moments easy for us. It might be the only way to forge an alliance and save the prick. You've sacrificed enough. I've got this. I slip my heavy pack from my shoulders and set it beside his. Absolutely not, Halden shouts. Zayden gives him a look that clearly says he's had enough of his shit. I alone have the authority to speak for Navarre, Halden rages, taking 2 threatening steps toward the king. You do not make deals with provinces, let alone the son of a traitor who blackmailed his way into a title. I am the only voice of our kingdom. His hands curl into fists, and the binding around his right floods crimson.
Cortland sighs, then reaches for his goblet and takes a drink.
I've heard enough, and this grows tedious. Takaris may live. Kill the rest.
An excerpt from Journal of Captain Lilith Sorengale. Sometimes diplomacy is best served at sword point. Chapter 27. Guards move in, and everything goes to complete, immediate shit. Xaden draws both his swords, then surprises the hell out of me by tossing one across the gap to Halden, who catches it with his left hand in the same breath that I palm two of my daggers. We are not dying tonight. Try not to kill anyone, Xaden says, even as the first of the guards charges up the steps between the panthers. International relations and all. Tell her that! I glance down at the panther, thankful she's still occupied. Do not overreact, I warn Tern, hoping it's not my final request. We still need this deal. I resent the implication that I am given to melodramatics, he replies, but there's a distinct plate-rattling roar to my left that causes more than a few guests to shriek as Xaden clashes blades with the guard, then kicks him clean off the stairs with a boot to the center of his chest. I whirl to the left as a guard climbs the end of the dais without stairs and pull a move from Cortland's own book. Thrusting my dagger through her hand and yanking it out. She shouts, falling backward, and when I rise, I find two more guards have managed the same maneuver behind us, filling the space between Xaden and me. Bone crunches and a body flies around the guards, but there's easily a half dozen more waiting beyond the panthers. The closest guard has at least a foot on me and 50 pounds. And if the scars on his forearms are any measure, he's no stranger to fighting. But he's no Xaden. I charge before he can take a fighting stance and let muscle memory take over. My first cut landing deep in the outside of his thigh before I duck close, avoiding the swing of his long spear. They aren't made for close combat, and I am. He misses, thrusting the spear into the table, shattering glass, and giving me the time to regretfully slice the tendons behind his knee. It's a long-lasting injury for a warrior, but at least it won't kill him. He bellows, toppling sideways and falling from the dais, but before I can get up, pain explodes at the back of my head, and I'm yanked upward by my God's-damned braid. A battering ram of an arm shoves my chest onto the bloodied plate between our packs, and my face narrowly misses a sharp shard of glass. The spear shattered my conduit. Do your dragons scream before they die, Firebringer? The guard hisses in my ear as she leans over my back. Does it take them minutes to perish after you do, or is it instant? Anger storms through my veins, heating my skin from the scalp down in a flood of smelted rage. Your ignorance is staggering. Gods bless my flexibility. I swing my left arm behind my back and stab deep into her arm. She shouts, jerking upright, and I shove the heel of my hand against the table and throw every ounce of my energy into jolting backward, slamming my head into her face. Bone crunches and her weight disappears. I turn only to meet the stunning blow of an elbow against my cheekbone. Skin splits. My ears ring. And I fall back against the table, blinking the stars out of my eyes as a hand grabs hold of my throat and squeezes. Violet! Xaden yells, and I slash my blade across the offending arm and thrust my knee in a move even Mira would be proud of. The man falls, and I cough for my first breath as the dais shudders. I lift my blade toward the giant on my right, but the pommel of a sword reaches his temple first. The man collapses and Xaden shoves him off the platform with his foot. That is enough, Tern declares. She holds her own, Andarna argues. Oh, perhaps there are now too many. Stop playing and end this. It's the only way to kill their mounts, Cortland shouts from behind us. Xaden reaches for my face with his empty hand, cupping my chin and turning my cheek toward the blue light as a dozen more guards pour in from behind Cortland. I take a precious second to make sure Halden's still alive. He's on the ground, chest moving, eyes closed. I think he might be unconscious, but I don't see any blood. Xaden, behind us, I warn as he studies the wound that has begun to throb. When he doesn't answer, my gaze jumps to his, and my breath falters. I've seen him in battle before, seen the icy rage that comes over him, even the killing calm. I've witnessed the transformation from man to weapon, watched strategy overtake compassion, just like we're trained for. But this, whatever's swirling in those onyx eyes, is a tempest I've never beheld. It's one step past fury, as though Dune herself has stepped into his eyes and now peers back at me. He's Xaden, but he's not. Xaden, I whisper. It's nothing really. I've had worse on a sparring mat. They're all fucking dead. His vow lifts the hair at the back of my neck, and the guards rush the table simultaneously with their weapons drawn, obviously having learned from the last failed assault. 2 on 12. Shit. I startle and pull back to fight, but Xaden whips his arm around my waist and yanks me against his chest. His sword hits the table, and to my complete and utter surprise, he presses a soft kiss to the top of my forehead as an axe metal hits the ground. Screams sound around us, and I jerk my head left, finding Xaden's outstretched hand mid-twist. The unmistakable sound of cracking bone follows, and every guard surrounding us drops to the floor, their heads twisted at unnatural angles. Wisps of barely there shadow dissipate, and the band around my waist falls away with a familiar caress. No. No, no! Silence falls, thicker than the cloying, humid air, and my heart cries, demanding some other answer than the one my brain already knows, because there's only one logical explanation for what just happened. But even that can't be possible because there's no magic here. Tairn bristles along the bond, and Andarna shudders. I can feel them both, closer than they should be. But there's still no bond to Xaden. You, Cortland stammers. What have you done? I drag my gaze along the wall of rustling palms to the left, over the scattered dead Deverelli guards and the panthers that happily investigate them, and across Xaden's chest, finding nothing but the same on the other side of the table. He's killed all 12 of them. It's only muscle memory that sheathes my daggers. Something falls from his hand, hitting his abandoned sword with a metallic clink. I grab the small object on impulse and close my fingers around the pebble-sized piece of alloy from my conduit. Agony cracks my soul clean open, as if I can give Xaden some of what he's just lost as I register the alloy's chill, its complete and total lack of energy before shoving it in my front pocket. They hurt you, he whispers without apology. They were going to kill you. The why of it doesn't matter. Not right now. Not when we're surrounded on an enemy isle, escorted by riders who don't know what Xaden's become, and facing down Navarian royalty who would gladly see him dead. Why is a matter for later. Violet. The plea in his whisper pulls me together faster than anything else could, and I jerk my head up. His eyes are tightly closed as he rubs the bridge of his nose. Come here, I say quietly, rising on my toes and cupping the side of his face, lifting my hands to his temples to shield him from view. Cortland's chair squeaks on the dais. Look at me. Xaden's eyes flash open. Red rims his irises and consumes the gold flecks I adore so very much. But he's still him behind these eyes. I force my body not to react, then pull his forehead to mine. I love you, and we need to get you out of here. So you have to trust me. Do not move until I tell you. He nods. Sit down. Put your head in your hands and stay there. I let him go, and he does exactly as I ask, keeping his head low as if he's ashamed of what he's done. I need help, I tell Tairn and Andarna. We're ready, Tairn replies. Thank gods they're always in my head. Andarna, when it's time, be gentle. For once, I don't even want to lecture her about not staying home when she's told, though she'd better have her harness on if this doesn't go as planned. Is your lightning gentle? Do I critique your work? She huffs. Cortland still stands behind the table, one of the panthers at his side, panic etched in every line of his face as the court mutters in muted tones of hysteria behind us. I need you to get Sigale as close as possible, I tell Tern, then offer what I hope is a contrite smile Cortland's way. Our most sincere apology. But in Navarre, riders are trained to kill when you attack us, and our restraint can only be pushed so far. As you can see, the Duke feels some remorse. But you did just try to murder 2 of our kingdom's nobles. I cringe. Not a good look for negotiations. Shall we begin round 2? I'll lead this time. We have no magic. Cortland's eyes widen, and his gaze darts over the room as if he's deciding whether or not to call for more guards. Watch your words, Tern warns. Sigale is here. It's getting cramped behind these trees. And yet, here we are. Did you know that I'm a lightning wielder? I cock my head to the side. Cortland swallows. Takaris mentioned something along those lines. What happened? Halden sits up with perfect timing, rubbing a growing lump on his head. Cortland's chest rises and falls more rapidly with every second, and I watch the panic build within him like a breaking dam ready to burst. I drop my right hand to my sheaths and wait for him to explode. Shira! He bellows, snapping faster than I expected. Violet! Halden shouts, and Zayden's back turns to stone beneath my hand, but true to his word, he doesn't move a muscle. Neither do I. No! Cortland shrieks, his eyes locking behind me in horror. His mouth falls agape, and the group of Deverelli erupts into full-blown, multi-toned cries of distress. You stay put, and she lives. I warn him as people run for their lives, emptying out the hall. Well, holy shit, Halden says with lifted eyebrows, wobbling as he stands. I look over my shoulder, and a slow, proud smile spreads across my face. And Darna stands with her front claws atop the bodies of the guards, her wings tucked in tight, her black tail flicking back and forth as she holds Shira delicately between her front 4 teeth, the snarling cat's claws safely tucked outside so she can't cause any damage. And Darna even has her lips puckered so the little cat doesn't get drenched in dragon saliva. How thoughtful. Shira! Cortland cries. You see? That's my little one. I pivot toward Cortland with a grin, wrinkling my nose. Raised her from a juvenile. Well, Tern and Sigale have, really, but you get the point. Now, Andarna doesn't eat our allies. It's a whole thing her elders are trying to teach her, but you know how adolescents are. Never really know if they feel like listening on any given day. I shrug. So, we can negotiate, and I will give you the rarest treasure found anywhere on this world. And Shira will walk away in need of a good bath. Or I can call Tern and Sigale in here, and they can all have little panther snacks before we fly back to the continent. Your choice. But either way, you should know that dragons outlive their riders. So, had you succeeded in killing us, all you would have done was really piss them off before they scorched everything in their paths and flew back to tell the rest of the Empyrean what you'd done. I'm willing to let the Duke of Tyrrendor depart in good faith that you won't try to attack us again if you're ready to begin. Cortland's face falls, and for the first time since we walked in, he actually looks his age as he glances at Zayden. Agreed. My king! Someone yells from behind me. It's fine, Berset, Cortland calls back.
My trade minister will stay for negotiations, along with finance and, he looks their way, foreign.
As it should be, I nod, then hold out my hand to Halden. Bring me both of his weapons. Halden's head draws back in offense. Now, I add, just in case he thinks I'm kidding.
Way to fuck up the negotiations, Ryerson.
He glares and tosses them over. The steel lands on the table with a clatter, and I make quick work of sheathing Zayden's swords at his back and packaging the dagger in his bag with the sword of Tyrandor. All ready. I tap Zayden's back and he stands, turning away from Cortland and Halden before swinging his pack over his shoulder. He keeps his head low, but opens his eyes to look at me.
I'm not sorry, but I am.
I love you. I cup the sides of his face and choose my words carefully. Sigale is just behind the trees. Take the heirlooms back to Eratia and handle whatever business you might have there for the province. My throat tightens as I hold his gaze, beating back the physical instinct to fight or flee at the glimpse of red. I rise up quickly and press a hard, quick kiss to his mouth. I'll see you at Basgaeth in a week.
A week,
he promises, and then he goes, hanging his head as he descends the dais, then lifting it when he passes Andarna and striding through the trees like the arrogant ass he is. I pivot back to Cortland, noting that his 3 ministers are picking their way toward us. The king's gaze narrows on me in a glare that's equal parts hatred and appreciation.
Are you nervous now that your reckless one has departed?
I clear my throat, and the ground shakes as Terran steps over the trees, lowering his head so that the table linen moves with his breath. No, not particularly. Dragons are known to have short tempers, and Andarna's jaw is probably getting a little tired, so we should speed this along, don't you think? Cortland nods. Same terms as the Duke stated while I sat beside him earlier this evening. And I will add that Zayden Ryerson is to be pardoned of any crime you would accuse him of regarding tonight's activities, considering he was provoked and attacked by your guards. And he is to be allowed to return to Deverelli as a member of our riot at any time. I flash a smile. Cortland blusters, and his ministers call out protests as they make their way toward the dais. Or we can go home, and I can ask King Tari how he feels about tonight's actions and go from there. I shrug.
Accepted,
Cortland bites out. Excellent. Now, I expect you will accept the citrine as payment for the alliance, but agree you should be compensated for the prince's crimes. I unclasp the top of my pack and remove the hard metallic shards of shell I've carried all the way from the continent. The smallest pieces cover my palm, and the largest section would easily fit a medium-sized dog. I set the base on the table and its pieces inside, marveling at how the shades of color graduate from the darkest onyx on bottom to the brightest silvers on top, each ring of hardened scales nestled within the next, yet never separate, creating a smooth outer layer with no ridges that only cracks when the hatchling is ready.
A dragon eggshell,
Cortland drags out the words less than impressed.
As amazing as your beasts are, once you've seen one shell, you've seen them all.
Not this one. A corner of my mouth lifts, and I run my finger along the inner edge, picturing her biding her time for hundreds of years, listening, waiting. A charge of energy runs up my arm, and I lift my brows at the sensation. This is the only shell of its kind. It belongs to the one and only Irid we have on the continent, the 7th breed of dragon. It is Andarna's kind we're searching for.
You expect me to believe?
Cortland starts, then stands completely awestruck, staring at Andarna. I glance back and see she's chosen to blend with the vegetation, so it appears Shira is hanging in midair, suspended by an unknown pointed vice. Yes,
And this is her shell. Cortland leans closer.
It is. She gave me permission to gift it to you. I push the heavy structure toward him. I'm starting to drool, she warns me. Just a little longer. You're doing great. Cortland nods, inspecting the shell.
Yes. Yes.
His head pops up.
One condition.
He, his finger swings toward Halden,
never steps foot on my isle again, or his life is forfeit.
Done.
Violet!
Halden argues. Done, I repeat to Cortland.
Then the deal is struck.
Cortland bows his head. The deal is struck. I bow mine, and Andarna spits Shira out. The panther bolts past us, taking her sisters with her.
You will begin at Unreal, will you not? It is the closest main isle after all.
Cortland waits for me to nod, then eyes Andarna's shell before stepping around the table toward me.
If you are amenable, there is another trade I might be able to broker for you.
I'm listening. An excerpt from Unreal, Isle of Doon by 2nd Lieutenant Asher Daxton.
There are times I look at Parapet, at the very act of threshing, and marvel that dragons have not been to Unreal. What we call treacherous is their idea of primary school.
Chapter 28. You can't be serious, Ree whispers next to me 3 days later in battle brief, as Professor De Vera questions first years about the fall of Valia, a mid-sized city 200 miles west of the Bay of Malek. Not only are the Venin moving in Krovla again, but in the 8 days we were gone, Signison's flyer cadets arrived. Battle brief is now beyond standing room only capacity. Even the steps serve as seating.
She's absolutely serious,
Riddick responds from Ree's other side, cracking a giant yawn that I immediately catch and repeat, fighting and failing to stifle it with my hand.
God damn, am I tired. Every muscle aches. My stomach can't decide if it wants to eat everything or expel it all. And I'm starting to see double when I try to focus on the map. We flew in this morning from Athbeen, and were rewarded for pushing our limits by being sent straight into battle brief on General Atos's order. At least I managed to secure my father's books in my room and heard from Imogen that she'd kept my prisoner alive first. He wanted you to trade your and Zayden's services for weaponry? Sawyer asks, leaning forward from Riddick's right and adjusting the top of his prosthesis. I thought Deverelli was neutral. They don't even have an army. Zayden. My hand clenches around my pen as I scribble the nearly mid-February date on my notes. How many more times can he slip before the rings around his irises become permanent and the veins at his temples turn red? For a second in that bedroom, I thought I'd found a temporary answer to stay his progression. But even on an isle without magic, he hadn't been safe. Or perhaps the isle hadn't been safe from him. Taryn interjects. I ignore the jab.
Could you keep it down? A brown-haired flyer with a Signison shoulder patch and third-year rank turns around and glares at Sawyer. And though I hate his scowl, I have to admit, the glasses really work for him.
Turn it back around, Riddick starts, then pauses to appreciate the flyer. Well, hello, Signison. Have you been properly welcomed to Basgaeth yet? He cranks up a smile I've seen enough times to know he'll be coming out of someone else's bedroom tomorrow morning. The flyer scoffs. I don't do second years. Good thing I fuck like a third, Riddick grins. Plus, I'm on Quest Squad, which gives me an additional boost of desirability. That earns him a second glance and a flash of interest before the flyer turns around in his seat. We're do you get the confidence, Gamlin? Marin asks from my left. Riddick snorts. Survive the gauntlet? After that, you're well aware one rejection isn't going to kill you. He leans toward the flyer. By the way, third years usually sit up top, but if you want to be close to me, that's all right too. The flyer tilts his head and drums his pen on the desk. I smother a laugh, and Sawyer shakes his head. Tell Sawyer about the Deverelli army, Riddick reminds me, settling back in his seat as a first-year fumbles an easy question about high-ground strategy. Oh, right. I yawn again and open the archive's door to a crackle of power in hopes it will keep me from falling asleep. Have to admit, it's nice to be me again. They have one. They just call them guards. So yes, they have weaponry to trade. They just don't advertise it. Wanting you as a weapon is weird. They don't have magic, Kat says from Marin's left. You're scary with lightning, Sorengale, but without it? We all look her way, but she just shrugs. What? You were all thinking it, I just said it. Is there something more important than enemy troop movements going on up there, Iron Squad second years? Devera asks, and the lecture hall quiets. Heat creeps up my neck, and I sink in my seat. I mean, Riddick scratches the side of his head. Sorengale's kind of responsible for saving the entire continent right now, so maybe... Rhee's hand slams over his mouth. Absolutely not. You have our apology, Major. Devera arches a sardonic brow and leans back against the desk. And how was your trip to Deverelli, Cadet? Have you saved us all? Leather jackets creak in every direction as heads turn my way. I clear my throat. I believe the Prince is debriefing leadership, but we've brokered a deal that will allow us diplomatic access to the Isles as a launching ground for further searches. And I personally secured Cortland's silence on what Xaden did by promising my own like a sacrifice, adding a gentle reminder that I wouldn't want our new ally to appear weak. Is that all we should discuss? She asks, her expression uncomfortably close to my mother's, and I nod. Of all the shops in the merchant aisle, she made us visit the bookstore, Kat adds with an exasperated sigh, tapping her pen on her notebook, and I breathe a little easier with the transfer of attention. That sounds like our Violet, Devera flashes a smile. Since you're so talkative today, Sorengale, why don't you tell us what about the offensive in Valia is so concerning? She gestures behind her at the map. Shit. I really should have been paying attention. I scan the map for the length of 2 heartbeats, noting that some flags that had once been red are now gray. And the red has retreated from the north of Breivik, and on the whole is moving nauseatingly southwest. It shows southward movement, I answer. Once we raised the wards in Eurasia, the Venin changed course, leaving conquered territory like Pavis to concentrate on Poromil's border with Navarre, in what we now know was an offensive meant to strike the Basgayath hatching grounds. Moving southwest shows a change in strategy. They're less than a day's flight from Corden by Wyvern. But there's a lot of undrained ground to cover if feeding is their only goal. But if that were the case, the map wouldn't look quite so premeditated. Your best guess on that strategy? My stomach turns. They somehow know about the Eurasian wards, and they're moving into position for the inevitability of them falling. A murmur ripples through the room. Devera nods. That's what I think, too. My blood runs cold. But how? The next week passes in a blur. I've never had to work harder or worried about Xaden quite so much. He should be back by now. The Cenarium expects us to leave in a week for Umbriel, and I'm getting nervous. 8 days should be enough for the circles around his eyes to fade. Right?
Unless he's progressed to ASUM. I shove that thought as far away as possible. When I'm not learning in class, pushing burnout in the range, freezing my ass off in flight maneuvers, practicing with the mini crossbow Marin gifted me, working every muscle to its breaking point with Imogen, or listening to Andarna go into exhaustive detail on why Tairn is the worst, period, mentor, period, ever, period. I'm reading my dad's books with whichever members of my squad can spare their time. It takes Dane and me 2 evenings to decode the clues Dad left to open the passcode-locked books. And once we do, I can't even tell my sister, since she's taken personal leave for the first time in her entire career. And whenever I'm not doing any of that, I'm in a fighting pit with my squad, either for our own instruction or joining the rest of the quadrant in what's quickly become our favorite activity, watching the shit get kicked out of one another in hopes of learning something. This afternoon, every second and third year in our squad is seated on the bottom left rows of the amphitheater with a book from Jacinia in their lap, while 2 other squads from second and fourth wing practice in front of us under the guidance of Professor Carr, who's rotated in to teach today. Garrick and Bodhi look on from just beneath us, leaning against the wall, both shaking their heads every now and then when they, too, look up from their books. A second year goes flying in a blast of fire, and every single one of us looks up as the guy lands on his ass, flames still rising from his hair. "You're up," Bodhi jabs Garrick, and he takes off at a sprint onto the mat. A flick of his wrist and the flames snuff out, deprived of oxygen. "Letting them get a little close, don't you think?" Garrick asks Professor Carr. "Oh, this is gonna get good." Riddick sets the continent's most redacted volume on Umbriel's warlike customs in his lap, and Sawyer follows suit beside him. Sawyer hasn't joined us in flight maneuvers, but I'm glad he's feeling up to sitting in on classes. It bodes well for his return, if and when he's ready, or even just ready to talk about it. "Ballsy," Rhea agrees from my other side, using her thumb to mark her place in a book about weather patterns throughout the Isles. Professor Carr narrows his eyes on Garrick and folds his arms. "A scar would remind him to wield a little faster next time. It's not like he's dead." "Flame never should have touched him," Garrick argues. "Clearly you haven't taught enough to know the best methodology," Carr snipes. "Having powerful friends doesn't make you a good instructor." Garrick's jaw ticks as he steps off the mat with the smoking second year, and the guy goes back to his squad. "He's an asshole," Bodhi notes, then leans back against the wall and returns to reading his assigned collection of early fables from Breivik. He's looking for tales of dark wielders cured by love, or good deeds, or dancing naked under a full moon after drinking the venom of a rare snake only found on the farthest isle during a lunar eclipse. Or something. Anything. I adjust the blank leather cover disguising Dad's book and reread the passage on trial by combat for different levels of entrance to Umbriel's court. Then, roll my left shoulder with a wince. Pushing into my stiff trapezius muscle doesn't help soothe the protesting joint either. "You were too hard on her last night," Garrick grumbles at Imogen, grabbing his book from Bodhi. For all that we're reading, I can't begin to contemplate what's on Jacinia's desk. "Fuck off," Imogen mutters behind me, flipping a page aggressively. "I'm fine." I spare a glance at both of them, then continue down the page. My father's observations on the combative Isle are sharp, almost clinical, but lack his usual insight. There's a marked difference between this book, written when he was 23 and straight out of the scribe quadrant, and the manuscript he left for me in his office. But when did he visit the Isles? Or have the time to transcribe the rudimentary dictionaries that have quickly become the bane of Dane's existence? "She's rotated every single one of her joints at least 3 times in the last hour." Garrick's tone sharpens. "I'd say that means you need to lighten up." "Nope." Imogen flips another page. "You're not taking your frustrations with Carr out on me. If Violet thinks we're doing too much, She'll tell me. I glance over my shoulder to see her twirling her forefinger, suggesting Garrick turn back around, while Quinn leans over her shoulder reading a volume Queen Mariah sent on venin and their medicinal uses. Given how difficult it was to get our hands on these books, it's wild to think that Garrick could probably walk straight from here to wherever her library is. I blink, then lean forward, bracing my elbows on the wall right above Bodhi's head. "Hey, Bodhi," I whisper so only the two of us can hear. "Hey, Violet," he answers, looking up. "What's your second signet?" I lower my voice even more. He lifts his brows, then glances in Garrick's direction. "Don't have one." As in, you don't have one that I get to know about but will eventually see you wield, or don't have one have one? A corner of his mouth lifts into a wry smile that reminds me of his cousin's. "Don't have one. Just like Xaden. Why?" "Curious," I admit, and selfishly hoping you'd be able to do something cool like keep Halden from speaking. Gods only know what he'll do at the other Isles after his performance on Deverelli. "If I could, would that mean I get to go on the next expedition?" His eyes light up. "Heads up," Garrick says, and we both look forward as a first year with a rebellion relic steps into the pit with Timon Kagaso, the newly promoted wing leader for Second Wing. "Let's try to keep anyone else from burning." Go figure, another fire wielder was Second Wing's executive officer when Aura died. "On it." Bodhi sets his book on the wall and takes a step closer to the mat near the end of the squad. "Still can't believe they made Sterling the senior wing leader," Sawyer mutters, glancing up the rows to where Panchek watches with other members of leadership. "Better than Iris Drew," Kat notes as she works out a knot in Traeger's shoulders. "Pretty sure she'd murder every flyer in their bed if she could." "True," Sawyer agrees, his attention shifting up the steps. "I thought you all had physics right now." Rhea and I both follow his line of sight as Lynx, Baylor, Evelyn, Sloane, Arik, and Kai descend the steps on our right. The first years are here. "Got out 10 minutes ago," Sloane replies, her gaze darting over us, or rather, our books. "We came to help." "Excellent," Rhea jabs her thumb over her shoulders. "Empty rows behind the third years. Take a seat and watch." "That's not what I mean." Sloane crosses her arms and lifts her chin in a way that reminds me of her older brother. "You're in charge of your mission now, right?" "Yes." My stomach sinks. "We want to help." She gestures to the books. Riddick shakes his head. "First year is hard enough without adding all this into it." I'm with him. "You're one dragon short of even pairs," Evelyn says, completely ignoring Riddick. "You know, in case you need to split up for some reason." Rhea cocks her head to the side. "Odd numbers don't bother me," I start. "What Sorengale is too nice to say is first years aren't going," Imogen says. "Or helping," Garrick adds over his shoulder. "Didn't ask you," Baylor challenges, glaring in Garrick's direction. "Last time I checked, we're the actual Iron Squad and you're a substitute teacher." "That's not a fight I'd pick." I lift my brows at Baylor. "Unless you'd like your ass kicked," Garrick offers with a flash of a smile. "Sit or move," Dane orders, walking down the stairs. The circles under his eyes have my brows knitting. Between decoding my dad's clues, studying for his own classes, and his duties as wing leader, he's taking on too much, and I'm a major reason for it. "We're trying to help," Sloane argues, her cheeks flushing a second before her narrowed gaze drops away from Dane. "You can help by staying alive," Dane counters, sliding in to sit on the edge next to Rhea and taking out Dad's separately bound dictionary for Umbriel from his pack. "Carr tells me you're refusing to train your signet." "You what?" I shut my book. You really going to mourn the loss of another Mari? Sloane fires back at Dane.
His death will always be on my head. Yours will not. Dane's tone sharpens. I don't coddle first years anymore, so train your signet.
Asshole, she whispers, and the flush in her cheeks deepens. I lift my brows at the look she shoots him, mostly because I can't tell if she wants to stab him in his seat or... Fuck, Garrick mutters, and all our heads turn toward the pit as fire erupts from wing leader Kagaso, streaming toward the first year. Bodhi takes 3 quick steps onto the mat, then turns his hand, and the fire dies. An argument immediately ensues with Carr, but I ignore it and pivot my focus to Sloane. Why won't you train? I ask her. Would you train if all you did was destroy things? She drags her gaze from the pit. Kill people? Power hums along my bones, hot and insistent. I don't know, I say quietly. Would I? She glances at Ree. Don't look at me. I agree with her. Ree shakes her head and flips to the map section of her book. Sloane's shoulders fall. I just want to help in a way that doesn't suck the magic out of something. And I highly doubt you lot would have been content to sit aside last year while your second years went off and saved the continent. My words fail, and Arik lifts a single brow behind her, taking note of my speechlessness. Solid point, Sawyer says slowly as another first year enters the pit against Kagaso. Liam, I start, made his choice, Sloane reminds me. We're making ours. She folds her arms. And he would want me to make sure you're as prepared as you can be, even if that means none of us go with you. Ree and I exchange a look, and she nods. Fine. I pivot in my seat and grab the heavy pack at Imogen's feet, then rifle through for the most innocuous-looking texts. Here you go. I hand the stack to Sloane. Read these and write up a 1-page report on each. Oh, for fuck, Kai groans from 2 steps back. No whining. You said you wanted to help, Ree interrupts as Bodhi returns to the wall. And get them back to me as soon as you can, I finish. Thank you. Sloane gives them to the others, then glances at me, Ree, and Dane before following the rest of her squad up the steps. Arik waits, holding a tome on mythology. Scribes haven't released your mission report yet. How badly did it go? Riddick scoffs. Your arrogant brother. Give us a second. I cut him off quickly, then set my book on my seat and scoot past Ree and Dane to get to the steps. Halden was Halden, I tell Arik, lowering my voice. He did Halden things and caused Halden-style ramifications, none of which are your fault. A muscle flexes in Arik's jaw, and his grip tightens on the book. He get anyone killed? I nod. His guard, Captain Windshire. He looks toward the pit. Did he jeopardize your mission? No, Halden got himself banned from Deverelli, but I was able to accomplish what I needed to. It just cost Xaden. Gods, I don't even know how much it cost him this time. Arik nods, then looks back at me with eyes that are identical to his brother's, and a gaze that couldn't be any more different. Are you in over your head, Violet? He asks quietly. No, I swallow. He narrows his eyes, then nods before following his year mates up the steps. I turn to find the second and third years engaged in a heated debate, all gathered so tightly around Ree that I can barely see her in the center. I think you fly from Deverelli to Umbriel, then Traeger starts. Back to Deverelli, then Athbeen, then here? Kat interrupts. You have no idea how fucking long that flight is. Then you double that journey for Hidotis, then Zelna, Loisum, and the Minor Isles? No. She shakes her head. No. Even using Deverelli as a base, it's a waste of flight time. I lean over Dane's shoulder. I fucking hate when you're right, Dane mutters. Reed drags her finger across the map. You have predominantly westerly winds until you hit this latitude. She points to the northern coast of Deverelli, at which point they shift, so every time you're coming back to report, you're facing a headwind. Dragons can take it, Marin notes quietly. Griffins can't, Bodhi finishes, looking over the wall alongside Garrick. So, basically, we're fucked, Riddick notes. It will take us way longer than 5 months to search all the isles. Numbers fly through my head. The major isles aren't the issue. It's the dozen minor isles that border the Surlian Sea that pose the conundrum. This last trip took 8 days, and that was just to Deverelli. Interesting, Reed. I spin toward that voice. My heart jolts at the sight of Xaden on the lowest step, then settles as I take my first deep breath since he walked away more than a week ago. Hi, I whisper, taking in every single detail of his face before locking my gaze with his. The whites of his eyes are clear, but something about the color. Hi, he replies, looking me over the same way I just did to him. You look good. I reach for the bond and nearly melt with relief when I feel his shields give way for me. Glittering onyx wraps around my mind in a familiar wave, and I drop my barriers. You feel good, too. I slept, he answers. And I feel oddly well. He clears his throat. Funny thing about that bedroom. An Eratia? I brace my hand on the rough edge of the wall to keep from tugging on the edges of his flight jacket and yanking him against me. His gaze drops to my mouth and heats. I used to love it, and now I can't fucking stand it when you're not there. I missed this. I lean into the bond like I can somehow burrow into it if I try hard enough, bury myself in us. In terms of intimacy, this is even better than sex. Xaden finishes, and I find myself nodding instead of lecturing him about reading my intentions, but that wasn't. My eyes widen. Has he been honing his signet like Riddick? News from home? Bodhi asks behind us, and I startle. Not unless you want to hear about how Ryerson House needs roof repairs or how the oldest Sorengale sent the largest med bag I've ever seen for the next expedition. Xaden looks past his cousin to Garrick. I just need Professor Tavis. I step forward, but he retreats out of my reach, shaking his head. We're at Basgaeth. Right. Back to the rules. Later, I move out of the way so Garrick can slide by on the steps, and the sun catches on the amber flecks in Xaden's eyes as he nods before walking away. Amber. It's only sheer force of will that keeps me from chasing him down. Instead, I turn back toward the argument that's continued around Ree. Then skip Deverelli and just fly straight there, Bodhi points to the Isle of Unbriel. The Griffins won't make it, Kat shouts. My focus darts island to island. 10 days here, 20 days there, a month round trip once we're toward the outer reaches of Loisa and the Minor Isles. A sour feeling takes hold of my stomach and it begins to slowly churn. The problem is reporting back to the Cenarium between trips. Xaden doesn't have enough time, and neither do the Eurasian wards. The Empyrean will side with whatever choice you make, Andarna promises. But Taryn is quiet, no doubt occupied with finally being able to talk with Sigale after their period of forced silence. We have to go, and we have to go now. So we fuck the rules. I raise my voice and everyone quiets. Kat throws a practice disc onto the map, and I recognize the sound shield rune she's tempered into it. I glance her way thankfully, then look to the others. We supply and we go. We leave for Unbriel as planned, but then we disobey direct orders. We don't fly back between isles. We don't report or return until we find her kind. Ree's brows rise to impossible heights. That could take a month. Or longer, depending on weather, Marin guesses. They'll court-martial you, Sawyer reminds us. It's probably the right plan, but you go against direct orders. He cocks his head to the side. Then again, it's hard to court-martial the squad that comes back with the 7th breed. Excellent point, Riddick nods. Do we still have to take Prince Pompous? Yes. Dane leans forward and braces his forearms on his knees. Some of the Isles won't talk to us without him. Hedotus immediately comes to mind. This is... Bodhi's eyes narrow on me. Come down here. Magic ripples as I cross the sound shield and step down onto the outer cobblestone rings of the pit. What's going on, Sorengale? Because I'm all for fucking rules, ignoring orders, and bucking protocol, but this rush... His eyes... I clench my fists and lower my voice to softer than a whisper. From the alloy in Devarelli. The flecks in Zayden's eyes didn't go back to gold. They're still amber. We have to find a cure before people start noticing or he worsens. Bodhi's features slacken. Shit, he says quietly. Hope fades from his expression, but I refuse to let it steal mine. Well, I have what you asked for. He reaches into his pocket and hands over 2 vials that have been marked S and A. I can get more if you want it. Serum and antidote. Thanks. I quickly pocket them before anyone can see. I'm not planning on using them on... I'm just glad you recognize you might have to, he interrupts. We'll find a cure, I promise with far more certainty than I feel. Bodhi's mouth tightens. I'd kill to go. But you need to take Garrick with you. Neither of us say what he means. Take Garrick, in case you don't. Someone shouts on the mat and both our heads jerk in that direction. Kagaso shoots another blast of fire, sending a shrieking second ear scrambling backward. But Carr doesn't intervene as the flames creep closer and closer to the terrified brunette. Help her, I whisper. I've been ordered to stand down. Bodhi tenses as her screams intensify, and she drops to her hands and knees. The next blast of flames comes within inches of her. Wield! Carr shouts. Defend yourself! The second ear out of Claw's section splays her hand wide on the mat and screams. Color drains in a circle around her hand, leaving the mat gray. Oh, shit. My stomach clenches and I stare stunned. She's turning right in front of us. Or has she been one of them all along? Zayden would have sensed her, right? He was just here. Or would she have sensed him? I palm my dagger. Gasps and shrieks sound in the stands behind us. Carr! Panchek orders. The professor moves faster than I've ever seen him, brandishing an alloy-hilted dagger and driving it straight through the cadet's back into her heart. Just like that, she's dead. Executed. No questions, no chance to cure her. Nothing. Bodhi shudders. Take Garrick. An excerpt from Unbriel, Isle of Doon by 2nd Lieutenant Asher Daxton. In a culture that worships the goddess of war exclusively, blood is the preferred sacrifice, and cowardice is the ultimate sin. Chapter 29. It takes 10 days to put plans in motion and get everything together, and the time wears on me like the steady drip of water in the interrogation chamber, grating on my very last nerve. I sit through every class as instructed and practice wielding until my arms drop from exhaustion. But I can't quit watching Zayden's eyes in case their flecks change back to gold whenever I see him during signet sparring. They never do. By the time most of us have gathered on the flight field in the foggy pre-dawn hours of the first Saturday of March, my anxiety to get moving feels like insects under my skin. I hate that we've lied to Halden, that this is only the Unbriel trip. But there's a growing part of me that just doesn't care. He's a fucking liability. After a surprisingly easy discussion with Kat, our squad has grown to include Traeger and Marin. Partially because of Traeger's healing training, but more so, we can split if we need to. Given the look on Mira's face as those in our squad approach the lines of waiting griffins and dragons, she's not too pleased about the development. Guess I forgot to mention that part in my missive. "Where have you been?" I ask, breaking away from the group in hopes of getting any form of privacy. They quickly disappear into the thick fog. "On leave," she answers, "while you've been back here making plans to disobey direct orders from the Cenarium, which of course is your prerogative as mission commander." She glances at the oversized pack currently murdering my spine. Then the one sitting at her feet. The missives were clever. Subtle even. The packs? Not so much. The fact that you were on leave was all Panchek would tell me when I asked how to get a letter to you. You disappeared. My eyes narrow and I exhale a puff of steam into the freezing air. And we can't help the size of our packs when we have to carry... "Are you worried about not getting enough supplies in Deverelli?" Halden asks from behind me. Mira quirks an eyebrow upward, managing to say, "I told you so," without moving her mouth. "More worried you're going to fuck something up again," Zayden remarks. And I pivot to see him walking toward us with Garrick out of the mist. Halden's spine stiffens. "You don't get to talk to me like that, Ryerson." "Oh, good. I was wondering when you two would start arguing." Mira folds her arms in front of her chest. "Or you'll what? Get yourself banned from another isle? Sit off the coast on Takaris' ship? You're already dead weight, Your Highness. Are you really going to be a detriment, too?" Zayden stops at my side but keeps his hands to himself, just like he's done since he returned. "Everyone here?" Dane is on his way. "I'm not going to apologize for conducting Navarian business while in Deverelli," Halden starts. "How about apologizing for keeping mission-essential information from those of us responsible for the fucking mission?" Zayden counters, stepping into Halden's space, shadows swelling around his feet. "If it wasn't for us, you'd be dead." Shit. I glance over at Garrick, who looks back at me like I'm the one supposed to do something. "Let him kill the prince," Andarna suggests, and I hear her halter jingle about 20 feet behind me. "He does not represent us well." "He will not be a problem," Taryn assures us. If only I felt half as certain. "Well, we're off to a great start," Drake notes, sauntering by on his way to the line of griffins, where the other flyers wait in the heavy fog. I can barely see their shapes from here. "Get out of my face," Halden orders. "Must kill you that you can't make me." A corner of Zayden's mouth rises. "Why don't you scurry into your little basket?" "Fuck off." Halden's cheeks redden, but he retreats a single step. "I honestly don't care if you kill him," I say to Zayden down the bond. "But you will. Wasn't that your line when I nearly took off Kat's head in Aracia?" "He's going to get you killed," Zayden retorts. "This isn't going to work." "I'm not dying on Halden's account." Riddick walks out of the fog from my left, takes one look at Halden and Zayden, and makes a beeline for my side. "Kinda feels like threshing, doesn't it? Exciting, terrifying. We know we have to go, but there's every chance we're about to have our asses handed to us." "I did not enjoy flying straight through to Athbeen," Halden announces into the fog. "We'll only fly halfway today." Fog swirls with the beat of another pair of wings, and the ground shudders as a dragon lands to the left, just behind Riddick. Halden gawks and stumbles backward. The fog obscures all but the outline of claws until the dragon lowers his blue snout to ground level and chuffs a deep breath in Halden's direction. "What the fuck is Molvik?" My stomach lurches. "I told you the firstborn would not be an issue," Taryn reminds me. "Molvik?" Riddick leans forward slightly. like there's any mistaking the scar that runs across the blue clubtail's snout. No! I roll my shoulders, drop my pack, and run past Xaden and Halden straight into the fog. Don't do this! I make it less than 30 feet before I find him walking toward us at Dane's side. I'm not going to sit aside and watch while Halden gets you all killed, Arik says, tugging the strap of his rucksack to tighten it. For Dune's sake, he doesn't even have a battle-ready flight jacket. This isn't what you want, I remind him. Don't let your brother's actions force your hand. I swing a pointing finger at Dane. And don't you let him do it. Dane puts both hands up, palms outward at his chest. How in all that's holy am I to blame for this? I fumble for an answer. He's a first year and you're the wing leader. Dane rubs the bridge of his nose and pushes his fingers outward, over the heavy dark circles under his eyes. Vi, I think he outranks me in this department. You sure you want to do this? Xaden asks, so close I can suddenly feel the warmth of him at my back. Want? No. Arik shakes his head. But I need to. And as much as I don't mind Halden making your life fucking miserable, I do mind him condemning the continent to death by Darkwielder because he can't take a deep breath and count to 3 when he gets mad. Sounds great to me. Xaden's hand brushes the small of my back. You good with this? He glances my way. I study the set of Arik's chin and the determination in his green eyes, then nod in defeat. We're all allowed to make our own choices, and if this is yours, I'll support it. Arik nods, and Xaden and I fall into step with him and Dane, heading for our dragons and Halden. Looks like we won't be needing that basket after all, Xaden says as we make it back to where Mira waits with Riddick, Garrick, and Halden. We've found ourselves another prince. Halden's jaw hits the ground as his widened gaze locks on his little brother. Don't look so surprised, Arik says in greeting. Don't look. Halden shakes his head slowly. You've let us run all over this kingdom searching brothels and gaming houses for you, and all the while, you've been here? The fact that you went searching your favorite haunts for me is just the start of where you went wrong, Arik replies. You're a rider? Halden shouts, as the dragon would imply. Riddick points to Molvik. He could have let you think he was dead, Mira mutters. He's going to be when our father hears, Halden starts. Fuck off and tell him, Arik shrugs. Or don't. I really don't care. I crossed the parapet because I was sick of sitting by knowing you and Dad weren't going to do shit about the Darkwielders. And I'm not going to sit by now and watch you run our only hope into the ground. I'll be going as the royal representative. Halden stiffens. Absolutely not, Cam. He goes by Arik, and he absolutely will, I counter, earning myself a menacing glare from my ex that doesn't even faze me. You're banned from Deverelli and have the temper of a 2-year-old on a good day, Halden. Arik is a rider. He'll keep up with us in the air and on the ground, and having been in his squad for the last 8 months, I can promise you that he knows how to keep his shit together when things go badly. Halden's glare shifts to Arik. It was you who breached the royal vault. Yes, Arik nods. Father blamed me. Halden takes a step forward and a tiny twinge of guilt nips the back of my neck, since our past is most likely the reason he took the heat. Did you stay in Basgaeth, or fly with the rebels? You already know the answer, Arik replies. Halden turns as red as Sleeg. Go back to the quadrant. I'll be the only royal. Good luck in getting a griffin to carry your basket again, Arik says, then walks toward Molvik without another word. Well, as awkward as this has been, Riddick lifts his brows. I'm sure you know your way off the flight field, Xaden says to Halden, but the prince's gaze is locked on the claws of the blue dragon. Violet? Halden lowers his voice and slowly looks my way. The plea in his eyes hits me straight in the chest. I won't let anything happen to him. I promise. Halden nods once. I'll hold you to it. He looks at each of us in turn, and the promise morphs into a threat. All of you. We spend a day at Athbean and another at Cordon, resting the griffins between legs of the journey. They're far less winded without the baskets to carry, but without magic to bolster their strength, we need to take 2 days to rest in Deverelli before continuing onward. That second day convinces Mira of what she'd already guessed on our first trip. Some runes work off the continent. Now to narrow down which ones and figure out why. We're each supplied with a handful of multicolored quartz discs to test. I'm grateful not to be sunburned, though I can't tell if it's the amethyst disc or the same rune on one of the daggers Zayden gave me last year. But annoyed to all shit that runes are the only thing Mira is willing to talk to me about. The southwestern Deverelli coastline falls away in the early hours of the 8th day of the trip, and the color shifts from aqua to midnight blue as we head over the open sea. And that's all I see on the horizon. Water. If it weren't for ships beneath us making their own journeys, I'd be more than a little apprehensive about flying into nothingness. Save your nerves for when we reach Umbriel in 9 hours, Tern tells me. And save yours for when the winds shift, he instructs Andarna, who's clipped in below. Gods, I hope the maps my father included are accurate. Dragons aren't exactly boats. They can't just float if they get tired, and 9 hours from now will put our total flight time at 12. Griffins aren't fond of anything over 8. The air current shifts sometime around noon, giving us a tailwind as the clouds clear, and Andarna relishes in her freedom unclipped from Tern, off to his side. Her wing beats are strong, but the difference in her left wing is far more visible without magic for strength. Each beat strains the tendons to gain full extension, and it isn't long before she's dipping slightly. Worry wraps her prickly fingers around my throat when Andarna pitches in a gust, but I keep my mouth shut as she climbs back into formation. Do not lose altitude, Tern warns her. There is no telling what weaponry arms the merchant vessels beneath us. Do you ever tire of your own voice? She questions, soaring a little closer to Sigale. Never, he assures her. With nothing to do for the next 8 hours but hold on, I listen as Tern recites the lore of his breed from the first of his line up to Thoreau, the first black dragon to ever successfully bond, back during the Great War, then stops. Apparently, the story is no longer worth telling once humans are involved. The sun has slid into the angles of afternoon by the time Tern catches sight of land. 30 minutes, he announces to Andarna and me, then lets loose a roar that vibrates my teeth to alert the others. I pivot in the saddle to check our formation. Everyone is where they should be, with the exception of Kirillere, who is drifting back from her guarded position in the center, toward Atrum's snout. Just in time, too. Kirillere is fading. Had to bring the griffins, Tern mutters as I turn forward again, and the hilly coastline comes into view. The sea transitions from dark blue to white-capped teal, crashing on cream-colored beaches along what appears to be a port city a few miles in front of us. That must be Sonoram. We've definitely found the Isle of Dune. I can make out the tiered walls of defenses, including crossbolts, from here, and they haven't changed much from what my father detailed in his drawings. Let's avoid being skewered, shall we? I ask Tern. Tern huffs and surges ahead of the others, then banks right and leads our formation along the northeastern shoreline, giving the port city a wide berth. I block the afternoon sun with a hand on my forehead and scan the coast, noting the end of the city walls. There's another town in 2 or 3 miles, then nothing for at least 40. As long as they haven't expanded in the 30-plus years since my father wrote his book. We pass the town and its substantial fortifications, and after we travel another 10 minutes without sight of habitation, Tarn turns inland, breaking formation and flying ahead of the others. "Stay with Segale," he orders Andarna. Andarna huffs in annoyance. "Stick to the plan," I remind her. "I loathe the plan," she replies. The beaches are rockier here, the narrow strip of sand strewn with boulders before it gives way to hills of thick vegetation that roll as far as I can see. All of it is the same muted green as Devarelli. "That one," Tarn says, locating a suitably large clearing about halfway up a hillside a few miles inland from the coast, and after a perimeter sweep, we finally land in the dead center of the meadow. Birds launch from the trees in a riot of color, quickly fleeing. A low rumble resonates through Tarn, not quite powerful enough to be a growl, but definitely loud enough to warn anything that might consider making us dinner, as he slowly rotates, scanning the edges of the trees and sweeping his tail through the waist-high grass. "This will do," he says once he's completed a turn. Moments later, the rest appear overhead, Segale leading formation. Their wings cast shade over the clearing momentarily, flaring to slow their descent before they land around us. The ground shudders as they make impact, Andarna to the right and Segale to our left. Tiny, Atrum, Kath, Krod, and Molvik touch down behind us, and the griffins fill in the spaces as we form a large circle. Every set of teeth and talons faces the trees. "Hear that?" Tarn lowers his head and stalks forward. The jungle around us is unnaturally silent. "The animals here recognize you as predators, that's for sure." "Good." He dips his shoulder and I start the process of dismounting, leaving all but the essentials strapped behind the seat of my saddle. Everyone strips down to our undershirts, or in my case, my armor, to accommodate the suffocating heat and humidity that rivals Devarelli. And then we make quick work of securing the site and locating a nearby stream for fresh water. Then Kat and Traeger take off into the woods to hunt, while half the riot launches to do the same. "We are alone for now, but we won't be for long," Mira says as Tiny follows Tarn and Atrum into the sky. "Someone will see them." "Good. Once Arik meets with their queen, we can move on." I skim my hand over the pale green meadow grass and pick up a sizable rock to line the fire pit with. Chances of an alliance here are slim. Given how painful it is for the riot to be separated from magic, I doubt Andarna's kind settled here. "What if they learn to live without magic?" Mira asks, rotating a beaded bracelet of what looks like black tourmaline on her wrist and watching Riddick and Garrick build a fire as Dane constructs a cooking spit with Marin and Arik. "I don't know if they can," I admit softly, my eye catching on the bracelet. Something about the knotwork holding the metallic beads tickles the back of my brain. And I swear I can smell parchment for the smallest of seconds before I look away. Tarn isn't exactly offering up details on how it affects their lifespan. "Are he and Segale having some kind of mate drama?" Mira picks up a rock of her own. "Not that I know of. Why?" I ask, and we start back toward the center of the clearing. "They haven't hunted together the entire trip." She tucks her stone under her arm and picks up another. I glance across the field, where Xaden walks patrol with Drake near Segale and Andarna. "They think one of them should always be with the group. It's as close to the truth as I'm going to get with her." She glances at me like she can see right through the half-truth. Cue change of subject. "Where did you go on leave?" I ask her. Her mouth purses like she's deciding. "I went to see grandmother." "You flew to Deccanshire?" "I mean, that's a choice, I guess." "You think I took personal leave to visit a burial ground?" She side-eyes me. My eyebrows try their damnedest to reach my hairline. "You went to see Grandma Niara?" I end on a whisper. Mira rolls her eyes. You don't have to whisper. Our parents can't hear you. I'm tempted to check our surroundings just to be sure. She stopped talking to Mom and Dad. I shake my head. It must have been before I was born because I don't even remember her. Something to do with Dad marrying Mom, right? Mira shakes her head. You were a toddler, she says. Right around the age where your hair was coming in thick enough to pull into a little ponytail. She smiles at the memory, but it slips. And it wasn't Grandma Niara who ended the communication. Turns out it was the other way around. You know what happened, don't you? Envy stabs quick and deep. Mom and Dad almost never spoke of his family. Is that where the bracelet came from? You should go up to Lucerys. She looks at me with the oddest combination of worry and dread, her mouth tightening. Talk to her yourself. With all the leave I get before graduation? Excellent point. She scours the field for another rock. Just not excellent enough for her to tell me. Fine. If the last year has taught me anything, it's that we're all entitled to our secrets. But it's my family too. I brought Dad's books in case you want to read them. I offer another subject change and start looking for fire pit rocks again. The ground is firm below our feet, so at least we won't be sleeping in mud. Mira's brow knits. They mostly cover customs, I blurt. But he devotes an entire chapter in every book to the unique flora and fauna of every isle. Very thorough. My own forehead puckers. I'm babbling, but I can't help trying to find something that bridges the space I can feel expanding between us. Did Grandma Niara say how he found time to study things like the migratory patterns of terns and eris birds? Or Phalaenopsis moths? He spends 3 pages talking about companion planting Breeson root and kellenweed, then goes off about zakia berries and how if the birds migrate to Hidotus too late, they're overripe and the flock drops dead, their little yellow beaks stained blue.